Chapter 1. You agreed to a fake divorce, yet you took it seriously? At the Jiangyun law firm, within the reception room, Lin Yun, a stunning lawyer with long legs adorned in black stockings, sat gracefully with her left hand resting on her chin. Her beautiful eyes widened more and more as she listened to the man across from her, his description causing her long, curled eyelashes to flutter like butterfly wings. This beautiful attorney graduated from the law department of Jiangxi University and has been in the profession for 4 years, handling hundreds of cases, some of which were quite bizarre or morally perplexing. However, the case at hand left her utterly astonished, as she had only encountered similar scenarios in the news. Mr. Yang, are you saying that you initially agreed upon a fake divorce, but now your wife? Your ex-wife has turned the act into reality, correct? Lin Yun succinctly summarized the man's account. Yes, Yang Hao nodded slightly, his condition evidently poor, his pallor indicative of late nights, and the bloodshot eyes betraying a lack of rest. Your request is to reallocate the property, correct? Lin Yun continued to inquire. Yes, Yang Hao nodded weakly. Mr. Yang, I regret to inform you that under these circumstances, the possibility of redividing the assets is nearly impossible. This is because the divorce agreement you signed is legally binding. Your ex-wife clearly consulted a professional lawyer before drafting this agreement, or it was indeed prepared with the assistance of a legal expert. Thus, the agreement contains no loopholes. All properties, including the car and savings, belong to your ex-wife, leaving you with nothing. Upon finishing her explanation, Lin Yun picked up her coffee cup and took a gentle sip, casting a sympathetic glance at the man before her. Married for 3 years, he had gone from being a three-halves young man with a house, a car, and a wife to a middle-aged man with nothing. How pitiable. Thank you, Lawyer Lin. How should I pay the consultation fee? Should I skin you? This outcome was anticipated by Yang Hao, as Lin Yun was the third attorney he had consulted, and the previous 2 had delivered the same verdict. No need. I haven't been of much help. Lin Yun waved her hand lightly, deciding to waive the 200 yuan consultation fee, considering their conversation lasted merely a few minutes. Thank you. Since no payment was required, Yang Hao, already financially strained, did not insist. He stood, offering a slight nod to the kind-hearted Lin Yun before turning to exit the reception room. No sooner had Yang Hao left than a woman with a sleek bob haircut, dressed in a sky-blue professional suit, entered the reception room, her 7-centimeter stiletto heels clicking on the floor. She approached Lin Yun and, taking advantage of her long legs, gracefully perched herself on the conference table. Wow, not even charging a consultation fee? Have you developed a soft spot for him? The short-haired woman, Lin Yun's partner and the director of the Jiangyun law firm, named Jiang Man, teased with a playful smile. With her legs crossed on the table, she scrutinized her friend. What a sympathetic gesture. Lin Yun rolled her eyes. For him, 200 yuan is quite a sum in his current situation. Considerate of you. Jiang Man crossed her arms, squinting at her friend before mysteriously revealing, actually, it was I who drafted that divorce agreement. Ah, Lin Yun gasped, her delicate face reflecting shock. So it was you who aided in the wrongdoing, she exclaimed, pinching Jiang Man's thigh in response. Ouch, you really pinch hard. Jiang Man rubbed her thigh, pouting as she explained. The client simply asked me to help draft a divorce agreement. How was I to know she intended to use it maliciously? I see. Lin Yun hummed softly, understanding her friend's perspective. It was indeed true that when a client pays for assistance, a lawyer has no reason to decline, as it essentially represents easy money. However, the twist was rather ironic. Mr. Yang's wife had sought Jiang Man's help to draft the divorce agreement, and subsequently, Mr. Yang himself had sought counsel from their law firm. This case appears unsolvable, correct? Lin Yun turned to her friend, who was 3 years her senior and had more extensive experience. There have been numerous cases of fake divorces turning into real ones in recent years, but even if taken to court, the outcome is often unfriendly to the deceived party. To my knowledge, only a handful of cases have declared the divorce invalid, usually based on 2 critical pieces of evidence: indoor surveillance footage capturing the conversations and the testimony of the woman's extramarital partner. Jiang Man gazed out the window, reflecting on relevant cases as she spoke. Indoor surveillance and the extramarital partner testifying? Lin Yun pondered, stroking her smooth chin, her eyes brightening slightly. I should ask Mr. Yang if he has indoor surveillance and whether his ex-wife has a partner. With that, Lin Yun hurriedly stood and dashed out. Wait, have you genuinely developed feelings for him? You're quite invested. Jiang Man called after her as her friend swiftly disappeared from sight. In the lobby of the bright building, Yang Hao walked absent-mindedly towards the exit. He had just celebrated his 30th birthday last month. On that special day, his wife, Sun Jiejia, had shared joyous news she was to become a father. Double happiness. Naturally, Yang Hao was overjoyed. During his birthday celebration, Sun Jiejia proposed purchasing a property in a good school district. However, due to the housing policies in Jiangsheng, as they already own property, any new purchase would be deemed a second home, incurring significantly higher loan interest. Consequently, Sun Jiejia suggested a fake divorce, allowing them to buy a house under Yang Hao's name, thus evading the high-interest issue associated with a second home. Many couples had used this method, and Yang Hao thought nothing of it, believing it was merely a fake divorce. Thus, a few days later, the couple went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce, with Yang Hao signing the divorce agreement downloaded from the internet by his wife. Legally, they had become two separate entities. For the following month, everything seemed normal. The couple continued their daily routines, even viewing several properties in the school district, but Sun Jiejia remained unsatisfied, claiming that purchasing a school district house was a significant decision that required careful consideration. Yang Hao found this reasonable and did not give it much thought. However, once the month-long cooling-off period concluded and their divorce was finalized, everything changed. Taking advantage of Yang Hao's business trip, Sun Jiejia sold their house. Upon returning from his trip, Yang Hao found the house empty. When he attempted to contact Sun Jiejia, he was informed that they were now divorced and advised not to pursue her any further. This unexpected turn of events struck Yang Hao like a bolt from the blue. Initially, he could not believe that his wife, Sun Jiejia, would act so callously. He thought she might be under duress or influenced by someone else. Only when he heard rumors that Sun Jiejia had another man did Yang Hao awaken from his stupor, realizing that everything had been premeditated. He felt like a fool, played by Others, a foolish man indeed. Chapter 2. It's coming. Mr. Yang, wait a moment. Just as Yang Hao stepped out of the building, the kind-hearted Lin Yun rushed after him, her chest heaving from the exertion, creating captivating arcs that were hard to ignore. This breathtaking sight served as a small comfort to the troubled Yang Hao. Indeed, there are still many good-hearted people in this world. For instance, this affluent lawyer Lin is not as generous as those female streamers online. If she were to flirt just a little, she could easily gain hundreds of thousands of followers. Is there anything else, Lawyer Lin? Yang Hao pushed aside his distractions and focused on the beautiful lawyer who had intentionally followed him out. When you negotiated the sham divorce with your ex-wife, was there a third party present? Or did you have any surveillance equipment at home that recorded your conversation at that time? Lin Yun inquired. No, Yang Hao replied decisively, shaking his head. He had pondered this question before. There were no surveillance cameras in their home, and he had absolutely trusted his ex-wife, Sun Jiejia, during that conversation, without any clandestine recordings. However, there was a possibility of an audio recording from the car when they returned from the Civil Affairs Bureau, as they had discussed the sham divorce while chatting. The car's dash cam should have captured their dialogue. The issue was that the car had been sold by Sun Jiejia, and he had no idea where it had gone. Even if he managed to locate the vehicle, the dashcam's memory card had a limited capacity, and it was likely that their conversation had already been automatically erased. Thus, after much contemplation, he concluded that the recording would be impossible to retrieve. Is there any chance that your ex-wife's affair partner could testify in court? Although Lin Yun felt that this possibility was almost negligible, it was still a potential solution, so she asked. That's impossible. Yang Hao forced a wry smile. Regarding the sham divorce and asset acquisition, his ex-wife Sun Jiejia must have conspired with her lover. They were in cahoots, making it utterly impossible for him to testify against her. If that's the case, then indeed, there's little we can do. Lin Yun sighed softly. She genuinely wished to assist this unfortunate man, but the lack of evidence was a significant obstacle. In truth, she had anticipated that these two conditions would likely be unmet, yet she still felt reluctant. Even a glimmer of hope was worth pursuing, just in case a turnaround was possible. If you obtain any new evidence, please send me a message, Lin Yun urged, shaking her phone. All right, thank you, Lawyer Lin. Yang Hao could certainly sense the goodwill emanating from this beautiful lawyer. For someone like him, enveloped in misfortune, her kindness felt like a ray of sunlight piercing through a gloomy sky, providing a fleeting moment of warmth. After hardship comes happiness, things will surely improve. Keep pushing forward. Although she could not assist him, Lin Yun offered heartfelt encouragement along with a serene smile. Thanks. Yang Hao expressed his gratitude once more, waving goodbye to the enchanting lawyer. Soon, his figure vanished into the vast crowd, and as Lin Yun gazed at the man's desolate back, a feeling of heaviness settled in her heart. After striving until the age of 30, he found himself with nothing due to a poor choice in a partner. What a tragic man. The Guangming building was only about 300 meters from the Guangming Road subway station, and Yang Hao, feeling like a mere shell of a person, rode the elevator down to the subway station. Could he truly rise from adversity? The encouraging words of Lin Yun echoed in his mind. Alas, it felt somewhat absurd. How could he take such motivational platitudes seriously? Yang Hao shook his head with a bitter smile. Nevertheless, he did embody the notion of after hardship comes happiness in a sense. Well, he had completed 50 of his KPI. Damn! At such a moment, he was still preoccupied with work jargon. Yang Hao silently cursed himself. Ding! Assist women for joy system activating target detected and meets binding criteria. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the esteemed host of the Assist Women for Joy system. Just as Yang Hao was silently lamenting, a mechanical prompt suddenly rang in his mind. What? Just as he reached the bottom of the elevator, Yang Hao stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Sir, are you all right? Accompanied by a gentle voice, a hand firmly grasped his arm from behind, preventing him from falling into an embarrassing heap. I'm fine, thank you. Once steady, Yang Hao hastily expressed his gratitude, only to discover that the person who had saved him was a tall and alluring woman. She wore a fashionable outfit, a white sports tank paired with a black jacket and black shorts that showcased her long, fair legs, making it difficult for anyone to look away. As a normal man, Yang Hao couldn't help but glance a few times, but the woman seemed to notice his gaze and disdainfully rolled her eyes before striding towards the platform with her strikingly long legs. Ding! Target assistance detected. Name: Qin Yurua. Age: 25. Height: 175 centimeters. Weight: 50 kilograms. Occupation: flight attendant. Current request: requires a fake boyfriend to fend off her mother's marriage pressure. Assist women for joy rewards. Phase 1. Small red envelope. 1 note. Small red envelope can randomly yield cash from 10,000 to 1 million. Phase 2. Small red envelope. 2. Information packet. 1 note. Information packet provides the critical information the host needs. Phase 3. To be unlocked. Another series of mechanical prompts followed. Yang Hao took a while to recover from his astonishment. Initially, he had been puzzled by what the Assist Women for Joy system entailed, but within less than a minute of activation, the first task had arrived. Through this task, Yang Hao began to understand the essence of the Assist Women for Joy system. It was quite literal. Assisting the target would yield rewards, and this target was presumably always a woman, as it couldn't possibly be called the Assist Women for Joy system otherwise. Was this system genuinely reliable? Yang Hao had only ever encountered such concepts in novels and never imagined that during his lowest moments, he would activate a system capable of altering his fate, much like some protagonists in fiction. Could it truly be that after hardship comes happiness? The words of that beautiful lawyer echoed in his mind. She had indeed hit the nail on the head. If this system could genuinely assist him in turning his life around, he would have to express his gratitude to that kind-hearted lawyer. As Yang Hao pondered this, a subway train came roaring in. With the sound of ding, 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 the doors slowly opened. It was not during peak hours, so the train was not overly crowded, with a few vacant seats scattered about. After scanning the car, Yang Hao quickly spotted Qin Yurua seated in the adjacent compartment, with an empty seat beside her. After a moment's hesitation, he strode over decisively, eager to embark on the task of assisting women. This first step was essential to take. Chapter 3. Annie, I am Xiao Ro's boyfriend. No matter where she appears, a beauty of Qin Yuru's caliber invariably becomes the center of attention. And this occasion is no exception. While Yang Hao notices the empty seat beside her, two men who have just boarded the vehicle cast covetous glances at that very spot. However, their timidity prevents them from daring to approach the enchanting woman. In their moment of hesitation, Yang Hao boldly plops down beside the captivating beauty they longed for. Wow! One of them silently curses under his breath, while the other lets out a soft sigh, regretting his failure to seize the opportunity to sit next to her. Even if nothing romantic were to unfold, Sharing space with such a stunning woman would be a delight. She is breathtakingly beautiful, with an exquisite figure. It's almost unfathomable how delightful it must be to be seated next to her. Indeed, upon settling beside Chin-Yuru, Yang Hao is greeted with a subtle fragrance of perfume, delicately wafting through the air, a scent that is not overpowering but rather delightful. Although he does not possess a refined knowledge of perfumes, he could discern that it must be from a prestigious brand, starkly contrasting the cheap scents often worn by actors in the venue. Chin-Yuru, catching a glimpse of Yang Hao from the corner of her eye, recalls the man she had just assisted. However, she perceives a hint of ingratitude in his actions. Having previously observed her, he now dares to sit beside her. This unwelcome association conjures images of obsessive characters from certain films, prompting her to instinctively shift slightly away from him to create some distance before busily engaging with her phone. I am truly grateful. Had you not pulled me back, I would likely be in the hospital right now. Although Chin-Yuru has made her disinterest clear through her body language, Yang Hao, driven by the necessity of completing his task, musters the courage to strike up a conversation, forcing a broad smile onto his face to appear more open. It was merely an instinctive reaction. Please do not take it to heart. Without looking up, Chin-Yuru replies, stating a simple truth. Most individuals would instinctively lend a hand in a situation like Yang Hao's, especially since her profession as a flight attendant often places her in scenarios where she must assist passengers at risk of falling. Thus, her action of pulling him back was merely a reflex. Regardless, I must thank you. How about I treat you to a meal? Though Yang Hao's bank card and WeChat balance barely total over 2,000, he feels compelled to extend this invitation to fulfill his task. Upon hearing his suggestion, Chin-Yuru furrows her brow, internally lamenting, truly, this is ingratitude. I should not have intervened. Just as she prepares to decline his offer, her phone suddenly buzzes, indicating a voice call request from someone with a profile picture of a blooming lotus flower, labeled as Teacher Lee. Upon recognizing the voice request from Teacher Lee, Chin-Yuru's brows furrow deeper, and instead of answering, she silences her phone, allowing the screen to continue flashing with the light from Teacher Lee. After a considerable wait, the icon of Teacher Lee vanishes from her screen, and just as she exhales in relief, another call request from Teacher Lee comes through. With a resigned sigh, she reluctantly presses the answer button, but instead of placing the phone to her ear, she rests it on her tightly closed thighs, as if bracing herself for what is to come. Xiaoro, you have gone too far this time. The young man your aunt introduced to you had excellent prospects. Yet you fled after just 5 minutes. Although Chin-Yuru has minimized the phone's volume, Yang Hao can still faintly hear the voice on the other end, deducing that Teacher Lee must be Chin-Yuru's mother. The tone of Teacher Lee suggests that she is predictably upset. After approximately 2 minutes of relentless questioning, Teacher Lee's intensity wanes, allowing Chin-Yuru to finally lift the phone from her fair thighs to her ear. Teacher Lee, please inform my well-meaning relatives that I already have a boyfriend, so there is no need for any further introductions. All right, I must go. I am on the subway, and the signal is poor. With that, Chin-Yuru hangs up abruptly, not allowing her mother a chance to respond. However, she underestimates the power of her declaration that she already has a boyfriend. In the following minutes, Teacher Lee initiates a barrage of calls. First, she sends a voice message, and upon receiving no answer, she escalates to calling directly. Chin-Yuru, taken aback by the unforeseen consequences of her seemingly foolproof strategy, ultimately succumbs to the relentless ringing of her mother's calls and answers the phone. Chin-Yuru, clarify this matter. When did you start dating? How old is he? What is his occupation? What is his family like? As expected, Teacher Lee immediately delves into an interrogation upon connecting. Chin-Yuru, who merely intended to use the lie of having a boyfriend to evade awkward matchmaking, finds herself at a loss for words under her mother's relentless questioning. Just as she prepares to abandon her ruse and confess her disinterest in dating at the moment, a voice suddenly interjects from beside her. Annie, hello? My name is Yang Hao, Xiaoro's boyfriend. Please, feel free to ask me anything. You. As soon as Yang Hao speaks, the other end of the line falls silent. Chin-Yuru turns to him, her beautiful eyes wide in shock, her lips painted with lipstick parting and closing several times. Yet no words escape her lips. This man? has lost his mind. He dares to engage in this conversation. Does he believe this is a romantic drama? In her mind, Qin Yuru is in turmoil, her previously furrowed brow now twisting into an even tighter knot. She glares at Yang Hao, ready to reprimand him for his foolishness, but her mother's voice cuts through once more, now with a noticeably softer tone. Hello? Hello? Is this Xiao Yang? I was unaware that you and Xiao Ro were together. This girl should have informed me upon getting a boyfriend. Auntie, we haven't been together long. Xiao Ro wanted to stabilize things before telling you. Yang Hao responds with an unflinching demeanor. Oh, I see. How long have you been together? A month. 1 month? That is not too long. Xiao Yang, how old are you? What do you do for a living? Auntie, I am 30 years old this year. Working as a sales manager at Xin Yuan Group. Yang Hao shares his details candidly, knowing that, according to the system's prompts, Qin Yuru's requirement is for a faux boyfriend, and he need not concern himself with meeting her or her family's expectations. 30 years old, sales manager. After Yang Hao reveals his information, Teacher Li on the other end quietly repeats these key details in her mind. The age seems compatible with her daughter. And as for the position of sales manager, it suffices. Currently, there exists an overwhelming number of individuals who bear the title of manager. Among them, some earn annual salaries in the millions, while others merely scrape by with a few tens of thousands, highlighting a stark disparity. Just as Teacher Li was poised to continue her interrogation, Qin Yuru, regaining her composure, hastily interjected and promptly terminated the call. This time, Teacher Li refrained from persistently redialing, opting instead to send a message via WeChat. Xiaoro, your father and I will be visiting Jiangxing this weekend. Please invite Xiaoyang to join us for a meal. Upon reading her mother's WeChat message, Qin Yuru instinctively raised her eyebrows. Although she had intended to criticize Yang Hao for meddling, she swallowed her words. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the task. Reward. Red envelope. Small. X1. Yes. No. Open the red envelope immediately. At that moment, a mechanical prompt resonated in Yang Hao's mind. As he pondered what constituted the completion of the first phase, his eyes brightened. Yes. This must be a resounding yes. Yang Hao promptly responded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the red envelope. Small. You have randomly received 660,000 are coins. Note. All system rewards derive from legitimate sources. Please rest assured in their use. Beep. Your Alipay account has received 660,000 yuan. Just as the system notification echoed in Yang Hao's mind, a familiar sound resonated from his phone. The volume was considerable, and combined with the staggering sum of 660,000, it immediately captured the attention of those around him. While 660,000 may seem trivial in the vast realm of the internet, in the tangible world, it represents a substantial fortune for the vast majority. According to the latest data from the central bank, only 0.37% of depositors possess savings exceeding 500,000, which translates to approximately 18 million individuals within a population of 1 billion. Thus, the notification of 660,000 yuan arriving in Yang Hao's Alipay account astonished those nearby. Even Qin Yuru instinctively cast a glance at Yang Hao. As a flight attendant, colloquially known as a stewardess, her monthly salary hovers just above 10,000, rendering 660,000 equivalent to her earnings over 5 years. Chapter 4. Are you open to a monthly subscription? Feeling the scrutinizing gazes from all directions, Yang Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. He recalled how, in other households, rewards from systems were directly deposited into bank accounts, while his system chose such an ostentatious method. Nonetheless, as long as the reward was credited, the manner of it mattered little. Yang Hao swiftly opened Alipay, and indeed, a staggering 660,000 was resting in his balance. Incredible. He instinctively tightened his grip on his phone, silently roaring in triumph. For an ordinary person like him, the arrival of this system felt akin to possessing a cheat code in life, and with such a powerful ally, reaching the pinnacle of success was merely a matter of time. Divorced, Yang Hao could only think that it was indeed for the best. He was eagerly anticipating the expression on his ex-wife Sun Jiajia's face upon learning of his meteoric rise. It would surely be a spectacle. "Brother, your ringtone is quite unique. Could you send me a copy?" As Yang Hao reveled in his thoughts, a man with a buzz cut approached him. One hand grasped a hanging ring from the car's roof, while the other held an LV handbag. Perhaps concerned that Yang Hao and the nearby Qin couldn't discern the brand, he deliberately lifted his arm higher, flaunting the handbag before them. His clumsy attempt at showing off evoked a scoff from Qin Yuruo. As a flight attendant, she had witnessed numerous displays of wealth, and this buzz-cut man-s was among the most pedestrian. Furthermore, the authenticity of the LV handbag was questionable, resembling a poorly written character in a lavish novel. Yang Hao, being in sales and having encountered a myriad of individuals, found the man's behavior utterly bemusing. Such a display of pretentiousness was simply laughable. However, the buzz-cut man's derisive inquiry resonated with other men eyeing Qin Yuruo's beauty, who turned their gazes toward the unfolding scene, doubtful of the authenticity of Yang Hao's reported 660,000 in Alipay. They assumed it was merely a ruse to attract the attention of the nearby beauty. Thus, they even appreciated the buzz-cut man's audacity in exposing Yang Hao's supposed deceit. Of course, they were primarily there for the entertainment. Whether it was Yang Hao or the buzz-cut man who stumbled, it would provide ample fodder for their mundane lives. Getting that ringtone is easy. Just have someone transfer you 660,000 on Alipay. Yang Hao shrugged lightly and then gently wiped his gleaming phone screen with his sleeve. The buzz-cut man's gaze instinctively followed Yang Hao's movements, and he soon glimpsed the Alipay balance displayed on the screen. His eyes widened in disbelief as he silently counted the zeros following the 660. Goodness, it's really 660,000. The buzz-cut man cursed internally, then awkwardly smiled at Yang Hao, muttering an apology before hastily retreating to another compartment. Witnessing this, the eager onlookers were left disappointed. The anticipated confrontation had fizzled out, and the buzz-cut man had backed down, leaving them unamused. Qin Yuruo, who had observed the entire exchange, was taken aback. The buzz-cut man's retreat confirmed that Yang Hao indeed possessed 660,000, though this amount hardly astonished her. With her appealing appearance and strong work ethic, she had recently been promoted to first-class service, catering to wealthy passengers. Once, an older gentleman had showcased a few million in his bank account to impress her, so she was not swayed by Yang Hao's 660,000. She merely thought he had misrepresented the situation with the Alipay notification and that she had misunderstood him. At that moment, Qin Yuruo received a message from her mother. "Teacher Li, don't use overtime as an excuse to brush us off. If we don't see Xiao Yang this weekend, your father and I won't leave." After reading her mother's message, Qin Yuruo rolled her eyes in frustration. Her mother knew her too well. She had been contemplating an excuse for working overtime, but her mother had already preempted her. Qin Yuruo instinctively turned to Yang Hao, and after a moment of internal conflict, she spoke. "Do you have time later? I'd like to talk." "Sure." Yang Hao had no reason to decline. He was eager to reap further benefits from the charming Qin Yuruo. 20 minutes later, in a secluded corner of Starbucks on the first floor of Longxing Plaza, Qin Yuruo ordered a matcha frappuccino while Yang Hao opted for an iced Americano, his usual lifeline. The coffee was courtesy of Qin Yuruo, who expressed her gratitude for Yang Hao's gallant assistance on the subway. "I'm Qin Yuruo, an attendant with Eastern Airlines." Holding her frappuccino, Qin Yuruo spoke in a hushed tone, sharing her background. Yang Hao was already privy to this information, but he feigned ignorance, offering a brief self-introduction after she finished. "I was a bit abrupt on the subway earlier, but I wanted to help Miss Qin with her predicament regarding marriage pressure." Yang Hao offered a slight explanation for his prior actions. "But now my parents want to meet you," Qin Yuruo said helplessly. Yang Hao feigned surprise. Though internally he was elated, he had successfully completed the first phase of his task. He had been pondering how to tackle the second, and even the yet-to-be-unlocked third phase. But now Qin Yuruo's parents had unwittingly provided him with a golden opportunity. "I was thinking you could pretend to be my boyfriend. Of course, you won't be doing it for free. It would be 500 each time you meet my parents or friends, and 100 for every phone call or video chat. What do you think? Qin Yuruo had long contemplated the idea of hiring a fake boyfriend to placate her parents, but hadn't found a suitable candidate. In truth, she didn't think Yang Hao was quite right for the role, but circumstances had led her to this point, and she had little choice. Upon hearing Qin Yuruo's proposal, Yang Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This woman was undoubtedly his good fortune. If the situation unfolded according to her script, completing the second phase of his task would be a breeze. Despite his inner joy, Yang Hao, a seasoned salesman, maintained a facade of hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I think charging per instance might not be suitable. How about a monthly subscription? Qin Yuruo's mouth fell open in astonishment, her charming face displaying disbelief. A monthly subscription? Are you asking me to support you? Given her striking appearance, she had received numerous propositions for sponsorship since her university days, all of which she had firmly declined. Yet now, this older man was suggesting that she support him. It was truly an absurd reversal. Chapter 5. Men must protect themselves too. Qin Yuru blinked her beautiful eyes as she scrutinized Yang Hao from head to toe. Until now, she had never taken a close look at this man, and only then did she realize that he was, in fact, quite handsome. With well-defined features, striking eyebrows, and bright eyes, he embodied the quintessential rugged man. However, he appeared remarkably haggard, with a sallow complexion and unkempt stubble, as if he had just been buffeted by a strong wind. Nevertheless, it was evident that he had a solid foundation. His chiseled features combined with a height exceeding 180 centimeters could render him quite the handsome gentleman if he were to tidy himself up. If he were a few years younger, he would certainly possess the charm to attract a wealthy partner. Yet the absurdity lay in the fact that this wealthy partner was none other than Qin Yuru herself. In contrast, it was evident that she possessed greater potential to be the one receiving financial support. Perhaps I'm overthinking this. This monthly fee is merely for pretending to be a boyfriend. But must you phrase it in such an ambiguous manner? Qin Yuru cast a resentful glance at Yang Hao and inquired, for the monthly fee, how much do you expect? What do you think is appropriate? Yang Hao countered nonchalantly. As a seasoned salesperson, he was not one to reveal his bottom line easily, even if his minimum price in this negotiation was zero. Indeed, it could even be negative. After all, to fulfill his task, he would not only work for free, but might even have to invest his own funds. Having majored in aviation services at university, Qin Yuru had entered Eastern Airlines for an internship before graduating. Her exposure to the outside world was limited, and she had no experience in negotiations. Yang Hao's counter-question deftly led her into his rhythm, prompting her to ponder his inquiry. Her slender, fair fingers tapped rhythmically on the cup of her matcha frappuccino as she calculated a price she could accept. Among the ordinary working class, Qin Yuru's income was relatively high, as she had previously earned a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan. Naturally, a salary above 10,000 might attract the label of being poor on the internet. Yet the reality is that out of the nation's 1.4 billion population, only about 7.84 million individuals earn more than 10,000 yuan monthly, accounting for a mere 0.56% of the total population. Even if this data is not entirely precise, the number of individuals earning over 10,000 yuan certainly does not exceed 1% of the total population. This indicates that Qin Yuru's income surpasses that of 99% of workers. Nevertheless, her monthly savings were quite limited. As a young woman, she, like many, had a penchant for beauty, especially in an environment rife with comparison. Even though she exercised restraint, she occasionally indulged in luxury items within her means. Consequently, after 3 years of work, her savings amounted to only 50,000 yuan. Do not underestimate those 50,000 yuan. In reality, most workers live paycheck to paycheck. It is not uncommon for them to be in debt by several tens of thousands on their credit cards. How about 3,000? After a moment of deliberation, Qin Yuru cautiously proposed a price she could manage. She was uncertain how long their arrangement would last, but with a monthly salary of 3,000, her savings would suffice to sustain this relationship for a year. By that time, if she could no longer afford to maintain the relationship, She could simply inform her parents that they had parted ways. After all, having been together for a year, a breakup would not be surprising. Deal. Yang Hao, foregoing any further pretense, readily agreed. Continuing his mission while receiving 3,000 yuan monthly was indeed a lucrative arrangement. However, Qin Yuru felt a twinge of disappointment at his eagerness. The first thought that flickered through her mind was, I might have offered too much. It was akin to shopping at a clothing wholesale market. You spot an item priced at 499 yuan and negotiate down to 200, initially thinking it was an unachievable price. Yet, when the owner begrudgingly agrees, you realize that the owner was not genuinely criticizing your low offer, but rather seeking to provide you with a psychological balance, allowing you to feel like you had struck a good deal. Qin Yuru slightly furrowed her delicate brows, regretting her offer. However, now that they had reached a verbal agreement, it would be inappropriate for her to retract her words. 3,000 a month, available at your beck and call, on standby, 24 hours a day. Rest assured, it is an extraordinary value. Yang Hao's words served a similar purpose to the grumbling remarks of a market vendor, providing a psychological balance for the one paying. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yuru's mood indeed lightened somewhat. A salary of 3,000 in Jiangsheng was considerably low, especially given that he was a capable young man in his prime. Words alone are insufficient. Let us draft a contract. Should you breach the agreement, the penalty shall be tenfold. After a brief pause, Qin Yuru spoke again. Not a problem. Yang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. You draft it and then send it to me. All right, wait for me. Lacking experience in such matters, Qin Yuru searched online but could not locate a boyfriend rental contract. Instead, she found several girlfriend rental agreements, which she perused and then modified to suit their actual circumstances. In truth, Qin Yuru was primarily concerned with two issues: safety and confidentiality. Having just met Yang Hao, it would not be inaccurate to label him a stranger. Who could ascertain his character? Was he merely after her body? What if he took advantage of her under the guise of being her boyfriend? Hence, safety was paramount. The second concern was confidentiality. Although Qin Yuru's intention was to placate her parents, it was crucial not to broadcast the fact that they were merely pretending to be a couple. If this information reached the ears of friends and relatives, her ruse would be utterly compromised. After several rounds of revisions, Qin Yuru finally completed the first draft of the boyfriend rental agreement. She read through it meticulously twice, feeling satisfied that there were no oversights. Before looking up at Yang Hao once more, the agreement is finished. I will send it to you. All right, are you going to send it telepathically? Yang Hao chuckled, shaking the phone in his hand. I'll scan it to you. Qin Yuru pouted slightly, silently criticizing him for his cryptic remarks about not having WeChat friends. The two promptly added each other as WeChat friends, and Qin Yuru sent the drafted boyfriend rental agreement for his review. Yang Hao accepted and examined it. The contract was quite formal, with the title Boyfriend Rental Agreement prominently displayed in bold at the top, as it was a template downloaded from the internet. The contract's terms were fairly detailed. The two most critical points included the stipulation that no physical contact could occur without the employer's, Qin Yuru's, consent, and that Yang Hao was not permitted to disclose the agreement to any third parties. In the event of a breach, the penalty would be 100-fold. Is there anything you would like to add? Qin Yuru inquired once Yang Hao had finished reviewing. Yang Hao calmly sipped his coffee and pointed at the screen of his phone. Regarding the first clause, no physical contact without the employer's consent, I believe it should be rephrased as no physical contact without mutual consent. When out in the world, it is not just women who must protect themselves. Men must do so as well. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 6. A man's wealth is for a woman's eyes. Qin Yuru raised her delicate brows and instinctively shot Yang Hao a disdainful glance. Really, is this how one speaks? How dare he regard himself as a target for female predation, as if she would take advantage of this man, though internally she felt an overwhelming sense of contempt. Qin Yuru refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that Yang Hao's request was indeed reasonable. In the spirit of fairness and justice, the agreement should not solely bind Yang Hao as the second party. It ought to impose constraints on her as the first party as well. Very well. Let us amend it, as you suggested. With a reluctant nod, Qin Yuru modified the agreement according to Yang Hao's demands. After reviewing the second draft, Yang Hao had no further objections. She promptly went to a nearby copy shop to print 2 copies of the agreement, and the 2 signed their names on the document. Boss Qin, may our cooperation be a pleasant one, Yang Hao said cheerfully, extending his right hand after the contract was finalized. Qin Yuru, who was in the process of stowing the contract in her bag, paused momentarily, clearly unaccustomed to being referred to as boss. I'm not a boss, she muttered in mild disbelief, yet she extended her fair hand to shake his. Whoever pays my salary is indeed a boss, Yang Hao replied, clutching Qin Yuru's soft, delicate hand with a radiant smile. For him, the handshake was merely a reflexive action of an experienced salesman. It was customary to shake hands after signing an agreement. However, as he held her hand and felt the gentle, smooth touch, his heart fluttered unexpectedly. As a seasoned salesman, socializing was a requisite skill. Whether traveling for work or hosting clients at the company headquarters, he had frequented various entertainment venues and engaged with numerous women. Yet, he had never encountered such an exquisite sensation as that of Qin Yuru's hand. Let's leave it at this for today. I will call you when needed. Noticing the unusual tension, Qin Yuru swiftly withdrew her hand and cast a stern glare at Yang Hao. The first clause of the agreement, Mr. Yang, please behave yourself. Ahem. I was merely too elated. I meant nothing by it, Yang Hao stammered awkwardly, though his explanation lacked any convincing power. Qin Yuru huffed softly and chose not to pursue the topic further. In truth, she was beginning to regret her decision, and the more she reflected, the more regretful she became. How could she have signed such an agreement with a stranger? It was utterly absurd. Was it too late to rescind the agreement? What did the contract say about breach? Yes, compensation of 100 times the monthly salary. 3,000 multiplied by 100 equals 300,000. Upon calculating the breach penalty in her mind, Qin Yuru couldn't help but sigh. She certainly could not afford a penalty of 300,000. Never mind. I shall observe for a while before deciding. Xiaoro, is that really you? Just as Qin Yuru was lost in her thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. She instinctively turned her head to see a woman in a yellow spaghetti strap dress approaching her with a bright smile. The dress was semi-fitted, accentuating her figure, and a hint of a cleavage caught the attention of nearby men. Cece, what are you doing here? Qin Yuru asked, her expression flustered. The woman was Cece, her university classmate and colleague. They both graduated from Jiangcheng Aviation University, having been classmates during their studies, and later joined Dongfeng Airlines together, making them quite familiar with one another. However, their relationship was limited to mere acquaintance, as they had never truly become friends, primarily due to their differing values. Cece was a woman who placed money above all, a quintessential gold digger with a rather indulgent private life. She had even juggled 3 boyfriends at once during university, one on campus, one off campus, and another in a long-distance relationship. In contrast, Qin Yuru held relatively conservative views and could not align with Cece's values, naturally leading to their lack of deeper connection. Nevertheless, due to their shared background as classmates and colleagues, they maintained a cordial surface relationship. I arranged to go shopping with Meng Meng. She should be arriving soon. Xiaoro, who is this? Cece had already noticed Yang Hao and swiftly assessed his attire, estimating its worth to be no more than 2,000 yuan. Perhaps the Tizot watch on his wrist was somewhat valuable, around 5 or 6,000 at most. Such a man would not pique Cece's interest. Yet she was curious about his relationship with Qin Yuru. Among the beautiful flight attendants, Qin Yuru stood out with her exceptional looks and figure, attracting high-quality suitors, which elicited both envy and jealousy from Cece. However, Qin Yuru had never had a boyfriend, and just a few days ago, when rejecting a first-class passenger, she had claimed to have one. Could this man actually be him? Cece's curiosity about Yang Hao intensified, and before Qin Yuru could respond, she eagerly inquired, "Boyfriend? Xiaoro, you mentioned having a boyfriend the other day. I thought you were just using it as an excuse to turn down that Mr. Zhao. I didn't expect it to be true. Hello, handsome. I'm Cece, a colleague and friend of Xiaoro." Noticing that Qin Yuru did not seem inclined to introduce Yang Hao, Cece took the initiative to step forward and greet him. "Hello, Yang Hao," she said. For Yang Hao, who was accustomed to such scenarios, this was merely a trivial matter. He responded with ease, but did not explicitly acknowledge his relationship with Qin Yuru. He neither confirmed nor denied it. This was a subtle conversational tactic, allowing him to navigate the situation with flexibility. "Brother Yang, where do you work?" Cece inquired. Her curiosity piqued regarding the boyfriend whom Qin Yuru had kept hidden. "Xin Yuan Group," Yang Hao replied, intentionally withholding specific details about his position, aware that he did not need to divulge every detail, especially considering he was uncertain about the dynamics between Qin Yuru and Cece. "Xin Yuan Group. That's a large company. Brother Yang, you must be in a leadership position." Cece attempted to pry further, wanting to gauge Yang Hao's background. However, such tactics were ineffective against him. He merely smiled without providing a direct answer. Undeterred, Cece turned to Qin Yuru. "Xiaoro, you two must be out shopping, right? Why not join me?" Meng Meng just texted that she's stuck in traffic and might be delayed. As she spoke, she playfully tugged on Qin Yuru's arm, swaying it in a charming manner. Qin Yuru frowned. She had no intention of shopping and was about to refuse when Cece looked at Yang Hao and added, "Brother Yang, would you mind if I tag along as a third wheel?" Ding. Target assistance detected. Name, Cece. Age, 25. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Occupation, flight attendant. Current demand. Wants the host to stay and accompany her shopping. Reward for assisting. Double cashback on shopping expenses. Note 1. Expenditure not to exceed 660,000 yuan. Note 2. Spending limited to the host and the assisted party. Just as Yang Hao prepared to decline, the familiar voice echoed in his mind once more. He paused momentarily before a bright smile spread across his face. "Of course I don't mind. The more the merrier. After all, Xiaoro and I were just about to go shopping ourselves. Part of my intrusion." Cece was overjoyed and immediately linked arms with Qin Yuru. In her heart, she thought to herself, "I am curious to see the caliber of your boyfriend." Meanwhile, Yang Hao pondered how to spend the 660,000. According to the rules, this sum could only be allocated either to himself or to the beneficiary, Cece. It appeared to be a binary choice, yet in truth, there was no real option to consider. Having only just met Cece, why should he spend money on her? Merely because she was dressed provocatively, showcasing a deep neckline? What an absurd notion. As it is often stated online, a man's money is meant to be admired by women, not to be spent on them. Chapter 7. Misjudged. He is the true God. Why did you agree to this? I am not particularly acquainted with Cece. Inside the LV boutique on the first floor of the mall, Cece was captivated by a tote bag, and the saleswoman was enthusiastically introducing it to her. Meanwhile, Qin Yuru seized the opportunity to pull Yang Hao aside and questioned him with a serious expression. "I was merely thinking of using her as practice. If I fail to perform well in front of her, then I need not meet your parents this weekend." Yang Hao shrugged lightly, having already prepared his explanation. "Oh." Initially, Qin Yuru was annoyed with Yang Hao's presumption, but upon hearing his reasoning, she found it somewhat reasonable. After all, none of them were professional actors, and pretending to be a couple indeed required some practice. "Shiro, what do you think of this bag? I believe it truly complements your aura." Just then, Cece approached with the tote bag she had her eye on, while the saleswoman, beaming, added, "This bag is incredibly versatile and suits both of your styles perfectly. Xiaoro, do give it a try." Cece immediately handed the bag to Qin Yuru, simultaneously sneaking a glance at Yang Hao to gauge his reaction. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. This bag, priced at 32,000 yuan, was not explicitly requested to be purchased by Yang Hao. Yet his reaction would likely reveal his spending capacity. However, much to Cece's disappointment, Yang Hao remained unfazed, his expression betraying no change. Is he feigning calmness? Or does he consider a bag worth over 30,000 yuan trivial? Cece decided to probe further, handing the bag to Qin Yuru before turning to Yang Hao and asking, "Yanggo, what do you think?" "It looks quite nice." Yang Hao smiled and nodded, saying mainly, "It's the person that makes anything look good." The gentleman is absolutely correct. With the beauty of both ladies, anything they carry would indeed look splendid. The saleswoman quickly chimed in, her smile wide. Initially, she had not regarded Yang Hao highly. Even though luxury brand salespeople do not typically exhibit the blatant snobbery depicted in certain melodramas, they still evaluate customers in their minds when they walk in. Her assessment of Yang Hao concluded that he did not possess the purchasing power, Thus, she naturally focused her attention on the clearly potential customer, Cece. Yet, Yang Hao's compliment was beneficial to her interests, and she found herself harboring a newfound appreciation for him. Although this man likely could not afford the items in the store, he provided emotional value, unlike some men who, when their girlfriends merely try things on, sulk as if they fear the bill. It is indeed beautiful, albeit a tad expensive. However, this bag truly suits Cheryl. Cece spoke again, stroking the tote bag with a disappointed expression, yet her gaze once more sought Yang Hao's reaction. A gold digger of Cece's caliber would not mindlessly mock or incite animosity. Besides, she had only just met Yang Hao and was merely curious about Qin Yuru's underground boyfriend, wanting to probe into his background. If he turned out to be an ordinary man with modest means, it would somewhat comfort her, as she had always felt overshadowed by Qin Yuru in both school and at work. What does it matter if one is beautiful and fit? She still ended up with an unremarkable boyfriend. As expected, Yang Hao, whose entire outfit, including his watch, did not exceed 10,000 yuan, did not engage but instead turned his attention to a men's bag nearby, feigning interest in a handbag displayed in the window. Indeed, he was forcing a facade of calm. Cece slightly pouted, yet felt a sense of satisfaction. When it came to choosing partners, Qin Yuru ultimately fell short of her standards. Cece's long-standing goal had always been to secure a wealthy partner, and although she had yet to succeed, she had encountered several men in the past who purchased LV bags for her, which was far superior to Yang Hao. "Sir, this handbag is a seasonal new arrival that perfectly matches your style." Noticing Yang Hao's apparent interest in the handbag on display, the bored saleswoman from the men's section approached with a bright smile. She understood that Yang Hao likely could not afford the bag, but since she had nothing to do, she thought it wise to enhance her presence, hoping that perhaps, should he have a good experience, he might become a customer in the future. One must always maintain a long-term perspective. However, another saleswoman responsible for the men's section held a different view. Seeing her colleague fawning over a customer who clearly lacked purchasing power, she disdainfully shook her head and leaned toward the tall saleswoman, whispering, "Yin Yin is truly dedicated. At her age, she probably just can't sit still and seek someone to converse with." The tall saleswoman nodded in agreement, and the two adopted expressions of amusement. Meanwhile, Yang Hao picked up the handbag from the window and examined it in the mirror before saying to the enthusiastic saleswoman, "Let's get the invoice." "What? Suzan Gapet?" Staring at Yang Hao in disbelief, thinking she must have misheard. "Did I not catch that? Or do you need matching items?" Yang Hao was quite pleased with the saleswoman's reaction, feeling a thrill from the contrast. "You think I cannot afford this, but here I am, asking you to get the invoice, just to see your surprise. Sir, this bag does not require matching items. I will get the invoice right away." Coming back to her senses, Su Yin beamed as she responded. Initially, she held no hopes for Yang Hao, as his attire did not resemble that of someone who could afford LV. Had he been eyeing a wallet or a bag price just over 10,000 yuan, perhaps there would have been a chance, but the handbag he was considering was priced at 75,000 yuan, which was quite steep even for their store. Yet, to her astonishment, Yang Hao simply stood before the mirror and placed an order. The two saleswomen, who were waiting for a spectacle, were instantly taken aback. He actually purchased that handbag? It seems so. That bag cost 75,000 yuan. Can he really afford it? Who knows? But Yin Yin is indeed processing the invoice now. Did she misjudge it? Perhaps he is just modest? The two saleswomen exchanged shocked whispers. Meanwhile, Cece, Qin Yuru, and the short-haired saleswoman attending them were equally bewildered. "Cheryl, it seems your boyfriend just bought a bag? Wait, what is going on? He did not buy you a bag, but instead got one for himself?" While Cece spoke, her gaze remained fixed on the counter, eager to confirm whether Yang Hao had indeed purchased the bag. Witnessing Yang Hao's action, Qin Yuru was more surprised. She had assumed he was just an ordinary office worker. Yet he had nonchalantly bought an LV bag. Although she was unaware of its price, she reasoned that such a substantial handbag from LV should cost at least 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. The short-haired saleswoman was now both astonished and speechless. She had focused her service on Cece and Qin Yuru, only to have the man she overlooked casually purchase the seasonal new handbag. She knew the price. That bag was worth 75,000 yuan. Misjudged. It turns out he is the true god. Chapter 8. The perks of wealth amidst the myriad complex gazes of women. Yang Hao calmly completed his payment. He was quite satisfied with the handbag, which could be carried by hand or slung over the shoulder, making it perfect for his business trips. Previously, Yang Hao had little interest in luxury items, often perceiving those who splurged on such extravagances as foolish. However, he now had to concede that his prior views were narrow-minded, merely a manifestation of sour grapes. At this very moment, the female sales staff in the store regarded him with an unmasked eagerness to please, and even Cici and Qin Yuru's glances toward him had shifted subtly. Vanity is a universal trait, and Yang Hao was no exception. He found himself experiencing a sensation he had never encountered during his 30 years of life. He couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. How wonderful it is to be wealthy. Sir, do you require a briefcase? Our briefcases are of exceptional quality. Suzan Inguit. As Yang Hao silently reflected, his gaze fortuitously fell upon the section displaying briefcases. Su Yin, assuming this modest gentleman was interested, seized the opportunity to promote the item. Yang Hao glanced in the direction she pointed, observing several briefcases neatly arranged on the shelf. He waved his hand decisively. The third one from the left, please wrap it up. For someone like Yang Hao, who frequently traveled for work, a decent briefcase was indeed essential. He decided to indulge once more. Very well, very well. Su Yin beamed, her smile widening. Working at LV, she often interacted with affluent clients, having encountered her fair share of lavish spenders. Yet few were as straightforward as Yang Hao. The briefcase was priced at 25,000, bringing his total expenditure to a neat 100,000 after the previous 75,000. In a matter of minutes, Yang Hao had spent 100,000, leaving the female sales associate who had previously scoffed at him, regretting her earlier judgments. The tall saleswoman, somewhat gleeful, remarked, Ling Ling, if you were a bit more proactive. Such a quality client could have been yours. Ling Ling, with a dejected expression, retorted, dressed so simply, spending 100,000 in an instant. Who would believe it? Meanwhile, recovering from her shock, Cici linked arms with Qin Yuru and half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked, Xiaoro, I wondered why you were high to your boyfriend. Turns out he's an invisible tycoon. Were you afraid we might steal him away? Cici's tone dripped with envy. She felt a whirlwind of emotions, having believed she was superior in her choice of partners, only to discover that Qin Yuru had quietly secured a low-profile, yet wealthy boyfriend. Qin Yuru was at a loss for words. She had never anticipated Yang Hao's wealth, which had allowed him to part with 100,000 so effortlessly. She recalled the notification she had heard on the subway, an Alipay alert indicating a deposit of 660,000. Initially, she had thought it was an isolated incident, perhaps a payment for goods or a substantial property sale, but such occurrences could not be commonplace. Now, she was forced to reconsider. Perhaps that was merely his everyday pocket change. Yet, judging by Yang Hao's attire, he hardly resembled a wealthy individual, especially considering he had just signed a rental agreement for a boyfriend with a monthly salary of 3,000. So, I am renting a boyfriend for 3,000 a month, who turns out to be a hidden millionaire. How surreal. Even a web novel wouldn't dare to write such a plot. Sir, do you require storage or delivery services? Su Yin inquired as Yang Hao completed his payment. The packaging for both bags was quite substantial, making them inconvenient to carry while shopping. Let us store them for now. Yang Hao decided, with over 500,000 yet to spend. He opted to leave the 2 bags at the store until he finished his shopping. However, before he could finish his sentence, Cici chimed in cheerfully, no need for storage. Yang Ge, I can carry them for you. They're not that heavy. Surprised, Yang Hao glanced at her, momentarily puzzled by her intentions. Yet, with someone voluntarily offering to assist, he had no reason to refuse. He nodded. Then I shall trouble Miss He. You're too polite. It's no trouble at all. Cici replied with a bright smile, as she picked up the 2 oversized LV shopping bags. Miss Qin, should we wrap this bag as well? Seeing Yang Hao effortlessly spend 100,000, the saleswoman quickly turned to Qin Yuru, who had the tote bag hanging from her arm, eager to promote it, thinking, with such a wealthy boyfriend, how could she resist buying a bag? However, the saleswoman had clearly miscalculated. After hearing the inquiry, Qin Yuru quickly returned the bag, saying no, thank you. She could not afford a 30,000 bag, nor would she have the audacity to ask Yang how to foot the bill. That was simply beyond her. Xiaoro, let us move on. Let us browse elsewhere. Shopping in a store that far exceeded her financial capabilities made Qin Yuru feel immense pressure. After returning the bag, she quickly urged Cece to leave. Once outside the LV store, she exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Xiaoro, what is going on? That tote bag was perfect for you. You could have had Yang go buy it for you. Cece remarked, stealing a glance at Yang Hao inside the store as the saleswoman sought his contact information. Too expensive. Qin Yuru shook her head. Just over 30,000 for Yang Ge. That's merely a trifle, Cece countered, waving the 2 shopping bags at her hands. These 2 bags cost 100,000, and he didn't even blink. Xiaoro, don't feel burdened. He asked your boyfriend. It's perfectly normal for him to buy you a bag. Qin Yuru remained silent, instinctively glancing at Yang Hao. Even if he were her genuine boyfriend, she wouldn't dare ask him to buy her a bag. However, she was now somewhat bewildered by this boyfriend she had rented for 3,000, feeling a mix of emotions. What was intended as a mere facade had turned out to be a treasure of immeasurable worth, perhaps even adorned with precious gems. Xiaoro, let me tell you, a boyfriend like Yang Gu is worth holding on to. Otherwise, you might lose him to another woman in an instant. Cece offered her well-meaning advice, albeit with a hint of ulterior motive, as she silently cursed the 2 saleswomen who had sought Yang Hao's contact information. Qin Yuru, aware of Cece's character, couldn't help but mentally scoff. Isn't that your own desire? Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter with my former sister-in-law, while Yang Hao was being entangled by a saleswoman. Cece, with one hand carrying 2 LV shopping bags and the other holding her phone, took several selfies. After selecting her favorite among them, she skillfully edited it and posted it on her social media, captioning it, "So tired, B." Although her post seemed to lament the exhaustion of shopping, it was, in fact, a subtle display of her accomplishments. Naturally, she ensured that Qin Yuru would be blocked from viewing this post to avoid any awkwardness. This method of flaunting her achievements might not be particularly sophisticated, but it was highly effective in Cece's social circle. Almost immediately after posting, a few superficial friends commented with expressions of envy, and Meng Meng, who was stuck in traffic, bombarded her with messages. Meng Meng, Cece, what's going on? Have you started shopping already? Meng Meng, did you catch a rich guy while waiting for me? Meng Meng, TSK, can this rich guy be shared? Oh, the reactions from her superficial friends satisfied Cece. However, the last message from Meng Meng made her involuntarily pout. Meng Meng, whose full name was Zhao Meng, was also a flight attendant for Eastern Airlines and a colleague of both Cece and Qin Yuru. She and Cece shared a similar disposition, quickly bonding over meals and shopping trips. Yet, like many superficial friendships, there was a mutual wariness between them. Any quality men must be kept hidden, never to be shared. Xiaoro, how long have you been dating Yang Ge? You're keeping this under wraps so well. After handling Zhao Meng's inquiries, Cece began to subtly probe for information about Yang Hao. If he and Qin Yuru had not been together for long, her chances of making a move would be significantly higher. In truth, for someone like Cece, it hardly mattered how long they had been together. She would still make an attempt. There were different strategies for short-term relationships versus long-term ones, and she considered herself somewhat of a professional in this realm. This question caught Qin Yuru off guard. She had just signed a lease agreement with Yang Hao, and many details were still being finalized. However, she quickly recalled the conversation Yang Hao had on the subway with her mother. She responded, "Not long, just a month." "I knew it. You can't tell it all." Cece thought to herself, feeling a surge of delight. A shorter relationship implied the emotional foundation was still unstable, making it easier for her to intrude. Yet, this time frame also posed a drawback. Typically, 1 month into a relationship would still be considered the honeymoon phase, making it challenging to truly separate the couple. Well, I must find an opportunity to test Yang Ge. Cece contemplated, casting her gaze towards Yang Hao, who had finally extricated himself from the saleswoman's clutches and was striding towards her. Technically, he was walking towards his girlfriend, Qin Yuru. but Cece assumed he was approaching her. She greeted him with a smile, asking, Yang Hao, what else do you want to buy? I'm quite familiar with Longxing Plaza. Let's just browse around. Just accompanying Xiao Rou. Yang Hao replied cheerfully, gesturing towards Qin Yuru. Xiao Rou is truly fortunate. Most men dislike shopping, yet Yang Hao is so patient, Cece complimented, skillfully flattering him. It must be said that she had a knack for making men feel good. And even though they knew she was flattering them, they did not feel repulsed. This might be what some women refer to as emotional value. In the past, Yang Hao was the one providing emotional value, catering to his wife, clients, and superiors to ensure their comfort. Today, however, he was experiencing it for himself, and the sensation was rather pleasant. He even began to understand why leaders, despite knowing that a particular subordinate was sycophantic, chose to retain them. This was because such individuals could provide sufficient emotional value to uplift their superior spirits. After all, what is life if not the pursuit of happiness? Noticing the lively conversation between Cece and Yang Hao, Qin Yuru instinctively furrowed her brow. She was well aware of Cece's intentions and initially believed she would remain unaffected, as Yang Hao was merely her rented boyfriend. His choice of company should not concern her. However, seeing him engage so warmly with Cece stirred a hint of jealousy within her. It was supposed to be her boyfriend, rented for 3,000 yuan, and shouldn't he maintained some distance with other women during work hours? Ding! A notification of a 20,000 yuan cashback reward had just been credited. Yang Hao was momentarily caught off guard when he heard the voice in his mind. So soon he was surprised to realize this was the cashback reward from his 10,000 yuan expenditure at the LV boutique. He had anticipated that he would have to spend a total of 66,000 yuan before receiving the cashback, so its premature arrival was quite delightful. Moreover, this reward was directly deposited into his bank account, sparing him any awkwardness while on the subway. Yang Hao, their SA Huawei experience store over there. How about we check it out? ISNT, their new foldable phone released recently? Cece suggested with a bright smile, pointing towards the store. Okay, Yang Hao had no objections. After all, the aim was to spend, and it mattered little where the spending occurred. Besides, his current phone was 3 years old, and with the rapid advancements in electronic products, it was indeed time for an upgrade. It was not the weekend, so the mall was relatively quiet, and there were few customers in the Huawei experience store. As soon as a customer walked in, a female sales associate greeted them with a bright smile. Hello, are you looking at phones? She asked, addressing Cece, who was leading the way with 2 LV shopping bags, clearly indicating her purchasing power. Yes. Do you have that new foldable phone in stock? Cece casually inquired as she entered the store. You mean the Mate XT, right? We have it in stock. Please follow me, the sales associate replied. However, she instinctively glanced at Yang Hao following behind Cece, and her expression suddenly froze in shock. Excuse me, are you sister and brother-in-law? The sales associate stammered, her demeanor a mix of panic and astonishment. Yang Hao was equally surprised to see the sales associate. She was none other than his former sister-in-law, precisely speaking, his ex-sister-in-law. At this moment, having lost contact with his ex-wife, Sun Jiajia, he unexpectedly encountered her younger sister. Sun Tingting here. Chapter 10. The brother-in-law's new girlfriend shocks the ex-sister-in-law Sun Tingting. Aged 22, had graduated from university last year and had interned at a foreign enterprise. But once her internship ended, she was dismissed. Over the following 6 months, she cycled through 3 jobs, and after enduring a series of harsh realities, she came to terms with the fact that finding a respectable job with a decent income was exceedingly difficult for someone with her mediocre undergraduate degree. 2 months prior, she had been introduced by a classmate to a Huawei-authorized experience store, where she became a sales associate. Although this position lacked prestige, it offered a satisfactory income. Top-performing sales associates could earn between 10 to 20,000 a month, comparable to that of an average white-collar worker. Brother-in-law, Yang Hao, are you married? Before Yang Hao could respond, Cece exclaimed, glancing between Yang Hao and Qin Yuru. She quickly deduced why Qin Yuru had been so discreet about her wealthy boyfriend. It turned out he was a married man. In Cece's view, whether someone was married or not mattered little, as long as they could fulfill her material desires. What difference did marriage make? However, being unmarried was certainly a bonus, as it avoided unnecessary complications. Engaging with a married man required caution, such as insisting on cash transactions to avoid the risk of a wife reclaiming transferred funds in the event of a fallout. She had witnessed such incidents within her social circle and was determined to avoid a similar fate. Qin Yuru, walking behind Yang Hao, was equally startled by Sun Tingting's exclamation. Her eyes widened as she shot a questioning glance at Yang Hao, mentally chastising. No wonder she can accept a salary of 3,000. He is a married man. Ugh, what a scoundrel. How can he behave this way with a wife at home? Qin Yuru resolved to terminate their previous agreement. As while pretending to be his girlfriend was acceptable if he were single, it was entirely inappropriate given his marital status. The two had a fabricated relationship that could easily be misconstrued, and being mistaken for a mistress was a dreadful predicament. As she pondered this, Yang Hao spoke up. Your sister and I are already divorced, so perhaps you should refrain from calling me brother-in-law. Also, please tell your sister that she need not avoid me any longer. We've turned the page on the past. Really? Is that how you truly feel? Sun Tingting gazed at Yang Hao in disbelief, aware of the actions her sister had taken against him. Even she considered her sister's behavior excessive. And she had recently observed Yang Hao frantically seeking her sister to settle scores, prompting their parents to temporarily vacate their family home. Thus, she harbored serious doubts about Yang Hao's intentions, suspecting it was merely a ruse to lure her sister out. Indeed, Yang Hao shrugged nonchalantly, then reached for Qin Yuru's arm. Look, I already have a girlfriend. How do you think she compares to your sister? Excuse me? A girlfriend? Sun Tingting instinctively shifted her gaze to Qin Yuru, who, upon entering the store, had caught her attention with her superior physique and beauty compared to ECC. However, ECC had carried 2 oversized LV shopping bags, suggesting a greater spending capacity, which had drawn Sun Tingting's focus towards her. Now hearing that this stunning beauty was indeed Yang Hao's current girlfriend, her composure faltered, eyes wide with incredulity. After listening to their conversation, both ECC and Qin Yuru pieced together the nature of their relationships. It turned out Yang Hao was merely the ex-brother-in-law of the sales associate, which meant he was indeed single, albeit with a history. For someone like ECC, who had no qualms about dating a married man, his past was inconsequential. As long as he was currently single, there were no concerns over marital asset transfers. Qin Yuru, who had initially planned to dissolve their agreement, reconsidered. She only required a faux boyfriend, rendering Yang Hao's marital history irrelevant as long as he was presently single. Hence, when Yang Hao introduced himself to Sun Tingting, she readily nodded in agreement. Hello, Qin Yuru. Hi, I'm Sun Tingting. She hesitated briefly before introducing herself, carefully scrutinizing Qin Yuru. The latter was tall and strikingly beautiful, resembling a rare six-sided beauty with no discernible flaws, likely surpassing even the actresses seen on television. Yet, how could such an exquisite woman be with her brother-in-law? It was perplexing. Sun Tingting was fairly acquainted with Yang Hao, having spent time at her sister's home during her university years in Jiangcheng, where Yang Hao had always treated her kindly, often taking her out for meals. Nonetheless, like her sister Sun Jejia, she was somewhat materialistic. Thus, despite Yang Hao's kindness, she inherently deemed him inadequate due to his average earning potential. She felt that if he could earn more and provide her sister with a better life, perhaps infidelity wouldn't have occurred. Ultimately, it boiled down to his lack of ambition. As they were familiar, she thought to ask for a discount. At that moment, Cece interjected, seeking to assert her presence while playfully tugging at Sun Tingting's arm. Darling, your sister has such high standards, rejecting even a man as remarkable as Yang Ge. She might not realize that men like Yang Ge are still in demand. I'm not entirely clear on her situation, Sun Tingting replied dismissively, then turned toward the checkout counter, waving to a female sales associate engrossed in her phone. Zhu, could you assist these customers? I need to use the restroom. Of course, Zhuing, unaware of the unfolding drama, cheerfully approached. Ladies, what can I help you with today? I am Yang Ge. I'm heading to the restroom. Sun Tingting nearly called him brother-in-law again, but after years of habit, she found it difficult to adjust her words. All right. Yang Hao nodded lightly, saying nothing further. Sun Tingting quickly exited the scene, but once she was a short distance away, she hurriedly took a photo of Yang Hao and Qin Yuru, sending it to her sister Sun Jejia. Chapter 11. Has my ex-husband found a new love? Sun Tingting sent several messages to her sister, stating that she had encountered her brother-in-law in the store and that he had a new girlfriend who was exceptionally beautiful. He also mentioned that their past was behind them and she no longer needed to avoid him. Meanwhile, in the Hilton Garden Hotel, Sun Jejia, wrapped in a bathrobe, was engaged in a heated argument with a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. You promised to marry me, yet you haven't even divorced yet. Lu Songlin, what do you mean by this? If you dare to play with my feelings, I will confront your wife. Sun Jejia's expression was fierce for this man. She had resorted to despicable means to divorce her husband. They had agreed to divorce together, yet this man had not fulfilled his part of the bargain. Lu Songlin removed his glasses and rubbed his temples, attempting to comfort her. Jejia, our situations are different. I have children, and the division of assets is a significant issue. If I want a quick resolution, I would have to leave with nothing. Is that what you want? He understood Sun Jejia's vulnerabilities. She was primarily attracted to his wealth, which explained her abrupt decision to divorce. Upon hearing Lu Songlin mention leaving with nothing, Sun Jejia's agitation visibly lessened. She could not accept the thought of him walking away empty-handed. At 40 years old, did she want to support him in rebuilding his life? It was absurd to think she would pursue a relationship with an older man merely to enjoy a life of luxury. Therefore, the matter required patience. She was already discreetly transferring assets, although it would take time. Noticing her mood had improved, Lu Songlin drew her into his embrace, continuing his sweet talk. Jejia, you've sacrificed so much for me, and I appreciate it. Rest assured, once I have moved my assets, I will promptly initiate the divorce proceedings. I have long ceased to have feelings for that woman at home. How long will this take? I cannot endure this clandestine arrangement any longer. Sun Jejia fixed her gaze on Lu Songlin, demanding an answer. Possibly 6 months at the longest, or 3 months at best. Lu Songlin nonchalantly replied, fully capable of handling Sun Jejia's inquiries. He had no intention of actually divorcing her. His previous commitment was merely a ruse. Presently, he was in the process of immigration paperwork, and within 6 months, he and his family would be relocating to Australia, leaving Sun Jejia unable to confront him. As he managed his immigration paperwork, he could continue to take advantage of this naive woman. Although her intelligence was questionable, her appearance and figure were commendable, making her a suitable companion for leisure activities. Suddenly, as Sun Jejia was about to urge Lu Songlin for a quicker resolution, her phone on a coffee table pinged with multiple new messages. Having changed her phone number and messaging app due to her underhanded divorce from Yang Hao, she rarely received messages from anyone. Thus, receiving so many notifications at once startled her. She hurriedly checked her phone, and upon reading the messages from her sister, she felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. This cannot be. How could he find such a beautiful girlfriend? Sun Jejia murmured to herself as she clicked on one of the images. The woman accompanying her ex-husband, Yang Hao, was tall, stylishly dressed, and possessed long, fair legs that were simply captivating. What is the matter? Lu Songlin inquired, intrigued as he leaned closer, his gaze fixated on the woman's legs. He instinctively swallowed hard and asked, who is she? Yang Hao's new girlfriend, Sun Jejia replied, still in shock that her ex-husband had found someone new. How is this possible? He has at most a few thousand left. How could he attract such a young and beautiful girlfriend? Perhaps she's just a friend. You should recognize Xiao Yang's friends. Take a closer look. Lu Songlin was eager to uncover the identity of the attractive woman beside his subordinate, Yang Hao. Indeed, Yang Hao was his subordinate. Lu Songlin was the general manager of the sales department at Xin Yuan Group, and he had met Sun Jejia at a wedding where both he and Yang Hao had brought their wives. What began as a simple social engagement quickly evolved into an affair between Lu Songlin and Sun Jejia. In truth, Lu Songlin had numerous affairs. He was the type to pursue any woman with even a hint of allure. The allure of a subordinate's wife added an irresistible thrill, and after meeting at the wedding, he attempted to engage with her. To his surprise, she responded enthusiastically, leading them to quickly develop a bond. Sun Jejia had time to address the property share with Yang Hao, and Lu Songlin facilitated this by arranging for Yang Hao to be on a business trip for a month. Otherwise, Sun Jejia would not have had the opportunity to manage the property in time. I don't know her. I've never seen this woman before, Sun Jejia said through clenched teeth. Although she had acquired funds through dubious means, the idea of her ex-husband moving on so swiftly tormented her, especially considering the new woman's superior qualities. This led Sun Jejia to suspect that Yang Hao had been unfaithful during their marriage. Otherwise, how could he have found a new partner so quickly? Yes, it must be so. That scoundrel. He was cheating on me all along. Brother Liu, do you think Yang Hao is already involved with this vixen? Sun Jejia questioned Liu Songlin, her anger boiling over. He travels frequently, so he certainly has the opportunity. That is hard to say. In sales, business trips often involve socializing. So it's possible he met someone, Liu Songlin analyzed, though he was consumed by jealousy. But how could a woman of such caliber be interested in someone like Xiaoyang? Sun Jejia continued to express her disbelief. He said, I didn't need to avoid him anymore, that the past was behind us. Brother Liu, do you think Yang Hao is just trying to deceive me? After glancing at the messages from her sister again, she sought Liu Songlin's opinion. That's difficult to ascertain. Liu Songlin stroked his chin, contemplating. It's possible that Xiaoyang orchestrated this. He might have hired someone to pretend to be his girlfriend, putting on a facade of indifference to lower your guard. Yes, it must be just that. Sun Jejia nodded vigorously, despite being the one to stray first. She found it intolerable that her ex-husband had moved on so swiftly. Though she recognized the double standards at play, she was not alone in her sentiments. Chapter 12. The gold digger takes action within the Huawei Experience Store. Zhuing was blissfully unaware of the relationship between Yang Hao and his friend Sun Tingting. As always, she enthusiastically introduced the highly popular Mate XT Extraordinary Master, the remarkable folding smartphone that impressively showcased its versatility. The device had garnered significant attention, leading to a steady stream of curious customers. However, most were merely browsing, as the steep price of over 20,000 made it inaccessible for the average consumer. To Zhu Ying's surprise, Yang Hao hastily purchased the high-end version with 16 gigabytes of RAM and 1 terabyte of storage before she could complete her pitch. Naturally, she was delighted by such a generous customer, and after Yang Hao settled the payment, she eagerly assisted in activating his new phone and transferring data from his old device. Brother Yang, your data is quite extensive. It may take around 10 minutes. Please wait in the lounge while I fetch you a cup of water, Zhu Ying cheerfully stated. However, Yang Hao, glancing at the two vehicles parked inside the Experience Store, interjected, no need. I'll go check out the cars. One was the Wenjia M7 and the other, the Wenjia M9, both equipped with the Harmony OS intelligent driving system and Huawei's ADS smart driving technology. These models were closely associated with Huawei, and many authorized Experience stores also offered Wenjia vehicles for sale. Men, in general, have an affinity for cars, and Yang Hao was no exception. Previously, he and his ex-wife Sun Jejia had owned a second-hand Audi A4L, a purchase made largely for appearances despite their budget constraints. While the vehicle was pre-owned, it still bore the prestigious four-ring emblem, satiating Sun Jejia's vanity to a degree. However, in recent years, the rapid development of electric vehicles had significantly impacted the sales of traditional fuel cars, diminishing the once unassailable status of luxury brands, especially within the 50,000 price range, where they no longer held a competitive edge. The Wenjia M9, priced between 4 to 500,000, was now a formidable challenger to these luxury brands, as this market segment had previously been their domain. Sir, please take a seat and experience the vehicle while I provide you with a thorough explanation, a bored saleswoman noted, having already taken notice of Yang Hao and his companions. The trio's presence was certainly eye-catching, particularly the striking appearances of Qin Yuru and He Sisi, whose captivating figures drew attention wherever they went. Furthermore, Yang Hao's impulsive purchase of the Huawei folding phone had already established a sense of significance around him in the store. Upon hearing the saleswoman's invitation, Yang Hao silently settled into the driver's seat. Just as he had observed in online videos, the interior of the Wenjia M9 exuded elegance, and the seats offered ample comfort. Sir, this display model is the Ultra Extended version, with an all-electric range of 233 kilometers and a comprehensive range of approximately 1,400 kilometers. The saleswoman, clad in a light gray professional skirt suit and black stockings, took her place in the passenger seat. While she could not quite compete with the beauty of Qin Yuru and He Sisi, she was certainly charming in her own right. As she sat down, Her skirt inadvertently crept upward, revealing her slender, stocking-clad legs, capturing Yang Hao's attention in the confined space of the vehicle. Yet, Yang Hao was far too focused on his mission to be distracted by her allure. After all, securing financial success was his foremost priority. "What is the price for this configuration?" he inquired, his fingers gliding over the steering wheel. "The price is $529,800. This is the nationwide standard. But if you decide to place an order here, I assure you that the maintenance services and gifts will be to your satisfaction." Before she could finish, Yang Hao decisively declared, "I'll take it." "Excuse me? Sir, are you indicating that you wish to purchase?" The saleswoman gazed at him in disbelief. While many customers had previously made blind reservations during the model's peak popularity, the current demand had stabilized, with competitors now entering the market. Thus, a customer willing to commit so readily was a rare occurrence. "Yes, full payment. Can I take the car today?" Yang Hao inquired, still toying with the steering wheel. "There are models available for immediate delivery. It should be possible. However, I must confirm with my supervisor." The saleswoman hesitated, not wanting to make any promises. "Go ahead and ask. If I can take the car today, then I will place the order." Yang Hao reclined in his seat, his mind swirling with reflections. In the past, a vehicle costing over $500,000 would have been a mere fantasy. Yet now, he could make such a purchase without a second thought. He could only marvel. What a transformation! Reaching the pinnacle of life can indeed happen in an instant. "Brother Yang, are you planning to buy a car?" The saleswoman stepped aside to make a call, and he seized the opportunity to slide into the passenger seat. Her long legs far surpassed those of the saleswoman, and as she settled in, she deliberately shifted her thigh closer to Yang Hao, presenting her fair skin tantalizingly within his line of sight. "I've heard this car is quite enjoyable to drive. I thought I might buy it for leisure," Yang Hao remarked, feeling empowered by his financial status. He found himself capable of effortlessly impressing someone like Cece, who embodied the essence of a gold digger. However, given the prior display of wealth with the LV bag and the folding phone, Cece perceived his words not as bravado, but rather as the everyday life of the affluent. Look at him. For the wealthy, purchasing a car is akin to acquiring a toy. She mused inwardly. Being a gold digger herself, she understood the allure of the Wenjia M9. Having heard discussions in her elite social circle warning against underestimating those who drove such vehicles. Despite its price of around $500,000, those who owned them likely had access to luxury cars worth millions. They were merely indulging in a new experience, having grown weary of traditional fuel vehicles. The sentiments expressed in her social group mirrored Yang Hao's current attitude, casually purchasing a lavish toy worth over $500,000. Indeed, how liberating it was to be wealthy. "I've also heard this car is exceptional to drive. Too bad I can't afford it." Cece feigned a wistful sigh, then playfully winked at Yang Hao, lowering her voice to ask, "Brother Yang, once you have the car, would you take me for a spin?" "Don't worry, I won T-Tel, Xiao Ra." Before Yang Hao could respond, she added, having initially intended to take her time with him, but plans change. This young brother is extravagantly wealthy, spending over $600,000 in a heartbeat. His financial capacity is indeed unfathomable. Thus, she resolved to act swiftly and secure his attention without delay. Chapter 13. The astonishment from the former sister-in-law Yang Hao was taken aback by Cece's brazen advances. Although he had long recognized her as a materialistic woman, it was surprising to witness her boldness firsthand. After all, she was ostensibly a friend of Qin Yuru, and he was currently in a relationship with her. This clearly demonstrated that a woman like her had no moral boundaries. As long as one possessed sufficient wealth, she would disregard all ethical considerations. Cece's reaction once again highlighted the allure of money to Yang Hao. Previously, he had only heard about such women, but today he was experiencing it personally. In the past, women of Cece's caliber were merely objects of admiration for him. Yet now she was eagerly seeking his attention. If Yang Hao wished, he could easily invite her to a hotel for a game of cards. "Brother Yang, the manager mentioned that you can pick up your car today," the female sales representative said, returning after a phone call. Noticing Cece in the passenger seat, she wisely chose to sit in the back. "Well then, let us place the order." Yang Hao proclaimed, gesturing extravagante. "Of course, Brother Yang, please follow me to the VIP room to finalize the contract." The sales representative beamed with joy, thrilled to have sold a Wanji M9 so effortlessly. Meanwhile, CC, seated in the front, sparkled with excitement, relishing the sight of a man indulging in lavish spending. Accompanying the sales representative to the VIP room, CC was naturally invited along as well. The sales representative first served coffee and snacks before presenting the contract for Yang Hao's review. These vehicle purchase agreements typically followed a fixed template, and Yang Hao simply requested the promised gifts be included before signing with ease and proceeding to the finance department for payment. Xiaoyu, Brother Yang must be at least at the vice president level, right? Spending over 600,000 so casually is quite extravagant. After Yang Hao left, CC began to extract information about him from Qin Yuru. Well, one could say that. Qin Yuru replied absent-mindedly. Her curiosity piqued about Yang Hao's true identity. She found it hard to believe his claim of being a sales manager. Someone in such a position would not possess such remarkable spending power. Thus, she suspected he had fabricated a title. Yet, the rationale behind such a deception eluded her. If he were indeed interested in her, why not reveal his true identity? Titles like vice president, director, or even president would surely be more appealing to women. However, Yang Hao chose to conceal his identity while signing a lease agreement for a meager salary of 3,000. Was it a wealthy man's peculiar sense of humor? Qin Yuru was perplexed by this, her thoughts muddled, and thus she had little inclination to respond to CC's inquiries. Xiaoyu, are you trying to hide Brother Yang? CC teased, linking her arm with Qin Yuru's. Don't worry, I would never compete for a man with a friend. We've known each other since our freshman year. Indeed, that's what the internet says. A boyfriend who can be taken away isn't worth keeping. Qin Yuru replied apathetically, a remark she had encountered while scrolling through Douyin. Exactly, that's the point. CC nodded in agreement, though internally she added, the internet also states that there's no wall that cannot be dug under. Only lazy mistresses. In the showroom, Sun Tingting, who had previously slipped away, returned upon realizing Yang Hao and the others were gone. Zhu, did the guests leave? Sun Tingting casually inquired as she approached Zhu. No, they went to the VIP room. Tingting, thank you for referring such premium clients to me. I'll treat you to spicy hot pot after work. Zhu responded cheerfully. They went to the VIP room? Sun Tingting's gaze instinctively drifted towards that direction, where clients of the Wanjia brand were entertained, indicating they were at least potential buyers. Brother Yang is incredibly wealthy. He didn't even blink before purchasing a Mate XT Extraordinary Master. Right? The data hasn't finished uploading yet. Zhu pointed to the two phones in front of her. What? Are you saying my brother-in-law bought a Mate XT Extraordinary Master? Sun Tingting exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Brother-in-law? Zhu was momentarily taken aback. Brother Yang is your brother-in-law? Ex-brother-in-law. He divorced my sister. Though Sun Tingting had a close relationship with Zhu, she refrained from discussing the divorce, as her sister's actions had been rather disgraceful. They divorced? Zhu was astonished. I remember you said your brother-in-law was a good man, treating your sister well. How did it come to this? Oh, I know. It must be that your brother-in-law became successful and found another woman. She speculated, disgusted. Ugh, what a scumbag. Zhu quickly conjured a melodramatic narrative typical of soap operas, where a woman supported a man through his struggles, only to be abandoned once he achieved success. Indeed, it must be so. Those two women are incredibly brazen. Did he really buy a Mate XT Extraordinary Master? Sun Tingting didn't pursue Zhu's train of thought, for she was more concerned about whether Yang Hao had genuinely purchased a phone worth over 20,000. Her sister had previously mentioned that after the divorce, her ex-brother-in-law had only a few thousand to his name. How could he afford such an expensive device? Perhaps he had secretly amassed a considerable fortune. Of course, the payment has been completed and I assisted in activating the phone. The data has been transferred, Zhu added. But had I known he was the type to abandon his wife, I wouldn't have been so cordial. Sun Tingting remained indifferent, instead sending a message to her sister. Sun Jejia, along with a photo of Yang Hao's new phone. She also sent several messages. Sis, he bought a Mate XT Extraordinary Master at our store. This phone costs over 20,000. He must have been secretly saving a substantial amount. Since he has saved money, I think you don't need to keep avoiding him. You both have your own plans. Meanwhile, Sun Jeja was engrossed in examining the pictures her sister had sent, zooming in on Qin Yuru's image, scrutinizing the woman. Although she found it hard to believe her ex-husband Yang Hao could attract such a high-quality girlfriend, it still left her feeling uneasy. Just then, her sister's message popped up again. Upon opening it, her already sour expression darkened further. Chapter 14. Who exactly is Yang's girlfriend and what happened? Noticing the sudden change in Sun Jeja's expression, Lu Songlin leaned in to inquire. Tingting mentioned he bought that popular foldable phone. Sun Jeja was enlarging a photo her sister had just sent. It's just over 20,000. If you like it, I can gift you one. Lu Songlin, the general manager of the sales department, casually patted Sun Jeja's shoulder. With a guaranteed annual salary exceeding $1 million, and sometimes reaching several million during peak performance, a 20,000 yuan phone was negligible for him. He should be short on cash. How could he afford such an expensive phone? Perhaps he charged it to a credit card. 20,000 isn't exorbitant. A phone costing over 20,000 hardly unsettled Lu Songlin's mindset as he instinctively slid his hand into Sun Jeja's collar. However, Sun Jeja was clearly in no mood for such advances. She twisted her body and protested. When we were married, he couldn't even bear to buy a 10,000 yuan phone. And now that we're divorced, he splurges on a phone worth over 20,000. Perhaps he was secretly saving money all along. How much does he earn in a month? You're his superior. You should know. Seeing Sun Jeja's lack of cooperation, Lu Songlin reluctantly withdrew his hand and pondered aloud. Xiao Yang holds the position of sales supervisor, earning about 1 to 200,000 annually. I will need to check the performance reports for specifics. He shouldn't have been hiding any secret funds. Most likely, he charged it to a credit card. Sun Jeja's mood slightly improved. After all, credit card debt is a fleeting thrill that eventually needs to be repaid. And the interest on credit cards isn't trivial. If one cannot repay the full amount, the debt only accumulates. Inside a Huawei authorized store, Zhuing whispered to Sun Tingting. By the way, your scoundrel ex-brother-in-law didn't just buy a foldable phone. He also purchased a Wanji M9, over 500,000 for the car. He just bought it without hesitation. Your ex-brother-in-law truly has money. What? He actually bought a Wanji M9? Sun Tingting, already in a state of shock, widened her already large eyes even further. A foldable phone priced at over 20,000 might be within reach for an average person with a credit card. But the Wanji M9 is an entirely different matter. A vehicle costing over 500,000 isn't something that can be easily managed with a few credit cards. First, the credit limit for an average person wouldn't be that high, and even if one cobbled together loans to buy a car, repaying those loans would still be a challenge. Although such cars may seem commonplace on platforms like Douyin, in reality, those who can afford a car worth over 500,000 are undoubtedly a rarity. Sun Tingting, having faced the harsh realities of life, understood the value of a Wanji M9, especially after working at the Huawei authorized store where she encountered several clients purchasing the Wanji M9. Those individuals, based on their attire and demeanor, clearly belonged to a higher social echelon. She even overheard the sales staff mention a well-known local entrepreneur. Isn't it just a contract signing? I heard Xinjie on the phone say the buyer was paying in full. Sun Tingting's curiosity about her ex-brother-in-law piqued. What exactly does he do? While his character is questionable, he certainly possesses wealth. He works in sales for a large company. I believe he is a sales manager. Sun Tingting wasn't entirely familiar with Yang Hao's work. She only recalled her sister mentioning it once, noting that his income was decent, around 1 to 200,000 annually. However, this salary does not align with purchasing a Wanji M9. If it were financed, he might just manage it, but paying in full seems implausible. After all, Yang Hao had just divorced her sister, and according to her sister, he barely had a few thousand in his pocket. Where would he acquire over 500,000 to buy a car? A sales manager? He must have landed a massive deal, perhaps one that made him an instant millionaire. Zhu Ying speculated, then added he likely knew he was about to receive a hefty commission, which is why he filed for divorce, ensuring the commission wouldn't be considered marital property. What a lowlife! Zhu Ying's imagination ran wild, concocting a narrative of a cunning scoundrel scheming to abandon his wife. I'm not privy to their affairs. Sun Tingting shook her head. although she disapproved of her sister's actions. She had no intention of defending Yang Hao. With her sister on one side and her ex-brother-in-law on the other, she knew where her loyalties lay. That's just how it is. Unless he won the lottery, Zhu Ying remarked, casually picking up the foldable phone after transferring data. A phone, a car, and within half an hour, over 550,000 spent. It's as if the money fell from the sky. Perhaps he truly won the lottery. Did he really pay in full for the Wanji M9? Sun Tingting still found it hard to believe, feeling the situation was too absurd. That is what I heard from Qian Jie on the phone. Ah, Qian Jie is coming out. Why not ask her? As the two conversed, Qian, the sales representative assisting Yang Hao, emerged from the VIP room. Having just finished a phone call that seemed trivial, she hurriedly exchanged a few words before preparing to return. Sun Tingting quickly approached her. Sister Qian, Zhu mentioned the gentleman just now paid in full for the Wanji M9. Is that true? Yes, all payments have been settled. Ma Qian nodded, then playfully teased. Zhu has quite the keen ears. It's only natural. Yang is also her client. By the way, has Yang's phone data finished transferring? Huh? He really did pay in full. Sun Tingting was taken aback, her mouth agape, as she momentarily forgot to respond to Ma Qian. What's so surprising? I tell you, the proportion of clients paying in full for the Wanji M9 is quite high. Finance purchases are actually rare. Ma Qian stated. Most clients purchasing the Wanji M9 are financially secure. Unless there are zero-interest financing promotions, most transactions are completed in cash. Has Yang's phone data finished transferring? Noticing Sun Tingting was momentarily speechless, Ma Qian inquired again. It has been completed. Coming back to her senses, Sun Tingting nodded vacantly. The thought that her ex-brother-in-law, who had been outsmarted by her sister, had purchased a Wanji M9 in full cash left her pondering whether he had truly won the lottery. Well then, I'll take these phones to Yang. Ma Qian approached the counter and retrieved Yang Hao's 2 phones from Zhu Ying. Sister Qian, who exactly is Yang's girlfriend? I'm so confused. Zhu Ying curiously asked, although Yang Hao claimed Qin Yuru was his girlfriend. The woman carrying 2 LV shopping bags appeared to be even closer to him. I'm not entirely sure either. Ma Qian was caught off guard by the question. Shaking her head, in a lowered voice, she remarked, the world of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension. Perhaps neither is his girlfriend. Of course, it's possible that both are. Chapter 15. The X is thriving. More painful than my demise, having spoken, Ma Qian strode back to the VIP room, her phone in hand. Meanwhile, Zhu Ying pondered the words she had left behind. Perhaps neither is true, or perhaps both are. Indeed, a scoundrel. After achieving success, he not only abandoned his faithful wife, but also indulged in such ostentation. One girlfriend was no longer sufficient. He sought 2 simultaneously, and those 2 beauties, with looks and figures comparable to celebrities. How could they be entangled with a man who had already been married? Was it merely his wealth that attracted them? Alas, the moral fabric of society is deteriorating. Zhu Ying silently lamented, then picked up her phone to use it as a mirror, regrettably. I lack their striking beauty and can only toil away selling phones. Sun Tingting once again sent a message to her sister, detailing how her former brother-in-law, Yang Hao, had purchased a Wanji M9 outright. Inside the hotel, Sun Judge's mood had just started to improve when her sister's message arrived, abruptly plunging her spirits into despair. This cannot be. It is utterly impossible. Sun Judge murmured, disbelief etched across her face. What now? Good fortune seems to be incessantly interrupted, and Lu Songlin grew somewhat impatient. Tingting mentioned that Yang Hao had bought a Wanji M9 outright. Sun Jejia immediately presented her phone to Lu Songlin. If I recall correctly, the Wanji M9 costs over 500,000, right? Indeed, the high-spec model exceeds 500,000. Lu Songlin glanced at the chat history between the sisters with disdain, remarking, however, this seems highly improbable. With Xiaoyang's income, he could not afford such a car. You might as well ask your sister where she heard this news. It's simply absurd. With her good fortune interrupted once more, Lu Songlin lost all interest, taking out a cigarette and moving to the window to smoke. Sun Jejia, however, immediately called her sister for a voice chat. If it were merely a folding phone worth 3,000, she could accept it. But if her ex-husband Yang Hao had indeed purchased a vehicle worth over 500,000 outright, She could not abide by it. It had only been a few days since their divorce. Where did he acquire such funds? Is it possible he has concealed or transferred marital assets? Ting Ting, are you certain he bought the car outright? Could it be a fake order he flaunted before you? Once connected, Sun Jiejia voiced her suspicions. Sister, that's not it. In fact, brother-in-law, Yang Hao didn't intentionally show off to me. The saleswoman Qian said he bought the car outright. He is currently waiting in the VIP room to pick it up. Sun Tingting's voice was relatively low, suggesting she had moved to a secluded corner. Paid in full and awaiting the vehicle? This is impossible. Where did he acquire such wealth? Receiving her sister's confirmation, Sun Jiejia felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She had believed she had taken all their assets. Yet Yang Hao had the means to buy a Winjiam 9 outright. This meant she had not managed to take everything, and he might even have concealed greater wealth. He dared to hide money, to play tricks on me. Sun Jiejia ground her teeth in frustration. There are always those online who jest that learning of an ex's prosperity is more painful than death itself. Yang Hao was not merely an ex. He was her ex-husband. One can only imagine the turmoil within Sun Jiejia at this moment. She had envisioned that he would struggle after their divorce, living in a rented room and subsisting on cheap takeout, while her current partner, Lu Songlin, would use his influence to cast him out of the company. In her mind, he could not possibly be better off than she was. When they next met, she would stand tall, and they would no longer belong to the same social strata. Yet, this script seemed to deviate from her expectations. It had barely been any time since their divorce. Yang Hao had purchased a Winjiam 9 worth over 500,000. It was inconceivable that they had been unable to afford such an expensive car during their relationship. From another perspective, if Yang Hao had been able to buy such an expensive car while they were together, she would not have divorced him. Sister, not only did Yang Hao buy a car worth over 500,000, but he is also accompanied by 2 beautiful women who seem to be his girlfriends. Sun Tingting's voice came through the phone again. What? 2 girlfriends? Are those women blind? Sun Jiejia couldn't help but curse. I don't know if they're his girlfriends, but their relationship looks quite intimate. Sister Qian mentioned she wasn't sure which one was his girlfriend. Perhaps both are, or perhaps neither. In any case, he seems quite different from before. Sister, you 2 are already divorced. How he is now is really none of your business. Just pretend you don't know. Sun Tingting's voice continued, though she refrained from adding that her sister had benefited from the divorce, considering her sister's temperament. None of my business? How could it not be? An over 500,000 car just like that. Who knows how much marital wealth he has concealed? I must get to the bottom of this. If he has indeed hidden marital assets, I must reclaim what is rightfully mine. Sun Jiejia yelled, her eyes reddening. She had sold her house and car, taking all their savings, which amounted to a mere 860,000. Yet, Yang Hao had casually spent over 500,000. How could she not feel envious? He's at your store, right? Sun Jiejia demanded furiously. Yes, in the VIP room. Sister, don't act impulsively. Even though he bought the car outright, we still don't know the details. It's best not to confront him recklessly. Sun Tingting was aware of her sister's unscrupulous actions. Although it seemed that her former brother-in-law Yang Hao was not short of money, she knew that if she were in Yang Hao's position, she would not easily forgive her sister. Thus, if her sister suddenly confronted him, a beating would be the least of her worries. After all, her sister had absconded with all his possessions. I am not a fool. I won't let him catch me. I merely wish to see if he truly bought the car. And what is the situation with those 2 women beside him? After ending the call, Sun Jiejia quickly donned her outerwear, wearing sunglasses and a mask to avoid detection. Chapter 16. The water of prosperity should not flow to outsiders. Are you going to find him? Lu Songlin extinguished his cigarette and furrowed his brow as he gazed at Sun Jiejia. I need to verify whether this is true. If it is, he must have hidden his assets, and I must reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Sun Jiejia declared through gritted teeth. Indeed, it is necessary to ascertain the source of his wealth. Lu Songlin nodded slightly. A phone costing over 20,000 was of no concern to him. But a Wanjiam 9 priced at over 500,000 was a different matter altogether. After all, that sum was substantial even for him. By the way, my dear, how is your effort to dismiss Yang Hao progressing? Lu Songlin had already promised to expel Yang Hao from the company, clearing the path for their relationship. as Yang Hao's presence was detrimental to their long-term development. I've already given the heads up. HR will soon approach him for a discussion, Sun Jejia replied. Lu Songlin found Yang Hao bothersome. As a leader, he understood Yang Hao well. If this subordinate discovered that Lu Songlin had taken his wife, he would not let it slide. The repercussions could range from a physical altercation to potentially dire consequences if Yang Hao lost his composure. Furthermore, since Yang Hao was not one of his confidants, removing him from the sales team would allow Lu Songlin to place his own people in the position, achieving a dual benefit. Feeling reassured by Lu Songlin as confirmation, Sun Jejia, fully equipped, left the hotel and headed straight to the Huawei authorized store at Longxing Plaza, where her sister, Sun Tingting, worked. On the way, feeling isolated, Sun Jejia called her best friend, Wang Ying, to briefly share the situation before arranging to meet at Starbucks. Half an hour later, Sun Jejia and Wang Ying settled into a corner of Starbucks. Coincidentally, this was the very spot where Yang Hao and Qin Yuru had sat not long ago. Jejia, please elaborate. How did Yang Hao become successful? How could he possibly afford such an expensive car? Is it a trap to deceive you? Wang Ying, a college roommate of Sun Jejia, had maintained a close relationship with her due to their shared values. Both were willing to resort to any means for financial gain. Wang Ying's views were even more extreme. While Sun Jejia had chosen to marry Yang Hao as he seemed to be a decent man, Wang Ying had always dreamt of marrying a wealthy man since their university days. Unfortunately, Wang Ying's circumstances were limited, although she possessed above-average looks and physique, making her attractive in the general populace. Her aspirations lay with the affluent. For wealthy individuals, beauty was not a rare commodity, and without a solid background or exceptional personal qualities, it was challenging for her to find success in her pursuits. Now, at 28, Wang Ying remained single, still dreaming of being swept off her feet by a domineering CEO. In fact, Sun Jejia's divorce could be partially attributed to Wang Ying's influence. Had she not bombarded Sun Jejia with motivational articles and occasionally belittled Yang Hao, Sun Jejia might not have swiftly entered a relationship with Lu Songlin. I'm not entirely sure, but Tingting mentioned that Yang Hao first bought a folding phone and then a Huanji M9 worth over 500,000. Now, he's in the VIP room of the Huawei store. Oh, and Tingting said he was accompanied by two beautiful women who seemed to be his girlfriends. Sun Jejia relayed the details she had gathered. Spending 55,000 in a heartbeat? He must have won the lottery. Wang Ying's face displayed incredulity. She was aware of her best friend's ex-husband's financial situation. Had he the means to spend 55,000 at once, she would have been the first to benefit. In Wang Ying's eyes, her own qualifications were not inferior to Sun Jejia's, and she believed it would not be difficult to steal a man from her friend. However, Yang Hao, an employee earning a mere 1 to 200,000 annually, was beneath her notice. Fresh out of university, Wang Ying had set her sights high, aiming for a husband with an annual income of at least 20 million. Over the years, not achieving this goal, and with age catching up to her, she had lowered her expectations to 1 million annually, or even 500,000 if the man had a good appearance and youthful demeanor. I suspect he is concealing his assets, so I need to confirm whether he truly purchased a car worth over 500,000. If he did, it would be best to uncover the source of his funds. Sun Jejia expressed her concerns. I understand. Allow me to investigate and coordinate with Tingting. Wang Ying readily volunteered, eager to discover whether Yang Hao had genuinely become prosperous. If he had, it would be a case of not letting good fortune slip away. There's no shame in pursuing a friend's ex. After all, such occurrences are not uncommon. Otherwise, why would we need to be wary of friends? All right, I'll wait for you here, Sun Jejia nodded, then retrieved a Bluetooth headset from her bag and handed it to Wang Ying. Wear this, and we can communicate in real time. Okay. Wang Ying donned the headset and left Starbucks to meet Sun Tingting. As she entered the Huawei store, she spotted Yang Hao emerging from the VIP room, flanked by 3 women. The leading woman, clad in a sleek black suit, was evidently a Huanjia salesperson, so Wang Ying's gaze drifted past her. However, upon catching sight of Qin Yuru and Hisisi behind her, she was momentarily taken aback. Such stunning beauties surrounding Yang Hao indicated that her friend's ex-husband had likely achieved considerable success. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Ying adjusted her hair and approached with a bright smile. Brother Hao, what a coincidence. Are you here to buy a phone as well? Yang Hao, recognizing Wang Ying, was momentarily surprised, but quickly regained his composure. He realized her presence was no mere coincidence. It must have been tipped off by his former sister-in-law, Sun Tingting. After all, in such a vast city, such encounters were hardly accidental, especially given the distance between Wang Ying's residence and Longxing Plaza. Just browsing, Yang Hao replied casually, engrossed in a new folding phone he had just acquired. Chapter 17, The Lawsuit. I must sue him. Wang Ying's phone, nestled in her pocket, maintained an open line with Sun Jiejia, allowing Sun to overhear the conversation between Wang Ying and Yang Hao within the confines of Starbucks. Upon hearing Wang Ying inquire about his girlfriend, Sun Jiejia instinctively straightened her posture. Her curiosity piqued regarding whether this ex-husband of hers had indeed entered a new relationship. On the other end, in response to Wang Ying's question, Yang Hao smiled and gestured towards Qin Yuru. This is my girlfriend, Qin Yuru. He directly identified Wang Ying as his ex-wife's close friend to provide Qin Yuru with context. Hello. Qin Yuru offered a slight nod, acknowledging Wang Ying. However, she felt somewhat bemused as she had hired a boyfriend with her own funds, yet found herself exerting more effort than anticipated. First managing Yang Hao's former sister-in-law, and now contending with his ex-wife's confidant, who was truly employing whom. Hello, Wang Ying replied politely, then teasingly remarked to Yang Hao, how good. Your new girlfriend is truly stunning. She deliberately emphasized the word new, glancing furtively at Qin Yuru's reaction. To her surprise, the beauty remained impassive, her expression betraying no sign of disturbance. Xiao Rou was the belle of the school, and she remains the most beautiful in our entire crew, he Cici interjected cheerfully. A woman as astute as her could not possibly overlook Wang Ying's intentions, especially since Yang Hao had just underscored Qin Yuru's identity. As Yang Hao's ex-wife's friend, it was imperative for her to uphold Yang Hao's dignity in front of Wang Ying. While speaking, she naturally linked her arm with Yang Hao's. Given how exceptional Yang Gu is, I simply cannot fathom why your friend divorced him. Unfortunately, I do not know your friend. Otherwise, I would certainly seek to join the queue. Cici's voice reached Sun Jiejia's ears through the earphones as she sipped her coffee, causing her to spew the beverage and erupt into a fit of coughing. Miss, are you all right? The balding uncle beside her had been observing Sun Jiejia for some time and hurriedly offered her a tissue in a bid to be helpful. Sun Jiejia cast a glance at the balding man, dismissing his gesture, silently berating him. You should check your reflection before attempting to flirt. She retrieved a tissue from her bag to wipe her mouth on the table, inwardly cursing. What a brazen woman. She treats the man I discarded as a treasure. Oblivious to the chaos her words had incited, Cici continued, I must also thank your friend on behalf of Xiao Rou. Yes, we should invite you all for a meal. Wretched woman. Sun Jiejia muttered angrily as she listened to the conversation through her earphones. Meanwhile, Wang Ying's lips twitched, feeling the heat of embarrassment as Cici's remarks were aimed at Sun Jiejia. Yet she was, at that moment, a representative of Sun Jiejia. After being subtly mocked, she could only feel her cheeks flush, unsure of how to retort. Seeing Wang Ying at a loss filled Yang Hao with delight. He understood this woman well. She was cut from the same cloth as his ex-wife. He recognized that Cici's jabs at Wang Ying were not far removed from those directed at Sun Jiejia, who said that gold diggers were of no use. In specific scenarios, they proved to be quite advantageous, such as this moment, where Cici's words rendered Wang Ying speechless while simultaneously avenging Yang Hao. Mr. Yang, the vehicle delivery ceremony is ready, Ma Qian, the sales associate, chimed in. All right, let's go. Yang Hao nodded, turning to Wang Ying with a smile. Xiao Ying, please convey to Jiejia that she need not avoid me any longer. The past is behind us. We shared a marriage. Let's wish each other well. He added, as you can see, I'm doing quite well now and have no intention of entangling myself with her again. With that, Yang Hao nonchalantly shrugged and proceeded to the vehicle with the three women by his side. Once they had distanced themselves, Wang Ying spoke into the phone with Sun Jiejia. Jiejia, did you hear everything? Yang Hao appears to have truly succeeded. His girlfriend, Qin Yuru, seems to be a beautiful flight attendant. Moreover, it seems that his friend, Cici, may have an interest in Yang Hao. Wang Ying recounted her observations. You should follow them to see if he's indeed picking up the car, Sun Jejia replied, still unwilling to accept the reality of her ex-husband's newfound wealth. If Yang Hao had possessed such financial means prior, why would they have divorced? Setting aside financial matters, her ex-husband stood at 183 centimeters with a decent appearance. In his youth, he had been quite handsome, which was why she had married him in the first place. Furthermore, Yang Hao had always maintained good health, particularly in terms of vitality, excelling in card games, something Liu Songlin, her current partner, could never compare to, as he typically finished in mere minutes devoid of any enjoyment. Thus, if Yang Hao could compensate for his previous financial shortcomings, he would be the perfect husband. Indeed, Wang Ying felt a surge of curiosity and hastily pursued the direction in which Yang Hao and the others had departed, soon arriving at the delivery hall of the car dealership. At that moment, the vehicle delivery ceremony was underway, with Yang Hao beaming beside a blue car, flanked by sales associate Ma Qianqian on his left and girlfriend Qin Yuru on his right. Several staff members enthusiastically echoed slogans, creating a vibrant atmosphere around the seemingly simple event. Witnessing this, Wang Ying quickly raised her phone to record a video for Sun Jejia, then added over the phone, Jejia, it's true he's buying a car. I have sent you the delivery ceremony video via WeChat. On the other end, Sun Jejia remained silent, opening the video she had just received. Although the clip lasted only 10 seconds, each second felt like a sharp dagger piercing her heart. Previously, she had doubted Yang Hao's ability to purchase a vehicle worth over 500,000, but now, with the video evidence, she could no longer deny it. If he had merely hired two beautiful women to accompany him, it could have been plausible, but involving so many people made that unlikely. Moreover, she recognized the saleswoman, Sun Tingting. Thus, the possibility of Yang Hao orchestrating a charade was virtually eliminated, meaning her ex-husband had genuinely prospered. Without hesitation, he had splurged on a vehicle exceeding 500,000. Logically, his wealth must far exceed that amount. After all, under normal circumstances, no one would invest all their money into a car purchase. He must have concealed his assets during their marriage. I will sue. I must sue him. I will reclaim what is rightfully mine. Sun Jejia gritted her teeth, silently screaming within herself. Chapter 18, Apologies, I cannot take this case ding. A cashback reward of 1.06 million has been credited. Note, rewards below 10,000 will be rounded. The lively car handover ceremony had just concluded when the voice of Father Gu echoed once again in Yang Hao's mind. Nice. The joy of acquiring a new car was already immense, but upon hearing that voice, Yang Hao's smile became even more radiant. Just hours ago, he was a man of little means. Yet now he not only possessed a wooling M9 worth over 500,000, but also had more than 1 million in his bank account. While 1 million may seem trivial in the online realm, the reality is that many individuals toil for a lifetime without saving such an amount. After years of hard work, Yang Hao's savings had only ever peaked at over 30,000. Thus, to an ordinary person, this sum is indeed a fortune. Observing her triumphant faux boyfriend, Qin Yuru felt a tangle of emotions. Initially, she intended to hire someone to placate her parents' incessant marriage pressure. To her astonishment, the man she hired for 3,000 was a millionaire. In such a short span, he had already spent over 600,000, leaving her bewildered. She pondered whether this was merely a wealthy man's eccentricity or if he genuinely harbored feelings for her, seeking to enter her life in such a manner before pursuing her further. Qin Yuru had encountered numerous suitors, each displaying various strategies. Yet she had never encountered someone like Yang Hao. Nevertheless, she remained uncertain of his true intentions. Thank you. When you need me to perform, I shall give my all, Yang Hao whispered as he leaned closer to her. It is stipulated in our agreement that our relationship is mutual. I am merely fulfilling my obligations, Qin Yuru replied coolly, while Yang Hao's display of wealth astonished her. Her experience as a flight attendant in business class had acquainted her with many affluent individuals who had expressed interest. In comparison, Yang Hao did not hold a significant advantage, save for his height and outward appearance. As someone taller herself, she had stringent requirements regarding height in a partner. 180 centimeters was the minimum standard. among the business-class suitors. Few reached that height, most being older, with a scarcity of those under 30 and a predominance of men in their 40s and 50s. At this moment, Qin Yuru harbored no particular affection for Yang Hao. She could only say she did not dislike him. Moreover, she held disdain for his Cici's obsequious behavior. Spending over 600,000 was hardly a reason to act so subserviently. Still, she reflected that his Cici had always been this way, ever since their university days. It was no surprise she acted thus, especially knowing Yang Hao was her boyfriend. Her character was not commendable, which was why they could never be true friends. The vehicle registration office was conveniently located near Longxing Square. Yang Hao opted to pay a little extra, and within an hour, all the procedures were complete. In establishments like the vehicle and housing registration offices, expediting service is feasible if one is willing to pay more. After all, human hands operate all systems. And where there are humans, there is room for maneuver, especially for something as trivial as cutting in line, which is not illegal. At Jiangyun Law Firm, in the reception area, Lin Yun received the visitors, Sun Jiejie and Wang Ying. As the closing time approached, Lin Yun had initially planned to go shopping with friends after recently concluding 2 cases, relishing her rare moment of leisure. Yet here came work. Are you implying that you discovered your ex-husband may have concealed assets only after the divorce? Lin Yun inquired seriously after listening to Sun Jiejie's account. Yes, he purchased a car worth over 500,000, and he paid in full. Can you ascertain that the car is registered in his name, or that he indeed paid for it? Lin Yun probed. I cannot confirm that the car is necessarily in his name, nor can I ascertain that he was the one who paid for it, Sun Jiejie replied, glancing at Wang Ying beside her. You must first clarify those 2 matters. Then, endeavor to gather evidence that can prove the concealment of assets, including bank statements, records of asset transfers, transaction receipts, and witness testimonies, Lin Yun instructed methodically. Having dealt with numerous divorce cases, including those involving hidden assets, she understood that the most challenging aspect was evidence collection. Once sufficient evidence was gathered, courts could indeed support a reallocation of assets. Lawyer Lin, although I currently lack adequate evidence, it is a fact that he has concealed assets. I heard you excel in divorce litigation. Could you represent me? Sun Jiejie, convinced that the funds for the Wuling M9 were undoubtedly from Yang Hao, insisted on pursuing the case to ensure she did not suffer losses. I can take the case, but I need to understand your situation in detail. Do you have the divorce agreement? Lin Yun, who had gained some recognition in her field, was selective in taking on cases, wanting to ensure she understood her clients thoroughly and not become an accomplice to wrongdoing. I did not bring the original divorce agreement, but I have a photo of it. Lawyer Lin, let us connect on WeChat, and I'll send it to you. The 2 exchanged WeChat contacts, and Sun Jiejie promptly sent the image of the divorce agreement. Lin Yun casually opened the image on her phone, her other hand poised to sip from her coffee cup, but upon seeing the male party's name on the divorce agreement, she froze. Yang Hao, such a familiar name. Isn't he the unfortunate soul who just went through a divorce? Lin Yun set her coffee down and scrutinized the divorce agreement that Sun Jiejie had sent. The document became increasingly recognizable. Lawyer Lin, is there an issue with this divorce agreement? I recall that a lawyer from your firm assisted in drafting it. Sun Jiejie, noticing Lin Yun's prolonged silence, could not help but inquire. The divorce agreement is fine. Lin Yun looked up, recalling the woman she had silently berated earlier that morning. Despite being a woman herself, she found it impossible to empathize with Sun Jiejie, who had deceived her husband into a divorce while leaving him with nothing. Now, she had the audacity to discuss the redistribution of assets. In the past, when faced with such cases, Lin Yun had always firmly sided with the female party, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to ensuring justice for her clients. However, this time, she secretly hoped that Mr. Yang had indeed concealed assets, as that would prevent him from suffering too severely. Since the divorce agreement is acceptable, then Lawyer Lin, I entrust my case to you. As long as you can help me reclaim my rightful share of the money, I am willing to pay a higher commission. Unaware that Yang Hao had already consulted Lin Yun, Sun Jiejie presumed she was merely deliberating on the fee and promptly offered to increase her commission. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun shook her head. I am sorry, but I cannot take this case. Chapter 19. The lean monkey drives a tank, why not? Sun Jejia gazed skeptically at the beautiful lawyer across from her. She had even promised to increase the commission, so there was no reason for the lawyer to decline. With an overwhelming caseload, Lin Yun gently shook her head, fully aware that she had no need to divulge her true reasons. Lawyer Lin, we can negotiate the commission. Sun Jejia had previously learned that Jianyun law firm excelled in divorce cases. Their head, Jiang Man, had even represented a celebrity in a divorce trial. The reputation of the lawyer before her, Lin Yun, was also commendable. Thus, she was eager to entrust her case to Jianyun law firm. It is not merely a matter of commission, Lin Yun replied, waving her hand lightly. Your case is rather complex, and gathering evidence is quite arduous. Regrettably, I simply lack the energy for it. Therefore, I must kindly suggest you seek another attorney. Having said this, Lin Yun stood up and gestured for her to leave, clearly indicating it was time to depart. Lawyer Lin. Sun Jejia furrowed her brow, wanting to say more. But her friend Wang Ying gently tugged at her arm and whispered, Jejia, let us go. Sensing her friend had something to discuss, Sun Jejia refrained from adding anything further, leaving with the words, please reconsider, Lawyer Lin, as she exited the meeting room with Wang Ying. Jejia, that Lin lawyer clearly does not wish to take on your case. Look at her. She hardly seems busy. Her makeup is immaculate, as if she's preparing for a date or shopping, Wang Ying asserted in the elevator. Why would she refuse when it's a lucrative opportunity? Is my case so difficult to win? Sun Jejia questioned, puzzled. Who knows what she's thinking? Wang Ying scoffed. There are countless lawyers in Jiangcheng. You need not hang your hopes on her alone. If she is unwilling to earn this money, others will gladly do so. Yes. Sun Jejia nodded in resignation. I just feel it's a pity. This law firm is quite adept at divorce cases, and if Lin Yun were to take it, our chances of success will be higher. Lawyers can be found gradually, but the immediate priority is to gather evidence. Didn't that Lin lawyer say that to win your case? The most crucial aspect is to collect evidence of Yang Hao's concealed assets. I believe we should start with his car. Isn't Ting working at a Huawei authorized store? Perhaps she could arrange a dinner with the sales representative from that car brand. Wang Ying's thoughts were remarkably clear as she took on the role of strategist. Absolutely. I'll call Ting right away. Sun Jejia felt her friend's reasoning was sound and promptly took out her phone to call her sister. Meanwhile, upstairs in the office, Lin Yun shut down her computer, preparing to go shopping with a friend. At that moment, Jiang Man burst into her office energetically. I heard you turned down a divorce case. What is going on? Have you given up on business altogether? Ignoring the sofa in the reception area, Jiang Man casually perched herself on Lin Yun's desk. Lin Yun was accustomed to her partner and friend's style, recalling how she had leaned against the conference table in a similar manner earlier that day. Can you guess who the client is? Lin Yun had initially intended to share this with Jiang Man, but her friend had been meeting with a client and had just returned. Do I know them? Jiang Man inquired, her curiosity piqued. To some extent, Lin Yun replied, while checking her vintage LV bag for any forgotten items. Uh-huh. Jiang Man pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Just tell me. I prefer not to play guessing games. The client is Mr. Yang's wife from this morning, the very woman for whom you assisted in drafting the divorce agreement. Lin Yun revealed without any pretense. What? What a coincidence. Jiang Man exclaimed, visibly surprised. She tossed her hair back and questioned, but wait, didn't they just finalize their divorce? Why would she come to you again? She suspects Mr. Yang concealed assets during the marriage and wishes to renegotiate the division of property, Lin Yun explained as she walked toward the door. You know, I have no desire to take on such unscrupulous cases. I even hope that Mr. Yang truly did hide assets. Please lock the office door for me, she added, striding briskly out of the office. However, Jiang Man's voice trailed after her. You can't possibly be interested in someone named Yang, can you? At the Pai Xia real estate agency, a brand new Wanjiam 9 glided to a halt. Yang Hao tested the car's automatic parking feature, and to his satisfaction, it maneuvered smoothly into the parking space. This function was particularly friendly for those who struggled with parking. Of course, as an experienced driver, Yang Hao did not truly require this feature. He was merely experimenting. Upon entering the agency, Yang Hao quickly spotted a familiar figure, a short, lean man with black-rimmed glasses, currently engaged in flirtation with a curvaceous female colleague, inviting her for drinks after work. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? The voluptuous colleague greeted warmly as she noticed Yang Hao. The bespectacled man instinctively turned his head, initially cursing the interruption of his flirtation. However, upon recognizing Yang Hao, a smile broke out on his face. "Brother Hao, what brings you here today?" This man, Wang Jichao, was Yang Hao's college roommate and had maintained a good relationship with him. After graduating, he ventured into real estate, and through years of hard work, he had become a manager of this Pai Xia real estate agency. "I need help finding a place, preferably one that's move-in ready," Yang Hao stated directly, cutting to the chase. "Renting? Who's moving in?" Wang Jichao exclaimed, his eyes widening in exaggerated surprise. "Brother Hao, you're not planning to hide a beauty away, are you?" Yang Hao had not disclosed his divorce to any friends or family, fearing the embarrassment and the worry it might cause his parents. Hence, Wang Jichao's reaction was entirely unexpected. "It's for me. Let's get down to business first. I'll explain later," Yang Hao replied, taking a seat in front of the property selection screen. "Sure thing, but you need to tell me your requirements. Are you living alone or with your wife?" Wang Jichao, not prying further, sat at his workstation and signaled the curvaceous colleague, who promptly went to fetch water. "Changing tastes?" Yang Hao teased as the colleague walked away. "Just experimenting?" Wang Jichao grinned lewdly and lowered his voice. "The girl just got divorced. She's easy to approach." "Well, best of luck to you," Yang Hao chuckled, giving a thumbs up. Wang Jichao had never married, but was never short of female company. However, considering his circumstances, the women he attracted were rather ordinary, such as the colleague who had just gone to fetch water. Her ample figure, described as high emotional intelligence, was merely a euphemism for being overweight, likely weighing over 140 pounds at a height of 5 feet 3 inches. In contrast, Wang Jichao stood at 5 feet 7 inches and weighed 120 pounds. And being with that female colleague inevitably evoked a sense of the lean monkey driving a tank. Chapter 20. The next one will be better. With an air of confidence, Wang Jichao smiled, having already made plans should his companion choose not to attend, though his appearance was rather ordinary. Over the years, he had amassed considerable experience in courting women, adept at understanding their emotional needs. "By the way, what kind of apartment are you looking to rent?" As a female colleague approached with a cup of water, Wang Jichao swiftly diverted the conversation. "Preferably one with a river view, ideally in Jiangzhou Garden," Yang Hao stated plainly. Upon hearing the name Jiangzhou Garden, both Wang Jichao and the female colleague paused, momentarily taken aback. Jiangzhou Garden was renowned in Jiangcheng as a prestigious luxury residence, with the smallest units starting at 180 square meters. In previous years, when property prices soared, none of the apartments in this complex were listed for less than 10 million. Thus, it was a veritable enclave for the affluent. During the journey, Yang Hao had already resolved that after years of hard work, and with the assistance of his wealthy father, it was time to indulge. He had checked the rental prices on an app, finding them ranging from around 30,000 to 40 or 50,000. Although the rent was steep, he could manage it comfortably. After years of toil, why not enjoy life a little? Moreover, with his father's financial backing, he felt no need to worry. "Is this a sign of newfound wealth for you, Hao Ge?" Wang Jichao asked, his expression one of astonishment. "Not quite, just made a bit of money," Yang Hao replied with a chuckle. "If I had truly struck it rich, I would buy an apartment in Jiangzhou Garden. Wouldn't you agree?" Wang Jichao nodded, curious yet restrained, as the presence of several employees made him cautious about probing too deeply. He redirected the conversation back to the apartment. "How good. There aren't many rental listings in Jiangzhou Garden. Wealthy individuals aren't particularly concerned about the rent. Let me see what I can find." Wang Jichao expertly navigated the listings and soon located an available rental in Jiangzhou Garden. "Take a look at this one," he said, opening the listing for a 35,000 monthly rental. The screen before Yang Hao displayed stunning images of the apartment. "This was listed last month, and the DCOR is exquisite. I even accompanied someone to view it. The landlord is quite accommodating." "All right, please contact the landlord," Yang Hao instructed. The apartment was a spacious 225 square meters, and from the images, it appeared to be in excellent condition with modern appliances. The value for the rent was undeniably high. "I'll call right away," Wang Jichao said, picking up the phone and quickly connecting with the number listed. A gentle voice on the other end indicated that the apartment could be viewed at any time. "Oh yeah, we can see the apartment right now. I'll contact some other landlords to see if there are additional options to view together." After calling 3 more landlords, only one was available for a viewing, but only after 8 p.m. "Let us check this one first. If it matches the photos closely, we'll take it," Yang Hao decided, viewing renting as a temporary arrangement while indulging in a luxury experience. "Great, let us head over," Wang Jichao replied, making another call to the landlord. As access to such high-end properties required the owner's prior notification to the property management. As they exited the real estate office, Wang Jichao instinctively reached for his car keys, intending to drive Yang Hao in his BYD Qin Plus. Just as he was about to start the engine, a brand-new Winja M9 flashed its lights nearby, and Yang Hao cheerfully opened the passenger door. "Get in. Wow, how go? It seems you're not just doing well. You've truly made it," Wang Jichao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he recognized the coveted Winja M9, a dream car for many men since its launch. Eagerly, he climbed inside, scrutinizing the interior before marveling at the central display. "How go? You haven't been taken under the wing of a wealthy woman, have you? You're the only one among us with such means. I just closed a significant deal, earning a hefty commission." Yang Hao had already devised a plausible explanation. Opportunities for windfalls existed in large corporations, making his excuse reasonable. "Impressive," Wang Jichao commended, yet a puzzled expression crossed his face. "But how go? Are you really renting just to hide a mistress? After all, you have your own place." Yang Hao took a moment to share the details of his recent divorce from Sun Jiejia. "Wow, one can never fully know a person. I can't believe Sun Jiejia is capable of such behavior." Wang Jichao's eyes widened in disbelief. Having a good rapport with Yang Hao, he was familiar with Sun Jiejia and had always found her to be pleasant, if not beautiful. "People have their own aspirations," Yang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "But it's probably for the best. Had I not divorced her, I might not have experienced this turnaround." "Indeed," Wang Jichao nodded, though he continued to express his disdain for Sun Jiejia's actions. "I can't believe how shameless she is. My values are shattered. But seeing her true colors is a blessing. You're only 30, and there's plenty of time to start new." "Indeed, the next one will be better." Wang Jichao offered words of comfort, winking playfully. "After we view the apartment, I'll take you to a newly discovered foot spa. Absolutely delightful." Yang Hao smiled, acknowledging that the worst was behind him, but he was determined to ensure that the pair responsible for his turmoil faced consequences. "Absolutely. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside," Wang Jichao asserted, his expression turning serious. "How go? If you need anything from your brother, just say the word. Of course, as long as it doesn't involve anything illegal." Yang Hao chuklet ligfli. "In a society governed by law, we shall resolve this through legal means." Chapter 21. Bargaining is impossible. Yang Hao certainly would not let his ex-wife, Sun Jiejia, off the hook so easily. However, he would not resort to any extreme measures. As he mentioned, we live in a society governed by the rule of law, and naturally, problems must be resolved legally and appropriately. Wang Jichao, who worked at a real estate agency, was merely a 10-minute drive from Jiangzhou Garden. The community had a separation of pedestrian and vehicle traffic. Yang Hao parked his car outside the premises. Since the landlord had already informed the property management, the two were allowed entry after registering at the gate. As a seasoned real estate agent, Wang Jichao was quite familiar with the interior of Jiangzhou Garden. He navigated effortlessly to Building 12, where the apartment was located. Just as they arrived at the unit's entrance, the originally closed door swung open from the inside. A charming woman dressed in a black long dress greeted Wang Jichao with a smile. "Xiao Wang, thank you for your hard work." "Not all. It's no trouble. Just doing my duty," Wang Jichao responded, his face adorned with a rather unremarkable smile, feeling a touch shy in the presence of the alluring woman. It was no wonder Wang Jichao displayed such infatuation on their way here. Yang Hao began to understand him. Recently, a phrase had been trending online. Old A8 is still A8. Yang Hao had always thought it was nonsensical, viewing it as a paradox. An old car is simply an old car. No matter how well it is maintained, it remains just that. Yet in this moment, he realized he had been rather superficial. The condition of a car indeed depends on its upkeep. If properly maintained, an old vehicle can still possess its own charm. Ms. Guan, this is Mr. Yang, who is interested in your apartment, Wang Jichao introduced. Hello, Yang Hao, she replied. Hello, Guan Sui. Please come in. She gestured with a welcoming hand while discreetly assessing Yang Hao, the man who might become her tenant. Is Mr. Yang living alone? Not at the moment. Yang Hao shook his head. I am currently living alone, but if I start dating, it may become two. Well, let us take a look at the apartment first. Guan Sui was somewhat surprised to hear that Yang Hao lived alone, considering the apartment was over 200 square meters. Living alone seemed a bit extravagant. However, she did catch a crucial piece of information. This prospective tenant was currently single, which was a positive aspect. Not that Guan Sui had any particular thoughts about Yang Hao. It was simply that single male tenants generally had fewer complications. As a luxury property, the apartments in Jiangzhou Garden featured a 2-elevator, 1-unit configuration, virtually eliminating any waiting time for the elevator. Guan Sui led Yang Hao and Wang Jichao to the 21st floor, which was exclusively for 1 unit. Upon exiting the elevator, they stepped into a private space of approximately 30 square meters. This area includes a concealed shoe cabinet, and you could place a sofa here. Guan Sui elaborated as she walked. When they reached the front door, the facial recognition-enabled code lock immediately recognized her features, and with a click, the door swung open. Yang Hao followed the elegant woman into the luxurious apartment, boasting a registered area of 225 square meters, with an additional over 40 square meters of bonus space, bringing the actual size to around 270 square meters. The interior design matched the online images, showcasing a new Chinese style with nearly brand-new furnishings. Showing no signs of prior occupancy. Ding! A voice echoed in his mind, announcing, target identified. Name, Guan Si. Age, 40. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Occupation, none. Current objective, rent out idle property. Reward for assistance, double rent rebate. As Yang Hao surveyed the apartment, the voice of the system reverberated in his mind once more. How impressive. Truly, the system is remarkable. He couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected opportunity to gain from renting a property. Mr. Yang, that's the general condition of the apartment. Annual rent, with 3 months deposit and payment, Guan Sui stated after the tour. Wang Jichao, let me be honest with you. This Mr. Yang is my friend. His character is absolutely trustworthy. Can we negotiate a slightly lower rent? Without waiting for Yang Hao to speak, Wang Jichao took the lead, eager to help his good friend save some money by revealing their relationship. In the past, such a tactic would have worked without issue, and Yang Hao would have been grateful. However, circumstances had changed. The system's reward was based on double the rent, meaning the higher the rent, the greater the reward. Bargaining? That's unnecessary. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Jichao's phone rang, likely a call from a client. He excused himself and stepped out to the balcony to answer. What amount does Mr. Yang have in mind? Guan Si inquired, her urgency to rent out the apartment evident, thus leaving room for negotiation. As an experienced salesperson, Guan Sui's question indicated significant leeway for bargaining. In the past, Yang Hao would have wielded his metaphorical sword to chop down the price fiercely. Yet, today's situation felt entirely different. Bargaining was simply out of the question. Just call me Xiao Yang, Ms. Guan. I hope to rely on your assistance in the future. Yang Hao responded cheerfully before asking, Ms. Guan, what is the maximum duration for renting this apartment? Guan Sui was momentarily taken aback by the question. What is the maximum duration? 3 years or 5 years? Yang Hao fenturetu inquire. Guan Sui pondered for a moment before replying, 3 years. All right, then I'll rent it for 3 years, and I'll pay the rent in one lump sum, Yang Hao declared with a flamboyant gesture. 3 years, paid up front? Guan Sui's mouth fell open in surprise. During her lengthy explanation of the apartment, she had salivated slightly, and now, as she suddenly opened her mouth, her lips appeared slightly sticky, which, combined with their crimson hue, caused Yang Hao to swallow discreetly. He could hardly imagine what it would feel like to be bitten by such an enticing mouth. Is there a problem? Yang Hao steadied his racing heart and countered. No problem. Seeing Yang Hao was not joking, Guan Sui quickly nodded. She then took out her phone, opened the calculator, and added, if you pay the 3-year rent up front. It would be 2 million. Based on a monthly rent of 35,000, the total rent for 3 years amounted to 26 million. Guan Sui generously deducted 60,000, which was quite generous. However, to her surprise, Yang Hao seemed unfazed, continuing, the monthly rent is 35,000 for 3 years, that's 36 months, totaling 26 million. Ms. Guan, please provide me with a bank account number, and I will transfer the amount to you immediately. Chapter 22. The bewildered, beautiful landlady Guan Si gazed at Yang Hao with a look of confusion, utterly taken aback. Could it be that my voice was too soft for him to hear? Xiaoyang, if you wish to pay for 3 years in a lump sum, just give me 2 million. She reiterated her earlier statement, raising her voice. Yet, Yang Hao seemed oblivious, presenting his phone to her and saying, Sister Guan, let us add each other on WeChat, and then you can send me your bank account number. Guan Sui was somewhat speechless. She looked at Yang Hao, who appeared intentionally to avoid her gaze while muttering, such exquisite decoration, only 35,000 a month. It's truly a bargain. Well, if you think it's cheap, that's good enough for me. Since it seemed she could earn a bit more, Guan Sui chose not to bring up the topic of negotiating further. She added Yang Hao as a WeChat friend and promptly sent him her bank account number. Yang Hao immediately proceeded with the transfer. Earlier that day, after escorting Qin Yuru and He Sisi home, he had visited the bank to obtain a platinum card and activate online banking services, making the transfer quite convenient. A notification chimed, and Guan Sui discovered that 26 million had been credited to her account. Once again, she was stunned, staring at Yang Hao in disbelief. Xiaoyang, we haven't even signed the contract yet? Sister Guan, you can't possibly run away. Even if you did, the house would still be here. As the saying goes, you can't escape the temple even if you flee the monk. Yang Hao srugit nonchalantly. His haste to pay the rent stemmed from a desire to prevent Guan Sui from insisting on further negotiations and to thwart Wang Jichao from returning to haggle again. He aimed to solidify the deal while Wang Jichao was on the phone. With the rent paid, the task was likely secured. Guan Sui hadn't anticipated that this first-time tenant would place such trust in her, and the feeling of being trusted sparked a modicum of fondness for the man. Xiaoyang, I live just downstairs. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. Is that so? Then I shall count on Sister Guan's guidance in the future. Yang Hao was pleasantly surprised to learn that his beautiful landlady resided directly beneath him. Even if nothing transpires between them, which man could resist having such a lovely neighbor? A chance encounter in the elevator would be delightful. Moreover, with them living so close, who knows what stories might unfold in the future? As they conversed, Wang Jichao returned to the living room after finishing his call and continued from where he left off. Sister Guan, you know that renting in Jiangzhou Garden is not easy. It's not that the house isn't good, but rather that it's too expensive. The annual rent could cover a down payment on a home. Wang Jichao built up to his point, clearly still intent on negotiating. However, before he could finish, Yang Hao interrupted. All right, Lao Wang. Sister Guan and I have already settled on a price. Just draw up a contract. Settled? Wang Jichao shot Yang Hao a perplexed glance. How much per month? 35,000. Yang Hao replied. Given the quality of the renovation, that price is already very reasonable. He patted Wang Jichao on the shoulder, urging him, hurry up with the contract. I still need to buy some daily necessities. But how good? Wang Jichao's brow furrowed in confusion. This was a negotiable situation. The lowest rent in the area was 30,000 a month. Although Guan Sui's apartment was exquisitely decorated, it was notoriously difficult to rent in Jiangzhou Garden. Haggling for a reduction of 1 or 2,000 was not out of the question. What do you mean, what not? Hurry up. Yang Hao adopted un impatient de mianor. Fine. Do as you wish. Wang Jichao mumbled in frustration, internally grumbling. Am I wrong for trying to save you money? It's true that with money comes a sense of arrogance. He retrieved the contract from his bag and requested their identification, filling in the essential details while asking, so, we're signing a 1-year contract with a deposit and 3 months rent, correct? 3 years, paid in one lump sum. Yang Hao responded. What? Wang Jichao, who had been diligently filling in the contract, was instantly taken aback. He instinctively looked up at Yang Hao. 3 years? Paid in full? Indeed. Yang Hao nodded, adding with a smirk, Lao Wang, have you been flying too much lately? How could your hearing have deteriorated? Get lost. Not at all. Wang Jichao vehemently denied it, casting a guilty glance at Guan Sui. When he first encountered her while viewing the apartment, she had become the object of his fantasies that very evening. There was no denying her captivating allure. Guan Sui, being more experienced, understood Yang Hao's teasing. She turned her head and giggled, revealing that she was not the type to be overly serious. Wang Jichao begrudgingly completed the contract, but when it came to specifying the rent, he repeatedly confirmed the total amount with Yang Hao. 26 million, paid in one lump sum. Earlier, Yang Hao had mentioned securing a substantial deal with a generous commission, but Wang Jichao never expected the commission to be this enormous. In the current downturn of housing prices, over $1 million could buy a 2-bedroom apartment outright in Jiangxing. Yet, his good friend had chosen to rent instead. It was utterly baffling, but he couldn't inquire further in front of Guan Sui. By the way, Xiaoyang, this apartment comes with 2 parking spaces. If you need them, I won't charge you for the rent, but you will have to cover the management fees. After Wang Jichao finalized the contract, Guan Sui added, Oh no, Sister Guan, I'll pay the rent as usual. Yang Hao immediately protested, feeling anxious. After all, one does not refuse a gracious offer. How else could he expect to receive reward from his father? Hearing Yang Hao's words, Wang Jichao nearly choked on his own frustration. Brother, we're not frivolous with our money. She's offering it for free. Furthermore, with 3 years' rent paid in a single installment, it was perfectly reasonable to include the use of the parking spaces. I also have a place with 2 parking spaces. I don't need that many. Just use them. Renting without haggling and paying 3 years' rent up front, such a straightforward tenant was a rare find. And Guan Sui wanted to express her sincerity. How go? Parking spaces in this area are quite pricey, and with the occupancy rate being low, there are plenty of idle spaces. Just trust Sister Guan. As a good friend, Wang Jichao naturally didn't want Yang Hao to waste money, so he offered his counsel and then directly added a clause for complimentary parking in the contract. Seeing that Wang Jichao had already made a decision, Yang Hao felt it unnecessary to insist on paying for the rent. Continuing to push for it would feel disingenuous. All right, it's not like the parking fees are exorbitant. Yang Hao reassured himself. Afterward, both parties signed a rental agreement, and the contract was established. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The rental reward of 52 million has been issued. Once the contract was signed, the familiar voice of his father chimed in. Yang Hao carefully stored the contract, then excitedly snapped his fingers, exclaiming, Nice! Chapter 23. The opportunity for a windfall has arrived. Over 2 million has been effortlessly acquired, and it is impossible for one not to feel exhilarated, especially since Yang Hao was a destitute individual mere hours ago. One can only say that the system has the power to transform lives. Previously, Yang Hao had only encountered such plots within the pages of novels, never anticipating that such fortune would befall him. Brother Hao, a client is waiting for me at the store. I must take my leave, Wang Jichao whispered after Yang Hao signed the contract. We'll have to postpone our footbath. I have no idea how late it will be. Go ahead with your work. It is of utmost importance. Yang Hao nodded in understanding, as he too planned to visit the supermarket for some daily necessities. After Wang Jichao departed, Guan Sui escorted Yang Hao to the property management office, where they recorded his facial recognition, fingerprints, and vehicle license plate information. Upon exiting the office, Guan Sui took the opportunity to show Yang Hao around the community. At the center, there lay an expansive crescent-shaped outdoor swimming pool, accompanied by 2 pavilions and a sizable children's castle not far from the shore. Li Dou Yang, all homeowners can utilize this outdoor pool. If you prefer not to swim outdoors, there is also an indoor pool at the homeowner's clubhouse, Guan Sui explained, pointing to the pool. In truth, the outdoor pool serves more as a scenic feature, as the number of residents who choose to swim here is relatively limited. Yang Hao nodded lightly, glancing at the voluptuous beauty of his landlady, and instinctively inquired, Sister Guan, do you enjoy swimming? I haven't swum in this outdoor pool, but I occasionally visit the indoor pool at the clubhouse, Guan Sui replied candidly. Next time you go, please take me along. It will also give me a chance to familiarize myself with the clubhouse, Yang Hao suggested, feigning nonchalance while his mind wandered to the tantalizing image of his attractive landlady in a swimsuit. Today, Guan Sui wore a loose black dress. Yet even this relaxed attire could not conceal her ample bosom, which was notably eye-catching. Yang Hao, being quite experienced, estimated that the size was undoubtedly a D cup. If she were to don a swimsuit, Yang Hao swallowed hard, eagerly envisioning the moment when this alluring woman would reveal her true form. All right, Guan Sui, unaware of Yang Hao's distracted thoughts, nodded and continued to introduce the community's other amenities. After a thorough tour, Yang Hao had gained a preliminary understanding of his new living environment. Sister Guan, are there any large supermarkets nearby? Yang Hao casually asked while ascending in the elevator. There are quite a few large supermarkets around. The nearest one is Yonghui, just a few hundred meters from the west gate of the community. Sam's Club and RT Mart are also not far, roughly a 10-minute drive, Guan Sui enthusiastically shared. Which supermarket do you frequent more often? Yang Hao inquired, as if engaging in casual conversation. I usually go to Sam's Club, especially if you and Xiao Wang won't be coming to view properties. Guan Sui replied honestly. So, you're heading to the supermarket soon? Yang Hao surmi said. Yes, I just need to change my clothes first, Guan Sui confirmed with a nod. Sister Guan, would you mind if I joined you? I also need to purchase some daily necessities, as there are many items I'm not yet familiar with. Yang Hao had an extensive shopping list, including bedding, toiletries, cookware, and all the essentials for daily living. Oh, that sounds good. Once I am ready, I will send you a message. Guan Sui hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted Yang Hao's invitation to team up. Upon returning upstairs, Yang Hao took a moment to thoroughly explore his new luxurious abode, then opened his phone's memo app to jot down his shopping list. Just as he completed his list, he received a message from Guan Sui indicating that she was waiting for him in the underground parking lot on level B1. Yang Hao promptly took the elevator to B1, and as the doors opened, he was greeted by a dazzling sight. Jiangzhong Garden truly lived up to its reputation as a luxury residence. Even the lobby leading to the underground parking lot was resplendently adorned and spacious. In one corner of the lobby, 2 sofas were provided for residents to relax, accompanied by several well-trimmed potted plants that imbued the space with a sense of vibrancy. At that moment, Guan Sui was seated on one of the sofas, dressed in a pair of khaki casual attire that emphasized comfort while cleverly concealing her alluring figure. Clearly, Guan Sui belonged to the more conservative faction, standing in stark contrast to those women who flaunted their assets. Exiting the lobby led directly to the underground parking lot of Jiangzhong Garden. Given the community's low occupancy rate, the parking lot was also underutilized, yet the vehicles parked here were predominantly luxury cars, where BBA brands were merely the baseline. Yang Hao cast a glance at the distant sleek sports cars, spotting 4 or 5 impressive models, including 2 Porsche 911s and a Ferrari, while he was unfamiliar with the rest. Little Yang, you can use these 2 parking spaces. Guan Sui's voice broke his reverie as she pointed in that direction. The proximity of the parking spaces to the lobby entrance would indeed make it convenient for him to carry items home. Thank you, Sister Guan. Yang Hao smiled and nodded. At that moment, the taillights of a red Porsche Cayenne illuminated briefly from a vehicle behind him. Let's take my car today, Guan Sui said as she opened the driver's side door. All right, Yang Hao replied, settling into the passenger seat. Although this Porsche Cayenne was not the latest model and lacked the advanced large screen in the interior, many car enthusiasts, including Yang Hao, found the older models to possess a certain charm, much like Guan Sui herself, who exuded an elegant aura cultivated over the years. As Guan Sui expertly fastened her seatbelt, the strap accentuated the alluring curves concealed beneath her loose attire. Yang Hao could not help but glance sideways, internally marveling. They say Audi is known for its headlights. And indeed, the old A8's lights are extraordinary. The Porsche Cayenne glided smoothly out of the parking garage, seamlessly merging into the evening rush hour traffic, revealing Guan Sui's impressive driving skills. However, as they waited at a red light, Guan Sui suddenly furrowed her brow. Yang Hao followed her gaze to a shop displaying for rent signs on both the door and window, noticing that part of the phone number affixed to the glass had peeled away. Are you in a hurry, Little Yang? Guan Sui unexpectedly asked, turning her head. I'm not in a rush. Yang Hao gently shook his head. Then please wait for me a moment. As the light turned green, Guan Sui maneuvered the car into a parking space in front of the vacant shop, retrieving a set of keys from the glove compartment before exiting the vehicle. It dawned on Yang Hao that this shop belonged to Guan Sui, and her earlier frown was likely due to the missing phone number, which would hinder its promotional effectiveness. He recalled Guan Sui's earlier statement, "I have idle properties for rent." He had initially believed that the only property she intended to rent out was the spacious flat he had just leased. However, it appeared that this landlady had more than one property available for rent. Thus, the opportunity for a windfall had once again presented itself. Chapter 24. The Sky Has Fallen. My ex-husband has truly thrived. Guan Sui bent down to pick up a piece of white paper inscribed with her phone number. She had earlier affixed it to the glass with solid glue, but it had evidently loosened over time due to insufficient adhesive. As she contemplated a trip to the nearby supermarket to procure some tape for reattaching her number, she noticed Yang Hao entering the shop. "Sister Guan, is this store yours?" Yang Hao inquired, glancing around the premises. "Yes," Guan Sui nodded. "Xiaoyang, please wait for me a moment. I'll go buy some tape." "No need to buy tape." Yang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "Huh? You have tape?" Guan Sui looked at him quizzically, noticing that he was only holding a mobile phone, and his pockets appeared devoid of any tape. "How much is the rent for this shop?" Yang Hao got straight to the point. "800,000, Guan Sui instinctively replied. Then asked in surprise, "Xiaoyang, are you thinking of renting it?" "Yes, I want to rent it for 3 years." Yang Hao's account had just enough to cover 3 years' rent. Otherwise, he would have preferred a longer lease, as opportunities like this were rare. 3 years? Guan Sui's mouth fell open in astonishment. The current state of the physical economy was increasingly challenging, and shops were not easy to rent out. Even though her shop was in a decent location, it had remained vacant for 2 months without a tenant. Moreover, there were 3 or 4 other shops on the same street available for rent, leading her to brace herself for a prolonged vacancy. Yet here was Yang Hao, suddenly expressing interest in a 3-year lease. She was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected good fortune. "I have been actively searching for shops, and this location perfectly meets my requirements." Yang Hao shrugged with a smile. "It seems this place was previously a CAF. I plan to open a CAF as well, with a few minor renovations. I can commence operations and save on renovation costs." His subsequent remarks were clearly fabrications, concocted merely to justify his rental decision. "I see," Guan Sui said, her expression shifting to one of realization. After a moment's thought, she continued, "Xiaoyang, how about I give you a discount? The quoted price is 800,000 a year, but I can offer it to you for 750,000. Don't. Please don't." Yang Hao quickly waved his hands to reject her goodwill. "Sister Guan, this shop aligns perfectly with my desires. The price should remain as is. I actually prefer the figure of 800,000. He stated that the total rent for 3 years would amount to 2.4 million and promptly began transferring the funds to her previous bank account. Before Guan Sui could even grasp the situation, the 3-year rent had been transferred smoothly. "Xiaoyang." She stared at the notification on her phone, momentarily at a loss for words. "We can finalize the contract tomorrow," Yang Hao declared. "Now, can we head to the supermarket?" In a buoyant mood after an unexpected windfall, Yang Hao was on the verge of becoming a millionaire. "Yes, let us go to the supermarket now." With his enthusiasm infectious, Guan Sui felt no need to be coy. After all, renting out the shop was a boon for her livelihood. "Oh, here's the key to the shop." After locking the door, Guan Sui handed the keys to Yang Hao. "Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed. Rental reward of 4.8 million has been credited." As Yang Hao received the keys to the shop, he heard the familiar voice in his mind once more. "Impressive. Truly magnificent." He silently cheered, unable to suppress an exhilarating fist pump. Fortunately, Guan Sui was already turning towards her car, or she might have thought him a bit unhinged. At the Muma Western restaurant, on the 2nd floor, sisters Sun Jejia and Sun Tingting were seated across from each other. However, they were not alone. Ma Qian, the sales representative who sold Yang Hao the Wanjia M9, had also been invited by Sun Tingting. She was eager to meet a potential client, and her spirits were high after a successful sale earlier that day. "Qian, I heard someone bought a Wanjia M9 from you today, and I wanted to learn more about the car, Son Jia began after some polite exchanges. Sister Jia, you have a keen eye. Wealthy individuals are no longer choosing BBA. They all want the M9. This model is selling exceptionally well, with 16,000 units sold nationwide last month. Mind you, this is a car in the 500,000 range. Ma Qian launched into an enthusiastic presentation about her expertise. Son Jia listened intently without interruption until Ma Qian finished, then inquired, "Is there a difference between the prices for loans and outright purchases?" Loans tend to offer slightly better deals, but most customers purchasing the Wanjia M9 opt for full payment. Ma Qian replied cheerfully, "I see. Was the car you sold today a full payment purchase too?" Son Jia asked nonchalantly. "Yes. Brother Yang is extremely generous. He first bought the hottest folding phone from Tingting and then immediately purchased the M9, spending over 500,000 in just half an hour. And let me tell you, that is not even the best part. He apparently has 2 girlfriends, each more stunning than the last." Ma Qian gushed about the extravagant Yang Hao. However, Son Jia's brow furrowed deeper upon hearing this. "Is the car registered in his name?" "Of course. A car worth over 500,000 is not something you easily give away," Ma Qian instinctively responded, but she quickly realized that this query encroached upon the owner's privacy, and normal gossip wouldn't delve into such matters. As an experienced salesperson, she heightened her vigilance, taking a sip of her coffee while discreetly observing Son Jia's expression, which soon led her to sense something amiss. "Qian, may I see the purchase contract you signed?" Son Jia was intent on gathering evidence of Yang Hao's substantial wealth, knowing that simply knowing the car was in his name was insufficient without concrete proof. The purchase contract would serve as one piece of evidence. "Sister Jia, I can't do that. That's the client's private information," Ma Qian firmly refused. "Qian, I'll be frank with you. Yang Hao is my ex-husband, and we divorced less than a month ago. Suddenly, he seems to have become affluent, and I suspect he concealed marital assets. I'm in the process of gathering evidence." As she spoke, Son Jia placed a substantial red envelope on the table, pushing it toward Ma Qian. "Qian, you're a woman too. Please help me." Ma Qian glanced at the thick envelope on the table, estimating it to be around 5,000. For someone in her position, that was no small sum. After a brief silence, she pressed her phone down on the red envelope resting on the table and softly said, "Sister Jia, since you have a fondness for the M9, why not come to the showroom tomorrow at noon to take a look at the car? The contract we signed today should still be with the manager, and she's likely out for lunch by noon." Chapter 25. Good girls shouldn't be wasted. Bad girls shouldn't be missed after completing his shopping. Yang Hao returned to the luxurious apartment he had just rented. His attractive landlady, Guan Sui, showed considerable care for him, assisting in carrying the purchased items upstairs and tidying up a bit. However, it was evident that she was not accustomed to household chores, as her movements were rather clumsy. Yet, Yang Hao could sense her genuine desire to help, likely due to the fact that he had rented both of her vacant properties in one go. Once Guan Sui departed, Yang Hao quickly made his bed and settled into a rattan chair on the balcony with a bottle of beer, savoring the breathtaking riverside night view before him. Just that morning, he had been at the nadir of his life, but by evening, he had accomplished a remarkable turnaround. Residing in such a splendid riverside flat, it was indeed a striking rebound. As he sat there, the image of the beautiful lawyer flashed through his mind. Although she had merely offered him words of comfort, they had resonated deeply. He felt compelled to express his gratitude to Lawyer Lin someday. Lost in his thoughts, Yang Hao's phone suddenly rang. He instinctively frowned upon seeing the call was from the Human Resources Department of his company. It was already 8 o'clock, and they were still working overtime. What a ridiculous situation, he silently criticized as he pressed the answer button. "Hello, this is the Human Resources Department of Xin Yuan Group. Is this Sales Supervisor Yang Hao?" A relatively polite female voice inquired from the other end. "Yes, this is I. Supervisor Yang, please come to the office tomorrow." "What for?" "I'm on annual leave." Yang had taken a half-month leave to search for his ex-wife, Son Jia, and still had a week remaining. "I'm just responsible for relaying the message. I'm not privy to the details." "All right, understood." From her tone, it was clear she was simply passing along information as instructed, so Yang Hao didn't press further before ending the call. However, Just as he hung up, several notifications from WeChat popped up. During his phone call, he had been removed from several workgroup chats. Were they planning to optimize me out? Yang Hao furrowed his brow instinctively. First, the HR invitation, and now being booted from the workgroups. This sequence of events had been experienced by two of his former colleagues who had a good relationship with him, and now it seemed to have befallen him as well. Yet, there was no justification for the company to optimize him out. Yang Hao worked diligently, and his sales performance was among the best in the department. Even if the company had plans for layoffs, he was not a target. Who has ever seen a company dismiss its top salesperson? Ridiculous. What foolish leadership. Yang Hao cursed under his breath and set his phone down, unaware that the orchestrator behind this was Lu Songlin, the general manager of the sales department. Nevertheless, being a man with a wealthy benefactor, he did not take the prospect of being optimized to heart. With $5 million in his bank account and having rented a spacious 200-square-meter shop, Yang Hao had already been contemplating resigning. The company had essentially made the decision for him. However, there was a significant difference between resigning voluntarily and being dismissed involuntarily, especially since Yang Hao was an exemplary employee with outstanding sales records. Having always worked diligently, it was only natural for him to feel a sense of injustice over being suddenly terminated. While Yang Hao simmered with indignation, another WeChat notification chimed. A user named Ace messaged him, "Brother Yang, do you want to go see a play? My friend bought 2 tickets, but she flaked on me at the last minute. Sad." JPG. Yang Hao scrolled through his chat history with Ace, realizing they had only become friends that afternoon. After adding each other, the other party had sent a cute cat emoji, and there had been no further communication. As someone in sales, Yang Hao had many WeChat friends, so he initially did not recognize the name. Upon realizing that Ace was his CC, a friend of Qin Yuruo, he felt a tinge of disdain. She was clearly a gold digger, aware of his relationship with Qin Yuruo, yet still had the audacity to approach him. After enduring a tumultuous marriage with Sun Jiejia, he had developed a disdainful attitude towards women like Sun Jiejia and his CC. Thus, he had no desire to engage with her. Just as he was about to ignore her, his CC sent another message. "Brother Yang, I want to tell Xiao Ro. This will be our little secret." Wink. JPG. Money truly holds power. Yang Hao felt the weight of wealth once more. To be fair, while his CC was indeed materialistic and her worldview was skewed, she possessed an alluring figure and stunning looks, making her a head-turner in any crowd. Women of her caliber would not have approached him in the past. Yet now she was practically throwing herself at him, just shy of saying, "Brother Yang, come sleep with me." Before his divorce, Yang Hao had maintained strong principles. Even when visiting venues related to his work, he would merely indulge in drinks and never crossed any lines with the entertainers. However, circumstances had changed. He was now single and had been abandoned by Sun Jiejia, which left a smoldering fire within him. Thus, with the arrival of his benefactor, he had resolved to no longer be the lovesick fool. He aimed to embrace the role of a carefree libertine, a responsible older brother, and ensure that his younger brother was well cared for. It had been a while since his younger brother had enjoyed himself. Moreover, as a certain internet celebrity famously said, "Good girls shouldn't be wasted, bad girls shouldn't be missed." Consequently, instead of ignoring the gold digger, his CC, Yang Hao replied, "I just moved in and have a lot to tidy up." "Ace, Brother Yang, let me come help you." His CC responded instantly. Yang Hao smiled slightly, typing back, "Isn't that too much trouble?" "Ace, not at all. I have nothing else to do." "Ache, Brother Yang, please send me your address." Yang Hao, "Then I'll owe you one." "Ace, you're too polite, Brother Yang. I checked the route. It'll take about 40 minutes. However, I can't get into your complex, so you'll need to notify the property management." Yang Hao, "Okay." Finishing the conversation with his CC, he glanced at the mountain of items still piled in his living room. He could hardly suppress a smile. Having just moved in, there was so much to buy, and he and T wanted to burden Guan Su E any further. His initial plan was to tidy up at his own pace after a nap, but now, a helping hand had come knocking at his door. She had volunteered to assist, not that he had forced her into it. In a delightful mood, Yang Hao took a swig from his beer, draining half the bottle. Meanwhile, in her rental room, his CC excitedly opened her wardrobe, pulling out 3 dresses, trying them on while asking her plastic friend Zhao Ming, Ming Ming. Which dress do you think looks best on me? CC, you seem quite invested this time. Could it be that this time she has truly caught a wealthy man? Dressed in her pajamas, Zhao Ming leaned casually against the sofa, engrossed in her phone as she inquired. He resides in Jiangzhou Garden. Wouldn't you say he must be affluent? As a seasoned gold digger, CC knew the luxurious residences of Jiang City like the back of her hand, and Jiangzhou Garden was indeed among the most prestigious. She had previously encountered a man from Jiangzhou Garden on a flight, but alas, he was far too old, over 50 and rather short, making him quite unappetizing. However, Yang Hao was different. He was youthful and quite handsome. In the realm of the wealthy, someone with his external attributes was indeed a rare find. Upon hearing that the man CC was to meet resided in such opulence, Zhao Ming immediately set aside her phone, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she gazed at her friend. Oh, really? He has invited you over? So, it seems you'll be home alone tonight. CC shrugged with an air of satisfaction, then urged, quickly tell me, which dress looks better? The blue one, Zhao Ming suggested, choosing the most unappealing option in her view. They were close friends living under the same roof. Suddenly, CC had snagged a wealthy man from Jiangzhou Garden. How was she to cope with that? Men often fear their brothers living in hardship, yet they also dread those who drive luxury vehicles. The jealousy among women is even more pronounced. Earlier that afternoon, Zhao Ming had been stood up by CC, who had claimed to have landed a big fish. Such occurrences were common between them, as their mutual goal was to catch a golden husband. Thus, when one had pressing matters, the other would not complain about being stood up. Nevertheless, regardless of who reaped the rewards in this pursuit, the other would inevitably feel a pang of envy, perhaps even consider undermining their friend. Despite their close friendship, they guarded their respective fishing grounds fiercely, only sharing the less valuable catches. The truly significant ones remained undisclosed, destined to languish in their own ponds. With this in mind, CC had not revealed any details about Yang Hao. When Zhao Ming offered her opinion, CC promptly dismissed the blue dress. They knew each other too well. Instead, she selected a striking red dress that was undeniably eye-catching. It was already 8 in the evening, and by the time she reached Jiangzhou Garden, it would be nearly 9. It was time to make a grand entrance. How old is he? I hope he isn't another over 50-year-old? Zhao Ming quipped, her lips curling in a slight grimace. If the man CC was to meet turned out to be another short, elderly man, she would feel somewhat consoled since such men were only approached out of sheer financial desperation. He should be around 30, perhaps even younger, CC pondered, aware that Yang Hao appeared a bit haggard today, likely in his 30s. Yet, knowing her friend's mentality, she intentionally downplayed Yang Hao's age. Under 30 and living in Jiangzhou Garden, Zhao Ming gasped, her jealousy bubbling to the surface. Young and wealthy. Wasn't he that precisely the type of man she had always sought? If given the choice, who would prefer an older gentleman? Youth brought vitality and vigor, while older men, regardless of how well-maintained they appeared, could never rival the physical condition of younger counterparts. 30 was a golden age for men. They were no longer as naive as those in their 20s, yet their physical conditions surpassed those in their 40s. And how tall is he? Is he taller than you? Zhao Ming pressed, seeking some solace in the matter of height. Standing at 172 centimeters, CC knew that many men fell short of her stature. Even those of similar height would be overshadowed by her in heels. Many suitors who had pursued CC were often shorter than her or of comparable height, and Zhao Ming had not hesitated to mock their stature during her strategizing sessions. Above 180 centimeters, he's likely around 182 or 183 centimeters, CC estimated accurately due to her own height. After hearing this, Zhao Ming's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A 30-year-old, over 180 centimeters tall, residing in Jiangzhou Garden. Wasn't he that her ideal type? No wonder CC seemed so elated today. She had indeed caught a big fish. What does he look like? Zhao Ming hesitated to continue the conversation, recognizing that a man meeting the criteria of youth, wealth, and height was a rare find. Yet, she couldn't help but ask, perhaps out of concern that he might have some unsightly flaw. He's rather handsome, quite manly, CC replied with delight. leaving Zhao Ming's heart to sink further. Who understands this? My dear friend has snagged a tall, rich, and handsome man. Zhao Ming forced a smile, appearing to congratulate her friend, but secretly plotting how to find an opportunity to undermine her. She believed her own qualities were not inferior to He Cici's. And knowing men often acted thoughtlessly, Zhao Ming felt confident that given a chance, she could win him over. Perhaps there is a chance. I must take my leave now. See you tomorrow. He Cici, fully aware of Zhao Ming's ulterior motives, waved her hand dismissively, internally scoffing, "We are both cunning foxes. What games are you trying to play with me?" Chapter 26. She wants to steal my thunder dress to perfection. He Cici hailed a cab to Jiangzhou Garden. Thanks to Yang Hao's prior arrangements with the security personnel, she entered the premises without hindrance. Although she possessed a thorough understanding of the property prices and layouts of Jiangzhou Garden, information readily available online, this was her first time stepping inside the community. As she strolled past the central outdoor swimming pool, she paused to take a few selfies, later meticulously editing 2 of them to share on her social media. Naturally, the essence of this post lay in its location tag, Jiangzhou Garden. Furthermore, it was imperative to ensure Yang Hao was blocked from viewing her post. After posting, He Cici hummed a cheerful tune as she made her way to Building 12, where Yang Hao resided. While waiting for the elevator, she glanced at her freshly posted photos, which had already garnered 5 likes and 2 comments. "Dear, I really want to go swimming. Hua hua. Wow, Jiangzhou Garden. Sister Cici, please take me with you." The 2 commenters were acquaintances from the social elite group, where He Cici had added them as friends, all sharing a common ambition to secure a wealthy partner and rise in status. Thus, women like them were particularly attuned to luxury cars, opulent homes, and high-end brands. He Cici selfies at Jiangzhou Garden hinted at her likely association with a wealthy resident, which naturally elicited envy from Deer and Hua Hua. Their interactions have been limited to a few group activities, so their sentiments lean more towards admiration rather than deep camaraderie. In contrast, Zhao Ming, a more intimate acquaintance of He Cici, felt a pang of jealousy instead. This is a manifestation of human nature. If an unrelated person wins a lottery worth 10 million, one might simply marvel at their fortune. However, if that fortunate individual were a friend or family member, feelings of imbalance, envy, and jealousy often arise. Thus, when Zhao Ming, this superficial friend, encountered He Cici's social media post, she felt an acute discomfort, refusing even to click like. In a different location, Qin Yuro was practicing yoga in the living room of her shared apartment. Her roommate, CSEU, lounged on the sofa, munching on chips while engrossed in a television series. "Your form isn't quite right. Lower your left arm a bit and keep your back straight," CSEU casually offered professional advice as a fitness instructor. Qin Yuro silently complied. CSEU was not only her roommate, but also her childhood friend, a true confidant. They had attended the same school from elementary through high school, and both had pursued their studies in Jiangcheng. Qin Yuro at Jiangcheng Aviation University and CSEU at Jiangcheng Sports College. "Hey, that classmate of yours, He Cici, seems to have hooked up with a wealthy man. She's even made it to Jiangzhou Garden." After guiding Qin Yuro, CSEU casually glanced at her social media and spotted He Cici selfies. "That's quite ordinary," Qin Yuro replied nonchalantly. She had known He Cici long enough to be unfazed. The latter often showcased luxury items and upscale dining experiences. "I must admit, she does have a clear goal, and it seems she has achieved it this time," CSEU mused while savoring her chips. During their university years, she frequently visited Qin Yuro's campus and met He Cici, whom she had initially dismissed as a gold digger. However, after years of navigating the harsh realities of life, CSEU began to understand He Cici's choices. Yet, despite her understanding, she could never emulate He Cici's pursuit of wealth through romantic entanglements. Not everyone is willing to compromise their dignity and morals for material gain. As CSEU spoke aloud, Qin Yuro suddenly recalled the boyfriend she had hired for 3,000 yuan. Judging by his displayed affluence, he fit the mold of He Cici's ideal partner. The memory of their afternoon together resurfaced, where He Cici had subtly attempted to flirt with him. Could it be that she had indeed ensnared him? A thought sparked in Qin Yuro's mind, causing her to lose focus on her yoga practice. Although Yang Hao was merely her hired faux boyfriend, She felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of CC potentially stealing him away. Before long, CSU noticed Qin Yuro's sudden stillness and playfully assumed a stern expression. Xiao Ruo, you can't slack off just because you have good genes. I'm counting on you to snag a wealthy partner and help me soar. CSU believed that, since Qin Yuro was a flight attendant serving in business class, she had ample opportunities to meet affluent individuals. Thus, CSU placed her hopes of securing a wealthy partner on her dear friend. Their close relationship meant that if Qin Yuro were to succeed, she would undoubtedly share her fortune with CSU. Hence, CSU was diligent and rigorous in coaching Qin Yuro's yoga practice. While others aspire for their children's success, she hoped for her best friend's triumph. Qin Yuro had grown accustomed to her friend's playful yet earnest banter. Wiping her brow with a towel, she opened her social media, only to discover that she could not see CC's recent post. The last update was from 2 days prior. Clearly, she had been blocked, further fueling her suspicion that CC was indeed attempting to seduce Yang Hao. Give me your phone, Qin Yuro declared, snatching CSU's device. Oh, what is happening? CSU asked, bewildered. She knew Qin Yuro well. Although she could seem aloof, her emotions were typically stable. Yet, at this moment, her friend's agitation was unusual. Without responding, Qin Yuro opened CSU's social media and found CC's selfie. The photo itself was unremarkable, yet the location tag was conspicuous. Just check your own social media. You're still friends with CC, CSU remarked, somewhat exasperated. She blocked me, Qin Yuro stated flatly. Why? CSU's eyes widened in surprise. Did you two have a falling out? That shouldn't be the case. You've been acquaintances for years, without much interaction. She wants to steal my thunder. Qin Yuro replied, icily. CSU gasped, her eyes blinking rapidly. She sprang from the sofa, grasping Qin Yuro's arm with excitement. Come on, tell me your story. Wait, I'll grab a bag of sunflower seeds. Chapter 27. Transforming the materialistic woman into a laborer. With just a brief remark, CSU sensed the tantalizing scent of a sensational scoop. She had always relished following the latest celebrity gossip, and with a significant event unfolding in her friend's life, her curiosity was piqued. Come on, spill the beans. What happened between you and CC? CSU expertly cracked open a bag of sunflower seeds and eagerly urged her friend on. Qin Yuro, however, wore an expression of exasperation. Yet, she understood her best friend's nature. Her fondness for gossip and lively discussions was well known. The most outrageous incident occurred on the day of the college entrance examination when CSU witnessed the original partner publicly thrashing the mistress on the street. She had stood by, captivated by the spectacle, and ended up 5 minutes late, nearly missing her exam. Well, I've started dating someone. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yuro decided against revealing that she had paid 3,000 yuan to hire a boyfriend to her gossip-loving friend. They had known each other since childhood, with their families being acquainted and their relationship quite amicable. Once CSU learned about her hiring a boyfriend, it would be akin to broadcasting it to the world. What? Qin Yuro, you secretly started dating someone without telling me? CSU's eyes widened in disbelief as she leaped from the sofa. No, this can't be true. You're either at work or with me. When would you have time to date someone? Without waiting for Qin Yuro to respond, CSU found the notion of her friend having a boyfriend rather implausible. They shared an apartment and were well aware of each other's schedules. During their off hours, they mostly stayed in their rented space, and whenever they ventured out for shopping, it was almost always together. If Qin Yuro truly had a boyfriend, she would undoubtedly know about it. We met on a plane. Qin Yuro casually fabricated an explanation. Met on a plane? So he must be wealthy then. I mean, who else can afford to sit in business class? CSU pondered aloud. But wait, if he caught the eye of our dear Yuro, he must be a tycoon or a wealthy gentleman. So, my dear friend, the future wife of a CEO, is about to step into her new role, CSU. With a look of curiosity, pressed further, then thoughtfully murmured to herself. His financial situation is indeed quite good. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The main issue is that this afternoon during our date, we coincidentally ran into CC, who shadowed us the entire time and even added my boyfriend on WeChat. Qin Yuro succinctly recounted the day's events. What? You were on a date? and she followed you the whole time, adding your boyfriend on WeChat? CSCU was taken aback, then, in exasperation, exclaimed, Qin Yuru, have you lost your mind? You know what kind of person he CC is. How could you allow her to add your boyfriend on WeChat? Even if you were just a boyfriend, let alone if you were married. He CC is someone to be wary of. She has no boundaries. Wait, did you just say he CC is trying to flirt with your boyfriend? And now she's at Jiangzhou Garden? Your boyfriend wouldn't he also be living there, would he? That's why she has been trailing you. CSCU's mind was racing, quickly connecting the dots. We haven't been together for long, so I haven't asked where he lives. Qin Yuru gently shook her head. Then ask him now. Immediately. It would be best to video call him and check if there are any other women in his home. As CSCU spoke, she snatched Qin Yuru's phone, using the screen to unlock it with Qin Yuru's face and promptly opened her WeChat. Who is your boyfriend? I'll send him a video. Qin Yuru had underestimated her friend's penchant for gossip. The phone was taken without resistance and unlocked. A wave of panic washed over her as she recalled that she had only just added Yang Hao as a WeChat friend that very day. And the chat history contained the rental boyfriend agreement. If CSCU stumbled upon their conversation and the agreement, all of Qin Yuru's efforts would have been in vain. Fortunately, Qin Yuru acted swiftly. Before CSCU could locate Yang Hao's WeChat, she snatched the phone back and quickly deleted their chat history, erasing all traces of the rental boyfriend arrangement. Well, it seems you are indeed in a relationship, keeping secrets from me. CSCU pouted. Fine, I want to look at your chat history. Just hurry up and ask him where he lives. Okay. After a moment of consideration, Qin Yuru sent a message to Yang Hao. Meanwhile, he CC had already entered the luxurious residence Yang Hao had just rented. To her, offering assistance was merely a ruse. Their true intentions were mutually understood. However, to her surprise, barely a minute had passed since entering the mansion when Yang Hao pointed to the mops, brooms, and pots and pans stacked in the living room, saying, it's quite challenging without a woman around. CC, I appreciate your help. Oh, it's nothing. You're too kind, Yang. I'm just here to help tidy up. Though she had no intention of genuinely doing any work, CC felt compelled to comply, viewing it as an opportunity to impress. CC understood men's preferences. She knew they often appreciated women who could manage both the living room and the kitchen. Now was the time to showcase her culinary skills. Thus, even dressed in a fitted dress and high-heeled shoes, she threw herself into the task with determination. CC, I feel really bad. I'm not very skilled at these chores. I had planned to hire someone to do this tomorrow. There's no need to hire anyone for this. It's not about the money. It's just that outsiders can't be as meticulous as I am. CC replied while working. Indeed, Yang Hao nodded with a smile, exclaiming, CC, I never would have guessed you were so capable. I often do housework. In fact, I enjoy it, so I find joy in it, CC replied, noting that Yang Hao seemed to favor women who could manage household tasks. Really? That's quite rare. Most girls nowadays don't do housework, especially beautiful girls like you. CC, they're a rarity. Yang Hao praised her while fiddling with his phone, showering her with compliments. Just then, Yang Hao received a message from Qin Yuru. I forgot to ask, where do you live? Unaware that CC had blocked his view of her earlier social media bragging, Yang Hao truthfully replied, Jiangzhou Garden. Chapter 28. The Pragmatic Gold Digger. Upon seeing the response from Qin Yuru, her lips instinctively twitched. She was well aware of CC's lack of moral boundaries, yet she was taken aback by how swiftly she acted. It was just this afternoon that Yang Hao had been introduced to her, and now he was already entangled in her home. This, however, served as a testament to the unreliability of the boyfriend she had hired for 3,000 yuan, who so easily fell into the clutches of CC, the gold digger. Could it be true? Was he really residing in Jiangzhou Garden? CSCU, the onlooker, craned her neck to peer at Qin Yuru's phone screen. And then she jumped up in excitement. Wow, it really is true. Does that mean CC is currently at his house? Ugh, what a scoundrel. Spitting out the sunflower seed shell from her mouth, CSCU seized Qin Yuru's arm and headed toward the door. Let's go catch them in the act. We'll expose this pair of scoundrels online and let the internet drown them in scorn. She expressed her indignation as they walked. Wait a moment. We still don't know the full story. Qin Yuru interjected. What if CC wasn't at his house and was merely coincidentally in Jiangzhou Garden? That would be an unjust accusation. According to the rental agreement, neither of them could restrict the other's romantic pursuits. Thus, even if Yang Hao and Cece truly had an affair, Qin Yuru had no legitimate ground for confrontation. She would be acting without justification. However, CSCU was oblivious to the intricacies of the situation. With hands on her hips, she retorted, even if Cece isn't at his house. What's wrong with this? Going to take a look. After all, you're not just his girlfriend. Are you not allowed to visit his home? Moreover, Cece has blocked you on her social media, which clearly shows her guilt. I believe she is indeed at his place. There is no way such a coincidence could exist. Let us go. You are the legitimate girlfriend. Why should you be afraid? If anyone should be scared, it should be them. CSCU's fervor stemmed not only from her desire to defend her friend, but also from her eagerness to indulge in the juicy gossip. If she didn't make a trip to Jiangzhou Garden that day, she would likely lose sleep over it. First, her childhood best friend had secretly started a relationship behind her back. This revelation had already tantalized her curiosity, and now there was the potential scandal of a third party intruding upon her friend's romance. For someone who relished gossip like her, it felt as if the festivities had just begun. Qin Yuru understood her friend all too well. Given the circumstances, if she did not take CSCU along, the latter would likely be restless all night. Additionally, Qin Yuru was genuinely curious if Cece was truly at Yang Hao's home. Although her connection with Yang Hao was merely a contractual one, he was still the boyfriend she had rented for 3,000 yuan. In the eyes of Cece, CSCU, and even her parents, Yang Hao was her boyfriend. At that moment, her boyfriend was possibly cheating. It would be unreasonable for Qin Yuru to remain apathetic. All right, let me change my clothes before we go. At that moment, Qin Yuru was still clad in her yoga attire. If she stepped out in it, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of every passerby. It was unavoidable. After all, her figure was stunning, and yoga outfits showcased her physique perfectly. Oh, I need to change too. CSCU, currently in her pajamas, realized she was also unfit for an outing. Thus, they both retreated to their respective rooms to change. Once back in her room, Qin Yuru sent Yang Hao a message. Regarding meeting my parents this weekend, there are some details that need to be discussed in person. I will come to see you. Qin Yuru left no room for Yang Hao to refuse, transforming her visit to Jiangzhou Garden into a fait accompli. Meanwhile, upon receiving Qin Yuru's message, Yang Hao was momentarily bewildered. After spending half a day together, he had begun to understand her personality traits. She was the epitome of a cool, aloof goddess. Despite Yang Hao showcasing his considerable financial means, her attitude towards him had remained unchanged. Yet, now she had suddenly taken the initiative, her demeanor a stark contrast to that of earlier in the day. Could it be that her interest was piqued simply because he claimed to reside in Jiangzhou Garden? Was the allure of such a luxurious residence truly that compelling? Young Gu, I've placed the toiletries in the master bedroom bathroom and even filled the bathtub for you. You can take a soak whenever you like. Just as Yang Hao was lost in thought, Cece's voice suddenly rang out beside him. Thank you. Coming back to his senses, Yang Hao nodded appreciatively. As a gold digger, Cece was acutely aware of her role and had a clear ambition. Thus, she approached her tasks with diligence, aiming to leave a favorable impression on Yang Hao. Yang Gu, I will continue tidying up the kitchen now. Cece viewed herself as a dutiful and industrious maid, even regretting not having brought along a maid outfit. If she had donned such attire and earnestly engaged in household chores, there was no doubt that Yang Hao would embrace her from behind in a manner reminiscent of scenes from a Risku film. Wait, Yang Hao suddenly called out to Cece, who was about to head to the kitchen. Upon hearing his voice, Cece's heart leapt with joy. She certainly did not believe Yang Hao had summoned her merely to assist with chores. She fancied herself quite adept at reading men's intentions. Oh, what is the matter, Yang Gu? Cece paused, feigning confusion as she looked at him. Xiao Rou is coming over. Yang Hao replied awkwardly. Cece was momentarily taken aback, but the surprise quickly faded from her face, replaced by a sweet smile. Yang Gu, I should head back first to avoid causing Xiao Rou any misunderstandings. Yes, you've worked hard today. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Yang Hao was taken aback by how considerate Cece was, as she made a decision that pleased him without him needing to say a word. It was no wonder that many successful individuals fell for gold diggers. These so-called gold diggers understood men better, treating the art of pleasing them as an essential subject to master. Thus, their words and actions tended to create a sense of comfort. At that moment, he, though reluctant to leave, made the choice that would most satisfy Yang Hao after weighing his situation. After all, the legitimate girlfriend was about to arrive, and it would be inappropriate for her to remain present. Yang Ge, the faucet in the bathtub is still running. Please remember to turn it off. Before leaving, he kindly reminded him, her serene smile leaving Yang Hao momentarily dazed. Was this truly the same gold digger he encountered earlier in the day? Chapter 29. The act of infidelity. At this moment, Yang Hao suddenly began to comprehend the mindset of Master Huang. When a woman possesses striking beauty, a captivating figure, and can provide emotional fulfillment, it becomes exceedingly difficult to refuse her advances. Even if one is aware that she has ulterior motives, one might easily turn a blind eye. After all, the essence of interpersonal relationships is fundamentally rooted in the exchange of benefits. If one has nothing to offer, why would a stunning beauty take the initiative to pursue him? Presently, the balance in Yang Hao's bank account serves as his capital, while he's exceptional looks and physique constitute her assets. If both parties acknowledge each other's capital, then a mutually beneficial exchange can occur, thereby establishing a relationship that is recognized by both. This relationship could take the form of a transactional arrangement, an affair, or even a romantic partnership. Currently, he is well aware of Yang Hao's capital, thus the decision to establish a relationship and what kind of relationship lies in Yang Hao's hands. It seems he must cultivate the mindset of the affluent. He's departing figure appeared somewhat forlorn, leading Yang Hao to experience a flicker of guilt within. Yet, he understood that he should not feel guilty, for he was merely facing a gold digger who was drawn to his wealth. Everything she did was predicated on his financial status. How frustrating it is. Having been poor for so long, he found himself captivated by a beauty's sudden attention. Yang Hao silently lamented. This is a common malady among ordinary men. It is inevitable, as society has evolved into a capitalistic realm, where people's values are inextricably linked to wealth. The possession of money has become the paramount standard for measuring a person's success. When women select partners, they predominantly prioritize economic stability. This trend has led to the elimination of average men by beautiful women who possess a plethora of options. Thus, for ordinary men, stunning women are often viewed from a distance, and when a beauty unexpectedly expresses interest in an average man, it is highly likely that he will be unable to resist. Before Yang Hao's transformation, he was just another ordinary man among countless others. Not to mention women of his caliber. Even his ex-wife, Sun Jiajia, was beyond his reach. But times have changed. Yang Hao has metamorphosed into a wealthy individual. Yet, his mindset has yet to undergo a complete transformation. For an average man, a beauty is a rare commodity, but for a wealthy man, she is not scarce at all. Indeed, she may even be in surplus. After all, over 95% of women aspire to marry a wealthy man. However, the number of wealthy men is limited, especially those who are young and suitable for marriage. Therefore, in the presence of a young, affluent man like Yang Hao, the supply of beautiful women exceeds the demand. Yang Hao is but one man with one brother. Even without rest, he cannot entertain too many. Hence, the shift in mindset is crucial. He is likely to encounter many women like he's in the future. Taking a deep breath, Yang Hao stepped onto the balcony to smoke, admiring the flickering neon lights of the night while contemplating how to embody the role of a wealthy man. Indeed, being poor brings its own set of troubles, while wealth introduces its own complexities. At the main entrance of the estate, a taxi came to a gradual halt. Two tall beauties emerged from the back seat. The previously listless security guard's eyes brightened instantly. Although he often encountered beautiful women in the luxurious Jiangzhou garden, those of this caliber were a rarity, particularly the one in the black gown who effortlessly outshone all the influencers in his social media collection. Now that is true beauty, even without filters. She possesses an undeniable allure. The young security guard instinctively straightened his posture, aware that such a beauty was likely beyond his reach. yet he still yearned to present his best self before them. "Hello, we are visiting a friend." CSEU approached the guard and initiated conversation. "You need to register, and then have your friend give us a call," the guard replied, snapping back to attention as he fetched the visitor registration book. "Xiaoro, please call your boyfriend." CSEU gestured to Qin Yuru behind her, who then proceeded to write her information in the visitor's log. Self-assuredly, CSEU glanced through the previous entries, hoping to see his CC's name, but found none. After Qin Yuru contacted Yang Hao, the guard swiftly granted them access. Once inside the estate, the older security guard, who had been sitting in the kiosk, approached the younger guard with an animated expression, exclaiming, "That new resident named Yang is quite impressive. In just a short while, 3 stunning beauties have arrived." Indeed, the young guard nodded in agreement. The previous beauty also headed to Building 12, Floor 21. These wealthy individuals truly know how to enjoy life. "If I had money, I would outdo him." The older guard shrugged, casting a sly glance at the already distant Qin Yuru, lamenting, "That lady's figure is simply extraordinary. Slim waist, ample bosom, and her height must be around 175 centimeters. She must be a model." "Yes, she certainly looks like one." The arrival of CSEU and Qin Yuru added a splash of color to the otherwise monotonous lives of the 2 security guards, providing them with a fresh topic for gossip. Meanwhile, within the estate, CSEU remarked to Qin Yuru, "This truly is a magnificent riverside mansion. The grounds are akin to a park." Qin Yuru remained silent, her attention focused on her phone's navigation. The Jiangzhong Garden spans a vast area, making it easy for first-time visitors to lose their way. "I specifically checked the visitor registration book earlier, and there was no sign of ECC. Could she have moved in here?" As they approached the outdoor swimming pool, CSEU recalled ECC and murmured, "I doubt it. She lives with Zhao Meng." Qin Yuru, having been a long-time classmate and colleague, was aware of ECC's current residence. "Then that's odd. Why isn't her name in the visitor log?" CSEU stroked her chin, her expression one of suspicion. "When filling out visitor information, you wouldn't use your real details, would you?" Qin Yuru glanced at her friend. "What? You can submit false information?" CSEU scratched her head, a look of realization dawning upon her face. "No wonder I couldn't find CC's name. She must have provided fictitious details." Qin Yuru nodded gently, confident that CC would never leave her true information in the visitor log. "Quickly, let's go. I want to see if CC is at your boyfriend's place. If she is, I'll help you film a video to expose that scoundrel." The flames of gossip ignited within CSEU, compelling her to grasp Qin Yuru's hand and hasten their pace. Chapter 30. We are all friends here. The 2 soon arrived at Building 12. CSEU eagerly pressed the doorbell at the entrance, muttering under her breath, "Xiaoro, your boyfriend is quite the celebrity, isn't he? Not only does he not come to greet us at the gate, but he doesn't even bother to come down. It's just a bit of money. What's so impressive about it? There are plenty of wealthy suitors pursuing you." As CSEU continued her grumbling, a man's voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "Excuse me, beautiful, it's not polite to speak ill of someone behind their back." Yang Hao had indeed come downstairs. After all, Qin Yuru was ostensibly his girlfriend, so he should at least make an appearance. However, Qin Yuru and CSEU had approached from the direction of the swimming pool, causing them to miss each other at that moment. The unexpected voice startled CSEU, and she instinctively turned around, her gaze meeting Yang Hao's. You're Xiaoro's boyfriend?" "Yes, I'm the man with a bit of money." Yang Hao chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. He never imagined he would be insulted in such a manner one day. In fact, he perceived this not as an insult, but rather as the highest form of praise for a man. It was akin to saying to a woman, aside from being beautiful, "She is utterly useless." CSEU awkwardly stuck out her tongue, realizing she'd been overheard criticizing him behind his back. "This is CSEU, my friend," Qin Yuru introduced, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. "Hello, Yang Hao. Welcome to my home." Yang Hao smiled and nodded, then unlocked the heavy entrance door with a swipe. He gallantly opened it, revealing an opulent lobby that took both CSEU and Qin Yuru by surprise. Those wretched wealthy people. The lobby's walls were adorned with marble, and the crystal chandelier must have cost a fortune. CSEU quickly surveyed her surroundings, mentally scoffing. As a fitness coach, she had encountered a few affluent clients. including greasy older men who attempted to woo her with money, and the so-called rich second generation flaunting their wealth. Thus, her impression of the wealthy was not particularly favorable. In fact, she harbored a slight resentment towards them. Qin Yiru, due to her profession, had interacted with many wealthy individuals. But her encounters had been limited to the confines of an airplane. She had never visited such a luxurious residence, so she too felt a sense of astonishment. Yang Hao was merely a passerby she had met on the subway, someone she had hired as a fake boyfriend for 3,000 yuan, only to discover he was a millionaire. This was surreal, akin to a plot from a short story coming to life. Qin Yiru had come across a similar storyline on Douyin, where an older single woman, pressured by her parents to marry, randomly obtained a marriage certificate with a passerby, only for him to turn out to be the son of the local tycoon. Lost in her thoughts, the elevator arrived at the 21st floor. Yang Hao enthusiastically ushered the two into his home. "Hey, did you just move in today?" CSCU curiously asked, noticing the living room was still cluttered with grocery items. "Yes, I was just tidying up. Now that you're here, I have some help." Yang Hao chucklet, shrugging again. While he didn't mind CSCU's earlier remarks, he figured he could take advantage of the free labor. CSCU was taken aback, not expecting her friend's boyfriend to be so forward with such a request at their first meeting. "I'm a guest. Do guests help clean up?" It seemed a bit presumptuous, yet since she was Xiao Rou's friend, she reasoned that she wasn't a stranger. "What do you think, CU?" Yang Hao played the moral card. "Well, that's true." CSU hesitated before nodding, realizing that her bond with Qin Yiru was akin to that of sisters, having grown up together as only children. Thus, helping her best friend's boyfriend with moving seemed quite reasonable. "I see a lot of kitchen items here, so I'll start with the kitchen." CSU was proactive, spotting the kitchen supplies strewn about and heading directly towards the kitchen. "The cabinets are a bit high. Don't worry about wiping them down if you can't reach. If you really want to, there are chairs in the dining area," Yang Hao kindly reminded her. "Got it." CSCU, already on her way to the kitchen, couldn't help but mentally complain. "What kind of person treats me like a maid? Xiao Rou, let us chat on the balcony. The night view is quite lovely." Yang Hao was unaware that Qin Yiru had come to confront him about his CC, thinking she genuinely had something to discuss. At the mention of the balcony, Qin Yiru found herself at a loss. She had been encouraged by CSCU to confront him, but now that his CC was clearly absent, she had no idea what to talk about with Yang Hao. "How about I help see you?" Qin Yiru quickly devised an escape plan. However, Yang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "It's almost done. She can manage alone. Besides, if she were here, we wouldn't be able to discuss the agreement." With Yang Hao's reasoning, Qin Yiru had no retort and had no choice but to follow him onto the balcony. Though referred to as a balcony, it resembled more of a tea room or lounge, spanning over 40 square meters, complete with a tea table and all the necessary utensils, as well as two comfortable rattan chairs. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could gaze up at the full moon and the starry sky, while down below lay a sea of lights and the neon glimmer of the river. Initially feeling somewhat awkward, Qin Yiru was suddenly filled with a sense of tranquility upon witnessing such a beautiful night view, her tension easing away. "I just bought some tea guanyin today. Would you like to try some?" Yang Hao, who had been drinking tea at the table prior to their arrival, returned to his seat and poured a cup for Qin Yiru. "Thank you." Qin Yiru withdrew her gaze from the mesmerizing view and sat across from Yang Hao. Perhaps it was the grandeur of the mansion amplifying the effect, but she felt that Yang Hao appeared even more attractive than during the day, exuding the aura of a successful man. When signing the agreement, Qin Yiru had seen Yang Hao's ID. He had just turned 30 this year, and at such a young age, to possess such a luxurious home placed him in the top echelons of his peers. Chapter 31. Wealth is the ultimate truth. Is there something on my face? Yang Hao inquired, noticing that Qin Yiru had been staring at him in silence. "Oh, no," Qin Yiru replied, flustered as she lifted her teacup and tactically took a sip. Observing her demeanor, Yang Hao compassionately shifted the topic, asking, "Did you urgently seek me out for a reason?" Qin Yiru had intended to set her teacup down, but, upon hearing Yang Hao's words, raised it to her lips again, finding it far easier to sip tea than to respond to such a tricky question. just as she contemplated how to handle Yang Hao's inquiry. Her phone on the tea table suddenly rang, displaying a video call invitation from her mother, Li Yafeng. A video call at this hour. Qin Yuru instinctively furrowed her brow and glanced at Yang Hao from the corner of her eye. I should answer it. This could solidify our relationship. Yang Hao smiled and pointed to the phone on the table, not intentionally prying into her privacy, but reacting reflexively to the sound. The screen displayed the contact name, Teacher Li, with a profile picture of a blooming lotus, indicating it was her mother. Try to say as little as possible. Qin Yuru advised before answering the call. Hey, Xiao, where are you? This isn't the apartment you rented with CU, is it? Why are you still out so late? Li Yafeng immediately noticed the unusual background, frowning with concern as soon as the video connected. This is Yang Hao's home, Qin Yuru replied nonchalantly. Huh? You're at Xiao Yang's place? Li Yafeng's eyes widened in surprise, her wrinkles stretching in astonishment. She had called to inquire about her daughter's romantic life, as a mother knows her child best. After her earlier conversation with Qin Yuru, Li Yafeng felt something was amiss. If her daughter were truly in a relationship, she wouldn't have attended the recent matchmaking session or hidden it from the family. Thus, she suspected her daughter might be deceiving her. Adding to the complexity, Li Yafeng's elder sister, who had previously introduced Qin Yuru to a potential match, was sitting beside her. Since Qin Yuru had only met that suitor briefly, Aunt Li Yakin felt somewhat slighted, believing her niece had shown her little respect. Xiao, you really have a boyfriend? Aunt Li Yakin leaned into the frame, her head appearing in the video. Yes, I do. Qin Yuru realized that her mother had called at this hour, likely to provide her aunt with an explanation. You should have mentioned it sooner. I wouldn't have introduced you to Xiao Lu. Now, he is quite taken with you. He just called saying he'd offer a bride price of 660,000. What a great deal. Much better than your current boyfriend. Aunt Li Yakin grumbled. Aunt, let's not talk about Xiao Lu right now. Li Yafeng interjected, then cautiously asked, Xiao, is Xiao Yang beside you? At this, Qin Yuru instinctively glanced at Yang Hao. Prepared for this moment, Yang Hao leaned closer, smiling at the camera and waving. Auntie, I'm here. Xiao Yang, this is Xiao's aunt. I didn't know you two were dating. I had just introduced her to someone, Li Yafeng explained, trying to smooth over the awkwardness created by her sister's earlier comments. I understand. It's all for Xiao's sake, Yang Hao replied, maintaining a gracious smile. However, Aunt Li Yakin seemed unconvinced as she scrutinized Yang Hao through the screen, asking, How old are you? You look quite a bit older than our Xiao. I'm 30 years old, 5 years her senior. Yang Hao responded courteously, unfazed by her probing. 30? That's 3 years older than Xiao Lu. Aunt Li Yakin muttered to her sister, implying her introduction had been to a younger candidate. And how tall are you? She continued, as Yang Hao's height was not apparent on the video call. 183 centimeters, he replied, stepping back to ensure his full figure was visible on the screen. Upon hearing this, Aunt Li Yakin instinctively frowned. The suitor she had introduced, Xiao Lu, was only 170 centimeters tall. While 170 centimeters might be considered average for many, it paled in comparison to Qin Yuru's height of 175 centimeters, which was quite statuesque. Aunt Li Yakin had hoped to use Xiao Lu's height as a point of criticism against her niece, but now, with Yang Hao standing at 183 centimeters, that argument fell flat. Not bad, but a bit chubby with that beer belly, she remarked, scrutinizing Yang Hao on the screen. While Yang Hao did have a slight paunch from his sales job requiring frequent socializing, he was far from overweight at 155 pounds. How can you call him fat? His height alone speaks volumes. Li Yafeng countered, recognizing her sister's subtle jabs. What does Xiao Yang do for a living? What's his annual salary? Does he earn more than our Xiao? Aunt Li Yakin shifted her strategy to probe Yang Hao's financial status. In today's society, external appearances are secondary for men. Economic stability reigns supreme. Aunt Li Yakin believed Xiao Lu's affluent background would easily overshadow Yang Hao's, allowing her to criticize Qin Yuru for being impractical. In this day and age, wealth is the ultimate truth. What does height matter? A rich man is a tall, handsome figure. A poor one is just a clumsy giant. Chapter 32. A son-in-law with an annual salary of several million? In Li Yakin's view, her niece Qin Yurua's income was already quite impressive. considering her monthly salary exceeded 10,000. The proportion of men, particularly among her peers, earning more than Qin Yuruo was relatively small. On the other hand, Yang Hao appeared rather ordinary, not resembling the affluent class, leading Li Yakin to believe her question would undoubtedly stun him. An annual salary? Approximately. Several million. Yang Hao hesitated before providing a conservative figure. In truth, he was uncertain of his actual earnings. Within less than a day, 5 million had suddenly appeared in his bank account, alongside the acquisition of a Wenjia M9 vehicle, a luxurious residence, and a 3-year lease for a commercial property. Excluding the car and house, if one solely considered cash, his daily income of 5 million amounted to 150 million a month, and a staggering 8 billion annually. This calculation was based on the current rate of income generation. Yet the tasks assigned by his benefactor were somewhat unpredictable. Yang Hao could not guarantee that such earnings would persist daily. However, even if his benefactor's performance faltered, achieving several modest financial goals throughout the year should remain a trivial pursuit. Should his benefactor enter an explosive phase, Yang Hao might even ascend to the status of a billionaire by year's end. Naturally, Yang Hao could not discuss his benefactor with outsiders. After careful consideration, he opted to declare an income that would astonish an ordinary individual, yet remain plausible. Yang, you can earn several million a year? Li Yakin exclaimed, her mouth agape and her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. She had previously introduced Qin Yuruo to a certain Xiao Lu, whose family owned a factory reputed to generate a few million annually. However, the profits from the factory would not all flow into Xiao Lu's pockets, as his father, Old Lu, was the actual owner. It was rumored that Old Lu maintained a mistress outside, thus leaving Xiao Lu with a meager share of the profits. In contrast, Yang Hao's annual salary seemed far more substantial. Yet, once the initial shock subsided, Li Yakin regained her composure, scrutinizing Yang Hao on the other end of the video call. He hardly resembled someone earning several million a year. It may not be genuine. Perhaps he is merely projecting a false persona to deceive Yuruo's affections. Li Yakin had encountered numerous similar cases online, where con artists fashioned themselves as affluent and handsome to swindle both money and hearts. At that moment, Li Yafeng, who had been listening, was equally taken aback by Yang Hao's response. Previously, their conversation had been brief when she inquired about his profession. Yang Hao had mentioned he was a sales manager. Li Yafeng was not particularly impressed by this occupation. She envisioned a future son-in-law as a stable civil servant or a wealthy entrepreneur. The sales profession often connoted instability, and she had intended to learn more about Yang Hao's work and income during their weekend meeting. Now, however, her elder sister had broached the sensitive topic of income, yielding an unexpectedly astonishing answer. Several million a year. This cannot be the income of an ordinary salesperson. Aunt, I work in sales, and my income is not particularly stable. Yang Hao explained with a smile. Thus, the figure I provided is merely an approximation. Not very stable? What does that entail? Surely there must be a range. Upon hearing Yang Hao's response, Li Yakin became increasingly convinced that he was boasting. After all, earning millions was no easy feat, something many individuals would not achieve in a lifetime. Range? Yang Hao rubbed his chin, curious about this range himself. Unfortunately, he could not fathom his benefactor's intentions. From 5 million to 500 billion, or even 5,000 billion, seemed entirely plausible. However, if Yang Hao were to share this conclusion with Li Yakin, she would undoubtedly dismiss it as preposterous, likely branding him a fraud. Aunt, he has already stated he works in sales. It's impossible to predict income accurately. As Yang Hao hesitated on how to respond, Qin Yuruo interjected to alleviate the tension. Indeed, elder sister, sales incomes are inherently unstable. Li Yafeng chimed in, albeit uncertain of Yang Hao's claims. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to cultivate a favorable impression in front of her future son-in-law, refusing to appear overly materialistic. With both mother and daughter redirecting their attention to him, Li Yakin found it challenging to persist in questioning income. Yet, she was undeterred. Yuruo, you reside in Yang's home, correct? If you marry in the future, will this house serve as your marital residence? Li Yakin deftly shifted the conversation towards real estate, the most telling indicator of one's financial strength. She elaborated, Yiruo, let me tell you, there are various considerations regarding housing. A marriage should ideally feature a spacious three-bedroom abode, no less than 120 square meters, or you will have no space for children. Furthermore, once children arrive, one must consider school districts. By the way, how large is Yang's house? After a lengthy preamble, Li Yakin finally posed the pivotal question. How large? Qin Yuruo instinctively glanced at Yang Hao, aware that the house was sizable but ignorant of its exact measurements. 225 square meters. However, there are additional areas included, totaling around 270 square meters, Yang Hao replied candidly. How large? Li Yakin could not suppress her astonishment. Her companion Li Yafeng equally taken aback. Jiangxing was not comparable to their small city. Although housing prices were not as exorbitant as in Beijing or Shanghai, they ranked among the second tier nationally. A house exceeding 200 square meters was certainly beyond the means of an ordinary individual. Li Yakin had 2 children, a son and a daughter, with her eldest son having developed his career in Jiangxing. At 33, he had only recently purchased a 122 square meter apartment in Jiangxing with her financial assistance, having exhausted her savings and borrowed substantial funds. This context had influenced her earlier suggestion of a 120 square meter threshold. Now, confronting the reality that Yang Hao, younger than her son, resided in a lavish home of over 200 square meters, her astonishment was palpable. Any notion of undermining Yang Hao was swiftly dispelled. An annual salary in the millions, residing in a luxurious home of over 200 square meters, with commendable age and external attributes, it is no wonder my niece has taken a liking to him. Meanwhile, Li Yafeng secretly rejoiced, naturally hoping her daughter would marry a financially secure man. Thanks to her elder sister Li Yakin's probing, she had gleaned all the vital information. Yiruo has finally opened her eyes. Li Yafeng mused silently, then smiled warmly at the video call, addressing her daughter and son-in-law. Yang, Yiruo, you should rest early. I have no pressing matters to attend to. Well, let's leave it at that. With that, Teacher Li promptly ended the video call, leaving Qin Yiruo's cheeks flushed, clearly aware that her mother was overthinking the situation. Chapter 33. Feast. A grand banquet. In Ling City, at the Times Garden, Li Yafeng hung up the phone, her face alight with joy. Xiao has finally come to her senses. Not only has she found herself a boyfriend, but one with such excellent qualities. It seems our previous concerns were unfounded. Yafeng, do not be overly optimistic. I have a lingering suspicion that what that young man Yang said may not be entirely true. A salary in the millions, and he has purchased a spacious 200 square meter apartment in Jiangxing. His looks and stature are commendable, yet this seems almost too good to be true. Li Yakin interjecta. Li Yakin had come to advocate for Xiao Lu, but upon hearing that her niece Qin Yiruo was dating, she was taken aback. Initially, she had intended for Li Yafeng to video call to inquire about the situation, leading to their recent dialogue. Now, however, her feelings were quite conflicted. On one hand, she felt a slight embarrassment as Xiao Lu had been overshadowed. On the other, her niece's boyfriend's exceptional qualities starkly contrasted with those of her own daughter as suitor. The dynamics of familial relationships can be delicate. While one hopes for the well-being of relatives, it is often with the caveat that they do not surpass one's own success. The thought of being outshone breeds a tinge of jealousy. Li Yakin's daughter, also aged 25, was dating a high-ranking executive with an annual salary of several $100,000. Initially, Li Yakin was quite satisfied with this match, but in comparison to the several million earned by Yang Hao, it now seemed less impressive. As the saying goes, if a person appears too perfect, they are likely deceivers, merely projecting a fabricated persona. Li Yakin continued to voice her opinions. Dear sister, one cannot dismiss the situation so readily. Our Xiao's qualities indeed align well with Yang. Having shared decades of sisterly bonds, Li Yafeng could easily discern her sister's underlying emotions, suspecting that jealousy was at play. In this era, swindlers have grown increasingly sophisticated, leaving many young women vulnerable to both financial and emotional exploitation. By the way, Yafeng, you and Igua are heading to Jiangxing to meet Yang this weekend, right? I shall accompany you, to lend support and perhaps check in on Ji Chao and Xiaomin. Li Yakin proposed. That sounds great, Li Yafang replied, understanding that her sister sought to ascertain the authenticity of her daughter's boyfriend. This arrangement worked in her favor. As there were certain inquiries she felt uncomfortable making herself. Better to let Li Yakin take the lead. Meanwhile, following the video call, Qin Yuruo strategically sipped her tea. Her mother's comment about them resting well implied she believed Yuruo and Yang Hao had already cohabitated, a notion she found difficult to clarify. What do you think of my performance, boss? Yang Hao playfully teased, noticing Yuruo's apparent tension. Quite good, she nodded, setting her teacup down. My aunt tends to enjoy comparing herself with others, so you needn't take her words too seriously. I understand. Every family has their share of relatives, Yang Hao replied. Now, let us return to our previous discussion. What do you need from me? Let us rehearse our script. We are meeting my parents this weekend, and I wish to avoid any slip-ups. Yuruo had already formulated her responses. Agreed. Yang Hao resumed his position opposite her. I believe our understanding of one another remains rather superficial, making it easy for us to falter. Thus, a thorough and detailed comprehension is essential. At this, Yuruo looked up at Yang Hao, sensing an odd intensity in his demeanor, though she had no evidence to substantiate her feelings. Especially as he sat there, serious, hands cradling his teacup, eyes fixated on the gently swirling liquid. What Yuruo was unaware of was that Yang Hao held his cup at an angle, the tea's surface reflecting her form, particularly from her neck down to her midsection. It was a sight that left little doubt about her natural allure. Yang Hao quietly formed his own conclusions. My parents will arrive in Jiangxing on Saturday and return Sunday afternoon. I will make reservations for both the restaurant and hotel, but I'll need you to join me at the high-speed train station to greet them. Unbeknownst to Yuruo, Yang Hao was utilizing the reflective properties of the tea to scrutinize her. Nevertheless, she pressed on, discussing their weekend plans. Certainly, I will fully cooperate, he replied, drawing back his gaze. I still need to learn more about your personal background. Otherwise, I want to know how to respond if my parents inquire. You have been married before, correct? Yes, I am divorced. Do you have children? This was the question Yuruo most wished to ask, having encountered Yang Hao's ex-sister-in-law earlier that day. However, the distinction between being divorced and having children was significant. In this day and age, divorce had become commonplace, with rates steadily climbing. While many did not mind a prior marriage, the presence of children brought complications, including lingering ties to an ex-spouse and potential financial disputes regarding inheritance. No, I do not. Yang Hao shook his head, relieved that this was the case. Thank goodness for that. Yuruo instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, responding without thinking. Yang Hao, amused, raised an eyebrow. Is that so? What is so good about it? Caught off guard by his inquiry, Yuruo felt her face flush, uncertain of her own reaction. This was merely a pretense. She should not be feeling such relief. Damn this sense of immersion. She scolded herself internally. Though she had never acted before, she found herself unwittingly stepping into the role of Yang Hao's girlfriend. From the perspective of a girlfriend, it was indeed preferable if her boyfriend were divorced without children. My point is, this situation might make it easier for my parents to accept you, Yuruo quickly rationalized. Actually, my persona can be adjusted. You can shape me however you wish, as it is all just an act. If it helps appease your parents, I could easily conceal my divorce status, Yang Hao suggested. Yuruo, however, shook her head. Let us avoid fabricating false identities. That could lead to complications. Fair enough. I will defer to your judgment, Boss Qin. Yang Hao shrugged, viewing the notion of a crafted persona as inconsequential. His focus lay on expediently completing the second phase of his task, involving Qin Yuruo. Just then, the balcony door was suddenly pulled open. CSCU, pouting and visibly irked, stormed in. Oh dear, you two are indulging in tea and moon-gazing while I toil outside. Is there no justice left in this world? I am exhausted. I want tea too. With that, she plopped down beside Qin Yuruo and pointed at Yang Hao across the table. Boss, do I deserve a cup of tea? Of course. Yang Hao replied in English, promptly pouring her a cup and handing it over. No need to call me boss. Just call me Hao Ge. Absolutely not. I must maintain my position. It was evident that CSCU was displeased, despite being a guest. She felt treated like a servant, while Yang Hao and Qin Yu enjoyed their leisurely tea and moonlit ambience. This only fueled her irritation further. Ding! A potential target has been identified. Name: CSCU. Age: 24 years. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 49 kilograms. Occupation: fitness trainer. Current desire: to indulge in a grand feast. Rewards for assisting her. Beginner: 1 small red envelope. Note: the small red envelope may contain a random cash prize ranging from 10,000 to 1,000,000. Intermediate: 1 small red envelope and 1 skill card. Note: the skill card may yield a random master-level skill. Advanced: to be unlocked. Chapter 34. Is she really trying to eat both sides? The voice of the father figure echoed once more. Yang Hao, upon hearing the task concerning CSCU, took a moment to regain his composure. Eat, eat, eat. A grand feast. What a gluttonous disposition. Yang Hao's gaze instinctively swept over CSCU. As a fitness coach, her physique was naturally impressive. Years of rigorous training had sculpted her into the envy of countless women, boasting a well-defined waist, slender legs, and an astonishing waist-to-hip ratio. Such a magnificent figure made it hard to associate her with gluttony. Yet, the father figure would not deceive him. This fitness coach, possessing a devilishly alluring body, was indeed a true foodie. See you, you've worked hard. How about I treat you to a late-night snack? Yang Hao said with a grin, glancing at the still feigning anger CSCU. Who would want a late-night snack? Moreover, eating at this hour, are you trying to make someone gain weight? CSCU retorted with an eye roll, subsequently casting her gaze out the window. Though she seemed to decline Yang Hao's offer, her eyes visibly brightened at the mention of a late-night snack. Micro-expressions do not lie. It was evident that CSCU was merely putting on a facade of modesty. I understand. Indulging in a late-night snack at this hour can lead to weight gain. Yang Hao chuckled, then lamented. They say the snow crab, the crab god palace, is exquisite. I've been wanting to try it. Looks like I'll have to wait for another day to go with friends. Just as Yang Hao finished speaking, CSCU, who had been gazing out the window, immediately turned her attention back to him, her expression earnest as she said, "Why didn't you mention snow crab earlier? That doesn't lead to weight gain. Cheryl, didn't you just say you were hungry?" CSCU winked at her companion Qin Yu. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu could only nod helplessly. She knew her friend well. If CSCU missed out on the snow crab today, the following days would be unbearable. Brother Hao, can we set off now? CSCU lifted her teacup and downed nearly all of its contents, her large eyes filled with anticipation. The Crab God Palace was a renowned upscale restaurant in Jiangxing, famous for its crab dishes. However, with an average cost nearing 2,000, it deterred 99 of the general populace. As a true foodie, CSCU had long been salivating over this restaurant, but its exorbitant prices had always held her back. Now that the opportunity had arisen, she was determined to fulfill her dream. Hence, the term Brother Hao flowed from her lips so naturally. The stark contrast in CSCU's demeanor amused Yang Hao. Just moments ago, she had been concerned about gaining weight from late-night snacks, yet now she was eager to indulge. Her unabashed nature was something Yang Hao greatly admired. He always believed that foodies could make great friends. After all, how bad could a foodie truly be? Leaving Jiangzhou Garden, the trio headed straight for the Crab God Palace. Yang Hao drove while Qin Yu and CSCU occupied the back seat. I don't believe his CCS appearance in Jiangzhou Garden has anything to do with your boyfriend. She likely snagged an older man residing there. It's just a coincidence. CSCU leaned in to whisper to Qin Yu, attempting to clear Yang Hao of any infidelity accusations before the grand feast. As they say, a mouthful of food can silence a critic. Naturally, this was also because CSCU had found no trace of ECC and Yang Hao appeared remarkably calm. Not all like someone who had just been out with another woman. That's your take, Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. However, her thoughts diverged from CSCU's. She didn't believe his CCS presence in Jiangzhou Garden was unrelated to Yang Hao. Knowing his CC well, she understood her to be extremely materialistic, with an unyielding tenacity to achieve her goals. Even during the day, she had been making advances toward Yang Hao and would not easily relinquish such a tempting prospect. Yet, she remained unaware of the extent of his CCS developments with Yang Hao. In truth, this matter was beyond her control, for her relationship with Yang Hao was merely contractual. Their lease agreement explicitly stated that they could not interfere in each other's romantic pursuits. Initially, Qin Yiru was indifferent to this clause. After all, they were only in a contractual relationship, and she had no other intentions. However, as they discussed ECC, she felt an unsettling discomfort. This subtle emotional shift startled her. She had only just met Yang Hao today, and to claim feelings had developed seemed unrealistic. It was merely that Yang Hao's personal attributes exceeded her expectations and aligned somewhat with her criteria for a partner. Coupled with the fact that Yang Hao was her nominal boyfriend, a hint of possessiveness began to arise. Yes, that must be it. On the way, Qin Yiru silently dissected her inner thoughts. As they approached 10 o'clock, the trio arrived at the Crab God Palace. The restaurant featured an ancient aesthetic, with both its exterior and interior exuding a classic charm, and each private room was attended by dedicated servers. Yang Hao had accompanied clients here twice before, so he was quite familiar with the setup. After settling into a private room, the server presented an iPad menu, showcasing not only images of each dish but also videos, providing a more intuitive understanding of the offerings. "You all order as you please," Yang Hao gestured grandly, in contrast to his usual caution when entertaining clients, where he had to monitor the menu closely. Although client expenses could be reimbursed, excessive amounts could be troublesome. Today was different. Yang Hao had 5 million in his bank account. Moreover, with CSCU's foodie mission backing him up, he felt entirely confident. However, upon glancing at the menu prices, both Qin Yiru and CSCU gasped internally. They had heard the Crab God Palace was pricey, but experiencing the cost firsthand was another matter entirely. A simple salad started at 198, which was indeed beyond the means of ordinary folk. "Brother Hao, I'll be unapologetic then." CSCU winked at Yang Hao, signaling her intent. "Don't hesitate. Think of it as an all-you-can-eat buffet." Yang Hao laughed, waving his hands. He feared that CSCU might not enjoy herself, and if the father figure withheld his reward, it would be a calamity. The server, dressed in a flowing traditional gown, barely concealed her surprise at Yang Hao's words. This was the Crab God Palace, where the average expenditure was 2,000. This man intended to treat it as a buffet. While most patrons here possessed significant financial means, few dared to order extravagantly. The so-called average expenditure of 2,000 stemmed from the signature snow crab's price point of $19.98. The restaurant offered other expensive seafood delicacies, such as the blue dragon emperor crab. If one truly ordered freely, it was easy to rack up tens of thousands for a single meal, and with some wine, it could easily escalate into the hundreds of thousands. A single meal costing such a fortune. Typically, even the wealthy would hesitate at such spending. That was the realm of the affluent elite. The server, having worked at the Crab God Palace for a year, had encountered numerous wealthy individuals and had a decent eye for discerning their statuses. To her, Yang Hao appeared more like a mid-level executive with modest means. In reality, her assessment was quite accurate. However, Yang Hao was a bit of a show-off. Although he wasn't yet a true tycoon, this meal was merely a trifle for him, especially with the concern that CSCU might not be satisfied. He ordered a Boston blue lobster after they had placed their orders. It was rumored that only 1 in 200,000 lobsters was a blue lobster, making it an exceedingly rare and costly delicacy. Yang Hao ordered a Boston blue lobster weighing 3 jin and 2 yuan. Before it was sent to the kitchen, 2 staff members brought out a live Boston blue lobster for display and thoughtfully helped Yang Hao and his companions take pictures with it. Naturally, such attentive service does not come at a low price. This single lobster cost a staggering 888 yuan. Once the staff member departed with the lobster, which was equivalent to 3 months' salary of the service girl in the private dining room, the girl's demeanor towards Yang Hao transformed. Initially, she had assumed he was merely a company executive trying to impress 2 women at a high-end restaurant, but it turned out he was genuinely affluent. He nonchalantly purchased an 888 yuan Boston blue lobster. He even ordered a bottle of champagne priced at 888 yuan. And with the dishes chosen by the 2 women, along with service and table fees, this meal must have exceeded 30,000 yuan. Such an expenditure is beyond the means of an ordinary company executive. It appears that some wealthy individuals indeed prefer to remain low-key. The service girl mused silently. Similarly, Qin Yuru and CSCU were equally astonished. While ordering, the two had only chosen the popular live snow crab and a few side dishes, demonstrating remarkable restraint. However, Yang Hao had directly ordered an 888 yuan Boston blue lobster. The exorbitant price sent a wave of anxiety through them, particularly for Qin Yuru, who had initially thought that Yang Hao would treat them this time, and she could later reciprocate. A meal costing a few thousand yuan was manageable, but now it had escalated to over 30,000 yuan, consuming more than 2 months' salary for her. That was not something she could easily reciprocate. It would be absurd to invite him for a meal costing only a few hundred in return for such an extravagant feast. CSCU was similarly unsettled. Although she was a food enthusiast, she was acutely aware of her financial boundaries and understood the distinction between what meals were acceptable and what were not. She had arrived with a calm mindset, having assisted Yang Hao and considering him the boyfriend of her close friend, thus deeming it reasonable to enjoy a lavish meal together. A few thousand yuan was an expense she could bear. However, the sudden spike to 30,000 yuan made her uneasy about the meal. It was excessively expensive, far beyond her expectations. As the thought crossed her mind that he might be seeking to charm both sisters, she instinctively straightened her posture and cautiously eyed Yang Hao. The deluded man with such aspirations. Chapter 35, Brother-in-Law Again. CSCU is well aware of the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds them. Therefore, despite being a seasoned foodie, she does not accept meals from just anyone. For instance, the men at her gym who drool over her beauty have always been met with her indifference. She understands that their invitations are not without ulterior motives, and she refuses to grant them any satisfaction by accepting their offers. This should be a fundamental principle of conduct. Yet some women relish taking advantage of such situations, eagerly accepting meals, gifts, and money transfers, only to later claim they are slow to warm up when romance is suggested. Such behavior is utterly shameless. CSCU has never engaged in such antics. Thus, when Yang Hao's invitation exceeded her expectations, a wave of apprehension washed over her, prompting her to suspect he might have ulterior motives. Just as her gaze met Yang Hao's, she noticed him smiling at her, which made her uneasy. Could this man truly be contemplating a double standard? Some men, believing themselves wealthy, often entertain such sordid thoughts. CSCU instinctively furrowed her brow, already strategizing how to navigate this situation. The meal was too extravagant. The Boston blue lobster was certainly optional. At that moment, Qin Yuru chimed in, "It's all right. We don't dine like this every day." Yang Hao waved his hand with a smile. "Let us consider this meal as a housewarming feast. Moving into a new home warrants a proper celebration. Besides, Siyu has helped with so much. She deserves a grand meal." As an experienced salesman, Yang Hao's ability to read the room was quite sharp. He had sensed the unusual tension between the two women. If CC had been present, she would undoubtedly be reveling in the moment, snapping countless photos to showcase the extravagant feast which cost over 30,000. However, Qin Yuru and CSCU appeared somewhat flustered and even anxious. It's evident that people truly are different. As a man with a sound moral compass, Yang Hao naturally favored women like Qin Yuru and CSCU, who shared similar values. Indeed, this is a housewarming feast. Having moved into Jiangzhou Garden, it's only natural to treat ourselves to a lavish meal. So I shall not hold back. Yang Hao's reasoning was quite persuasive, causing CSCU's previously knitted brows to relax. Once again, he urged, "Please do not hold back. Let us treat this as a buffet." Yang Hao was keen to ensure that CSCU enjoyed herself, fearing that if she left unsatisfied, he would not receive his due reward. "All right, Brother Hao." CSCU playfully snapped her fingers and gleefully pulled out her phone to take selfies. After a while, a sumptuous crab feast, including the carefully prepared blue lobster, graced the table. Given the upscale nature of the restaurant, both the cutlery and presentation of the dishes were exquisite, prompting CSCU to snap away with her phone. "Brother Hao, may I post this on my social media?" After finishing her photos, she inquired. "Feel free to post as you wish. You need not seek my approval." Yang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "I mean, can I include you in my post?" CSCU had a photo of Yang Hao, Chin Yuru and herself with the blue lobster, and she wished to place it prominently in her grid. Of course, I'm no celebrity, Yang Hao replied with a smile, eager to ensure CSCU enjoyed her meal. However, I am quite curious about how I will appear in your social media. May I add you as a friend on WeChat? Yang Hao casually waved his folding phone. He appreciated CSCU's personality and did not mind having another charming foodie as a friend. Upon hearing this, CSCU teasingly remarked, "Brother Hao, you are quite bold. Adding other girls on WeChat in front of your girlfriend. Are you? Sharo, do you care?" She added, turning to Chin Yuru with a mock-serious look. "Have you forgotten our pact from last year's birthday?" Chin Yuru replied, unperturbed. "What pact?" CSCU scratched her head, then suddenly slapped her smooth, fair thigh. "Huh? I remember now. Brother Hao, let us add each other." CSCU swiftly added Yang Hao on WeChat. "What pact?" Yang Hao inquired. Curiosity piqued as he noted CSCU's contact. "A secret," CSCU replied mysteriously, shaking her head, and then gestured to Chin Yuru, instructing, "Sharo, you must not tell. Mind your own business." Chin Yuru retorted, somewhat exasperated. She was typically tight-lipped, while gossip-loving CSCU found it hard to keep secrets. Though it was termed a pact, it resembled a playful joke between two close friends. Last year, on CSCU's birthday, they had consumed copious amounts of alcohol and, being both single, made a pact that even when they began dating, their relationships should not interfere with their sisterly bond. CSCU had later added a stipulation that whoever entered a relationship should help test the partner to see if they could withstand the friendship's trials. If the man could resist the allure of a close friend, he would be deemed worthy. Yang Hao, of course, was unaware of this trivial agreement. Seeing that the two were unwilling to elaborate, he chose not to press further. After all, it was merely a casual inquiry, not something that concerned him. At present, Yang Hao was solely focused on when he would receive his reward. "Stop just taking pictures and post. Hurry up and eat," Yang Hao urged CSCU, who was acting like an NPC. All right. I'm done posting. I'm ready to eat," CSCU exclaimed, eagerly picking up her chopsticks. Chin Yuru also began to eat gracefully. Yang Hao casually scrolled through CSCU's recent post, observing the standard 9-grid layout, with the centerpiece being the trio's photo with the blue lobster. In the image, Yang Hao was positioned between them, holding the lobster-esque body, while Chin Yuru and CSCU each grasped a claw. Perhaps worried about being pinched, Chin Yuru wore a slight frown, while the carefree CSCU pouted playfully. Their expressions offered a glimpse into their contrasting personalities. CSCU accompanied her post with a whimsical caption, "Here to be the light bulb, the kind that is both bright and edible." After viewing the post, Yang Hao casually liked it and quipped, "See you, your light bulb, ISNT bright enough. Perhaps you should shave your head." "Not a chance," CSCU replied, her mouth stuffed with crab meat, her words muffled as she chewed. "Take your time. Don't choke," Chin Yuru kindly reminded, though she was long accustomed to her friend's eating habits. "My prowess is well known. ISNT it," CSCU replied without lifting her head, reaching for a dish labeled sea urchin in a wooden box. Meanwhile, her recent social media post began to gain traction. The first to notice was Cici. After leaving Jiangzhou Garden, she felt a lingering sense of discontent, especially upon returning to her rental, where her plastic friend Zhao Meng had thrown shade at her. As she departed from her rented accommodation, Cici remarked that she would not be returning that evening. Consequently, when Chin Yuru, the legitimate partner, unexpectedly made an appearance, Cici, the mistress, had no choice but to retreat. Upon returning to her residence, Cici first engaged in a brief yoga session before reclining on the sofa, applying a facial mask while leisurely conversing with the fish in her pond. While refreshing her social media feed, she fortuitously stumbled upon a post by CSCU. "I had forgotten that she was still among my contacts." Cici gasped in astonishment, immediately realizing that her own social media post might have been visible to the other party. After all, CSCU was a close friend of Chin Yuru, having grown up together. Could it be that my post inadvertently revealed my whereabouts, prompting Chin Yuru's visit? Yes, it must be so. Cici instinctively clenched her fist, regretting that she had not blocked CSCU. Had it not been for this oversight, perhaps she would have achieved her desires tonight. As she lamented her misfortune, Cici clicked on the 9-image collage shared by CSCU. Being a seasoned gold digger, she was well acquainted with the upscale venues in Jiangcheng, and she had visited the Crab God Palace multiple times. Thus, she was familiar with the restaurant's decor and menu prices. Upon seeing the Boston Blue Lobster held by Yang Hao and his companions, her eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, a small business owner had invited her to the Crab God Palace, where the staff had recommended the Boston Blue Lobster. However, due to its exorbitant price, the owner did not order it, and Cece missed out on the experience. Nonetheless, she had a rough idea of the cost, knowing that such a lobster would fetch no less than 15,000. Yang Hao is indeed extravagant. If it were not for my social media post revealing my whereabouts, I would have been the one posing with the blue lobster. The more she pondered, the more regretful she became, even biting her lip in frustration. As a fitness instructor, CSEU had a substantial number of contacts, primarily consisting of gym members or prospective clients who had sought her advice. Sun Tingting was among the potential clients. She had visited the gym where CSEU worked for a swimming session 2 weeks prior, having purchased a fitness swimming experience card online. Upon her arrival, CSEU was responsible for her reception, and the two subsequently added each other as contacts. At that moment, having returned from a meal with her sister, Sun Tingting was chatting with her roommate while scrolling through her phone when she came across CSEU's latest post. Initially indifferent, she merely intended to enjoy the spectacle, casually clicking on the central image of the collage, only to be struck dumb a moment later. Brother-in-law? Again, it's brother-in-law. Chapter 36. The ex-wife's emotional breakdown. Sun Tingting stared in astonishment, her eyes wide and mouth agape, rendered utterly bewildered. She enlarged the photo of the central figure, scrutinizing it closely, and it was undoubtedly her former brother-in-law, Yang Hao. Moreover, there was an even more significant piece of evidence. Her ex-brother-in-law had even liked this post. Wow. ISNT that the Crab God Palace? Who is so extravagant? As Sun Tingting studied the image intently, her roommate and colleague, Zhu Ying, leaned in closer. Zhu, do you know this restaurant? Sun Tingting inquired with curiosity. Of course. It's the Crab God Palace, extremely pricey. Didn't T Zhao Lishu a post about it before? She went there with her boyfriend and posted 3 times, afraid others wouldn't know she dined at a high-end restaurant. Zhu Ying replied. Zhao Lishua was a mutual university classmate of theirs, but their relationship was rather superficial, lacking any real connection. Wait, ISNT that Yangge? Zhu Ying exclaimed. Boston Blue Lobster. No wonder it's Yangge. He is truly wealthy. Zhu Ying recognized Yang Hao in the photo, especially since the 3-fold phone on the table was the very one she had sold that afternoon. Additionally, Yang Hao had just picked up a Winja M9 next door, leaving Zhu Ying with a lasting impression of this affluent Yangge. Tingting, I really don't understand your sister. With such a rich husband, how could you just let him go? Not to mention, Yangge is quite handsome, exuding masculinity. If it were me, I'd never consider divorce. Zhu Ying lamented, reflecting on Yang Hao's new status as Sun Tingting's ex-brother-in-law. Sun Tingting remained silent, continuing to scroll through the photos shared by CSEU. Among them, the only image of Yang Hao was the central one, while 2 others featured her and Qin Yiru, and the rest were solo shots of CSEU along with the restaurant's ambience. Sun Tingting glanced at the caption and quickly deduced the relationship between CSEU and her former brother-in-law. The fitness instructor she had met casually must be a friend of her ex-brother-in-law's current girlfriend. Tingting, tell me, why did your sister divorce Yangge? Was it because he had an affair? Is the girlfriend in the photo the mistress? Zhu Ying pressed, her curiosity evident as she sat beside Sun Tingting. No. Sun Tingting shook her head. There was no infidelity. I'm not entirely sure about the details. She felt uncomfortable discussing her sister's actions and couldn't bring herself to defame her ex-brother-in-law with accusations of cheating. Compared to her sister, Sun Jiajia, she still held a moral compass. Tingting, can't you share with me? I wouldn't tell anyone. I'm just genuinely curious. Yangge is in such a good position. If his current girlfriend weren't so beautiful, I might even take a chance myself. Zhu Ying teased, pulling at Sun Tingting's arm playfully. Are you really considering pursuing my brother-in-law? Sun Tingting looked at her friend incredulously. What brother-in-law? You should call him Yangge now. He is divorced. Zhu Ying replied. So theoretically, I have a chance, and not just me. You do too. In fact, your chances might be even better. ISNT it said that a sister-in-law has a special connection with her brother-in-law. So, you have a status buff in front of Yang Hao. Plus, if you end up with him, he wouldn't even need to change his in-laws. How convenient. Zhu Ying's playful banter left Sun Tingting dumbfounded. After a moment of shock, she slapped her friend's thigh and exclaimed, "You speak nonsense. How could I ever marry the same man as my sister?" With that, Sun Tingting feigned annoyance and retreated to her room. Why not? There are plenty of historical examples of sisters sharing a husband. Besides, you aren't together. Zhu Ying continued to tease as Sun Tingting slammed the door to her bedroom shut. Though not genuinely angry at Zhu Ying's words, she felt compelled to inform her sister, Sun Jia, about the situation immediately. Additionally, Zhu Ying's comments had struck a chord within her during her university years. She often stayed at her sister's home and interacted with Yang Hao, whom she actually admired. He was well-mannered, had a good income, was family-oriented, and doted on her sister. For quite some time, she had used Yang Hao as a benchmark when seeking boyfriends. Their interactions had always been harmonious, yet due to their unique relationship, she had never considered the direction Zhu Ying suggested. Now, however, Zhu Ying's words prompted her to rethink. With Yang Hao divorced from her sister, that previous special connection was no longer relevant. She was also single. Oh my, what am I thinking? Even if my sister divorced Yang Hao, I should pursue such a path. Sun Tingting slapped her forehead, then forwarded the photos shared by CSCU to her sister, along with a brief explanation of the situation. Meanwhile, Sun Jia sat before her computer, reviewing cases related to concealed marital assets. After learning from Ma Qian that her ex-husband, Yang Hao, had purchased the Wingem 9 outright, she concluded that he must have hidden marital assets, making this lawsuit imperative. Moreover, most related cases online had resulted in victory, although execution could be challenging. Sun Jia was determined to gather solid evidence and execute an unexpected asset preservation strategy to maximize her benefits. Just then, she received a message from her sister containing the photos. Upon opening them, her brows furrowed, especially after seeing Yang Hao with Qin Yuru, CSCU, and that Boston Blue Lobster. She felt a surge of anger. He just bought a car for $500,000. Now he's dining at the Crab God Palace, which must cost $2,000 or $3,000 for that meal. Understanding the Crab God Palace's exorbitance, Sun Jia, having accompanied Lu Songlin there twice, was well aware that he had treated her to Boston Blue Lobster. Oh, Yang Hao, you pretended to be poor while with me, and now you're living lavishly, dining with a little vixen at such an expensive place. Sun Jia clenched her teeth in frustration and immediately called her sister, Sun Tingting. Where did these photos come from? I added a fitness instructor on WeChat recently. The photos are from her moments, Sun Tingting replied. Screenshot that post and send it to me. This can serve as evidence. Then do a screen recording. Sun Jia said angrily. Okay, Sun Tingting responded, then proceeded to follow her sister's instructions. While she felt sympathy for Yang Hao, the bond between sisters temporarily aligned her with her sister's side. Chapter 37. What more could be desired when the belly is already round? Is this WeChat moment posted 15 minutes ago? Upon receiving the screenshot from her younger sister, Sun Jia immediately inquired. Indeed, the timestamp on WeChat is usually quite accurate. Sun Tingting replied. She had seen the post approximately 10 minutes prior, which meant only 5 minutes had elapsed since then. This implied that they were likely still at the Crab God Palace. Tingting, accompany me there. Sun Jia's tone turned grave after a brief silence. Huh? Cease. What are you planning to do? Sun Tingting was taken aback, knowing her sister's propensity for stirring up trouble. Of course, it's to gather evidence. Prepare yourself. I will arrive at your apartment complex in 20 minutes. Am I going to? Sun Tingting's brow furrowed into a tight knot. She had no desire to become embroiled in her sister's affairs with her ex-brother-in-law, Yang Hao. After all, this was a matter her sister had initiated, and she was reluctant to compromise her moral standards. Yet, being the sister of Sun Jia complicated her reluctance. Sun Tingting sought a way to evade the situation, but before she could finish, Sun Jia had already hung up. Sigh. Had I known, I wouldn't have said anything. Sun Tingting regretted tugging at her hair, realizing that sometimes less involvement is preferable. However, it was too late for regrets now. 20 minutes later, Sun Jejia arrived at the entrance of Sun Tingting's apartment complex in a hired vehicle. Sis, perhaps it would be best not to go. They might simply be heading home after posting, and your visit now may be futile. Sun Tingting was resolute in her desire to avoid the unfolding drama. Standing outside the car window. Get in. Sun Jejia forcefully opened the back door of the car. They must still be there. That woman's selfie conveniently captured the wall clock in the private room, showing the time was 40 minutes ago. Oh. Sun Tingting let out a resigned sigh and reluctantly entered the car. Driver, to the Crab God Palace. Please hurry. I'm going to catch someone in the act. Once Sun Tingting was inside, Sun Jejia immediately instructed the driver. Catching someone in the act? Excellent. The middle-aged driver, slightly overweight, brightened at the prospect of such excitement. After a long day of driving, it was as if he had received a shot of adrenaline. He slammed the accelerator, propelling the once slow Toyota Camry forward with remarkable speed. Ladies, buckle up. We'll be there within 15 minutes. Thank you for your efforts, driver. I'll be recording video evidence, so I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Consider this payment a token of gratitude. Sun Jejia remarked as she handed the driver 2 red bills. This? Oh, it's really not necessary, the driver replied, caught off guard by the unexpected monetary compensation. Despite his polite protestations, he accepted the money, stating, just tell me what you need me to do, but I must insist on avoiding anything illegal. Rest assured, I merely wish to document evidence of his infidelity. Once we arrive, please park at the entrance of the Crab God Palace so I can record from the car, and then follow him afterward. Sun Jejia detailed her intentions. That's simple. I can help you record the video. The driver quickly agreed, his enthusiasm palpable. That's splendid. Thank you so much. The prospect of ample video evidence invigorated Sun Jejia. Initially, she had planned to remain hidden in the car while filming, but now felt bolder, primarily concerned about alarming their target. The driver, being a stranger, could pose as an unsuspecting bystander to capture the moments up close. Isn't it just a matter of filming? It's a trivial task. I detest those mistresses. Why must they choose to be the other woman? They have no shame at all. In my opinion, such women ought to face severe consequences, just like in ancient times, perhaps being submerged in a pig cage or burned alive. The driver ranted, his voice brimming with indignation. Hearing his fervent remarks, Sun Jejia couldn't help but grimace. The thought of such torturous fates sent a chill down her spine. Ahem, driver, let us discuss how to film. If you manage to capture clear footage, I'll give you an additional 200. Sun Jejia hastily redirected the conversation. The mention of more money piqued the driver's interest, prompting him to boast. To be honest, I'm quite skilled at filming. Driving is just one of my professions. I also shoot short videos on the side. You can find me on Douyin by searching for driver Lao Zhang. Upon hearing this, Sun Jejia immediately opened Douyin and searched for driver Lao Zhang. To her surprise, she found the account, albeit with a mere 1,000 followers, hardly indicative of a side hustle, more like a hobby. Nevertheless, his experience in filming short videos would be beneficial for her needs. As the two continued to discuss their filming strategy, Sun Tingting silently lamented, alas, I have truly become an accomplice in wrongdoing. Had I known, I would have remained silent. With a flurry of activity from driver Lao Zhang, the Camry pulled into a parking spot not far from the entrance of the Crab God Palace 12 minutes later. From the rear seat, Sun Jejia would be able to observe the entrance, though capturing audio would likely be impossible. Hence, as an unfamiliar face, driver Lao Zhang would effectively serve as a mobile camera. Miss, do you have a photo? Let me recognize the person first. After parking, driver Lao Zhang spoke professionally. As his words faded, the door of the Crab God Palace swung open from within. They're coming out, it's them, Sun Jejia exclaimed, pointing at Yang Hao, flanked by the alluring staff members Qin Yuru and CSCU. Ugh, not just one mistress, but 2. These wealthy individuals certainly know how to indulge. Upon seeing Yang Hao alongside his companions, the driver spat in disgust before swiftly exiting the vehicle. Meanwhile, Yang Hao was feeling somewhat discontent at the moment. The meal had concluded, the bills settled, and CSU's belly had grown round. Yet, his father had yet to respond. What was he thinking? Wasn't this considered a grand feast? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the first phase of the task. Reward. Small red packet 1. Would you like to open the red packet now? As Yang Hao pondered whether something was amiss, the long-awaited notification finally chimed in. Yes, absolutely. Yang Hao responded without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the small red packet. You have randomly received 880,000 or coins. Note, all system rewards originate from legal sources. The host can use them with confidence. Chapter 38. Oh no, my ex-husband has truly struck it rich. Upon hearing the notification sound from his mobile device, Yang Hao could not resist snapping his fingers in delight. The small red envelope had proven quite successful, yielding an astonishing 220,000 more than what he had received on the subway. With a sudden influx of 880,000, a wave of comfort washed over him. Ding! Your Alipay account has received 880,000 yuan. As Yang Hao reveled in his good fortune, a familiar female voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Another reward had landed in his Alipay account. Drawing from his previous experience on the subway, he was not particularly surprised, although the ostentatious nature of this reward was somewhat conspicuous. Beside him, Qin Yuru and CSCU instinctively glanced in his direction. After all, 880,000 was no trifling sum. Thud. Just as Yang Hao pondered whether to offer an explanation, a middle-aged man approaching from the opposite direction stumbled over an unseen obstacle and fell flat before him. Are you all right? Yang Hao kindly extended a hand to assist the man, who happened to be the driver, Old Zhang. I'm fine, thank you. Old Zhang, who had been surreptitiously filming, was startled by the announcement of the 880,000 yuan deposit, causing him to lose his balance and fall. He hastily retrieved his phone, which had also met the ground, and scrambled back to his feet. Seated in the car, Sun Jejia could not help but scold. What a useless fool. What kind of mental fortitude is that? Getting scared while filming a video. Sun Tingting remained silent, silently observing her former brother-in-law, Yang Hao, whose demeanor was evidently more buoyant than it had been earlier that afternoon at the Huawei store. Sister, actually my brother-in-law isn't so bad. He possesses commendable qualities and treats you well. I truly cannot fathom why you chose to associate with that older man. Is it solely for his wealth? Sun Tingting posed a soul-searching question. You have experienced too little and understand nothing. Sun Jejia retorted dismissively, then immediately launched into a tirade against Yang Hao. Look at him. Divorced for only a few days, and suddenly he's wealthy. Clearly, he was not on the same page as me and concealed his assets during our marriage. Moreover, he might not have been with that vixen for long, and I was kept in the dark all along. That Yang is an expert at acting. He is practically an Oscar-winning performer, playing the role of a devoted husband while engaging in sordid affairs behind my back. I tell you, Tingting, you must keep your eyes wide open when seeking a partner. Do not let appearances deceive you. Originally intending to confront her sister, Sun Tingting found herself on the receiving end of a barrage of unsolicited advice. With a sigh of resignation, she chose not to engage further. At that moment, driver Old Zhang returned to the vehicle and settled into the driver's seat, lamenting, "What bad luck. I accidentally took a tumble. However, I did manage to capture the video, albeit incomplete." With that, he displayed the footage to Sun Jejia. Given the proximity of the shot, the video was undeniably clearer. Yet, after Yang Hao and his companions exited the Crab God Palace, there had been little conversation. As the video neared its conclusion, they heard the familiar notification. Alipay has received 880,000 yuan. Pause. Where did that sound come from? Sun Jejia's eyes widened in disbelief. That was the sound from your husband's phone. I was startled as well. 880,000. I would have to drive for several years without eating or drinking to earn that. Driver Old Zhang expressed his astonishment. Are you certain it was from his phone? Sun Jejia's brows furrowed. Initially intending to capture a simple video, she had stumbled upon unexpected revelations. If Alipay could so effortlessly deposit 880,000 yuan, did that not imply her ex-husband's total assets were in the realm of hundreds of millions? Young, I truly misjudged him. Sun Jejia clenched her jaw tightly. the realization of her ex-husband's newfound wealth hitting her harder than a mortal blow. "Miss, their vehicle has departed. Shall we follow?" Driver Old Zhang, ever diligent, pointed towards the already moving Wanjian 9. "Yes." Sun Jia managed to squeeze out a single word through gritted teeth, then turned to Sun Tingting, declaring, "Did you see? Who knows how much wealth he has hidden? It is far more complex than you imagined." Feigning agreement, Sun Tingting nodded. Although Yang Hao's sudden affluence puzzled her, she firmly believed in her former brother-in-law's character, as they had known each other for quite some time. If he were merely acting, he could maintain the fade for a short period, but sustaining it for so many years was improbable. "My dear, I am merely an outsider and should not overstep. However, as a man, I can share insights into the psyche of most men. Your husband is clearly a wealthy individual, not lacking in financial resources, and there must be countless women vying for his attention. Truth be told, it is not just him. Any man might struggle to resist such temptations. If he treats you well, I advise you to turn a blind eye. There is no need to invite suffering upon yourself. As long as you do not divorce, those women outside cannot take your place. Being a wealthy matron is not so bad, is it? If you find yourself feeling bored, you could seek companionship as well." Driver Old Zhang rambled on, seemingly attempting to console Sun Jia. "Master Zhang, you are unaware of our circumstances." Sun Jia was unwilling to delve into this topic with him, especially since she deemed his comments nonsensical. Had she known during her marriage to Yang Hao that he might possess assets in the millions, she would have never considered divorce. Her aspiration was to live the life of a wealthy matron. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that when they were together, Yang Hao had been financially struggling. Indeed, every family has its own difficulties. Driver Old Zhang discerned that she was disinterested in continuing the conversation, so he sighed and redirected his focus to tailing Yang Hao. Yang Hao, engaged in smart driving mode, remained blissfully unaware of the vehicle following him. He first dropped off Qin Yuru and CSCU at their homes before making his way back to Jiangzhou Garden alone. As his Wanjian 9 smoothly entered the underground garage of Jiangzhou Garden, driver Old Zhang was compelled to temporarily halt his vehicle at the roadside. "Master Zhang, which community is this?" As it was nighttime, Sun Jia could not discern her surroundings nor identify the entrance to the garage. "This is Jiangzhou Garden. My lady, are you unaware that your husband owns a property here?" Driver Old Zhang inquired, astonished. "Jiangzhou Garden?" Sun Jia gasped in disbelief. As a seasoned gold digger, how could she not recognize Jiangzhou Garden, a coveted residence she dreamed of inhabiting, a symbol of status and prestige? Yet, she had never imagined her ex-husband, Yang Hao, would now reside there. Thus, it became evident that his assets could not merely be a few hundred million. She was well aware that properties in Jiangzhou Garden started at 10 million yuan. To reside there, one would need assets amounting to several tens of millions, if not more, to afford such a luxury. "Oh no, my ex-husband has truly struck it rich." Chapter 39. Sun Jia's regret, as Sun Jia speculated that Yang Hao's net worth could be in the hundreds of millions. Her mind was solely focused on suing for a share of the assets. Although a hint of regret lingered in her heart, it was minimal, especially considering Lu Sonlin's wealth also reached millions. However, her mindset had shifted dramatically. She had just quietly calculated that Yang Hao resided in a luxurious home at Jiangzhou Garden, drove a Wanjia M9 worth 500,000, and effortlessly received 88,000 via Alipay. Just these known assets amounted to over 10 million. A normal person would never allocate all their funds solely for purchasing a house or a car, particularly for a lavish estate like Jiangzhou Garden, where annual fees for property management and utilities alone would tally several tens of thousands. Thus, a conservative estimate placed Yang Hao's net worth at over 20 million. When this figure struck her mind, it felt as though a thunderbolt had hit her. Had she known that Yang Hao possessed over 20 million in assets, she would have never considered divorce. Just as Sun Tingting had previously remarked, Yang Hao was quite commendable in many aspects and had treated her exceptionally well. His only shortcoming was his relatively modest income, which was no longer a factor. Was he not perfect then? Moreover, even if he was not flawless, as the driver Lao Zhang had said, turning a blind eye and living as a wealthy wife was not a bad option at all. Consequently, Sun Jejia was genuinely filled with regret. A husband with a net worth of 20 million had simply cast her aside. If she were now living the life she desired, it would be one thing, but Lu Songlin, that older man, was still married, and she had already sensed a hint of his indifference. Men were like that. Once bored, they sought to discard what no longer entertained them. Now, Sun Jejia was uncertain if she could truly secure her new position. Furthermore, even if she succeeded in the end, she would merely be marrying a divorced man with children. Comparing Lu Songlin and Yang Hao in terms of age, appearance, height, vitality, and financial strength, she would be thoroughly outclassed. How foolish I am! How could I have made such a nonsensical decision? At that moment, Sun Jejia desperately wished to slap herself. Beautiful lady, where to next? Lao Zhang's voice interrupted her thoughts. Take us back, Sun Jejia replied weakly, her gaze drifting through the car window at the luxurious homes of Jiangzhong Garden, her eyes brimming with envy. Honestly, you might as well pretend to know nothing. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. After all, you are not short on money, and life is quite pleasant. Lao Zhang, noticing the shift in Sun Jejia's emotions, offered words of comfort as he drove. Master Zhang, could you add me on WeChat? Please send me the video you just recorded, and I'll compensate you for your trouble. Sun Jejia changed the topic. Although she felt profound regret now, there was no turning back, and she could only proceed with her previous intentions. In her view, Yang Hao's concealment and transfer of marital assets were as good as confirmed. Given Yang Hao's current asset scale, she might very well reclaim millions in property. The thought of it lightened her mood slightly. At a red light, Lao Zhang promptly added Sun Jejia as a WeChat friend and sent her the footage he had captured. Sun Jejia willingly transferred 500 yuan to him. Thank you, beautiful lady. I initially said 200, but now you've sent 500. I'm overjoyed. Lao Zhang grinned widely, having earned 700 yuan in total, a sum he had never made in such a short time after years of driving for a ride-hailing service. Hongshan Community. Upon returning to their rented apartment, CSEU collapsed onto the living room sofa, caressing her rounded belly as she exclaimed, that $30,000 feast was extraordinary, both visually stunning and delicious, simply divine. I suddenly feel like I've truly dined for the first time. The meals before must have been fit for pigs, far too shabby. No wonder so many women are eager to marry into wealthy families. Indeed, wealth is a wonderful thing, CSEU remarked contentedly. Then you should find a way to marry into wealth. Qin Yuru teased, playfully nudging her. Forget it. I doubt I have any chance. CSEU shook her head and then grabbed Qin Yuru's hand, grinning. But you are just one step away. Once you marry Hao Ge, you'll be a wealthy lady. Then I can rightfully crash at your place for meals, and any unwanted Hermes, Chanel, or LV pieces you can be tossed my way. I one-T mind it all. Qin Yuru rolled her eyes. You're getting ahead of yourself. Sleep now. With that, she strode back to her room. CSEU called out to her retreating figure. What do you mean getting ahead? Aren't you two already dating? Don't tell me you're looking down on Hao Ge's conditions. The next day, Xin Yuan Building. This is the headquarters of the Xin Yuan Group. In the underground parking lot on the basement level, a black Mercedes-Benz S450 came to a stop as Lu Songlin exited the vehicle, carrying a briefcase. Good morning, President Lu. A middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses also parked nearby. Oh, what a coincidence, President Wei. Lu Songlin greeted him with a smile. The man, Wei Peng, was the HR director of Xin Yuan Group, and their relationship had always been amicable. Indeed, it seems we are fated. Wei Peng replied with a broad smile, then lowered his voice. President Lu, regarding the matter you mentioned previously, it can be finalized today. My team has already informed Yang Hao. Excellent. President Wei, thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you after work at Hongmanda Club. Lu Songlin lightly patted Wei Peng's shoulder, eliciting a knowing smile from the latter. At that moment, a brand new Wanjie M9 pulled into a parking spot just a few meters away. The Wanjie M9, could it be Mr. Feng's? He has been raving about wanting to buy this car lately. Wei Peng casually remarked, referring to the Group S vice president, with whom he was quite familiar. Lu Songlin instinctively frowned, as he immediately thought of who the owner of the vehicle might be. Yang Hao? This is his car? Seeing Yang Hao get out of the Wanjie M9, Wei Peng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Someone at his level shouldn't be able to afford this car. Did he win the lottery? Wei Peng muttered under his breath. Lu Songlin merely scoffed. Everyone has their own path. Perhaps he has found himself a wealthy mistress. Chapter 40. Put the green hat back on. Indeed, there exists a possibility. Wei Peng nodded in agreement, perceiving Yang Hao as someone endowed with the attributes to be a kept man. After all, his outward appearance was commendable, and after years in sales, his eloquence must be exceptional, likely adept at charming wealthy women. Regardless of the source of his finances, he had acquired a Wanjiam 9. When the time came to discuss his resignation, negotiations might be more favorable. Lu Songlin murmured, if money were truly no object, the conversation would surely flow more easily. Wei Peng stroked his chin and glanced in Yang Hao's direction, at which moment Yang Hao also happened to look over. Mr. Wei, good morning. Yang Hao was aware that the person he was to confront today was Wei Peng. In the past, he would have felt deeply disheartened and indignant about the impending optimization of his position. After all, he had diligently contributed to the company, boasting one of the top sales performances. However, his mindset had shifted entirely. Now that he had connections, he was indifferent to trifles. Even if the company did not proactively approach him, he would willingly submit his resignation. Nonetheless, there was a stark contrast between voluntary and involuntary resignation, akin to the difference in emotions between being dumped and initiating a breakup in a romantic relationship. Presently, Yang Hao was unconcerned about his job, but he was determined to assert his dignity. After years of hard work, how could they simply dismiss him? Were workers so easily bullied? Xiao Yang, I see you got a new car. You must be thriving. Lu Songlin greeted Yang Hao with a grin, feeling secure as the affair remained undisclosed. Just then, Yang Hao's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Apologies, I need to take this call. Yang Hao brandished his brand new Huawei foldable phone. We'll head upstairs first. Lu Songlin cast a glance at Yang Hao's device, perplexed by how his subordinate had suddenly come into money. Wei Peng also noticed the foldable phone in Yang Hao's hand. After they had walked a distance, he whispered to Lu Songlin, new car, new phone. This lad hasn't truly latched onto a wealthy woman, has he? Perhaps. Lu Songlin shrugged nonchalantly. On the other side, Yang Hao answered the call. Is this manager Yang Hao? A melodious female voice inquired. Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling? Yang Hao responded corteously. I wish to discuss matters concerning your ex-wife. Do you have a moment? The caller did not reveal her identity, but mentioned Sun Jiejia. Yang Hao instinctively raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Your ex-wife is having an improper relationship with my husband. The woman's shocking revelation left Yang Hao stunned. He was already aware that Sun Jiejia's drastic actions were due to the presence of another man. Yet he did not know the man's identity. Now, the wife had come to confront him. Where shall we meet? Are you at the office? Yes. I am waiting for you at Fuyuan Tea House, room 202. All right. Yang Hao agreed promptly, turning back to his Wanjiam 9. As for the HR department, they could wait. What was the upside of being fired? Thus, Yang Hao drove directly to Fuyuan Tea House, which was less than a kilometer from the Xinyuan building. Minutes later, he parked at the entrance of the tea house. At this hour, the tea house had just opened with hardly any patrons present. Upon entering, a woman clad in a light pink qipao approached him with a smile. Are you Mr. Yang? Yes, that's me, Yang Hao nodded. Please follow me upstairs. The woman swayed her slender waist ahead of him, her high heels clicking on the wooden staircase. The qipao accentuated her figure, though her looks were merely average. The attire added an allure that was quite captivating. Mr. Yang, we have arrived at room 202. As Yang Hao discreetly admired the way the woman moved, she halted at the end of the second floor. Thank you, he said politely, knocking on the door of the room. Come in. A pleasant voice beckoned from within. Compared to the voice on the phone, this one carried a hint of maturity. Curiosity piqued, Yang Hao pushed the door open. A stunning woman, seemingly in her mid-30s, stood quietly by the window. She donned a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her fair collarbone and smooth shoulders, the fabric exuding quality and softness, gently swaying with the breeze that entered the room. Sistersu? Yang Hao recognized her. She was Su Yuxiue, the wife of Lu Songlin. They had met briefly at a wedding, exchanging mere pleasantries, but she had left a lasting impression, given her captivating beauty. In an instant, Yang Hao realized he had uncovered the identity of Sun Jejia's lover. It turned out to be that scoundrel Lu Songlin. The two had indeed met at that very wedding. "I thought you might have forgotten me," Su Yuxiwei remarked, nodding at Yang Hao, gesturing toward the chairs by the tea table. "How could I possibly forget someone as beautiful as you, Sister Su?" Yang Hao responded with a smile, closing the door behind him and taking a seat at the table. Su Yuxiwei sat across from him, pouring a cup of tea. "You are here to resign today, aren't you?" "How do you know that, Sister Su?" Yang Hao asked, surprised as he scrutinized the exquisite woman before him. "I've installed a monitoring program on Lu Songlin's phone. His every move is under my surveillance. His decision to terminate your employment was premeditated in collusion with Sun Jejia." Su Yuxiwei wasted no time and got straight to the point. "I see." Yang Hao began to piece everything together, realizing Su Yuxiwei must have acquired this information from Lu Songlin, but he had not anticipated her capability to install such a program. It appeared she was well informed and orchestrating a grand scheme. "Sister Su, it seems you possess a wealth of knowledge. I am curious to know why you sought me out." Yang Hao inquired. "You seem unfazed by the affair between Sun Jejia and Lu Songlin. Did you already know?" Su Yuxiwei had expected Yang Hao to react with anger upon learning of his ex-wife's infidelity, yet his calm demeanor surprised her. "I was unaware until I saw you, but I knew there was another man involved. I just didn't expect it to be Lu Songlin, which was quite a revelation. Do you wish to take revenge?" Su Yuxiwei gazed into Yang Hao's eyes, her enchanting gaze holding an unspoken allure. "How would I go about that?" Yang Hao felt a hint of discomfort under her intense gaze, which seemed somewhat inappropriate. "He slept with your wife. You could reciprocate by sleeping with his wife. Couldn't he you?" Chapter 41. The fierce young woman Su Yuxiwei's voice was soft and alluring as her fair hand gently rested on Yang Hao's, which held a teacup. This took Yang Hao by surprise. His eyes widened in disbelief at the boldness of the beautiful woman before him. Indeed, she was unreserved. The thought of a film he had seen, titled Apple, flashed through his mind, which depicted a similar scenario where the female lead was seduced by her boss and ended up pregnant. The boss's wife confronted the female lead's husband, but in the movie, the boss's wife was past her prime and lacked allure. However, Su Yuxiwei was a different story. Though she was several years older than Yang Hao, her natural beauty, coupled with meticulous self-care, placed her at the pinnacle of desirability among mature women. Yang Hao was no saint, especially after the betrayal by Sun Jejia. He had come to terms with the transient nature of life. Enjoying oneself was of paramount importance. There was no need to constantly seek approval from others. As long as it was within legal bounds, life should be savored. Noticing Yang Hao's silence, Su Yuxiwei narrowed her beautiful eyes and remarked, "Isn't age a virtue? I prefer the experienced." A smile crept onto Yang Hao's lips as he set down his teacup and grasped Su Yuxiwei's hand in return. Half an hour later, the private room fell into a serene silence. Su Yuxiwei raised the spiced tea before her and downed it in one gulp. Observing this, Yang Hao, who was smoking, couldn't help but reflect. This woman was indeed fierce. Wiping her mouth with a tissue, Su Yuxiwei resumed her composed demeanor as she sat across from Yang Hao. "You ought to be in charge of Lu Songlin. He's no match for you," she began, acknowledging Yang Hao's capabilities. "Now that we know each other well, I will speak plainly." "Sister-in-law, go ahead," Yang Hao replied with a chuckle, retaining the familiar address he had used. Privately, he referred to Lu Songlin as Lu Gu, thus calling Su Yuxiwei's sister-in-law at the wedding. The earlier playful moment had reminded him of this title, and as for the reasoning behind it, well, those who understood would comprehend. "I need you to gather evidence of Lu Songlin's professional misconduct and hidden marital assets. I want to believe with nothing." As she broached this topic, the allure in her eyes was replaced by a cold, piercing glare, revealing the deep-seated resentment she harbored for her husband. "You know they're planning to expel me. Therefore, I fear I may not be of much assistance." Yang Hao gently shook his head. "Do you think their decision to expel you will deter you? That's not your character." Moreover, having worked alongside Lu Songlin for several years, you must know some of his money-making schemes. He is our mutual adversary, and I believe we should join forces to claim what is rightfully ours. Prior to seeking Yang Hao's help, Su Yuxiwei had meticulously prepared her approach, asserting, Are you suggesting we form an alliance for revenge? Yang Hao laughed, his spirits high, buoyed by the notion of their collaboration. Call it whatever you wish, as long as we stand united. Su Yushue maintained a serious expression. Agreed. We will share information and stay in close contact. Let's exchange WeChat IDs. All right. Yang Hao took his phone and added Su Yushue as a friend. Lu Songlin is currently processing immigration paperwork. He claims it's for a better educational environment abroad, but I know he has embezzled funds and intends to flee. Soon, I will send you the work-related documents I extracted from his phone. There are many things I do not fully grasp. Perhaps you can identify some crucial information. Clearly, Su Yushue had thoughtfully considered her approach before approaching Yang Hao, even devising a plan for their collaboration. While she lacked knowledge about Lu Songlin's professional matters, Yang Hao, as a senior sales manager, was well-versed in them. Understood, Yang Hao nodded earnestly, intrigued by the prospect of uncovering Lu Songlin's secrets. In truth, much of Lu Songlin's misconduct was already known to him, given his long tenure in the sales department. With the additional data from Lu's phone, they could delve even deeper. At the new source building, on the 15th floor of the sales department, Lu Songlin was reviewing contracts submitted by his subordinates when suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. President Lu, this is Wei Peng, came the voice on the other end. Has Yang Hao returned to your department? He hasn't shown up in HR yet. Huh? He hasn't arrived? Lu Songlin's brow furrowed instinctively. He hasn't. He came down to the underground parking with us. I thought he would arrive at HR shortly. I assumed he was called to sales, Wei Peng grumbled. I'll check on the situation, Lu Songlin replied, hanging up. He picked up another phone on his desk and called his assistant. Xiao Zhang, please see if Yang Hao is in the sales area. Yes, President Lu, please hold. Came the response. After a brief silence, Xiao Zhang's voice returned. President Lu, Manager Yang is not here. Not there? He was just in the underground parking. Where could that scoundrel have gone? Lu Songlin cursed as he slammed the phone down. Chapter 42, a scene in the play Mr. Wei. Yang Hao is not in the sales department, Lu Songlin informed Wei Peng, having just returned a call. That's strange. The lad is clearly in the office. He decided to call Yang Hao directly. Setting down the office landline, Lu Songlin picked up his mobile phone, locating Yang Hao's number in his contacts. At the private room of Fuyuan Tea House, Yang Hao was startled by the name flashing on his phone. What is going on? I merely spent some time with your wife. And now the call comes through? He glanced at Su Yushue seated across from him and showed her the caller ID. Could Lu Songlin be monitoring you? Impossible. Su Yushue waved her hand dismissively. Just answer it. Feeling that Lu Songlin couldn't possibly know so quickly about the affair, Yang Hao answered the call. Hello, Li Daoyang. What are you up to? Lu Songlin's voice on the other end was tinged with irritation. Normally, if Yang Hao heard such a tone from his superior, he would respond cautiously, even instinctively lowering his voice. This was one of the survival rules in the workplace. Always give face to your superior, even over the phone. Some might think that since the other party cannot see you, it doesn't matter how you answer, but that's not the case. Your tone and voice can convey much. However, this time, Yang Hao was decidedly different. He stood up from his seat and walked straight to Su Yushue's side, one hand holding the phone while the other began to caress her fair neck. Mr. Lu, I'm stepping out to meet a client. A client? What client? Lu Songlin instinctively inquired. A beautiful female client. Yang Hao replied with a grin, savoring the softness beneath his palm. I don't care what client it is. HR is looking for you, and the call came through to me. Get back to the office as soon as possible. Despite sensing Yang Hao's unusual demeanor, Lu Songlin thought little of it and urged him sharply. Understood, Mr. Lu. I'll return once I'm done. Yang Hao did not hang up but placed the phone on the tea table, allowing his free hand to explore further down Su Yushue's neck. Su Yushue let out an involuntary soft moan, fully aware of Yang Hao's intentions. At that moment, however, Lu Songlin hung up the call, and Yang Hao's phone emitted a busy signal. Meanwhile, in the sales department's office, Lu Songlin cursed. Damn it. He says he's meeting a client, but he's clearly off gallivanting. Does he think I'm just a pawn in their little game? Damn it. Lu Songlin had unmistakably heard that soft moan. Someone with his experience could easily identify such sounds. Yet that voice seemed vaguely familiar. Nevertheless, he was more concerned about Yang Hao's apparent leisure in pursuing women. It seemed he truly had money now. But where did it come from? It was time to investigate all the orders he had handled. There must be something amiss. Perhaps he had inflated the expenses for public relations and receptions. As the head of the sales department, Lu Songlin was well aware of the various methods his subordinates employed to make money. Unbeknownst to him, his call had inadvertently acted like a little blue pill. In the tea house's private room, the scene repeated itself. Yang Hao fastened his belt and rubbed his slightly trembling thigh. After all, he was in his 30s, and his physical condition could not compare to that of his 20s. However, when compared to Lu Songlin, he was in much better shape. At least Su Yuxiue had given him a 5-star review. Mr. Yang, take care, the tea house proprietress, dressed in a qipao, warmly bid him farewell at the door, even asking for his WeChat. It was clear that Yang Hao had not only earned Su Yuxiue's approval, but also caught the eye of the proprietress. The tea house was small, and the earlier commotion had not gone unnoticed. Even though both had managed to restrain themselves, there were moments of undeniable connection, likely overheard by the proprietress. Yang Hao was unfazed. They were all adults, after all. Such encounters were as normal as eating and drinking, basic human needs. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the first phase of the mission. Reward: Information Capsule X1, Beginner's Blind Box X1. Yes, no, open information capsule. Just as Yang Hao stepped out of the Fuyuan tea house, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Huh, has the team been successfully formed already? Yang Hao was bewildered. He had expected the task concerning Su Yuxiue to be more challenging, especially since it involved assembling an Avengers-like alliance. To his surprise, having made 2 intimate connections, the first phase of the mission was completed. It felt almost too easy, leaving Yang Hao slightly embarrassed to claim his reward. Well, it wasn't entirely effortless. It did require physical exertion, a laborious task indeed. Yang Hao mused to himself, quickly responding, yes. Ding! Host has successfully opened an information capsule. The information has been sent to the host's email. Yes. No. Open beginner's blind box. Yes. Ding! Host has successfully opened a beginner's blind box. Reward: 1 Rolex watch. Note: reward will be delivered via courier. Just as the system's voice faded, Yang Hao's phone rang, displaying a call from Shunfeng Express. Hello, Emir Yang. You have a package at Jiangzhou Garden. Is it convenient for you to sign for it in person? The polite inquiry came from the courier. Yang Hao had only just moved into Jiangzhou Garden and had not placed any online orders, indicating that the Rolex watch was indeed the reward from the system. The efficiency was astonishing. Please leave it in the delivery locker. Understood. Please collect it at your earliest convenience. The courier confirmed before hanging up. Yang Hao drove back to Xinyuan Building, his mindset having shifted dramatically. Initially, he had intended to resign if the company's compensation was reasonable, as he was not planning to continue working there. However, things were different now. He was a member of the Avengers, and, as the man behind Su Yuxiue, he had to become resolute. Chapter 43. The sister-in-law's tattoo is quite beautiful in the underground parking lot of the Xinyuan Building. After parking his car, Yang Hao did not ascend to the upper floors immediately. Instead, he opened his email on his phone. In this modern age, communication via email has become increasingly rare. Yang Hao's inbox was predominantly filled with spam or credit card statements. Thus, an email titled Information Capsule stood out remarkably. Upon opening this email, he found a simple line of text. The source of this information can be verified and may be used as evidence. Below this was a pair of compressed files sent as attachments. Yang Hao first opened the first attachment. Inside were 12 photographs featuring Lu Songlin as the male protagonist, accompanied by 4 female counterparts, each with 3 highly intimate images. To Yang Hao's astonishment, 3 of these women were familiar to him. The first was his colleague Zhang Lin from the sales department. The second was a female supervisor from a partner company. And the third, most shocking of all, was the wife of Human Resources Director Wei Peng. Upon seeing the photos in the first attachment, Yang Hao had steeled himself for anything, even anticipating images of his ex-wife's son Jiajia, yet she was absent. These photographs were enough to ruin Lu Songlin's reputation, as everyone in the group knew he was a married man, especially with one of his affairs being with the wife of the Human Resources Director. This was certainly intriguing. Additionally, the fourth woman, whom Yang Hao did not recognize, appeared to be quite older, likely in her 50s, displaying prominent signs of aging and a heavier physique. Based on Yang Hao's understanding of Lu Songlin, such a mature woman would hardly be his type unless there were some form of mutual benefit involved, with Lu Songlin seeking something from her in return. Well, Lu, who would have thought that at your age, you still possess the energy to entertain wealthy women? Yang Hao scrutinized the intimate photos further, noting that Lu Songlin's expression conveyed a deep sense of despair, indicating he was undoubtedly the passive participant in these encounters. After perusing these rather scandalous images, Yang Hao proceeded to open the second attachment. This contained a 28-minute audio recording detailing the illicit dealings between Lu Songlin and an official from Yicheng, explicitly stating that the benefits Lu received were to be transferred to his mother's bank account. If this audio were presented in court, it could easily result in charges of embezzlement and bribery against Lu Songlin. Of course, the issue of the financial transactions would require proof from his mother's bank statements. But that would be an uncomplicated task. A simple investigation would suffice. After digesting all the information in the email, Yang Hao could not help but silently exclaim in his mind. Without this information, he would have had little leverage against Lu Songlin, his superior, deeply entrenched in the internal network of the Xin Yuan group. But now, the situation was different. Yang Hao held a veritable arsenal of information that could obliterate Lu Songlin's standing. So, you wish to dismiss me? Very well. The show is about to commence. Humming a tune, Yang Hao exited the vehicle and took the elevator directly to the 16th floor, where the Human Resources Department was located. Manager Yang, you've finally arrived. Director Wei has been waiting for you. Upon his arrival, a Human Resources officer named Hao Lily stood up from her desk. Is Director Wei in the office? Yes, he is. Please inform him that I have arrived. Director Wei said you can go straight in once you arrive. Hao Lily indicated the direction of Wei Peng's office. All right. Yang Hao nodded and strode towards Wei Peng's office. I heard he's being fired. They say he embezzled a significant amount from the company. Is it embezzlement? Will he end up in jail? Who knows? Director Wei seems quite serious about it. It must be rather grave. As a veteran employee of the Xin Yuan Group and one of the sales managers, Yang Hao was recognized by many in the Human Resources Department. As he walked through the open office area, whispers began to circulate. Though their voices were hushed, Yang Hao could still discern their conversation. He merely smiled at their chatter. After all, they were just fellow workers seeking some relief through gossip during their breaks. Knocking on Wei Peng's office door, Yang Hao entered with a smile. Director Wei, you called for me? Yes, please take a seat. Wei Peng set down a document and gestured towards the chair opposite his desk. Thank you, Director Wei. Yang Hao expressed his gratitude and took a seat. Manager Yang, you've taken annual leave, correct? Wei Peng interlocked his fingers, fixing his gaze on Yang Hao. Yes. Yang Hao nodded, puzzled, but I fail to comprehend why the company has suddenly summoned me. Manager Yang, given your long-standing tenure at the company, I will be direct. Here are several reimbursement receipts for your review, Wei Peng said, as he handed a stack of receipts to Yang Hao. Director Wei, let us skip to the conclusion. Yang Hao did not bother examining the receipts, recognizing them as mere pretext for dismissal. Those in sales understood that entertaining or travel expenses could often be reported with a bit of leeway, as long as proper invoices were provided. This was an unspoken rule within the industry, and as long as it remained reasonable, the company typically turned a blind eye. Presenting these receipts was merely Wei Peng's attempt to find grounds for Yang Hao's termination, as it would be unreasonable to dismiss the company as top-performing salesman without cause. Yang Hao's demeanor caught Wei Peng off guard. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke somberly. These reception expenses are significantly higher than the actual costs, and the finance department has calculated that you have over-reported by more than 50,000. Manager Yang, you are aware of the company's regulations. Over 50,000 is not a trivial sum. Should the company report this, it could amount to embezzlement, and in severe cases, even fraud. Director Wei, please spare me the roundabout threats. Just state the conclusion. Yang Hao interrupted Wei Peng, who was about to continue his intimidation tactics. Voluntarily resign, and I will overlook your past actions. Upon reaching this point, Wei Peng ceased his circumlocution and articulated his final demand. Ha ha, ha ha. Unexpectedly, Yang Hao erupted into laughter, his mirth growing louder, almost maniacal. You, what are you laughing at? Wei Peng stared at Yang Hao in confusion. I am laughing at you, Director Wei. Yang Hao shrugged, still grinning. You find this amusing? Wei Peng was bewildered, his expression stern as he reprimanded. Yang Hao, clarify your words. Is Lu Songlin behind my dismissal? Yang Hao inquired. This matter has nothing to do with Lu. It was an issue discovered by the auditing department. We are merely adhering to company protocols. Wei Peng could not directly betray Lu Songlin, but Yang Hao's question caught him off guard. As he had assumed, Yang Hao was unaware of the intricacies. Yang Hao disregarded Wei Peng's explanations, continuing, Do you know why Lu Songlin wants me out? Wei Peng remained silent, his eyes now filled with uncertainty. Because I have uncovered his secret, and he fears I will expose it. What secret? Wei Peng instinctively initiated a conversation. This secret, I could actually disclose it, but considering that it concerns General Manager Wei's reputation, I refrain from doing so. Yet, rather than expressing gratitude, you seek to expel me, which is truly disheartening. The winter in Urban isn't this cold. At this point, Yang Hao feigned indignation and sniffed dramatically. Wei Peng was utterly bewildered. Collecting his thoughts, he reprimanded Yang Hao. I see you are merely putting on an act. Enough of this nonsense. You are presented with two choices. Either the company will report you to the authorities, or you can voluntarily resign. I will give you 5 minutes to contemplate your decision. It was evident that Wei Peng, having ascended to the position of Human Resources Director, was not easily swayed. He pondered for a moment, concluding that Yang Hao's claims were utterly ridiculous. He had little to no dealings with Lu Songlin. Thus, even if Lu's secret were to be unveiled, it would not implicate him. Consequently, Wei Peng deduced that Yang Hao was merely grasping at straws, attempting to divert the conversation. Noticing Wei Peng's demeanor, Yang Hao chuckled once more. General Manager Wei, if you insist on dismissing this, I might just reveal Lu Songlin's secret to the public. That is a matter between you and him. It has nothing to do with me. With a stern countenance, Wei Peng retorted, All right, since you assert it is of no consequence, then it is indeed of no consequence. Yang Hao laughed heartily, and as he scrolled through images on his phone, he remarked, The tattoo on your sister-in-law's waist is quite beautiful. Chapter 44. First, enjoy the spectacle. Wait, what did you just say? Wei Peng's pupils dilated in shock as he stared incredulously at Yang Hao, convinced he must have misheard. The fact that his wife bore a tattoo on her waist was known only to those closest to her, and Yang Hao was certainly not among that select group. I must say, the tattoo on your wife's waist is quite exquisite, Yang Hao remarked with a glint of mischief in his eyes. If you don't mind me revealing Lu Songlin's secret, it seems the entire group might soon be able to admire it. What? Are you suggesting Lu Songlin is involved with my wife? Wei Peng's mind raced, his expression contorting in disbelief, overwhelmed by the implications of Yang Hao's words. See for yourself. I've sent it to you via WeChat, Yang Hao replied, rising from his seat and leisurely strolling to the floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly relishing the bustling cityscape below. Unable to contain his urgency, Wei Peng hastily opened his phone and navigated to the chat with Yang Hao. A shocking image appeared before his eyes. Not because of his wife's figure, but due to Lu Songlin's protruding belly and fully exposed anatomy, which was indeed a sight too distressing to behold. How dare you, Lu? You audacious scoundrel. How could you sleep with my wife? Wei Peng bellowed in fury, storming out of the office. Are we not discussing the termination anymore? Yang Hao called after him, but his words fell on deaf ears. Wei Peng, consumed by rage, had only one thought in mind, to confront Lu Songlin, disregarding Yang Hao entirely. What has gotten into Wei Peng? Who has angered him? Is it Manager Yang? Murmured the employees, who had just been gossiping about whether Yang Hao would be dismissed. As Wei Peng erupted out of the HR department, the staff quickly found themselves with a new topic of gossip. This perfectly encapsulated the old adage, life is merely a series of discussions about others, followed by discussions about oneself. Amidst the whispers, Yang Hao emerged from Wei Peng's office, wearing a smile. Manager Yang, what happened with Wei Peng? Did you two have a disagreement? Someone inquired, curiosity piqued. I cannot say what has riled him. However, if you wish to witness the drama, you might find it unfolding in the sales department, Yang Hao suggested, striding purposefully towards the stairwell. The HR department was on the 16th floor, while the sales department was on the 15th, and taking the stairs would be swifter unless the elevator happened to be conveniently waiting on the 16th floor, a rare occurrence indeed. What does Manager Yang mean? Did Wei Peng clash with someone in sales? Let's go find out. One eager employee exclaimed. I'm not going, it's working hours. Another retorted, displaying reluctance. As Yang Hao departed, the HR personnel exchanged a few more comments before several adventurous souls followed him to the 15th floor. Good day, Wei Peng. How can we assist you? Greeted a sales team member upon Wei Peng's arrival. Is Lu Songlin in? Wei Peng asked, his demeanor icy. Yes, Wei Peng. Are you looking for Lu? I'll let him know. Not necessary. Wei Peng dismissed the assistant and strode resolutely towards Lu Songlin's office. The sales staff were left dumbfounded. What is going on? Did Lu offend Wei? I thought they were on good terms. They exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched on their faces. At that moment, Yang Hao entered the familiar territory of the sales department. Manager Yang, I've organized your office items. Zhang Lin, who had just been speaking with Wei Peng, approached him, pointing to a cardboard box stacked in the corner. Zhang Lin, 28, had recently married and was promoted to Wei Peng's assistant last year. While others speculated about her relationship with Wei, Yang Hao possessed irrefutable evidence. He glanced at Zhang Lin, dressed in a typical office ensemble, her legs adorned with sheer stockings. Coincidentally, today she wore the same outfit depicted in the photo, though in the image. Her stockings were torn and her skirt hiked up to her waist. Having seen Zhang Lin in such a state, Yang Hao couldn't help but exude a hint of playful mischief as he replied, Assistant Zhang, you're rather hasty. I haven't resigned yet. But Lu, hush, Yang Hao interrupted, signaling for silence as he gestured towards Lu Songlin's office. Let us savor the unfolding drama. With that, he marched towards Lu Songlin's office. Zhang Lin and her colleagues, momentarily stunned, eventually followed, puzzled yet intrigued. As they reached Lu Songlin's office door, Wei Peng's furious voice erupted from within. Lu Songlin, how dare you sleep with my wife? I'll make you pay for this. Wait, you are. Lu Songlin's protest was cut short by a scream. That as for sleeping with my wife. You scoundrel. Wei Peng roared, followed by the sounds of crashing and shouting. The cacophony of curses, scuffles, and cries echoed from the office, leaving Zhang Lin and her colleagues in wide-eyed astonishment. No one could have anticipated such a sensational turn of events. After a brief moment of shock, one eager individual whipped out their phone to record the spectacle, to provide the onlookers with a clearer view of the office drama. Yang Hao, under the pretense of mediating, swung the office door open. Wei Peng Lu, what is happening here? Let us discuss this calmly. He called out, feigning concern. For Yang Hao, neither of these men were innocent. Lu Songlin's misdeeds were well known, and had it not been for Yang Hao exposing Wei Peng's wife's infidelity, Wei might have been complicit in his plans to have him dismissed. Thus, the unfolding scene was akin to a dogfight, and the more intense the conflict, the more entertaining it became. At that moment, both men were too embroiled in their fray to acknowledge Yang Hao. Wei Peng, driven by fury, seized an ashtray from the desk and hurled it at Lu Songlin's head. Lu, recovering from the initial assault, retaliated with a golf club he retrieved from the corner, striking Wei Peng with all his might. The office had transformed into a veritable arena of chaos. Chapter 45. The Scandal. Promotion. At this moment, the gossip brigade from the Human Resources Department had also arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the commotion within the office, everyone was utterly astonished. Goodness, this gossip is explosive. President Lu actually slept with President Wei's wife. No wonder President Wei was acting like a madman just now. Amidst the chorus of discussions, two security guards, alerted by the noise, rushed to the scene. What's going on here? Make way, let us through. Lu Songlin's office was completely surrounded by onlookers, and the two security guards found it impossible to push through the crowd. The front row spectators, upon realizing that only two small security guards had arrived, showed little inclination to cooperate and continued stretching their necks to catch a glimpse. Some even casually responded, just stick around and watch. No need to push forward. Seeing this, the security guards felt helpless. One of them quickly used the walkie-talkie to notify their supervisor and then joined in on the gossip. Inside the office, the tables had turned. Armed with a golf club, Lu Songlin was relentlessly striking Wei Peng, forcing him to retreat. Damn it. So what if I slept with your wife? Who asked your wife to be so provocative and come on to me? Lu Songlin shouted as he swung the golf club, cursing vehemently. Although he appeared to be in a dominant position, Wei Peng had initiated the conflict. After the initial onslaught, Lu Songlin's left eye was bruised, and blood flowed from his nose, making him appear worse for wear. In a fit of rage, Wei Peng, who was already at a disadvantage, picked up a chair and hurled it at Lu Songlin. Yang Hao leaned against the doorframe, recording the incident on his phone while watching the two engage in their scuffle with great interest. The office was in disarray, yet neither man was fighting to the death. After all, they were not in their teenage years. Despite the harsh words exchanged, both maintained a level of restraint. Everyone step aside. President Xiao is here. A voice rang out from the back of the crowd as Lu Songlin and Wei Peng continued their brawl. The spectators instinctively turned, only to see a middle-aged man in a light gray Zhongshan suit approaching, a grim expression on his face, flanked by 7 or 8 individuals, most of whom were from the security department. Upon spotting this middle-aged man, the previously assertive onlookers instantly shrank back, creating a clear path. Yang Hao, recognizing the man as Chao Hongfeng, the general manager of Xinyuan Group, put away his phone. Xinyuan Group was essentially the Chao family's enterprise, with the current chairman being Chao Hongfeng's father. The Chao family also held significant shares in the group, making it highly probable that Chao Hongfeng would eventually succeed his father as chairman. Enough. What do you two think this company is? Chao Hongfeng bellowed, surveying the chaotic office and the grappling Lu Songlin and Wei Peng. Upon hearing his voice, both men, who were already somewhat fatigued from their tussle, immediately ceased their actions, panting heavily in silence. Return to your posts. Chao Hongfeng commanded the onlookers, who promptly dispersed, leaving only his entourage and Yang Hao in the room. Manager Yang, why have you left yet? Chao Hongfeng inquired, glancing at Yang Hao, who was leaning against the doorframe. As the general manager of Xinyuan Group, Chao Hongfeng did not know all the mid-level employees, but Yang Hao was a key member of the sales department and had received an award for outstanding performance the previous year from none other than Chao Hongfeng himself, which had left him with a faint impression. President Chao, I'm also involved in this matter, Yang Hao replied. You too? Chao Hongfeng raised an eyebrow, surprised as he regarded Yang Hao. It was perplexing to him since Yang Hao was of a lower rank than Lu Songlin and Wei Peng and had not sustained any injuries. However, Chao Hongfeng refrained from probing further and motioned to the head of security, take everyone upstairs to the conference room. With that, he turned and left. Yang Hao cast a glance at the injured Lu Songlin and Wei Peng before following suit. The head of security assisted the injured men as they made their way to the conference room upstairs. Once everyone was seated, Chao Hongfeng's face hardened as he reprimanded. You two have truly outdone yourselves. High-ranking executives of Xinyuan Group, brawling in front of so many employees. If you truly enjoy fighting, take it outside. Your lives are of no concern to the company. Lu Songlin and Wei Peng, chastised, lowered their heads in silence. By this point, both had calmed down, fully aware that the situation had escalated, and were quietly contemplating how to mitigate the repercussions. President Chao, it was Wei Peng who struck first. I was working in my office when he barged in and started attacking me without a word. All the employees in the sales department can attest to this. Lu Songlin asserted after a moment of reflection, deciding to take the initiative. Director Wei, is this true? Chao Hongfeng immediately directed his gaze at Wei Peng. Yes. Wei Peng confirmed, frustrated, pointing at Lu Songlin and exclaiming, President Chao, this Lu is asking for it. He slept with my wife. Excuse me? Is that true? Chao Hongfeng was taken aback, having been unaware of the underlying cause of their altercation. I have photos as proof. This matter cannot be fabricated. Wei Peng insisted angrily. Photos? Chao Hongfeng's eyebrows shot up, clearly intrigued, but knowing such sentiments were inappropriate to express, he turned his attention to Lu Songlin. What do you have to say? His wife was the one who seduced me. Lu Songlin retorted, a hint of pride in his voice. You're talking nonsense. My wife is not that kind of person. Wei Peng shouted furiously. Huh, your mother. Lu Songlin shot back, and the two quickly fell into a mutual tirade. Seeing this, Chao Hongfeng slammed his hand on the conference table, Enough. Silence. As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent once more. Chow Hongfeng then turned to Yang Hao. Manager Yang, what is your involvement in this matter? Did you sleep with someone else's wife as well? Yang Hao, who had been observing the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question. Instinctively glancing at Lu Songlin, he thought, President Chow is quite perceptive. Though he contemplated this, Yang Hao quickly clarified, President Chow, you misunderstand. My involvement stems from the fact that President Wei intended to dismiss me. Yang Hao played a clever card here, omitting the fact that it was Lu Songlin who sought to terminate him, instead implicating Wei Peng. As expected, after hearing his explanation, Wei Peng immediately interjected, President Chow, it wasn't me who wanted to dismiss Yang Hao. It was Lu Songlin who begged me to do so, claiming Yang Hao often undermined him at work and was difficult to manage. However, I believe it's due to Yang Hao's improving performance over the past 2 years that Lu is envious of his talents. With their animosity laid bare, Wei Peng seized the opportunity to shift the blame entirely onto Lu Songlin. I never asked you to fire Yang Hao. It was the audit department that mentioned it. Lu Songlin countered. What followed was yet another round of accusations between the two. Meanwhile, Chow Hongfeng had pieced together the entire scenario from their exchanges, fully aware of the petty tactics often employed by his subordinates. It is evident that the origin of this matter lies in Lu Songlin's desire to dismiss his exceptionally performing subordinate, Yang Hao. The reasons for this could range from Wei Peng's insinuations of jealousy towards talent to other undisclosed motives. However, such details are no longer of consequence. They merely serve as the prologue to the unfolding drama. During the course of these events, Wei Peng discovered Lu Songlin's illicit affair with his wife, which catalyzed the ensuing farce. After clarifying the intricacies of the situation, Chow Hongfeng pondered for a moment before arriving at a decision. Manager Lu, you are quite injured. It will be prudent for you to take a 2-week respite at home. Manager Yang, your sales performance speaks for itself. Therefore, I propose you step into the vacant position of Vice General Manager in the sales department. As the General Manager of the group, Chow Hongfeng's words carried the weight of a verdict. Upon hearing this judgment, Lu Songlin was left in a state of shock. Enough, it is settled. Return home and recuperate. Chow Hongfeng interjected, clearly uninterested in hearing more from Lu. Meanwhile, the newly promoted Yang Hao expressed his gratitude with a beaming smile. Thank you, General Manager Chow. I shall certainly strive to excel further. For Yang Hao, the significance of the promotion had diminished, for he was indeed the fortunate one favored by destiny. Nevertheless, the current task assigned by Su Yushue was to assemble a team to confront Lu Songlin, and being promoted would facilitate the collection of evidence, particularly with Lu Songlin absent from the company for the next fortnight. This presented an opportune moment indeed. Chapter 46. An invitation from a female subordinate for Yang Hao. The prospect of promotion brings with it a distinct advantage. The elevation of his position allows him to legitimize the funds he acquired through dubious means. As the newly appointed Deputy General Manager of the Sales Department at Xinyuan Group, it seems quite reasonable for him to procure a Wanja M9. Although the rewards accompanying notes have clarified that these funds originate from legitimate channels, those familiar with Yang Hao may find his sudden wealth somewhat suspect. However, with the cover of his new title, such suspicions are rendered more plausible. Director Wei, please accompany Manager Yang to the sales department to announce the new personnel appointment. Instructed Chow Hongfeng, the president, to Wei Peng, who nodded in compliance. In the wake of the verdict, Wei Peng finds himself in a victim's role, thus evading any repercussions. Following the conclusion of the announcement meeting, Lu Songlin was escorted to the hospital by 2 security guards, while Yang Hao returned to the sales department alongside Wei Peng. At this moment, the scandal involving Lu Songlin and Wei Peng had already circulated throughout the Xinyuan Group, with nearly all employees aware that Lu Songlin had been involved with Wei Peng's wife. However, just recently, the president's office disseminated a notice via the company's intranet, effectively prohibiting employees from further discussing the incident or sharing it online. Such announcements are commonplace, as the public altercation between 2 executives tarnishes the company's image. And since the matter is ultimately a private affair, it is reasonable to restrict workplace gossip. Nevertheless, the efficacy of such announcements is limited. It is virtually impossible to stifle discussion surrounding such a juicy scandal, particularly among the sales department employees who were direct witnesses to the events. Thus, when Yang Hao and Wei Peng returned to the sales department, the already buzzing employees perked up again, eager for the latest developments. Considering Wei Peng's status as a principal figure in the drama, to their disappointment, however, Wei Peng's purpose was solely to announce a new personnel appointment. Yang Hao had been promoted to Deputy General Manager of the sales department. For most employees, this announcement was not entirely unexpected, given Yang Hao's previous commendable performance and recognized capabilities. Yet Zhang Lin, who had already packed Yang Hao's belongings and relegated them to a corner of her office, was taken aback. Lu Songlin had clearly informed her that Yang Hao had been dismissed and that only procedural matters remained. Now, not only was Yang Hao not dismissed, but he had also ascended to the role of Deputy General Manager. Previously, the sales department had a Deputy General Manager, but due to discord with Lu Songlin, that individual had been forced out. Lu Songlin, unwilling to relinquish power, had long cited the lack of suitable candidates as a reason for not appointing a successor, leaving the position vacant. Now, with Yang Hao stepping into the role and Lu Songlin on sick leave, it appeared that the sales department was now under his dominion, at least for the time being. Whether Lu Songlin would return remained uncertain. While this affair is ostensibly a matter of personal conduct, such issues can escalate or diminish in significance. If left unexamined, the situation can be easily rationalized. Yet once brought to light, it is subject to the board's scrutiny. This predicament tests Lu Songlin's network, should he have allies within the upper echelons. A return may be feasible, otherwise his prospects dwindle. As Zhang Lin contemplated this, her expression shifted. She had not anticipated that the leg she had so eagerly clung to would be at risk of severance so soon. Manager Yang, allow me to assist you in transporting your belongings, she offered, demonstrating her resourcefulness. She promptly darted towards the cardboard box containing Yang Hao's possessions. We ought to head to the Deputy General Manager's office, Yang Hao remarked. His previous office was rather cramped, approximately 10 square meters. But the office of the Deputy General Manager was notably more spacious, spanning over 20 square meters and occupying a more favorable position. Zhang Lin, while cradling the box, strode purposefully toward the new office. Yang Hao followed closely, observing her exaggerated sway, unable to suppress a smile. Her usual gait was not so ostentatious. She was clearly aware of his presence and was deliberately flaunting her figure, perhaps in hopes of securing favor with the new Deputy General Manager. Women like her, possessing a modicum of charm and a willingness to compromise their integrity, are not uncommon in the workplace, and many thrive. As a seasoned professional, Yang Hao had encountered all types and understood her motivations, though comprehension did not equate to approval. He held a low opinion of such women, capricious and devoid of principles, mea opportunistes. Had she maintained her previous demeanor, he might have regarded her with more respect. Manager Yang, this office has been unoccupied for quite some time. Let me tidy it up, Zhang Lin declared upon entering the Deputy General Manager's office, placing the box on a coffee table before commencing her efforts to clean. Yang Hao remained silent, allowing her to exert herself in her task. Previously, I was merely following Lu Songlin's orders. He was my superior, and I dared not dissent. Zhang Lin cautiously explained once the office was somewhat organized. Very well, you may carry on, Yang Hao replied dismissively, gesturing for her to continue. Zhang Lin hesitated before discreetly observing her newly appointed superior. After a brief pause, she inquired, Manager Yang, would you like to organize a celebration with our colleagues this evening in honor of your promotion? In large corporations, sycophants are ever present, much like the parents in school groups who incessantly flatter teachers. Such individuals are often oblivious to the feelings of others. For instance, if Yang Hao were to acquiesce, Zhang Lin would effectively dictate the evening's agenda for everyone. Perhaps another time. Everyone has their own commitments, Yang Hao replied firmly. Having risen from the grassroots and possessing a keen understanding of the sentiments of ordinary employees, most would be reluctant to participate in such celebratory gatherings. I am available this evening. Perhaps I could treat you to dinner? The Western cuisine at the Castle Hotel is quite exceptional, especially the German sausages, Zhang Lin quickly countered, subtly indicating her interest as she mentioned the sausages, delicately biting her lip. Chapter 47. The sister-in-law as a mediator. Yang Hao cast a glance at Zhang Lin, inwardly cursing her as a frivolous woman. Since they both worked in the sales department, he was somewhat familiar with her, and prior to today, his impression of her had been quite favorable. However, Zhang Lin epitomized the adage of knowing a person's face but not their heart. First, there was that scandalous photo with Lu Songlin, followed by her attempts to undermine him when he first joined the sales department. Now that Yang Hao had been promoted, she swiftly changed her demeanor, ingratiating herself with him. Such a fickle character was not worth his attention. I have plans this evening. Perhaps you should go and check on Manager Lu instead. P.S. Not in good shape. Yang Hao dismissed her with a wave of his hand. Zhang Lin bit her lip in frustration, believing her hints had been unmistakably clear and that Yang Hao would surely accept her invitation. To her dismay, he had flatly rejected her. She had intended to plead further, but Yang Hao had already lowered his head, engrossed in his phone, leaving her no choice but to exit the office, disheartened. Once Zhang Lin departed, Yang Hao reclined in his comfortable office chair and stretched, then sent a video of Wei Peng and Lu Songlin's brawl to Su Yushua, along with 3 photographs of Lu Songlin and Wei Peng's wives. Su Yushua's task was to handle Lu Songlin, and this video and images would serve as part of the evidence needed for potential legal proceedings. In the afternoon, Yang Hao managed the sales department's affairs with ease, having become well acquainted with the work over time. He quickly adapted to his new role. As the end of the workday approached, he unexpectedly received a call from his former sister-in-law, Sun Tingting. Brother-in-law, Yang Gu, are you at the office? Sun Tingting greeted him as soon as the call connected, instinctively calling him brother-in-law, before promptly correcting herself. Yang Hao held a favorable impression of Sun Tingting. She was a principled and good-hearted girl. Feel free to call me brother-in-law. Although your sister and I have divorced, the familial bond remains, he replied, somewhat awkwardly. Not entirely comfortable with her calling him Yang Gu, especially after years of being addressed as brother-in-law. The difference in titles evoked distinct feelings within him. When she called him brother-in-law, it stirred a protective instinct. All right, brother-in-law, I'm really not used to this new way of addressing you. Do you have time later? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Upon hearing Yang Hao's words, Sun Tingting visibly relaxed. You want to treat me to dinner? Sure. Although surprised, Yang Hao agreed. How about we meet at Starry City near your office at 5? She inquired eagerly. Sound good. See you then. Yang Hao readily accepted, noting that he had no plans after work, and Starry City was less than 2 kilometers from Xin Yuan Building. Meanwhile, Sun Tingting was already at Starry City, having taken a day off to shop and watch a movie with Zhuing. Just then, she received a call from her sister, Sun Jiejia, who expressed regret over her divorce from Yang Hao and hoped Sun Tingting could act as a mediator to gauge Yang Hao's feelings and the possibility of reconciliation. While Sun Tingting would typically not involve herself in such matters, she genuinely wished for her sister to reunite with Yang Hao. Thus, she agreed to help. After concluding her call with Yang Hao, she promptly relayed the information to her sister. Tingting, please speak well of me to him. You are aware of his situation. If we can reconcile, you would benefit from it too, wouldn't you? Sun Jiejia urged. I'll do my best, replied Sun Tingting, though she felt conflicted, believing that even if they did reconcile, it would be Yang Hao who would bear the brunt of the relationship. Moreover, she knew her sister well enough to anticipate that even if they got back together, peace would not necessarily follow. Deep down, she felt that her sister was unworthy of someone like Yang Hao. Tingting, how about we have barbecue later? Just then, Zhuing returned from the restroom. Zhu, I'm sorry, but I can't join you for dinner. I have plans with my brother-in-law to discuss his relationship with my sister, Sun Tingting said apologetically. Brother-in-law? You mean Yang? Zhuing asked curiously. Yes, Sun Tingting nodded. I hope they can get back together. But doesn't Yang have a girlfriend? Zhuing questioned, recalling the images of Qin Yuru and He Sisi, silently criticizing the notion that Yang Hao had just one girlfriend. Regardless, my sister asked me to chat with him, Sun Tingting replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the task at hand. It's probably not convenient for me to tag along. Is it? Zhuing rubbed her hands together, her face expressing curiosity. She was eager to learn how the affluent Yang Hao would choose. and secretly wished for a chance to know him better. Having a wealthy friend could never be a disadvantage, especially since he was divorced. Who knew? He might just fancy someone like her. After all, the narrative of a CEO falling for a Cinderella was a common trope in novels. "I'll treat you to hot pot tomorrow after work," Sun Tingting assured her, knowing she couldn't bring Zhu Ying along. "All right, but I want to go to Hadaleo." Zhu Ying seized the opportunity, knowing that for them, Hadaleo was considered quite pricey. "No problem," Sun Tingting conceded, acknowledging her own culpability in the situation. Zhu Ying grinned. "What time are you meeting? Should we browse a bit more?" 5 o'clock, Sun Tingting replied. "We still have half an hour to shop. Let us check out Chanel," Zhu Ying suggested, glancing at her phone before pointing to the Chanel boutique on the first floor of the mall. "Forget it. I can't afford it anyway." Sun Tingting shook her head, visibly reluctant. "Let us just look. It doesn't mean we have to buy anything. Moreover, not being able to afford it now doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. Come on, let's go see my dream handbag," Zhu Ying exclaimed, pulling Sun Tingting toward the Chanel store. Sun Tingting felt unable to refuse her friend and followed along. Chanel held a prestigious place in the hearts of many women. Some would say for months just to buy a single Chanel bag, demonstrating their fervor. Zhu Ying's dream handbag was the latest too. 55 medium-sized purse, priced at 36,800 yuan. For someone earning a few thousand yuan monthly, this price was utterly unattainable. Her salary was often insufficient, let alone saving for a handbag. Nevertheless, she genuinely adored this bag and would visit the boutique whenever she felt exhausted from work, as if merely gazing at it could recharge her spirit. Due to her frequent visits, the sales staff at Chanel recognized her. "Miss Zhu, hello. Are you here to check out the 255 bag again?" A short-haired sales associate greeted them, clearly recalling Zhu Ying's preference. Internally, the sales associate thought, "What is the point of looking if she can't afford it? What a waste of time." However, the disdainful attitude often depicted in novels rarely occurred in reality. Luxury salespeople, regardless of their inner thoughts, maintained a courteous exterior as a matter of basic professionalism. "Sounds good. Thank you," Zhu Ying replied, not at all put off by the associate's unspoken thoughts. The sales associate promptly retrieved the bag Zhu Ying coveted and even offered to help her try it on. Zhu Ying had already tried on the bag several times. She stood before the mirror, turned around, and then draped the bag over Sun Tingting's arm. "Tingting, look. It's truly stunning." Sun Tingting gazed at her reflection, and indeed, the Chanel bag looked exquisite on her arm. Yet the price was equally striking, over 30,000. Such a sum was beyond her wildest imagination. Chapter 48. The younger sister-in-law becomes a long-term beneficiary outside the Chanel boutique. Yang Hao had just ascended from the underground parking lot to the first floor of the mall via the escalator. Although it was Friday, the rush hour had not yet commenced, resulting in a relatively quiet shopping environment. As Yang Hao was about to call Sun Tingting, he caught sight of his former sister-in-law trying on bags through the boutique's floor-to-ceiling windows. At that moment, the youthful and beautiful woman was adorned in a lovely white dress, her chestnut-colored hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. As she turned her body before the mirror, her hair danced gently, reminiscent of the fleeting caress of time across the strings of a harp, embodying the rhythm of youth. When Yang Hao first met Sun Tingting, she was merely 16, a high school student clad in her uniform. Now, at 22, she had blossomed into a true young lady. Though she had recently entered the workforce, her freshness from just 1 year post-graduation lent her an aura unmarred by the stale scent of routine. This was indeed her prime. She was far more charming than her sister. Observing his attractive younger sister-in-law, a smile of appreciation involuntarily crept onto Yang Hao's lips. "Ding! A potential beneficiary has been identified. Name, Sun Tingting. Age, 22. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, salesperson. Current aspiration, to purchase the Chanel 255 handbag she just tried on. Reward for assisting. Small red envelope, X1 ding. This beneficiary can be bound as a long-term support target. Yes, no, bind? The initial task seemed quite normal, but this subsequent prompt was a first for Yang Hao. Long-term support target? Does this mean he could consistently reap benefits from his former sister-in-law? He certainly had to bind it. Yang Hao promptly selected yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the long-term support target, Sun Tingting. Additional reward. Intermediate blind box X1. Note, the intermediate blind box can randomly yield physical rewards valued between 1 million to 10 million. A gentle reminder. Helping others is a cherished virtue of the Chinese nation. The more long-term support targets you bind, the more generous the rewards will be. There's this kind of notion. The issue is, how on earth does one bind a long-term target? Yang Hao was momentarily taken aback, subsequently engaging in silent complaints within his mind. However, his inner voice received no response. At this point, Yang Hao was disinclined to ponder the matter further. He eagerly opened the intermediate blind box he had just obtained. Previously, a task had rewarded him with a Rolex from a basic blind box. According to the explanation, this intermediate blind box could yield rewards worth between 1 million and 10 million. Thus, Yang Hao could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the box. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the intermediate blind box. Reward. 1 Bentley Bentayga, top specification. Note, the staff from Bentley 4S will contact you to deliver the car. All related paperwork and insurance have been taken care of. Wow, a Bentley Bentayga. This is unbelievable. Yang Hao excitedly pumped his fist. What man does not adore cars? Especially luxurious ones like Bentley? When driving such a vehicle, words become redundant. The emblem speaks volumes on its own. Before long, Yang Hao received a call from the Bentley dealership, inquiring about the time and place for the vehicle handover. After a moment's contemplation, he scheduled the delivery for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the entrance of Jiangzhou Garden. After hanging up, Yang Hao hurried into the Chanel boutique. Having noticed that Sun Tingting had just returned the handbag to the sales associate. Sir, what would you like to see? Upon entering, a saleswoman promptly approached him. Typically, Chanel boutiques are frequented by female clientele, and any male customers are usually either accompanying a girlfriend or wife or are there with a specific intent to purchase gifts. Yang Hao's solitary entrance clearly indicated the latter, a type of customer that often results in high sales, prompting the saleswoman to be particularly cordial. However, Yang Hao merely nodded politely. I'm looking for someone. With that, he strode purposefully towards Sun Tingting and Zhu Ying. At this moment, the two had just concluded trying on Zhu Ying's dream handbag and were about to explore the accessories section, where prices were relatively more accessible. Brother-in-law, how did you find us here? Sun Tingting immediately spotted Yang Hao, her surprise evident as they had yet to reach their agreed-upon time. Young Gu, Zhu Ying greeted with a smile, recalling that Yang Hao had purchased a Huawei foldable phone from her the previous day, thus establishing a degree of familiarity. Xiao Zhu is also here, Yang Hao acknowledged with a slight nod, then turned to Sun Tingting. I saw you trying on that bag when I came up from the parking lot. Did you like it? Not really. I was just browsing. Sun Tingting replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as she shook her head. However, the short-haired saleswoman seized the opportunity, her smile widening as she interjected, Sir, that bag truly complements this young lady's aura. As you must have seen, it appears tailor-made for her. Yes, I find it quite exquisite, Yang Hao affirmed nonchalantly. Let us get the receipt. What? Okay, sure. The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded, rushing off to the checkout. Brother-in-law, you. Sun Tingting was left momentarily speechless, staring at Yang Hao, unsure of how to respond. Tingting, you're a working professional now. You deserve a bag that makes a statement. Yang Hao replied with a cheerful grin. But this bag is too expensive. Brother-in-law, let us not. Sun Tingting shook her head repeatedly, her brows furrowing in concern. Yang Hao had always treated her kindly, but given that he had divorced her sister, accepting such an extravagant gift felt inappropriate. Tingting, Yang Gu's kindness should be graciously accepted, Zhu Ying chimed in, having been taken aback by Yang Hao's generosity. Yet, she quickly realized that although the bag wasn't meant for her, having her best friend, Sun Tingting, would allow her to borrow it and indulge in the luxury, infinitely better than merely trying it on in the store. Xiao Zhu is correct, Yang Hao concurred. After all these years, your brother-in-law hasn't given you any substantial gifts. You should accept this bag. Let us just forget it. It's too expensive. Sun Tingting shook her head again, despite her deep admiration for the bag. The price of over 30,000 far exceeded her financial capacity. Moreover, considering that this gift was from her former brother-in-law, she felt an added layer of guilt for having already felt indebted to him for sharing information with her sister. Receiving such a lavish present only intensified her feelings of remorse. Chapter 49. Perhaps he does not wish to change in-laws. Sir, how would you like to pay? Just as Sun Tingting was about to decline, a short-haired female salesperson approached with a POS machine. In this age of advanced mobile payments, this device could handle card transactions as well as WeChat and Alipay effortlessly. I'll pay, please. Yang Hao promptly displayed his payment code. A beep signaled the successful transaction. The female salesperson graciously invited the three of them to the lounge area, serving an assortment of snacks and beverages before presenting a brand new 255 handbag. Miss, please inspect the bag. If everything is satisfactory, I can assist you with the packaging, or you may simply carry it away while I wrap your current one. The salesperson offered with politeness as she handed the bag to Sun Tingting. Tingting, just carry it. That's what bags are for. Zhu Ying immediately encouraged from his side, taking the initiative to inspect the bag, a task she excelled at, being well-versed in the details and parameters of this particular model. Unfortunately, her bank balance was insufficient. When purchasing from a boutique, one merely needs to check for minor flaws. Authenticity is not a concern. Thus, Zhu Ying meticulously examined the hardware and stitching of the bag. At that moment, Yang Hao's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Qin Yuru calling. I'll step outside to take this call. Having completed the payment, Yang Hao answered the call while exiting the boutique. Inside the store, as soon as Yang Hao left, Zhu Ying leaned in close to Sun Tingting, teasingly whispering, Tingting, I sense that Yang Gu has feelings for you. Feelings? What do you mean? Sun Tingting looked at Zhu Ying with skepticism. Don't play coy. You must know what I'm implying. Zhu Ying remarked, holding the pristine handbag, her tone dripping with envy. A man gifting you a Chanel bag worth over 30,000. What do you think that signifies? I envy you. If only someone would gift me such a bag. Until that moment, Sun Tingting hadn't considered such a notion. However, upon Zhu Ying's suggestion, her cheeks flushed and her gaze instinctively drifted to Yang Hao, who was outside on the call. She muttered softly, that can't be possible. Why not? Tingting, have some confidence in yourself. You're young, beautiful, and have a great figure. Surely, there were many suitors during your school days, right? Just the other day, a customer asked for your WeChat. Look at you, even in your work uniform. You exude charm. Zhu Ying bombarded her with encouragement. She was aware of her own limitations. Although she aspired to be with a wealthy man like Yang Hao, she knew such aspirations were beyond her reach. Zhu Ying was an ordinary girl in many respects, with high standards for a partner. But she understood that individuals like Yang Hao were simply unattainable. If she were to encounter such a man, she would likely have to guard her wallet closely. Most likely, he would be a fraud. Knowing she had no chance, Zhu Ying placed her hopes on her best friend, Sun Tingting. If Sun Tingting could indeed marry someone like Yang Hao, Zhu Ying believed she would benefit from it, perhaps even landing a decent job instead of laboring at the counter selling phones. But he is my brother-in-law. Sun Tingting frowned. Mind your words. He is your ex-brother-in-law. He and your sister are already divorced. Zhu Ying corrected her with a serious expression, then added, perhaps he simply does not wish to change in-laws. What? That can't be. Sun Tingting was taken aback by her friend's audacious words, glancing nervously at Yang Hao standing outside. Today, her sister, Sun Jiejia, had sent her to persuade them to reconcile. If she were to end up with her ex-brother-in-law, what would that even mean? Zhu, stop saying nonsense. My brother-in-law definitely does not mean that. And please refrain from suggesting such things in the future. Sun Tingting insisted, her expression serious. Clearly, she did not wish to confront this dilemma. In matters of the heart, there are no sisters. Do not be foolish. Zhu Ying warned with a pointed look. After inspecting the bag, the two of them walked out of the Chanel boutique hand in hand. At that moment, Yang Hao had also finished his call. Qin Yuru had been discussing meeting their parents the following day. For both of them, this was a significant matter. Qin Yuru had to deal with her parents' pressure for marriage, while Yang Hao needed to fulfill the second phase of his task. Ideally, launching into an unknown third phase as well. Yang Gu, I have to run. See you later. Zhu Ying subtly took her leave, providing the two of them with a space for a private conversation. This was also a prior agreement she had made with Sun Tingting. All right, see you. Yang Hao nodded gently, not insisting she stay. He understood that Sun Tingting had likely asked him out for an important discussion. They chose a Western restaurant on the 4th floor of the mall. Compared to hot pot or barbecue places, the Western restaurant offered a quieter ambience, more suitable for conversation. After placing their orders, the waiter promptly brought their coffees. Yang Hao opted for an iced Americano, while Sun Tingting chose a caramel macchiato, favored by many young women. The steaks would take a while longer, so they got straight to the point. It was Sun Jejia who sent you to find me, wasn't he it? Yang Hao stated directly. Yes, no. Sun Tingting nodded, then quickly shook her head. Her sister had instructed her to gauge Yang Hao's sentiments under the guise of her own identity as a younger sister. However, Sun Tingting could not lie, and upon Yang Hao's casual inquiry, she inadvertently revealed the truth. Her flustered demeanor resembled that of a startled little rabbit, which was quite endearing. Yang Hao chuckled and said, Tingting, I wanted to tell you earlier, she is she, and you are you. Although I am divorced from Sun Jejia, it does not affect our relationship. You can approach me directly with any matters. Hearing Yang Hao's words, Sun Tingting couldn't help but recall Zhu Ying's earlier remarks. Her cheeks flushed as she discreetly studied her ex-brother-in-law, seated across from her. In terms of external qualities, Yang Hao certainly met her standards for a partner. But the awkwardness of their relationship was undeniable. Goodness, what am I thinking? This is all Zhu's fault. Sun Tingting quickly took a tactical sip of her coffee. Speak up, what do you want to ask? Yang Hao prompted. I want to ask you a question, Sun Tingting insisted stubbornly. All right then, ask away. Yang Hao shrugged, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Is there truly no possibility of reconciliation with my sister? Sun Tingting inhaled deeply and asked through gritted teeth. Upon hearing that Sun Jejia had sent her sister to inquire, Yang Hao was both amused and irritated. She still wishes to reconcile? I suppose I'll inform her when I have a fever. What? Why? Sun Tingting looked perplexed. Because when one is feverish, they become irritable. I would rather awaken her from her daydreams. Yang Hao replied, exasperated. He had not anticipated that Sun Jejia would still have the audacity to seek reconciliation. Clearly, for someone like her, pride was a mere trifle. Chapter 50. The wave has ended. Sun Tingting gasped in surprise, staring at Yang Hao, momentarily at a loss for words. Previously, Yang Hao, her former brother-in-law, had always left her with an impression of emotional stability and a remarkably good temper. Do not worry. My ire is not directed at you, Yang Hao said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. I have watched you grow up and know you are not like your sister. You are you, and she is she. I hope you will refrain from involving yourself in our matters moving forward. Now let us eat. As he spoke, the waiter brought out the sirloin steak that Sun Tingting had ordered. Oh, understood. Sun Tingting nodded obediently. She had never wished to engage in her sister's divorce from Yang Hao, and with his clear declaration, she felt she could finally provide her sister with a sense of closure. After their meal, Sun Tingting insisted on paying the bill. She had already mentioned wanting to treat Yang Hao over the phone, and considering he had gifted her a Chanel handbag worth over $30,000. Her resolve to take care of the bill was particularly firm, even though the meal cost over $600, leaving her with a tight budget for the month. She paid without hesitation. Seeing her earnestness, Yang Hao acquiesced. Shall we take a stroll or head straight home? Yang Hao inquired as they exited the restaurant. Let us go home, Sun Tingting replied, wary of shopping with Yang Hao. She feared he might buy her something else, leaving her uncertain about how to respond. Very well, I shall drive you home, he said. They took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. It was a Friday, and the mall was beginning to fill up. The first floor parking was nearly full, with many cars slowly cruising around in search of spaces. Tingting, I believe you have your driver's license now, correct? Yang Hao suddenly asked as they approached the car. Yes, I obtained it during my junior year, she replied. Then you should drive. It will be good practice, he encouraged, opening the driver's side door and moving to the passenger seat. Brother-in-law, I'm not ready for that. I have hardly driven at all, she admitted, a hint of panic in her voice. She had only practiced with her father's Nissan when she returned home. Driving is a skill that improves with experience. If you never try, you will never grow accustomed to it, Yang Hao said with a cheerful smile. But this car is newly purchased. What if I crash it? Sun Tingting fretted, her concern growing. Do not worry. The car is insured, he reassured her, waving his hand. Moreover, this model has excellent driver assist features that will intervene in case of emergencies. All right then. With Yang Hao's encouragement, she relented. Once seated in the driver's seat, he carefully explained the gears and several commonly used functions. He had his reasons for doing so. Sun Tingting had been designated as a long-term assistance target, and her connection to Sun Jiejia made her a strategic asset. After enduring Sun Jiejia's betrayal, Yang Hao had embraced a darker path, his thoughts now starkly different from before. Both Sun Jiejia and Lu Songlin were to be avenged, particularly the former, as he wished for her to experience despair. Thus, Sun Tingting presented a promising entry point. However, Yang Hao had no intention of intentionally harming her. He merely sought to win her over, perhaps even have her pose as his girlfriend for a time, which would undoubtedly strike a blow to Sun Jiejia. Gaining the affection of a naive girl like Sun Tingting was not particularly challenging, especially since they were already acquainted and she held a favorable view of his character. As the saying goes, if she is inexperienced in the world, show her its wonders. If she has grown weary, take her for a ride on a carousel. This adage applied well to Sun Tingting, and today's Chanel handbag was merely the beginning. Teaching her to drive would serve as a continuation of that endeavor. As they engaged in the driving lesson, some physical contact was inevitable. Initially, Sun Tingting would shy away when her fingers brushed against Yang Hao's hand, but as time passed, she gradually grew accustomed to it. Sun Tingting drove the brand-new Wenjia M9 slowly out of the underground parking lot, eventually merging onto the main road. For her, driving such a spacious and luxurious SUV was a novel experience, especially knowing it was valued at $500,000. A sense of pride welled within her as she navigated the expensive vehicle. After all, girls often possess a hint of vanity. While Sun Tingting did not share her sister's overt materialism, she too felt a sense of pride in driving such an extravagant car. The distance from her rented apartment to the Shinkong City Mall was short, and despite traffic, she arrived in under 20 minutes, concluding her delightful driving experience. You drove splendidly. Should you ever need a vehicle, do not hesitate to ask, Yang Hao remarked as she parked the car beneath her apartment. I was so nervous, my palms were sweaty. Sun Tingting playfully stuck out her tongue, genuinely relieved after her first drive in an SUV. That is natural for a first time. It will get easier, Yang Hao assured her, waving his hand. Now let us head upstairs. You should rest early. Sure, brother-in-law. Drive safely, she smiled, waving goodbye as she entered the darkened building. As she walked, the motion-activated lights illuminated the stairwell, guiding her ascent from the first to the fifth floor. Yang Hao did not hurry to leave. Instead, he tilted his head, watching the charming figure that occasionally appeared in the stairwell's windows. Gazing at her fleeting silhouette, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, as if transported back to his high school days. He had once had a girlfriend during that time, his first love. Every evening after study sessions, he would escort her home, standing beneath her building until she ascended to her floor. Youth is indeed a beautiful thing. Being with a young woman revitalizes one's spirit. Yang Hao mused silently, gaining insight into why wealthy men often seek companions under the age of 25. Having a youthful partner does bring a certain joy. Now, he possessed the means to enjoy such pleasures. Thus, the wave has ended. After toiling through 30 arduous years, he saw no reason to continue denying himself now that he was in a position to indulge. As the saying goes, no woman remains forever young, but there will always be young women. Chapter 51. The furious Sun Jiejia upstairs. As Sun Tingting entered the room, Zhu Ying, with an obsequious expression, promptly fetched a pair of slippers for her. Princess Tingting, please change your shoes. Zhu Ying arranged the slippers neatly in front of Sun Tingting, even altering her form of address. What are you up to now? Sun Tingting rolled her eyes. Having been university roommates with Zhu Ying, she was well acquainted with her eccentricities and had long since grown accustomed to her occasional whims. Could I borrow your Chanel too? 55 handbag, medium size, for a while, and snap a few photos? Zhu Ying continued in her affected tone. I knew it. Sun Tingting tossed the bag she was already holding to Zhu Ying. Although she quite liked the bag, her fondness did not reach the obsessive level exhibited by Zhu Ying. Upon receiving the bag, Zhu treated it as if it were a treasure, striking various poses in front of the dressing mirror while cheerfully stating, "It was Yang who dropped you off downstairs, wasn't it? How did you know?" Sun Tingting looked at her friend in surprise. "I was just hanging clothes on the balcony and witnessed it all. Not only did Yang bring you back, but you were also driving his car." Zhu exclaimed, "Let me tell you, Tingting, Yang definitely has feelings for you. Otherwise, how could he possibly let you drive his brand new car? They say men never lend their wives or cars, and for him to allow you to drive a car worth 500,000 yuan shows how significant you are to him." Zhu transformed into a strategist, her excitement palpable as she analyzed the situation. Hearing her words, Sun Tingting did not refute them. She too sensed that her former brother-in-law treated her particularly well, bordering on an unusual level of intimacy. Not to mention the lavish purchase of a bag worth over 30,000 yuan. Their driving lessons had involved considerable physical contact as well. "Well, you've noticed it too, haven't you?" Zhu, understanding her friend well, continued when she saw Sun Tingting silent. "I'm telling you, Tingting, just like I mentioned when I was in Shinkong City, you must seize this opportunity. How many chances do we women have in a lifetime? This is a golden opportunity. If you can secure Yang, you won't have to work at the counter anymore. You'll be a wealthy lady, and I'll be your little assistant. Just pay me a few thousand yuan a month as your little assistant." Zhu dreamily continued, her smile widening at the thought of earning a handsome salary. "All right, stop dreaming." Sun Tingting smirked, pondering deeply. "I have no intentions of relying on a wealthy man. Even if I were to end up with my brother-in-law, Yang, it wouldn't be about the money." All right, we're not doing it for the money," Zhu quickly echoed with a grin. Just as they were chatting, Sun Tingting's phone suddenly rang. It was her sister, Sun Jiejia. The moment she saw her sister's name flashing on the screen, the smile vanished from her face. While heading upstairs, she had been contemplating how to report the outcome of her meeting today, and the more she thought about it, the more troubled she felt, unsure of how to begin. "I'll take the call." Sun Tingting cradled the phone as if it were a hot potato and hurried back to her bedroom. "Why did it take you so long to answer? Did you finish your meeting with him?" As soon as the call connected, Sun Jiejia's voice came through, laced with inquiry. "I just got home," Sun Tingting replied softly. "Then why didn't you inform me? I thought you were still with him." Sun Jiejia complained over the phone. "I just got upstairs and haven tea, even changed into my pajamas," Sun Tingting replied, somewhat helplessly. "All right, let us not discuss that. What did he say? Is there any chance of reconciliation?" Sun Jiejia eagerly questioned. Upon learning that Yang Hao was now living in Jiangzhou Garden, she had hardly slept the previous night, tossing and turning as she pondered how much wealth her ex-husband could possibly possess. After a restless night, she had finally drifted off to sleep, only to dream of living in Jiangzhou Garden, envied and praised by all her friends and family. In her dream, she was overjoyed, only to awaken and realize it was all a fantasy. Yang was adamant. He said it's impossible for you two to get back together. Sun Tingting conveyed the truth. "What did you ask him?" Upon hearing Yang Hao's stance, Sun Jiejia grew anxious. "Actually, I didn't ask him directly. He brought it up himself. He guessed I was reaching out for your sake and asked what I wanted. I told him I just wanted to know if there was any chance of reconciliation. Then he firmly stated that it was impossible and advised me not to meddle in your affairs." Sun Tingting summarized the conversation with Yang Hao. Repeat his exact words. After hearing Sun Tingting's account, Sun Jiejia's face darkened, but she remained determined to learn Yang Hao's precise words. Perhaps Sun Tingting had misinterpreted them. His exact words? Sun Tingting raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit awkward. "Yes, his exact words. You need to recite them verbatim." Sun Jiejia insisted firmly. "Well, his words were somewhat harsh. Just say it. Let me see how harsh they can be." Sun Jiejia dismissed her concerns, convinced she understood her ex-husband, Yang Hao, well enough to believe he would not utter anything truly offensive. This, thinking of what Yang Hao said, made Sun Tingting somewhat reluctant to speak. "Come on, hurry up," Sun Jiejia urged impatiently. Yang said he would only discuss the reconciliation when he has a fever. Sun Tingting relayed Yang Hao's words honestly. "He'll discuss it when he has a fever? What does that mean?" Sun Jiejia was still puzzled, her expression one of disbelief. Yang said, "Fever and heat, yellow urine. to wake you up and prevent you from daydreaming. After relaying Yang Hao's words, Sun Tingting exhaled deeply, as if she had just completed a daunting task, especially since she typically refrained from using vulgar language. Upon hearing her, Sun Jejia erupted on the other end of the call. After a brief silence, she immediately began to curse that Yang. You stupid idiot. Do you think anyone values your money? If you don't want to reconcile, just wait for the lawsuit. With a loud crash, the sounds of a teacup or porcelain bowl shattering echoed through the phone. Sun Tingting had already anticipated this and placed her phone on the bedside table. Silently muttering to herself, I told you it was harsh. You insisted I say it. Chapter 52. Could it be that he is pursuing Tingting? After a prolonged bout of curses from the other end of the line, Sun Jejia's voice once again pierced through. Is that all he said? Why did you come back so late? We had dinner together. Sun Tingting, a person incapable of deceit, hesitated briefly before adding, my brother-in-law even bought me a bag. A bag? What kind of bag? Sun Jejia's voice escalated sharply. A Chanel bag. Sun Tingting replied candidly. What? A Chanel bag? Sun Jejia erupted, her indignation palpable, as if her tail had been stepped on. I've been with him for so long, and he never offered to buy me a Chanel bag. That Yang must have ulterior motives. After venting her frustration, Sun Jejia continued, wait, how can you accept his gifts? We are divorced. You have no ties with him anymore. By the way, how much was that bag? 36,800. How much? Sun Jejia erupted once more. You dare to accept a bag worth 36,800? Return it, or give it to me. I will help you return it. Sun Tingting was somewhat speechless. She understood her sister well enough to know that if the bag reached her hands, it would never be returned. I think I'll handle the return myself, she replied nonchalantly. Fine, but you must return it. Who knows what he intends by gifting such an expensive item? Tingting, listen to me. Do not let him deceive you. Sun Jejia warned, her tone laced with concern. I know, sis. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now. Not wishing to endure more of her sister's lecturing, Sun Tingting casually concocted an excuse and hung up the phone. At the Hilton Garden Hotel, Sun Jejia, wrapped in a bathrobe, reclined on the sofa, while her friend and confidant, Wang Ying, sat beside her. Jejia, what is going on? Why the agitation? As soon as Sun Jejia finished the call, Wang Ying eagerly inquired. She had caught snippets of the conversation, but needed the full context for as a confidant. She had to be privy to all details. Of course, Wang Ying was also motivated by a certain curiosity. Her encouragement had played a significant role in Sun Jejia's decision to divorce, as she often filled her with motivational rhetoric, insisting that with her qualities, she could secure a better partner rather than settling for an average man like Yang Hao. When Sun Jejia did indeed divorce, Wang Ying felt an inner satisfaction. If they were best friends, they should both be single, right? Otherwise, how could she reconcile being single while her friend had found such a devoted husband? Thus, one must be cautious in friendships. In this world, apart from parents, there are few who genuinely wish you well, especially the so-called best friends. This is likely the origin of the saying, beware of friends as much as you would thieves. Unbeknownst to the seemingly astute Sun Jejia, she did not grasp this truth. I had Tingting test Yang Hao's attitude, and he actually bought her a Chanel bag. That bag cost 36,800. What could his intentions possibly be? Sun Jejia expressed her outrage. Yang Hao actually bought Tingting a bag worth over 30,000? Wang Ying was equally astonished, having only caught the tail end of the discussion. Could it be that he harbors feelings for Tingting? Are you suggesting that Yang Hao is pursuing Tingting? Sun Jejia gaped, having briefly entertained the thought when her sister mentioned the expensive gift. Yet, she dismissed it as absurd. After all, Tingting was her own sister, and Yang Hao was her ex-husband. The idea of these two becoming involved was ludicrous. I think it's quite plausible. Wang Ying nodded emphatically. Analyzing the situation, from Yang Hao's attitude towards you, it's clear he harbors resentment. Men rarely reflect on their shortcomings and certainly do not acknowledge their role in the demise of a relationship. They simply blame everything on you. Wang Ying, a master of manipulative rhetoric, continued. Thus, Yang Hao is bound to seek revenge. What do you think would hurt you the most? Are you saying he might pursue Tingting as a form of revenge against me? Sun Jejia clenched her teeth. How shameless of him. How did I not notice this while we were together? 3 years of dating, 3 years of marriage. I dedicated 6 years to him. Shouldn't he compensate me with assets like a house, car, and savings? How dare he seek revenge? I must have been blind. Sun Jia erupted in another round of curses. Therefore, your decision to divorce was indeed wise. Wang Ying offered soothing words, then redirected the conversation back to Tingting. However, this situation with Tingting is quite troubling. I never expected Yang Hao to be this kind of person. To resort to such a malicious form of revenge is shocking. Tingting is young and beautiful, and she is your sister. If he succeeds, it would be far too lenient on him. For Yang Hao, this was a twofold triumph. He would not only torment you, but also benefit himself. Wang Ying fanned the flames of discontent, but as the conversation progressed, a new idea struck her. Sister can do it. Why shouldn't I, as her friend, be able to do the same? After all, I would have the advantage. Don't men often find their girlfriends or wife's friends appealing? Yang Hao is now living in the luxurious riverside garden. Isn't he exactly the type of man I've always sought? Even if I can't secure a lasting relationship, being a lover is still preferable to dating a man earning a modest salary while struggling with mortgage payments. Wang Ying's mind displayed remarkable agility, swiftly opening new avenues of thought. How despicable! I didn't realize he could be so sordid. Perhaps he had set his sights on Tingting even while we were together. That's why he always insisted on dining out whenever she visited, attempting to win her favor. The treacherous intentions of this man went unnoticed by Sun Jia, who continued her tirade against Yang Hao, reflecting on his past actions. Sometimes, when one reaches a conclusion, reverse reasoning can create the illusion that everything follows a logical path. Jia, I truly believe Tingting is not that kind of girl. She would never engage with her former brother-in-law. However, you should still warn her. If necessary, keep a close eye on her. Yang Hao is not the same as before. He now possesses wealth, and few women can resist such a lure. Wang Ying's seemingly well-meaning advice was underpinned by her own ulterior motives. If Yang Hao faltered in his pursuit of Sun Tingting, it would only serve to facilitate her own plans. Chapter 53. The poor play with cars. The rich play with watches in the Jiangzhou garden. Yang Hao was at home unboxing a delivery, a Rolex watch he had received from a beginner blind box. Though he had little knowledge about watches, he was well aware that Rolex was an iconic luxury brand, with even entry-level models costing tens of thousands. Previously, he had never dared to consider such an extravagant purchase, especially given his income. However, with the assistance of his benefactor, Yang Hao now possessed his very first Rolex. This particular timepiece was a Rolex Deep Sea, crafted in 18K gold, featuring a blue Cerachrom ceramic bezel. Upon checking the official website, Yang Hao was astonished to find its price was a staggering 450,000. The cost of this watch was nearly equivalent to that of his Wanji M9. It was no wonder that within affluent circles there existed the saying, "The poor play with cars, while the rich play with watches." As Yang Hao adorned his wrist with the Rolex, he scrutinized it under the light for quite some time, yet he found nothing particularly remarkable about it. The price seemed outrageous. It could nearly purchase a house in his hometown. He couldn't help but recall a line from a film, not seeking the best, but the most expensive. It appeared he needed to reform his impoverished mindset. In that moment, his phone chimed with several notifications, messages from someone named as Cici. She had gone for a photo shoot and requested Yang Hao's assistance in selecting a few good shots. Following her text, a barrage of images flooded his screen. The photographs were provocative, far too risque to pass the scrutiny of platforms like Weibo or Douyin. This was not merely a request for help. It was a blatant attempt at seduction. After a thorough examination of the images, which were meticulously edited, Yang Hao noticed that Cici's allure rivaled that of Qin Yuru, evoking a reaction that would leave any young man in need of a tissue. Such is the life of the wealthy. The impoverished can only gaze at second-hand explicit images online, while he, lounging at home, received private, high-caliber content from a beautiful woman. After enjoying the pictures, Yang Hao responded with a thumbs-up emoji. Given the nature of her generous offer, it was only courteous. However, he refrained from further conversation, fully aware that Cici was merely interested in the digits in his bank account. Such women would only proliferate, requiring no effort on his part to maintain any relationship. If one day he felt inclined to engage in some exercise, a simple message would suffice to summon her. At that moment, he had no such inclinations. He had just sparred with the beautiful Su Yushu earlier in the day and needed to recuperate. After all, he was a 30-year-old man, and he could not compare his stamina to that of his 20-year-old self. Noticing Yang Hao's dwindling enthusiasm, he wisely chose not to pester him further. The next day, Yang Hao awoke naturally. Glancing at the time, it was just past 7. Curse this routine. He sighed and pulled the covers over his head. His long-standing schedule had ingrained in him a biological clock that roused him before 7 each morning, making it nearly impossible to indulge in a lazy morning. After struggling in bed for some time, he ultimately decided to rise and take a morning jog around the community. Previously, he had been too preoccupied with work to consider his health, but now, as a man of means, he felt it was imperative to exercise and shed his beer belly. Perhaps he would find time to join a gym. While contemplating, a familiar figure approached. Xiaoyang, do you have a habit of morning exercise? The graceful Guan Sui greeted Yang Hao with a smile, clad in a fitted gray Fila tracksuit and white Herm S-Jet sneakers, an unassuming pair that, unbeknownst to many, cost over 10,000. I relish the morning air, he replied, feigning expertise in jogging, despite being a novice. You've woken up rather late. The air is best around 5. Guan Sui inquired, her enthusiasm palpable. She typically ventured out at 5:30 each morning to jog at Jiangbei Park, which was merely a street away from Jiangzhou Garden. Feeling slightly embarrassed by her comment, Yang Hao mentally berated himself for pretending to be someone he was not. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Discovery, potential assistance available. Name, Guan Sui, current request. Seeking a jogging partner. Cumulative jogging together for over 30 days. Reward for assistance. Skill card X1. Note, skill cards can be exchanged for a top-tier skill. As Yang Hao contemplated how to decline her offer, the voice of his benefactor echoed once more in his mind. A skill card? This could unlock new tools. He felt a surge of joy and smiled broadly at Guan Sui. Sister Guan, that would be wonderful. I was worried I wouldn't be able to maintain the routine alone. Not at all. Shall we begin tomorrow? Guan Sui proposed eagerly. She had longed for a companion to jog with, as she often encountered unwanted advances from strange men during her runs. With a strong partner like Yang Hao, she felt reassured against any potential harassment. Unbeknownst to Yang Hao, Guan Sui had ulterior motives for seeking a jogging partner. His gaze inadvertently fell upon her dampened attire, which clung to her form, accentuating her extraordinary physique. He swallowed hard, silently musing that morning exercise was indeed beneficial and necessary to sustain. Guan Sui, having noticed his lingering gaze, instinctively covered her chest, feeling a mixture of exasperation and vulnerability. She had sought a protective companion, yet it seemed she had invited trouble instead. Why were men so captivated by her? Returning home, Yang Hao meticulously prepared for the day, as he had an important task ahead, meeting Qin Yuru's parents. Before tackling that, however, he needed to pick up his new car. He had arranged to receive the Bentley at 9 in the morning. At 8:45, the delivery personnel arrived at the entrance of his community. Yang Hao had expected them to drive the car directly to him, yet they arrived with a transport vehicle, presenting the Bentley Bentayga beneath a transparent plastic cover adorned with colorful ribbons and balloons, creating a sense of ceremony. Such scenes were reminiscent of those he had seen on Douyin, often accompanied by birthday wishes or confessions of love, though Yang Hao felt none of that was necessary. Chapter 54. The delight of being adored. 2 employees from the Bentley dealership arrived to deliver the car. A man and a woman, both strikingly attractive and impeccably dressed, exuding a level of sophistication far surpassing that of typical salespeople. Although the handover was not taking place at the dealership, their attentive service remained unwavering, even suggesting a ceremonial outdoor delivery. However, Yang Hao opted to forego such ostentatious formalities as he had to pick up Qin Yuru and her parents, not wishing to squander time on frivolous rituals. In the past, purchasing a new vehicle would have necessitated a photo session to boast on social media. Yet Yang Hao felt no such urge now. A saying rings true: the more one flaunts something, the more they reveal their own deficiencies. This phenomenon, a common psychological response, applies to many. The notion that the less fortunate tend to be more ostentatious stems from this mindset, as they strive to conceal their poverty by appearing generous and affluent, even to the extent of putting on a fade. A visit to a fine dining establishment would undoubtedly entail excessive photographing and sharing on social media. Conversely, for the genuinely wealthy, dining at upscale restaurants is merely an ordinary aspect of life, akin to a regular person ordering takeout. Would one take the time to showcase a simple dish on social media? The answer is a resounding no. Presently, Yang Hao found himself unencumbered by financial concerns and thus had no need to flaunt luxury homes or cars. With the acquisition of a Bentley worth over $4 million, he may not have posted on social media, yet sitting inside, gazing at the car's emblem adorned with delicate wings, he felt an exhilarating thrill. After all, it was a Bentley, a pinnacle of luxury and a symbol of status. He had never dared to dream that he would one day own such a vehicle. He had heard that while the car was exceptional in every regard, it had one notable flaw. The passenger seat tended to be excessively warm, prompting female passengers to comment on their attire. This observation awaited confirmation. However, while waiting at a red light, Yang Hao momentarily relished the sensation of being pursued as a luxury car owner. The female sales representative who had delivered the car had taken the initiative to add him as a contact on WeChat, a breach of company policy that was, unfortunately, all too common among women selling luxury vehicles or goods who often develop an inflated sense of self-worth. This phenomenon could be likened to the mindset of a rope used to bind crabs. Having been associated with the crabs for so long, one might mistakenly believe it too could command a similar price. Yet, the saleswomen seldom grasp this reality, or even if they do, they are reluctant to confront it. Over time, they may develop a disdain for ordinary individuals, convinced that they deserve a partner who can afford luxury cars. However, true affluent individuals are far from foolish. They are unlikely to marry a car salesperson. Consequently, the best outcome for these saleswomen is often to become a mistress to a wealthy man, reaping financial rewards while they are still young, only to see the relationship end once the novelty wears off. Despite this, the saleswomen continue to chase their dreams, convinced they are the exception who will make it. The likes of Yang Hao, a young and attractive wealthy man, naturally become their prime targets. According to data released by Bentley's headquarters, the average age of Bentley owners worldwide is 50. Thus, as a 30-year-old Bentley owner, Yang Hao's value is evident. The saleswoman, Yao, who had added him on WeChat, claimed that he could consult her regarding any vehicle-related inquiries. She also tentatively mentioned that she typically refrained from sending flirty messages to avoid misunderstandings. Having embraced a carefree attitude, Yang Hao did not mind being influenced by such a culture. In fact, it could be considered an essential lesson for the affluent. He would undoubtedly encounter a variety of women in the future, and the experiences with Hisisi and Yao could serve as practice. Therefore, he responded directly, stating, "I just got divorced." If she desired to pursue him, he would grant her the opportunity to play the role of an admirer. As expected, upon receiving this message, Yao became exuberant, offering insincere condolences and expressing that she should not have mentioned his ex-wife. She then explicitly indicated her single status. However, Yang Hao chose not to engage further, merely responding coolly that he was driving. Yao continued with a series of well-wishing messages, urging him to drive safely. Yang Hao chuckled to himself, placing his phone aside. At that moment, he began to understand why some women enjoy having admirers. The sensation of being adored is indeed quite pleasurable. In the Hongshan community, Qin Yuru and CSCU stood by the roadside, drawing the attention of passers-by, particularly men, who couldn't help but steal glances as they walked by. Some even turned back, reluctant to leave their captivating presence. "Where's Hao go? If he doesn't arrive soon, I will be late." CSCU, en route to her workplace, planned to hitch a ride with Yang Hao to save herself from the crowding of the subway. Dressed in a pink Nike tracksuit, with a crossbody bag accentuating her figure, she kept glancing around for Yang Hao's car. "You could always take the subway," Qin Yuru remarked, casting a sideways glance at her friend before instinctively checking the time. They had agreed to meet at 10 o'clock, leaving them still 10 minutes to spare. Are you worried about your boyfriend's fuel expenses? She teased. We aren't even married yet, and you're already looking to save money. CSCU pouted, her gaze suddenly drawn to the distance. Wow, that car looks amazing. It seems to be a Bentley. At the sound of her exclamation, Chin Yuru instinctively followed her gaze and spotted the sleek black Bentley. Its paint gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the sunlight with a deep, lustrous sheen, exuding an aura of mystery and nobility that conveyed a sense of composure and grandeur. Wait, is it coming towards us? Could it be that he's here to flirt with us? Surely, our beauty has attracted him. What if a wealthy Bentley owner approaches us? What should we do? Should we add him on WeChat? As the Bentley drew nearer, CSCU tugged at Chin Yuru's arm, her excitement palpable. Chapter 55. I have a boyfriend who drives a Bentley Xiaoro. You have a boyfriend. Such matters should be handled with discretion. Never mind. Allow me to bear this troublesome entanglement for you. After all, we are dear friends. CSCU assumed a stance of righteous resolve. Just as her words faded, a sleek black Bentley indeed came to a halt beside them. Upon seeing this, CSCU instinctively took a step back, revealing her true nature as a mere blusterer. Hesitant to confront the situation head-on, Chin Yuru was taken aback by the fact that the Bentley had truly stopped next to her. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated how to politely decline the advances of the occupant when the tinted window of the passenger seat rolled down, revealing a familiar face. Get in. You. Chin Yuru's mouth fell open in astonishment, unable to fathom that the person in the Bentley was Yang Hao, her boyfriend she had employed with a monthly salary of 3,000. My goodness, what a plot twist. To think she randomly met someone on the subway, only to discover he drives a Bentley and resides in a lavish 200-square-meter apartment at Jiangzhou Garden. This felt like a scene straight out of short drama. How good? This Bentley is yours? CSCU exclaimed, her surprise unabashed. She then turned to Chin Yuru, feigning indignation. Xiaoro, how could you? Knowing fully well this is your boyfriend's car, you didn't even mention it. Were you hoping to see me humiliated? From CSCU's perspective, her friend Chin Yuru had been dating Yang Hao for over a month, and it was implausible she would not recognize the Bentley as belonging to him. Realizing she needed to maintain her composure in front of CSCU, Chin Yuru calmly opened the passenger door and slipped inside. See you. I need a ride to work. Of course, Yang Hao nodded, then waved to the still-stunned CSCU. See you get in. All right. CSCU responded excitedly, quickly opening the rear door to join them. How good? Is this Bentley really yours? She inquired curiously once seated in the back. Yes, it's new. Yang Hao confirmed with a nod. New. CSCU gasped, incredulous. Did you not just buy a Wanji M9 yesterday? Who says one cannot own two cars? Yang Hao retorted. Well, I suppose I was narrow-minded. The world of the wealthy is indeed beyond the comprehension of someone like me, CSCU said, shaking her head in awe. Yang Hao, the newly affluent, smiled silently. West Gym Center. This is one of the larger gyms in Jiangcheng, boasting 4 floors. The first floor houses a swimming pool, while the second, third, and fourth floors are dedicated to strength training, equipment, and various classes. In front of the gym is a small parking lot that accommodates around 30 vehicles. At this early hour, only about 10 cars were parked, yet one fluorescent green Porsche 718 stood out prominently. At this moment, 2 men, one tall and one short, were engaged in casual conversation beside the Porsche 718. Punga, you will definitely win over that little vixen surnamed Xia this time. No woman can resist a sports car, especially a Porsche, said the shorter man with fervor. What if it doesn't work? The taller man, evidently less optimistic, frowned in response. Have no fear. It's a sure thing. This is a Porsche. That fitness instructor surnamed Xia. Has she ever ridden in a Porsche? When she arrives, just invite her for a drive, and she'll surely get in. The shorter man asserted confidently. All right, you help me out, and once I succeed, I'll treat you to a lavish meal at Honglangsha. The taller man, Gao Peng, promptly promised. He had been eyeing CSCU since his first day at the gym, pursuing her relentlessly despite her lack of interest, primarily due to his marital status. Armed with a bit of money, he intended to cultivate a clandestine relationship with her. But CSCU was not one to entertain such propositions. Undeterred, Gao Peng sought advice from Huang Mao, who fancied himself the most skilled seducer in Jiangxing. Huang Mao, a self-proclaimed strategist, suggested that to succeed in courting women, one must first possess the right tools. In this case, the tool was a sports car. He helped Gao Peng procure a second-hand Porsche 718 for over $200,000 and arrange for a grand bouquet of roses, insisting that women were partial to such gestures. Now everything was in place, awaiting the entrance of the leading lady, CSCU. Suddenly, Huang Mao exclaimed, "Wow, a Bentley Bentayga, and it's the latest model." Just as Gao Peng was mentally preparing himself, he glanced toward the road and saw a black Bentley slowly approaching the gym entrance. "If you had that car, Peng Ge, forget about one CSCU. You could have 10, Huang Mao remarked, still in disbelief. "That goes without saying. This car must be worth nearly 5 million. Gao Peng, familiar with luxury vehicles, gazed enviously at the imposing Bentley Bentayga. "This is the top configuration. Including taxes, it easily surpasses 5 million. Huang Mao concurred. "The luxury vehicle tax applies to passenger cars priced over 1.3 million, with a tax rate of 10. Yang Hao's Bentley Bentayga, priced at 11 million, incurs a luxury vehicle tax of 410,000, plus an additional 10 vehicle purchase tax, bringing the total tax to over 800,000. When insurance and other fees are factored in, the total indeed hovers around 5 million. As the two men continued discussing the costs associated with the Bentley Bentayga, it pulled up in front of the gym. Moments later, the rear door swung open, and CSCU emerged, beaming as she waved to the driver. "Is that CSCU? What's going on?" Gao Peng was rendered speechless, entirely unaware that he now faced such a formidable rival. "Peng Ge, go for it. Don't just stand there." Though Huang Mao was equally astonished, he urged Gao Peng to act, unwilling to give up. With renewed determination, Gao Peng retrieved the bouquet of roses he had prepared and confidently approached. "Siu, stop. Enough." Before Gao Peng could continue, CSCU, having spotted him, swiftly interrupted. "Mr. Gao, I have a boyfriend now. As you can see, he drives a Bentley. So, please, do not pursue me any further." "Thank you." As she declined Gao Peng's advances, she gestured toward the Bentley that had not yet departed, a sly smile gracing her lips as she silently thought, "Apologies, Xiaoro. Just borrowing your boyfriend for a moment." Chapter 56. The dominant CEO plays house with me. CSCU's approach proved to be remarkably effective. Upon hearing her words, Gao Peng and the strategist Huang Mao were rendered speechless. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. It is only with wealth in one's pocket that one can stand tall. Gao Peng, a man with a family, dared to pursue CSCU solely because he had a modest amount of money. However, the current situation was that her boyfriend drove a Bentley. If the car that brought CSCU to work had been a standard BBA, Gao Peng might not have felt so intimidated. He would have had a fighting chance. Yet, standing before the Bentley Bentayga, which cost a staggering 5 million, Gao Peng's $20,000 used Porsche 718 simply paled in comparison. The disparity was immense, an astronomical difference. In truth, Huang Mao's strategy for wooing women was not entirely flawed. It exemplified the principle of spending little to achieve great results. A Porsche 718 holds considerable allure for the average girl, not only because it is a Porsche, but also due to its sleek, sporty appearance. Most girls are not car enthusiasts. Upon seeing a Porsche, they instinctively assume one is wealthy, unaware that an older used model can be acquired for merely $20,000, a price that might even be less than what they perceive to be the cost of a lowly BYD Tang. Thus, the issue did not lie with Huang Mao or Gao Peng, but rather with Yang Hao's Bentley, a true luxury vehicle that undeniably commanded attention. "See you. I mean no harm. I merely wish to be friends," Gao Peng said, feeling the pressure mount. After a brief pause, he forced a smile and extended a rose towards her. "Friendship is out of the question. This is not good for any of us," CSCU retorted, turning her nose up and bypassing both Gao Peng and Huang Mao as she strode into the fitness center. Her words left Gao Peng utterly dumbfounded. One had a boyfriend, while the other had a wife. Indeed, it was detrimental for all involved. "Peng Ge, let it go. This woman is unattainable, especially given her boyfriend's background. Regardless of who he is, anyone capable of driving a $5 million supercar is not someone we can afford to offend," Huang Mao advised, clearly aware of their limitations. Gao Peng, however, felt discontent. He had long been infatuated with CSCU's figure, a desire that had lingered for far too long. Peng Ge, there are plenty of women out there. Many would be thrilled to sit in the passenger seat of your Porsche. Just take a stroll down Bar Street tonight, and I assure you, you'll find success. Huang Mao continued to encourage him. Yes, perhaps a stroll tonight, Gao Peng replied, nodding with a sense of frustration. He cast one last glance into the gym, where CSCU was chatting with a female receptionist, both adorned with radiant smiles as they shared gossip. Clearly, she was unfazed by his presence, seemingly indifferent to his feelings. The thought of her Bentley-driving boyfriend extinguished any remaining hope he harbored. Meanwhile, Yang Hao was blissfully unaware that he was being used as a shield by CSCU. He was busy driving while discussing the intricacies of his relationship with Qin Yuru, ensuring that no inconsistencies would arise later. By the way, Mayan has also come to Jiangshan. She mentioned that my cousin would join us for dinner. He works at a foreign enterprise here and can be a bit arrogant. If he says anything unpleasant, just ignore him. Qin Yuru elaborated on her Aunt Li Yakin situation. Rest assured, my greatest strength lies in my adaptability. Whatever he says, I will simply go along with it, Yang Hao replied. He had seen Qin Yuru's aunt during a video call and sensed her somewhat materialistic nature, which likely mirrored her son's demeanor. However, these matters were not what concerned Yang Hao. He was primarily focused on completing the next phase of his task concerning Qin Yuru. The reward for this phase was 2 small red envelopes and an information pouch. Each small envelope had the potential to yield between 1 to 100,000 ARC coins, leading to a theoretical maximum of 200,000. For Yang Hao, such a sum was indeed enticing. Having experienced the benefits of the previous information pouch, his anticipation for this one was even greater. It might contain invaluable secrets. Driven by a desire for the rewards, Yang Hao was determined to fully cooperate with Qin Yuru in their performance. However, when he referred to her as boss, it made Qin Yuru feel slightly embarrassed, as her monthly income was only 3,000. Here was Yang Hao, the actor equipped with lavish props, a luxurious home, and a high-end car. Such actors could easily challenge the director in a production. You're the real boss. Mine is merely an illusion, Qin Yuru replied softly. How could it be an illusion? You wouldn't try to back out of our agreement, would you? Yang Hao fig ned concern. We agreed on 3,000 per month. Qin Yuru rolled her eyes, incredulous. Here she was living in a luxurious mansion and driving a $5 million Bentley. Yet he pretended to be anxious over a mere 3,000 a month, truly a performance worthy of an actor. Surely, you don't need that 3,000? Of course I do. Who doesn't need money? Yang Hao insisted earnestly. The agreement is crystal clear. Breaching it would incur penalties. Don't worry. I can't afford the penalty, so I won't default. Qin Yuru replied, quite exasperated. At that moment, Yang Hao struck her as a domineering CEO, playing house with her, a notion that felt rather peculiar. At Jiangshan High-Speed Railway Station, Li Yafeng and her sister Li Yakin walked arm in arm ahead. Qin Aigua followed closely behind, one hand grasping a suitcase, the other holding a half-smoked cigarette. Yafeng, just watch me today. I will uncover all of Yang's secrets. Our Xiaoro is far too exceptional to be deceived. Li Yakin was skeptical of Yang Hao's seemingly perfect answers during their video call, finding them too good to be true. After all, her own daughter had never encountered a suitor of such remarkable caliber. The mere fact that her niece had found one was unacceptable. I don't believe Yang is lying. He appeared quite natural during the video, Li Yafeng remarked, having a favorable impression of Yang Hao as a potential son-in-law. He seemed genuine and not at all like those effeminate, overly polished handsome men seen on television. Yafeng, one must not judge solely by appearances. Li Yakin Kotunat. Shaking her head. Today's fraudsters are adept at presenting themselves. If Yang's claims are indeed true, then that would be splendid. However, should he be a fraud, we must ensure Xiaoro can cut her losses in time. Let's first observe what kind of car he arrives in to pick us up. I forgot to ask about that during the video call. Chapter 57, Aunt. What do you think of the Bentley? I believe that while conditions are important, the character of the person is paramount. It truly depends on whether he treats our little Ro well. If he does not, even the finest conditions would not persuade us to marry her. Qin Aigua, trailing behind the two, interjected. As a father, he displayed a hint of being overly indulgent towards his daughter. Given that his daughter was strikingly beautiful, he was reluctant for her to marry too early. However, within the household, it was his wife, teacher Li, who made the final decisions regarding significant matters. At 25, she is still a child. Aigua, you have never coddled children this way. Li Yakin chimed in. For a girl, 25 is a crucial age, a significant watershed. Once past this age, a woman's prospects begin to decline. You may not feel rushed now, but by the time Ro turns 30, good men will have been swept away. Though Ro was indeed lovely, for women, age remained their greatest asset. Men invariably favored youth and beauty, with youth taking precedence above all. Li Yafeng concurred indeed. A girl's prime is fleeting. She must secure a suitable match while the market is favorable. Our little Ro is currently at the peak of her desirability. If we do not actively seek relationships now, shall we truly wait until she is 30? Left speechless by the onslaught, Qin Aigua fell silent, continuing to smoke his cigarette. Soon, the trio arrived at the exit. From afar, Li Yafeng spotted her daughter, Qin Yuru, along with her son-in-law, Yang Hao. She waved vigorously. At that moment, Qin Yuru also caught sight of her mother. While waving and greeting her, she introduced Yang Hao, saying the tall, slender one is my mom, and the more robust figure is my aunt. The one behind is my dad. You don't need to introduce them. It's evident that you and your aunt resemble each other quite closely, Yang Hao remarked. This assertion held truth. Qin Yuru bore a striking resemblance to her mother, and one could surmise how she might look in later years by observing Li Yafeng. Upon seeing Yang Hao and Qin Yuru waiting to greet them, Li Yafeng instinctively quickened her pace. As she walked, she commented to Li Yakin, "Sister, look how tall Yang is. Our little Ro is 175 centimeters, and most men are shorter than her. Yet with Yang, you can still notice the height difference." Height alone isn't everything, Li Yakin retorted, feeling uncomfortable since their video call. The thought that her own daughter's boyfriend lacked the qualities of this Yang Hao only intensified her discomfort. Over 180 centimeters is certainly sufficient. Li Yafeng instinctively defended her son-in-law. At this moment, Qin Aigua also spotted Yang Hao and had not diverted his gaze since. He harbored mixed feelings towards the man who had captured his little cotton-padded jacket. "Mom, this is my boyfriend, Yang Hao. You've seen him in the video." Li Yafeng was the first to pass through the turnstile. Qin Yuru immediately began the introductions. "Hello, Aunt. I was just saying to Ro that you two resemble each other so much. You look more like sisters than mother and daughter." As a seasoned salesperson, Yang Hao knew how to flatter. While greeting Li Yafeng, he praised her youthful appearance. Women often appreciate such compliments, and Li Yafeng's face brightened, finding Yang Hao increasingly agreeable. "This is my aunt." Li Yakin followed closely, exiting the turnstile. "Hello, Aunt." Yang Hao greeted politely, but refrained from excessive conversation. "Young, thank you for your efforts in coming to pick us up. This North Station is quite distant from the city. I assent to it." Li Yakin sought to engage Yang Hao in conversation. "It's not too far. It takes less than half an hour by subway to reach the city center." Yang Hao responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yakin's eyes lit up. "So you and Ro took the subway here?" "Not quite," Yang Hao shook his head. "While the subway is fast, with so many of us, driving is simply more convenient." "Yang, this is my father." As Yang Hao conversed with Li Yakin, Qin Aigua emerged from the turnstile, pulling a suitcase behind him. "Uncle Qin, let me take that." Yang Hao greeted while reaching for the suitcase. His prompt action was significant. Many people tend to ask if they can help, but most will decline. The proper way to show kindness is to take the initiative and assist directly, provided the situation calls for it. Yang Hao, indeed, needed to endear himself to Qin Yuru's parents, as his plan aimed to win their favor, which would aid his mission. This small gesture earned him goodwill from Qin Aigua, who, having brought a heavy load of treats for his daughter, found the suitcase cumbersome. Yang Hao's assistance made him feel considerably lighter and more upright. "Yang, you're too kind." "It's no trouble at all," Yang Hao responded with a cheerful demeanor. Qin Aigua nodded slightly. Though their exchange was brief, it was evident that his son-in-law possessed a sense of decorum and maturity, far from being a mere brash youth. Qin Yuru felt pleased with Yang Hao's performance, having worried he would be nervous meeting her parents, particularly given that he was a counterfeit. Now, however, she was reassured. By all appearances, no one could discern that he was a faux son-in-law. Yet, The more flawless Yang Hao appeared, the more discomfort Li Yakin felt, further solidifying her suspicions. This must be a meticulously crafted con artist. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so impeccable in every regard. Yang, is this your car? Upon reaching the parking lot, Li Yakin deliberately pointed at a brand-new Mercedes S400. And that isn't my car, Yang Hao denied with a shake of his head. I thought you were leading us this way because it was yours. This grand Mercedes is indeed impressive. The last time I rode in one was at my nephew's wedding. Alas, I wonder when I will ride in such luxury again. Li Yakin lamenta. Yang Hao understood her implication. She was testing him, gauging his worth by his vehicle. If it surpassed the Mercedes, she would engage, and if not, she would remain silent. Yang Hao chose to remain mute, feigning ignorance. As anticipated, Li Yakin soon concluded that Yang Hao's car fell short of the Mercedes. She promptly added, Yang, let's strive to ensure that one day you can drive me in a grand Mercedes. Sister, Li Yafang felt her sister's words were somewhat excessive. Just as she was about to interject on Yang Hao's behalf, her son-in-law replied, Aunt, I fear I may disappoint you. With me, a Mercedes will be out of reach. However, would a Bentley suffice? Chapter 58. I thought you lived together. Yang Hao suddenly began to comprehend why online novels often feature plots where the seemingly weak character turns out to be formidable. What a thrill. Indeed, this is exhilarating. So, you wish to trample me with your Mercedes S400? Come on, allow me to demonstrate what a system truly is, to show you what it means to be the fortunate child chosen by fate. The words of this snobbish aunt also reminded Yang Hao of a classic comment in Lei Bussi's Douyin section, wishing you an annual salary of $1 million. Li Yakin's encouragement for Yang Hao to strive for a grand Mercedes resonates similarly to that sentiment. Xiaoyang, you need not feel disheartened. After all, Geely is quite decent as well. You are still young. Take your time, and you will eventually drive a luxurious Mercedes. Li Yakin only caught the first part of Yang Hao's statement. At that moment, a car honked, and she misheard the Bentley he mentioned, only catching the last part, which led her to unconsciously associate it with the domestic Geely. Dear sister, Xiaoyang is referring to a Bentley. Li Yafang, who had been listening attentively, clarified that her son-in-law was indeed talking about a Bentley, not a Geely. Nonetheless, she could not be entirely sure, as Bentleys are considered top-tier luxury vehicles, allegedly costing millions. She turned to Yang Hao once more and asked, Xiaoyang, are you talking about a Bentley? Yes, a Bentley. Yang Hao replied with a gentle nod. Bentley? The one with wings? Li Yakin exclaimed in surprise. She was not entirely ignorant and had heard of Bentleys before. Her uncle's child's wedding car was a Bentley, rumored to cost several million, enough to buy a few apartments in their hometown of Haizhou. Yes, the one with wings, Yang Hao confirmed with a smile. Just then, they arrived beside a parking space, and Yang Hao pointed to the Bentley Bentayga, which was attracting the attention of several passers-by. Andy, this is the one. While Li Yakin was still pondering the possibility of it being a second-hand vehicle, the glistening new paint of the Bentley before her made it clear that it was indeed a recent purchase. Its imposing presence dwarfed the surrounding cars, and even the Mercedes they had just seen seemed to pale in comparison. Li Yakin hurried a few steps forward, circling the Bentley twice before asking, Xiaoyang, I heard this car costs several million. Is that true? Yang Hao nodded. Yes, this model is around 5 million after all expenses. 5 million? My goodness. Li Yakin gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment, struggling to close it for a while. Li Yafang and Qin Aigua, standing nearby, were equally shocked. They had only gathered a general understanding from previous videos that their daughter's boyfriend was financially stable, but never had they imagined it was to such an extent. To think he drives a car worth 5 million, given that the housing prices in Haizhou are around 8,000 to 9,000 per square meter. This vehicle could afford 5 apartments of over 100 square meters in their hometown. The notion of driving around in 5 apartments was exhilarating. In truth, Qin Yuo was unaware that the Bentley cost 5 million. She only knew it was expensive, but had never delved into specifics. Hearing Yang Hao state the price left her stunned. Is it typical for wealthy individuals to play such games, or does he genuinely have feelings for me? Using this as a means of courtship? Beyond that, She could not fathom any other rationale since her greatest attributes were her figure and looks. She was never short on admirers, yet Yang Hao's approach was unlike any she had encountered. I have never even sat in such an expensive car, she mused. Today, she was fortunate to experience what it feels like to ride in a $5 million vehicle. Regaining her composure, Li Yakin climbed into the car, seemingly forgetting her earlier taunts about the Mercedes. However, Li Yafeng had not forgotten. She still intended to defend her son-in-law's honor. Hence, once inside, she deliberately asked, "Sister, is this car as comfortable as a Mercedes? There's no comparison. How can a Mercedes even be compared to a Bentley?" Li Yakin shook her head repeatedly, gesturing towards the luxurious interior. "This car is not only beautiful, but also spacious and comfortable. Yes, I must take a picture to commemorate this. It's my first time sitting in such an expensive car." With that, Li Yakin pulled out her phone and began recording a video. Li Yafeng, feeling quite pleased, nudged her lips. She understood her sister well, recognizing her attempts to pick at Yang Hao's flaws, as she believed her daughter's boyfriend fell short and didn't want to be overshadowed. Under the awe of the Bentley, Li Yakin temporarily abandoned her plans for mischief and instead began to boast about sitting in a $5 million luxury car in a group chat. Li Yafeng likely was part of that chat, as she refrained from similar displays. After quietly admiring the scenery outside for a while, she turned to Qin Yuruo, seated in the passenger seat, and said, "Xiaoru, let us drop off our luggage at your place first, then we'll go eat. I'm not hungry at all right now. Mom, I booked a hotel for you. We won't stay at my place. Let us go to the hotel first." Qin Yuruo had already sent the hotel address to Yang Hao, who was now driving in that direction. "What hotel? Such a waste of money. You and Siyu can share a room, while your dad and I will stay in your room." Li Yafeng was not new to visiting Jiangcheng to see her daughter and had previously stayed in Qin Yuruo's rental. "Listen to Xiao Ruru. Let us stay at the hotel." Qin Aigua interjected, "It wouldn't be appropriate for an old man like me to stay at Xiao Ruru's place. It would be inconvenient for Siyu." Before Qin Yuruo could respond, Qin Aigua spoke up. "Why stay at a hotel? Doesn't Ti Xiao Yang's family have a house of over 200 square meters?" At this moment, Li Yakin, who had been boasting in the chat, suddenly chimed in, "Xiao Yang, is it convenient for you?" Convenient." Yang Hao hadn't really thought about the lodging situation, and since Li Yakin asked, he certainly could not refuse. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuruo quickly added, "Annie, all the hotels are fully booked, and we can't get a refund. We will arrive soon." Qin Aigua immediately agreed. "We've already spent the money. Let us stay at the hotel." Seeing the father and daughter had made their decision, Li Yakin did not press further. She intended to stay at her son's place. So where Qin Aigua and Li Yafeng stayed was of little concern to her. Her suggestion to stay with Yang Hao was merely a pretext to visit. "By the way, Xiaoru, didn't you stay at Xiao Yang's home?" Li Yakin inquired once more. "No." Qin Yuruo shook her head vigorously in denial upon hearing this. "I thought you and Xiao Yang lived together. Given how spacious that house is, it wouldn't matter if your parents had one room," Li Yakin muttered to herself. Chapter 59. My ex-husband has acquired a Bentley. "Aunt, where are your thoughts wandering? I have only been dating Yang Hao for just over a month." Qin Yuruo was acutely aware that her aunt, Li Yakin, had a penchant for gossip, and she hoped to prevent her from assuming that she and Yang Hao were already cohabitating. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before all the relatives found out. Even if they had been dating for a considerable time, moving in together before marriage was out of the question. This topic made Qin Aigua, a devoted father, somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to interject with a stern expression. "Aigua, what era are we in? Your thinking is rather antiquated." Li Yakin quickly countered. "I do not concern myself with how others raise their children. The Qin family absolutely does not permit such behavior," Qin Aigua asserted emphatically, casting a pointed glance at the driving Yang Hao, his gaze laden with undisguised warning. Feeling the icy stare from the back right, Yang Hao was filled with indignation. If he had indeed taken Qin Yuruo to bed, he would have accepted whatever punishment Qin Aigua deemed fit, as he would have gained something in the process. The reality, however, was that he had not even touched Qin Yuruo's hand. Those long, alluring legs had only been admired from afar, let alone sharing a bed. This was an unjust accusation. Wasn't Ti Xiao Ro at Xiao Yang's house the night before last during the video call? Li Yakin boldly continued. The moment these words left her lips, Yang Hao sensed the temperature of the gaze behind him drop several degrees, even feeling a chill in the air. Yang Hao silently grumbled, "Aunt, it's not like I didn't let you ride in a Benz. Must it be this way? If it comes to it, I can sell the Bentley and buy a Benz instead. Aunt, it's not as you think. I was with CU that day, helping Yang Hao move." Qin Yuo quickly clarified. Her aunt responded with a chuckle. "Aunt has been young too. There's nothing wrong with it. Besides, you and Xiao Yang are of an age. You're not minors, and it is not illegal. Wherever you go, it is reasonable and compliant." Aunt, Qin Yuo was rendered speechless, realizing that her innocence could not be preserved within the family. Meanwhile, seated in the back, Qin Igwo was seething with anger. His delicate flower, nurtured for over 20 years, was being whisked away, and as her father, he felt deeply unsettled. Although he had mentally prepared himself years ago, the reality was still hard to bear. "Xiao Yang, are we almost there? I see a hotel up ahead." Li Yakin quickly changed the subject, knowing her husband well enough to anticipate that this discussion could lead to trouble. Yes, it's that hotel ahead." Xiao Rou specifically chose one with a nice environment. Yang Hao responded, inwardly reflecting, a mother-in-law can be quite reliable. Hilton Garden Hotel. Sun Jejia was seated in the lobby's lounge area, waiting for a ride to arrive. She had contacted a well-known lawyer in Jiangxing Online, intending to discuss her legal matters at their office. At this moment, her close friend and strategist, Wang Ying, was beside her. Since realizing that her position as Sun Jejia's friend could serve as a means to attract Yang Hao, Wang Ying had become even more invested in Jejia's affairs, offering meticulous care. In her view, these efforts could ultimately serve as a stepping stone toward aligning with Yang Hao. Wow, a Bentley. How impressive. Through the hotel lobby's floor-to-ceiling windows, Wang Ying spotted the slowly approaching black Bentley, and couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing her, Sun Jejia instinctively turned her head and caught sight of the car, pulling into the hotel's parking area. What a pristine Bentley. It seemed to have been purchased only days ago. Sun Jejia gazed on with envy. Indeed, it's clearly a new vehicle. Wang Ying nodded in agreement. This must be a Bentley Bentayga. The base model costs nearly $3 million, while the high-spec version is rumored to exceed $5 million, as I heard from Shenzong before. $5 million. When will I ever get to ride in such a luxury car? Sun Jejia's envy deepened. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted from admiration to shock, and soon she was left in a daze. Yang Hao, through the hotel lobby's expansive windows. It was clear to see Yang Hao stepping out of the driver's seat, retrieving a suitcase from the trunk. The hotel's greeter promptly took the suitcase, beaming with a smile and engaging in conversation. At the same time, Yang Hao's current girlfriend emerged from the passenger seat, her long, slender legs making Sun Jejia feel inadequate, prompting her to instinctively adjust her skirt. Wow, Hao Ge has driven a Bentley now. Wang Ying's reaction was even more pronounced, exclaiming in surprise. However, her slip of using Hao Ge almost revealed her conflicted loyalties. Fortunately, at that moment, Sun Jejia's attention was entirely absorbed by Yang Hao, Qin Yuo, and the brand-new Bentley Bentayga, leaving her oblivious to Wang Ying's slip. Jejia, what secrets has that Yang been hiding from you? Wang Ying hastily corrected her reference to Yang Hao, indignantly stating, He driving a Bentley now. It's utterly outrageous. Quick, take a picture for me. This is evidence. Sun Jejia reacted swiftly, promptly opening her phone's camera and handing it to Wang Ying, while she herself lifted a magazine from the coffee table to shield herself. Yang Hao knows me as well, as Sun Jejia's close friend. Wang Ying was familiar with Yang Hao and had met him numerous times. You're wearing sunglasses, and we're at a distance. He may not recognize you, and besides, he might not even glance this way. We must ensure he doesn't discover my presence. Otherwise, he might become suspicious and transfer his assets. Sun Jejia buried her head into the magazine. Meanwhile, Yang Hao genuinely did not notice the two women seated in the corner of the lounge, as the hotel lobby was quite spacious, with a water bar, a reading area, and even a piano on display. A little girl was currently playing the piano, drawing everyone's attention and causing them to overlook those resting in the corner. Thus, Wang Ying successfully completed her evidence-gathering mission. Jejia, they've gone upstairs. After Yang Hao and his entourage entered the elevator, Wang Ying returned the phone to Sun Jejia. Did you capture everything? Sun Jejia set down a magazine and quickly reviewed the video on her phone. Thanks to her quick reflexes, she had managed to record the moments when Qin Aigua and Li Yakin exited the car, as well as Yang Hao shutting the door. While this footage was insufficient to prove that the Bentley belonged to Yang Hao, it could certainly serve as supplementary evidence of his wealth, or so Sun Jejia believed. However, after watching the video, Sun Jejia felt a wave of heartache wash over her, akin to a pang of angina. She instinctively placed a hand over her heart, soon realizing that her heart had always been quite healthy. This wasn't genuine pain. It was the psychological agony of witnessing her ex-husband driving a Bentley. It had been less than a month since their divorce, and her ex-husband had already acquired a Bentley. How is one to endure such a reality? Chapter 60. The Infatuated and the Infatuated Xiaoing. Do you think Yang Hao's met the girl's parents? Sun Jejia inquired. Her brows furrowed as she attempted to compose herself. Perhaps. Wang Ying nodded in agreement. Isn't this too soon? That young fellow has no conscience at all. It's only been a few days since his divorce, and he's already preparing for a second marriage. Sun Jejia gritted her teeth, her indignation palpable. I must file for divorce quickly and reclaim what is rightfully mine. At that moment, her rideshare arrived, and she promptly pulled Wang Ying out of the hotel, heading straight for the lawyer's office they had previously arranged. Meanwhile, upstairs in the hotel, the others were resting and chatting. Li Yakin sent a message to her son, Zhang Jichao, informing him of her arrival in Jiangsheng and asking him to meet them at the hotel. However, Zhang Jichao replied that he had to work overtime unexpectedly. What kind of place makes employees work on a weekend? Li Yakin complained to Li Yafeng as she responded to her son. It's fine, there will be other opportunities. Li Yafeng was indifferent to whether her nephew came or not. In fact, she felt a twinge of delight at the prospect of his absence, knowing well his haughty demeanor. If he had joined them for dinner, he would likely flaunt his bookish arrogance, a trait he exhibited even in the presence of elders, often uttering peculiar remarks. Upon hearing that her cousin Zhang Jichao would not be attending, Qin Yiru felt quite pleased. She had previously advised Yang Hao not to lower himself to the other's level, and now that he was not coming, that concern was alleviated. Moreover, today's meeting was merely a formality to appease their parents, and the unexpected appearance of Aunt Li Yakin was already beyond the original plan. Once the three elder statesmen had rested sufficiently, the group departed the hotel. Yang Hao took the wheel, navigating to the restaurant Qin Yiru had booked on the 4th floor of the Shinkong City Mall. Having visited just the day before, Yang Hao effortlessly parked in the underground lot. It was Saturday, and the mall was bustling, significantly more crowded than the day Yang Hao and Sun Tingting had been there. At various dining establishments on the 4th floor, patrons were waiting for tables. Upon arriving at the restaurant reserved by Qin Yiru, the group was ushered into a private room. One wall of the room was a massive floor-to-ceiling window, offering a view of the lively scenes within the mall. What a crowd! It's no wonder it's a big city, Li Yakin remarked, gazing through the glass as they awaited their meal. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure. Is that? She thought, doubting her eyes, and quickly nudged her sister Li Yafeng. Look, isn't that our Jichao? Li Yafeng followed her finger to see a person resembling her nephew Zhang Jichao among the queue at a milk tea shop. However, from their vantage point, she could only see his profile, leaving her uncertain. It looks like him. I'm certain that Jichao, Qin Aigua asserted, also peering over. Wasn't he supposed to be working? Now he is shopping instead, showing disdain for us and avoiding this dinner. Qin Aigua's frustration resurfaced, finding a vent for his grievances. Li Yakin felt somewhat embarrassed. They had originally expected Zhang Jichao to join them, but now he had flaked out. If he were genuinely working, that would be one thing, but to be caught here was another matter entirely, leaving her at a loss for words in defense of her son. Yang Hao felt indifferent about whether Zhang Jichao attended or not. He was merely a passerby. However, this unexpected turn of events piqued his interest, and he glanced toward the milk tea shop, though he couldn't identify which figure was Zhang Jichao. Instead, he recognized a familiar silhouette sitting on a bench next to the shop. He Qin Yiru's plastic friend. Today, she sported a snug white t-shirt paired with denim shorts, her long legs attracting the gaze of passing men. Yang Hao recalled receiving a message from He Sisi at the train station, inviting him to dinner, to which he had chosen to ignore. One need not respond to every message from a sycophant, he mused. Occasional replies serve as treats, akin to tossing a bone to a pet, ensuring its happiness for a time. Xiao Ruo, your esteemed colleague is here, Yang Hao whispered to Qin Yuru beside him. She frequents Xingkong City. It's a paradise for materialistic women. Indeed, Qin Yuru replied coolly. Recognizing that high-end malls like Xingkong City were indeed places where women like He Sisi indulged their desires, often accompanied by their sycophants or wealthy suitors. As Zheng Jichao purchased 2 cups of milk tea, Li Yakin's eyes sparkled with delight. Could it be he has a girlfriend? Seeing her son buy 2 cups made her face beam with joy. The notion of her son secretly dating someone had always been a concern, and this revelation felt like a joyous surprise. Dear sister, you always say Jichao isn't in a hurry. Clearly, he knows what he is doing, Li Yafeng chuckled. How could he keep this from me, his own mother? Li Yakin feigned annoyance, though her smile betrayed her happiness. Li Yafeng glanced at her daughter and Yang Hao, saying, just like Xiao Ruo isn't it, they won't reveal anything until they feel pressed. Qin Yuru pouted, pretending she hadn't heard. At that moment, Li Yakin exclaimed with excitement, Jichao has good taste. Look at that girl. She is stunning, and her legs are so long. They watched as Zheng Jichao approached He Sisi, holding 2 cups of milk tea, and offered one to her. Yet, she did not accept it, merely glancing up at him. Understanding her cue, he adjusted the straw and crouched down, presenting it to her lips. She took a casual sip, but immediately grimaced and shook her head, saying, It's awful. Throw it away. Witnessing this, Li Yakin's expression darkened. Her son, so proud in front of others, was now utterly subservient to this woman. This was precisely what the internet referred to as being a sycophant. Chapter 61. Zheng Jichao was stunned third brother. Did you see that? Jichao stood in line for so long just to buy her milk tea and even brought it to her lips. Yet she only took a sip without even lifting a finger. What kind of upbringing is this? Li Yakin fumat. Dear sister, can't you see? Jichao is the only one invested in this. Even if you all wish to marry her, the lady may not agree. Qin Igua seized the opportunity to vent his frustration. From what I observe, these two Haven Tea even started dating. Jichao is clearly trying to please her. Look at that subservient attitude. He might as well kneel before her. Li Yakin's face turned a deep shade of anger as she snatched her phone and dialed Zheng Jichao. To her further indignation, her son merely glanced at the phone before hanging up. Shortly after, she received a message from Zheng Jichao. Working overtime, busy. Bang! Li Yakin slammed her palm on the table, unable to restrain her outrage. He even has the audacity to tell me he's working overtime. Busy with buttering up that girl, I suppose. I'm going to find him right now and see what he has to say. As she stood up, Li Yakin's sister, Li Yafeng, quickly called out to her, Sister, don't act impulsively. We still don't know the full story. If you go over there recklessly, it will be quite awkward. Li Yakin halted in her tracks. Third sister, what do you suggest we do then? How about we pretend we didn't see anything and just continue eating? You can ask Jichao more thoroughly when you visit his house tonight, Li Yafeng proposed. I say we invite them over for a meal together. Qin Igua chimed in, eager to stir the pot. With Jichao's temperament, if I go over now, he likely won tea come. Li Yakin understood her son well. He was quite proud and concerned about his image. He said he is working overtime. And now that he has been caught, how could he have the face to join us for dinner? Aunt, I can invite them over, Yang Hao said with a cheerful smile. You? Li Yakin looked at Yang Hao in disbelief. You don't even know our Jichao. How could he possibly listen to you? Qin Igua added, Yang, you shouldn't get involved in this. You don't understand Jichao. He is particularly proud. In this situation, if you call him, he wants he come. Yang Hao smiled mysteriously. If you want him to come, I have my ways. All right, Yang, you go ahead and invite them over. At this moment, Li Yakin was particularly eager to meet the little vixen who had captured her son's heart. Her once well-behaved son had now turned into a sycophant before her eyes. This simply wouldn't he do. Understood, Yang Hao replied and promptly sent a message to He Sisi. Come to Jiangnan Restaurant, room 108, for a meal with your friend. Just 2 seconds after the message was sent, Yang Hao saw He Sisi stand up from the bench, looking astonished at the Jiangnan Restaurant sign. The next moment, he received a reply. Yang Ge, did you see me? Yang Hao, yes, come over. Xiao Rou is here too. He CC, sycophant number 1 okay. He CC, sycophant now. When you don't need to bring that friend. It's just a coincidence, and we're not very familiar. Yang Hao, bring her along. He CC, sycophant now. One alright. On the other side, seeing he CC continuously messaging someone, Zhang Jichao felt a bit gloomy. He had been pursuing her for 3 months with little substantial progress. Last night, he had attempted to invite her out for dinner today, but she hadn't even replied to his message. Zhang Jichao initially thought it was hopeless until he unexpectedly received a response from his CC this morning. She explained that her phone had died last night, and she had gone to bed early, thus missing his message, and she agreed to his invitation. Naturally, Zhang Jichao was elated, thinking he finally had a chance. However, his CC seemed rather busy. Although she was with him, her mind appeared to be elsewhere as she openly messaged someone who looked like a man. Jichao felt a pang of dissatisfaction, but had no recourse against his CC since they were not in a relationship. CC, shall we go eat? That newly opened Japanese restaurant is quite good. I'm not in the mood for Japanese cuisine. You can accompany me to meet some friends? His CC replied nonchalantly. Huh? Meeting friends? Zhang Jichao was taken aback for a moment, then joy surged through him. The goddess wanted to introduce him to her friends, which meant she might be considering him seriously. Even if he had to pretend to be her boyfriend, it was a step closer. Sure, where shall we eat? It's on me. Zhang Jichao nodded enthusiastically. That place, he CC pointed at the Jiangnan restaurant sign and strode over. So close. Zhang Jichao had already noticed the Jiangnan restaurant. It was originally one of his choices for dining with his CC, but he had opted against it due to its relatively modest pricing compared to the upscale Japanese restaurant he had in mind. When treating the goddess, he wanted to choose the most prestigious venue within his budget. He had even contemplated the Crab Palace, but ultimately dismissed it for being too expensive. Now, seeing his CC choose Jiangnan restaurant, Zhang Jichao felt a surge of confidence. Dining their Woon tea break the bank. CC, this meal is on me. Please don't let your friends pay. Zhang Xiao hurried to keep pace with his CC's quick strides, boasting extravagantly. You don't need to, his CC replied dismissively. The person who had invited her was Yang Hao, a wealthy individual living in the Jiangzhou garden. There was no need for her friends to foot the bill. Absolutely not. It's the first time I'm meeting your friends. I can't let them bear the cost. Zhang Jichao asserted with rare assertiveness, but in his CC's eyes, his bravado was utterly worthless. Jiangnan restaurant was merely a place with an average cost of 100 or 200. What was there to flaunt as a tycoon? If he had the nerve, he should say the same at the luxury store downstairs. His CC silently scoffed, ignoring Zhang Jichao. When they reached the door of the private room, she took out her cushion and touched up her makeup, adding some lip gloss. CC, you're already beautiful. There's no need for any touch-ups. Zhang Jichao seized the moment to flatter her, then gallantly opened the door to the private room, stepping aside to let her enter first. However, after Zhang Jichao had finished his display of politeness, he stood there, frozen like a statue. Chapter 62. The cold facade falls. Zhang Jichao stood in a daze for a long moment as he regained his senses. He had anticipated this gathering to be an encounter among strangers, yet he was taken aback to find that everyone in the private room were familiar faces, including his mother, whom he had just deceived. At this moment, his usually assertive mother wore a grim expression, her facial muscles twitching slightly, suggesting she was grinding her teeth in frustration. Weren't you supposed to be working overtime? At the mall, right? Li Yakin fired off her accusations. Today, her son, whom she had always taken pride in, had brought her great embarrassment. He had lied to her about working late for a woman, and now he was blatantly ignoring her calls. Yet, that was not the most humiliating part. The true embarrassment was that her son, whom she could not even call to, was trailing behind a girl like a lovesick puppy. He was eager to hold the door open for her, as if he were a doorman. What a waste of parenting. Big sister, please don't be too hard on Jichao. He's merely on a date with his girlfriend. It's understandable for young people. Li Yafeng quickly intervened, attempting to defuse the situation. However, upon hearing this, Cece could not remain silent. Auntie, you must be Xiao Rou's mother. I recognized you from the times you visited her at school. You are Xiao Rou's classmate? Li Yafeng was taken aback, glancing at Cece, and then her face lit up with realization. So, it was Xiao Rou who introduced you to Ji Chao. This deduction made perfect sense, as it was common for one's daughter to introduce her classmates to a cousin. However, the truth was that Zheng Jichao and Cici's acquaintance had nothing to do with Qin Yuhua. They had met on a social networking app. Auntie, you misunderstood. Zheng Jichao and I are merely acquaintances. We've hardly met, let alone be considered a couple. Cici hurriedly clarified her relationship with Zheng Jichao, keen to avoid any misconceptions, especially in front of Yang Hao. She understood men well. Most men operate under a double standard, want to have their cake and eat it too, especially the affluent ones. They expect absolute loyalty from women while indulging in their own affairs. Although this is hypocritical, many men subscribe to this mentality. Cici, being materialistic, recognized what men desired and could empathize with their perspective. Therefore, even though Yang Hao had a girlfriend, it was essential for her to remain single to have any chance. Thus, she was resolute in distancing herself from Zheng Jichao, especially since their relationship had never been intimate. He was merely one of her many admirers. However, her words struck a heavy blow to Zheng Jichao, despite their truth. It was undeniably embarrassing for him. Li Yafeng had intended to mediate, but she was caught off guard by Cici's swift denial, leading to an awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, Li Yakin huffed in anger, glaring at her son for his shortcomings. They say, a devoted admirer may end up with nothing. This was indeed the case here. The girl didn't even pretend to be interested. Ji Chao, why don't you and this lady take a seat? There's no need to stand while speaking, Qin Igua interjected. Uncle, my name is Cici. You could just call me Cici. I'm a college classmate of Xiao Rou, and we now work for the same airline. Cici greeted Qin Igua with a smile and took a seat beside Qin Yuhua. Xiao Rou, I didn't expect this to be your family gathering. I hope I'm not intruding. She nodded at Qin Yuhua and then cheerfully turned to Yang Hao, saying, Brother Yang, I was quite surprised to see you here. As she spoke, Cici pointed to the milk tea shop outside, adding the line was so long, and it turned out to be quite awful. Seeing Cici interacting so comfortably with this unfamiliar man, Zheng Jichao's lips twitched involuntarily. He felt a pang of jealousy. Clearly, this man had summoned Cici over, causing him to lose face in front of everyone. Xiao Rou, is he your boyfriend? Zheng Jichao inquired, aware that his aunt and uncle were in Jiangcheng to meet his cousin Qin Yuhua's boyfriend. Since Yang Hao was the only stranger present, he naturally assumed he was the one. Hello, cousin. I'm Yang Hao. Yang Hao extended his hand. Oh, Zheng Jichao merely glanced at Yang Hao, having no intention of shaking his hand, nor did he bother to greet him. His reaction stemmed from his embarrassment at having lost face because of Yang Hao, leading him to deliberately snub the other man. Furthermore, Zheng Jichao wished to reclaim his cold, aloof persona in front of family and friends, maintaining a distant demeanor towards everyone. If it weren't for his previous display of servitude being witnessed by all, his behavior towards Yang Hao would not have raised any eyebrows. However, the situation had changed. His icy facade had crumbled, and any attempt to maintain that demeanor now would appear pretentious. Although he was ignored, Yang Hao simply smiled nonchalantly. As he had already been forewarned by Qin Yuhua, he could also surmise Zheng Jichao's feelings. His lies had been exposed, and his servile actions had been broadcasted to all. Surely, he felt utterly humiliated, unable to vent his frustrations on Li Yakin or Li Yafeng. So he took out on Yang Hao instead. Zheng Jichao, do you have any manners? Can't you see that Xiao Yang is trying to shake your hand? Li Yakin seized the opportunity to reprimand him, her frustration boiling over. Really? I didn't notice. Zheng Jichao scoffed, dismissing her. Now you know, don't you? Apologize to Xiao Yang. Li Yakin insisted sternly. No need, no need. We are all family. It's not a big deal. Yang Hao quickly stepped in to smooth things over, as he had no intention of making a scene. It would be a shame to let this minor issue ruin the evening. Zheng Jichao continued to feign ignorance, taking a sip from his glass of water. Seeing this, Li Yakin was left to clean up her son's mess. Xiao Yang, don't mind him. He's just not very worldly, despite his education. Chapter 63. Completion of the second stage task under the scrutinizing gaze of so many. Zhang Jichao felt his face flush with embarrassment as his mother reprimanded him. He was aware that his behavior had been somewhat disrespectful. Yet the prospect of proactively offering an apology was utterly out of the question, especially since the rebuke had indirectly resulted in a loss of face for him. Nonetheless, fortune smiled upon him as the waiter began to serve the dishes, providing a welcome reprieve. Soon, the table was adorned with an array of sumptuous dishes, and the guests engaged in light-hearted conversations. Li Yaofeng, mindful of her nephew Zhang Jichao's dignity, skillfully steered the discussion towards subjects in which he excelled, thus affording him an opportunity to shine. As a few glasses of wine were consumed, Zhang Jichao slowly emerged from his earlier shadow, emboldened by the alcohol to speak grandly, eager to make an impression in front of ECC. What do you do for a living, Xiaoyang? There are generally two ways to showcase oneself. One can either boast brazenly, or one can belittle others to highlight one's own superiority. Zhang Jichao evidently opted for the latter approach, seeking to avenge his earlier humiliation. Sales, Yang Hao replied nonchalantly. As an experienced veteran in sales, having navigated countless social gatherings, he could surmise Zhang Jichao's intentions and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It was akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, seeking filth. Nevertheless, recalling Li Yakin's methods, Yang Hao understood. A mother begets a son, indeed. The power of genetic inheritance is formidable. Sales? That profession lacks stability, Zhang Jichao remarked, feigning concern for Yang Hao's future. Indeed, it could be quite unstable. Just recently, I was on the brink of unemployment. Yang Hao responded, inwardly chiding himself. I'm merely cooperating with your narrative. I have no intention of flaunting. I knew it. Sales jobs are the least stable. Zhang Jichao nodded, satisfied with his prescient observation. Which university did you graduate from? What was your major? Why not come work for our company? I could recommend you internally. Coughing lightly, Li Yakin interjected to halt her son's attempts at ostentation. Jichao, Xiaoyang is doing well at his job. He doesn't need your concern. I only meant well. Zhang Jichao protested, unwilling to relent. Xiao Rou is a flight attendant, and once she marries and becomes pregnant, it's likely she will have to resign. She can't very well continue flying while expecting, can she? Thus, the responsibility of supporting the family would fall upon Xiaoyang. He must have a stable income, after all. Our company is a Fortune 500 enterprise, offering reliable and substantial earnings. If Xiaoyang were to join us, he wouldn't have to worry if Xiao Rou decides to quit. As he spoke, Zhang Jichao instinctively glanced at ECC, aware that although his words were directed at Yang Hao, they were primarily intended for her ears. His subconscious script read, "Your job as a flight attendant is merely a fleeting youth, and the future remains uncertain. If you were to be with me, even if you resign, it wouldn't matter. I can provide for you." Zhang Jichao believed he was making a valid point, artfully insinuating his reasoning to ECC. He reveled in his performance, convinced it was flawless. However, it was disheartening that no one supported him. Such a well-reasoned argument, and yet no one rallied to his side? Brother, I've never thought of quitting or relying on anyone else. It's always better for a woman to be self-sufficient. To his surprise, the only one to engage was Qin Yuru, and her stance contradicted his. Xiao Rou, I'm speaking objective truth. Of course you can say that now. But once you're truly pregnant, I doubt you'll feel the same, Zhang Jichao insisted. Before he could elaborate, Li Yakin shot him a disapproving glance. Stop worrying about Xiao Rou and focus on your own affairs. Xiaoyang earns several million a year. Even if it's unstable, can he not support Xiao Rou? Honestly, you don't even have a girlfriend, yet here you are giving advice. Li Yakin could no longer bear it. Had she not known of Yang Hao's capabilities, she might have allowed her son to attempt to outshine him. However, the reality was her son was being overshadowed, and such comments only served to make him look foolish. It was akin to certain national football players who, when interviewed, might dismiss Messi as merely a product of the system, an indication of their own overreach. What? Annual income how much? Zhang Jichao grasped the focal point, staring incredulously at Yang Hao before casting a pleading glance at his mother. Xiao Yang Drifes a Bentley. That car alone is worth 5 million. And you're here fretting for him? Liyekin raturta shari unasli. How can you worry about others when you can't even manage your own affairs? Huh? Zhang Jichao was utterly bewildered, once again scrutinizing Yang Hao, who appeared quite ordinary, not someone one would expect to own a Bentley. Meanwhile, Cece's eyes sparkled with realization. She had only known that Yang Hao had recently purchased a Winch M9. She had been contemplating that someone of his wealth would likely not settle for just one vehicle. Indeed, he was a true affluent individual. Xiao Yang, what type of sales do you engage in? Can one truly earn millions in a year? Zhang Jichao steadied himself, fixing his gaze on Yang Hao. He believed that one could often discern falsehoods in a person's eyes, and he was skeptical that this seemingly ordinary man could earn millions annually. Hoping to uncover a flaw in his response, I am the Deputy General Manager of the Sales Department at Xinyuan Group, Yang Hao replied, briefly outlining the diverse operations of Xinyuan Group, which included new energy and large machinery. Zhang Jichao recognized the name Xinyuan Group, well known in Jiangsheng as a corporation valued at over 100 billion. Upon learning that Yang Hao was indeed the Deputy General Manager of the Sales Department, he felt a twinge of dismay. If Yang Hao truly held such a position within a major corporation, earning millions annually was entirely plausible. After all, sales income is heavily commission-based, and in a company of Xinyuan stature, the Deputy General Manager's earnings could fluctuate significantly. Cousin, I appreciate your kind intentions and understand your concern for me and Xiaoro. However, should the situation you describe arise, I would still be able to support Xiaoro. Additionally, I respect her personal choices. If she enjoys working, she should continue. If she prefers to stay at home, she can manage the household or even run a shop. I recently acquired a storefront and am planning to pursue a side business. Yang Hao continued the discussion with a humble tone, sharing his plans. Upon hearing this, Li Yafeng and Qin Aigua exchanged glances filled with admiration. They had encountered wealthy individuals before, yet many exuded arrogance and a sense of entitlement, as if the world must revolve around them due to their wealth. In contrast, Yang Hao, at such a young age, had accumulated significant wealth while remaining humble and respectful towards their daughter. Such qualities were indeed rare. The second phase of the task for assisting women has been completed. Rewards, red envelopes, small. 2. Information treasure chest 1. Chapter 64. One word, despicable. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the third phase of the mission. Mission content. Upgrade the relationship with the target. Mission rewards, distributed in phases red envelope. Medium, 1. Intermediate blind box 1, skill card 1. As Yang Hao reveled in the joy of completing the second phase of the mission, the voice of the system reverberated once more, announcing the unexpected commencement of the third phase. Moreover, the rewards were exceedingly generous. The skill card, a coveted item, had reappeared. Yet, the task's content perplexed Yang Hao. Upgrading the relationship with the target? How does one achieve this upgrade? Is it through profound communication, a visceral connection, or perhaps emotional resonance? With no clear standards established, all he could do was navigate the uncertainties himself. Ding. Yes. No. Open the red envelope. While Yang Hao pondered silently, the system's voice chimed in again. Yes. He instinctively gave the command, only to immediately regret it. Wait. Yang Hao recalled that the red envelope, small, rewards dispensed by the system had always been transferred via Alipay. With so many people in the private room, he was bound to endure a rather awkward social embarrassment. For those who revel in showing off, this might be a thrilling experience. But Yang Hao truly wished to avoid such blatant ostentation. It felt rather too exposed. However, it was too late for second thoughts. Beep. Alipay has credited 990,000 yuan. A familiar female voice emanated from Yang Hao's phone. In an instant, all eyes in the room were fixed upon him. 990,000. For those present, this was an astronomical sum. Yet, it had effortlessly landed in Yang Hao's Alipay account. Most people would only keep a modest amount in Alipay as pocket money, with substantial savings safely deposited in banks for peace of mind. Yet, for Yang Hao, 990,000 had casually transferred into his account. Indeed, the pocket change of the wealthy was a figure that ordinary individuals could only dream of. Cough, cough. I wonder which dealer mistakenly transferred the payment to my Alipay. Yang Hao explained with a straight face. However, No one would believe such a far-fetched excuse. What dealer would transfer payments to Alipay? They all use corporate accounts. Yet, an alternative explanation surfaced. Perhaps it was a kickback. Such funds are typically sent to personal accounts, but in this day and age, only the most cautious would resort to cash transactions. A conspicuous transfer to Alipay seemed excessively ostentatious. It was evident that Yang was quite busy, liyeking chocolat, attempting to smooth over the situation. On the way here, I had planned to interrogate Yang Hao thoroughly, to expose his deceitful facade. But now, Li Yakin had abandoned that notion. He was the vice president of a major corporation, driving a 5 million yuan Bentley and casually receiving 990,000 yuan as pocket money. Such a person could not possibly be a fraud. He must be a genuine tycoon. Faced with such a wealthy individual, Li Yakin's thoughts were straightforward. Seize the opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, for who knows when it might prove beneficial. Especially if he were to marry her niece, Qin Yuru, then, as a relative, it would be entirely reasonable to seek his assistance. Although his mother had completely switched allegiance, Zheng Jichao was still reluctant to be overshadowed. Yang Hao's words appeared flawless, yet the transaction of 990,000 yuan via Alipay seemed a tad exaggerated, did not? Could it be the ringtone of a phone? Previously, there had been a popular ringtone for receiving 1 million yuan via Alipay. Zheng Jichao pondered silently for a moment, then jested, "If it weren't for the fact that it came from Yang's phone, I would have thought it was a prank ringtone." The ringtone for receiving 1 million yuan had indeed gained considerable attention. While Zheng Jichao spoke in jest, everyone could perceive his underlying skepticism regarding the authenticity of the 990,000 yuan. Upon hearing his remark, Li Yakin, who had already switched sides, raised an eyebrow. Deep down, she found it hard to believe that her niece, Qin Yuru, had found such an extraordinary wealthy man. This would undoubtedly eclipse her own daughter. Now, with her son Zheng Jichao mentioning the popular ringtone, she began to reconsider the plausibility of such a large sum being transferred to Alipay. With those thoughts in mind, Li Yakin shot Zheng Jichao a fierce glare. Feigning anger, she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Yang would never use such a ringtone." Although she appeared to reprimand Zheng Jichao, she was indirectly emphasizing the possibility of it being a ringtone. "I'm just saying it casually. Yang would never use such a ringtone. Right, Yang?" Zheng Jichao swiftly grasped his mother's intent and chimed in. Observing the mother-son duo bantering back and forth, Yang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. He had intended to remain as low-key as possible and avoid flaunting his wealth, yet it had resulted in skepticism and covert mockery. Very well. If it was to be this way, then let it be. Yang Hao smiled and nodded. Indeed, I have heard that ringtone before. While he echoed the words of the mother and son, internally, he silently commanded the opening of another small red envelope he had planned to unveil upon returning home. Beep. Alipay has credited 880,000 yuan. Zheng Jichao was preparing to launch another attack, hoping to ascertain whether Yang Hao was indeed using the ringtone to expose his hypocritical facade. Yet again, the familiar female voice rang out. This time, however, the amount differed. From 990,000, it had now transformed into 880,000. This, Zheng Jichao was left utterly speechless. The fluctuation in the figures effectively discredited his hypothesis. If it were merely a ringtone, the second notification should have echoed the first amount of 990,000. Although modern phones are equipped with an array of features, they have yet to reach the point of randomizing the amount displayed with each ringtone, especially since Yang Hao's phone lay untouched on the table. From the moment the 990,000 yuan notification sounded until now, he laid a finger on it. This eliminated any possibility of him manipulating the ringtone, thus indirectly confirming that everyone had indeed heard a genuine notification of a substantial payment to Yang Hao's Alipay account. In a brief span, Yang Hao had amassed an astonishing total of 870,000 yuan. His ability to generate wealth was akin to that of a money-printing machine. My apologies. Yet another payment has arrived. I had previously instructed the dealer not to remit funds over the weekend, yet they simply wouldn't heed my advice. Yang Hao explained once more, but this time, unlike before, his attitude had shifted. Initially, he had genuinely wished to conceal the truth, feeling that such blatant boasting was inappropriate. However, his mindset had now transformed, since humility and low-profile behavior had only garnered skepticism and derision. Then let the showmanship commence. Some individuals only cease their incessant chatter when confronted with undeniable evidence. One word: despicable. Chapter 65. Genuine luxury cars and imitations indeed. This time, Zhang Jichao ceased his incessant prattle. The meticulously crafted lines he had rehearsed in his mind became utterly unnecessary within a mere few minutes. An astonishing sum of 187 million had been credited, setting aside the likelihood that Yang Hao's so-called payment was a fabrication, even if it were genuine. The rapid influx of such a colossal amount would certainly yield significant commissions for him as the deputy general manager of the sales department and the person responsible for this transaction. In essence, it is evident that wealth comes effortlessly to some. The affluent are indeed confirmed. In a tactical maneuver, Zhang Jichao took a sip of water to mask his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Li Yiqin donned a smile, once again extolling Yang. You are truly deserving of your position as the vice president of a major corporation, working tirelessly even on weekends with substantial deals. Your success is commendable. You are a few years younger than Jichao, yet your achievements far surpass his. Jichao, feeling the sting of defeat, was acutely aware that his mother had now completely surrendered her resistance and was contemplating how to leverage her connection with Yang Hao. The first thought that crossed her mind was to consider her son, Zhang Jichao, who was also striving in Jiang City. Although his current job was relatively stable, his earnings were merely average. If Yang Hao could extend a helping hand, perhaps Jichao could soar to new heights. However, Zhang Jichao remained silent, feigning ignorance. His pride was one factor. More significantly, he felt humiliated. Just moments ago, he had boasted to Yang Hao that if he could not succeed, he would seek employment at their company, and he would even facilitate an internal recommendation. Yet, in a dramatic turn of events, his mother was now pleading for assistance from the very person he had belittled. Naturally, this left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Of course, this was merely a secondary concern. The primary issue lay in the presence of his goddess, He. He wished to maintain a semblance of dignity and could not simply prostrate himself before a wealthy individual in her presence. Unbeknownst to him, He was actually quite grateful for his persistence, as it further solidified her belief that Yang Hao was indeed a man of considerable means. He might even be one of those elusive magnates who operate behind various financial empires. It is a well-known fact that many affluent individuals remain in the shadows, and those you see are merely the tip of the iceberg. The so-called richest are just the visible elite, while those hidden behind the scenes possess even greater fortunes. These individuals lead lives of excess that are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The recent revelation of someone using gold to make electrical wires was merely a glimpse into the extravagant realities of the wealthy. With a vivid imagination and an insatiable longing for wealth, He perceived in Yang Hao the traits of these invisible tycoons. This conviction only strengthened her resolve to align herself with him. Yang, you mentioned earlier about opening a store for side business, correct? He took the initiative to engage in conversation, deftly diverting the topic. She could sense that Yang Hao preferred to remain low-key, yet how could he win one? 87 million was casually deposited into his account. Yang Hao glanced at He. What, do you have any good suggestions? I am hardly a business expert, she replied, shaking her head and smiling. I merely think it is remarkable that someone as accomplished as you, Yang, still aspires to earn additional income through side ventures. Truly, the harder one works, the more successful one becomes. Indeed, Li Yiqin chimed in. Young Yang's success and diligence are exemplary for our youth. She then turned her gaze to her son, Zhang Jichao. Jichao, you should engage more with Yang and learn from him. Zhang Jichao mumbled, his voice barely audible, as he strategically sipped his water. He longed for this dinner to conclude swiftly. Otherwise, he would face relentless teasing from his mother, The crux of the matter was that he had no counter-arguments. In today's society, wealth had become a pivotal marker of success. Once one enters the workforce, few pay attention to educational credentials or talents. Instead, the focus shifts to salaries, living conditions, and the car one drives. In the presence of Yang Hao, the only asset Zheng Zichao could boast was his education. Yet this was precisely the aspect that garnered little interest. Unlike Zheng Zichao, the others at the table enjoyed their meal, particularly Li Yifeng, who was exceedingly pleased with her son-in-law, Yang Hao. Throughout the dinner, her smile remained ever present. After the meal, the group proceeded to the underground parking garage. Zheng Zichao had arrived in his 7-year-old Zhongtai SR9. However, he would boast to others that he drove a Porsche Macan. His audacity stemmed from Zhongtai's questionable marketing strategy, as the SR9 was a blatant imitation of the Macan. And when purchased, the full set of Porsche emblems was included. As a result, many uninformed women believed they had secured a wealthy boyfriend driving a Porsche, when in fact, he drove a Zhongtai. Zheng Zichao's Zhongtai SR9, a second-hand vehicle purchased years prior, had indeed served him well, allowing him to deceive several women. Yet, in the presence of the wealthy Yang Hao, he dared not claim his car was a Porsche, for that would be an immediate giveaway. Ironically, Zheng Zichao's vehicle was now parked directly beside Yang Hao's Bentley Bentayga, a car valued at $5 million, juxtaposed against his own vehicle worth less than $50,000. This juxtaposition was a recipe for embarrassment, a counterfeit luxury car confronting the real deal. Zheng Zichao felt utterly mortified. Upon his arrival at the shopping mall, Yang Hao had not yet appeared, so he had not noticed the Bentley. Now, with the two vehicles side by side, he lacked even the courage to retrieve his car keys. In that moment, he truly grasped the disparity of life. Had it not been for the connection through his cousin Qin Yuro, he might never have had the opportunity to dine at the same table as the Bentley owner. Yang Hao, walking beside Qin Yuro, his eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Yang Hao's Bentley Bentayga. Given that many influencers prefer to flaunt their wealth with Rolls-Royces, the wealthy in China had recently gravitated towards the more understated Bentley, which perfectly matched the essence of Yang Hao's vehicle. This only reinforced his conviction that her hypothesis was indeed correct. Yang Hao was a masterful player in the shadows of wealth. I called for 2 designated drivers. They should be arriving shortly. Cousin, is your car parked nearby? On such an occasion, it was natural for both Yang Hao and Zheng Zichao to indulge in a few drinks, leading Yang Hao to arrange for 2 designated drivers before leaving the restaurant. Upon hearing Yang Hao's inquiry about his vehicle's location, Zheng Zichao felt even more embarrassed to produce his car keys. He simply gestured toward the distance. It's parked over there. His plan was to let Yang Hao leave first when the drivers arrived, and then have the drivers take his car, thus avoiding any awkwardness. At that moment, Yang Hao's 2 designated drivers arrived, one tall and one short, both clad in blue vests from the designated driving service. May I inquire, which one of you is Mr. Yang? The taller driver asked. That would be me, Yang Hao replied, waving his hand and indicating his Bentley Bentayga. Please take this car to the Hilton Garden Inn. Ah, the tall chauffeur gazed at the pristine black Bentley before him, a look of hesitation crossing his face. I can't drive this car. It's too expensive, he admitted. Yang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had never contemplated such a scenario. In the past, neither his own vehicles nor those of his clients had reached a level of luxury that would intimidate a chauffeur. No worries, you drive it. If anything happens, it's on me. Yang Hao waved dismissively. Brother, I only do this part-time. I think I'll pass, the tall chauffeur replied. Didn't you summon 2 drivers? I'll take the other vehicle. He proposed a solution. Before Yang Hao could respond, the shorter chauffeur interjected, Old Gao, I can't drive this Bentley either. You should take the wheel. I can't afford to pay for any damages. The tall chauffeur shook his head. Forget it. I want to take this job. Sir, I sincerely apologize. With that, he promptly canceled the order and sped away on his electric scooter. Yang Hao found himself bemused. He never imagined that owning a luxury car could bring about such complications. At that moment, the shorter chauffeur spoke up again. Brother, don't think Old Gao is overreacting. A fellow driver once crashed a Ferrari due to unfamiliarity with it, and he had to sell his house just to cover the damages. Yang Hao nodded in understanding. I get it. What about the other car? If it's just as expensive, I'll have to leave as well. I truly apologize. The shorter chauffeur said earnestly. Ask him. Yang Hao gestured toward Zheng Jichao, who was equally unaware of the type of vehicle the other driver was operating. Zheng Jichao glanced at Yang Hao's Bentley, then at his own Porsche Taycan, his lips twitching as he grappled with whether to claim it was a Porsche or a Zodi. Just then, CC chimed in, pointing to the Zodi SR9 parked beside the Bentley. He drives a Porsche. Throughout their conversations, Zheng Jichao had often alluded to his ownership of a Porsche, even sharing photos of himself gripping the steering wheel with one hand. Initially, CC had been drawn to him, believing he was a wealthy heir. However, upon their first meeting, she recognized that Zheng Jichao actually drove a Zodi. She chose not to expose him, for such vanity-driven individuals often possess significant economic value. Now, she was merely going with the flow. Chapter 66. I'm going to take a shower upon hearing CC's words. Zheng Jichao instantly felt as if he had lifted a rock only to drop it on his own foot. He had been boasting about driving a Porsche, but the repercussions came swiftly. Here he was, in front of so many people, pretending that his Zodi was a Porsche, especially with a wealthy individual like Yang Hao present. This was truly humiliating. Zheng Jichao wished he could find a hole to hide in. Unbeknownst to Zheng, Yang Hao had not even recognized that the car parked next to his Bentley was actually a Zodi. He genuinely believed it to be a Porsche. After all, Yang Hao had only been wealthy for a couple of days and had never owned a Porsche himself, making it difficult for him to distinguish between the two just by appearance. In fact, Yang Hao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Zheng Jichao to drive a Porsche. Yet, he found it somewhat inconsistent with his cousin's character. If he truly owned a Porsche, he would have boasted about it during their earlier drinking session. But Zheng had said nothing at all. Could it be that he was indeed quite humble? Just then, the short chauffeur interjected, "This ISNTA Porsche, it's a Zodi." Zodi? Yang Hao realized, recalling the jokes about the brand that had circulated in forums back when it was popular. He instinctively glanced at Zheng Jichao and silently nodded. If it was a Zodi, then it made sense. It aligned with his cousin's character. Ah, boss, the car keys. I can drive the Porsche. The short chauffeur, realizing he had misspoken, awkwardly rubbed his hands, hastily adding a clarification. Zheng Jichao, however, felt his face flush with embarrassment. It was as if his very dignity had been stripped away. Damn it, today had truly been a disgrace. Zheng Jichao just wanted to leave quickly, silently tossing the car keys to the chauffeur before hurriedly ushering his mother, Li Yakin, into the car, urging the driver to move swiftly. Before long, the Zodi vanished from the crowd's sight. Zheng Jichao is quite something. He usually presents himself as a refined individual, yet he engages in such antics. Qin Aigua shook his head, critiquing. Every young person has their vanity. Li Yafeng chimed in, then smilingly told Yang Hao, "You don't need to see us off. We'll just take a taxi. You should also take a taxi home and be careful." Yang Hao nodded, understanding that not every chauffeur would cancel their order, but repeated attempts would take time. At that moment, however, CC stepped forward. "Yang Ge, I can drive. If you trust me." CC had crafted an image of a sober, good girl in front of Yang Hao, as she was the only one at the table who hadn't consumed alcohol. When the tall chauffeur fled in embarrassment, she had already contemplated taking the wheel herself. "Do you have a driver's license?" Yang Hao inquired. "Of course. I got it in college. I'm an experienced driver." CC replied with a bright smile. "All right. Then, I'll trouble you." "Yang Ge, you're too polite. Driving isn't burdensome at all." CC gleefully settled into the driver's seat of the Bentley, fulfilling her dream of owning such a luxurious car, albeit in this unexpected manner. Yang Hao took the passenger seat, explaining the gear shifts of the Bentley. In fact, CC had already researched how to drive luxury cars like Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Ferrari online. This is what one might call professionalism. Some women are merely materialistic, lacking the desire for self-improvement, but CC was different. She diligently studied while pursuing her material goals. Luxury cars, opulent homes, designer watches, and high-end goods were her areas of focus. She had even enrolled in training courses. One could criticize her values, but her efforts were undeniable. Everyone has their own way of living. The pursuit varies. Especially as one ages, it becomes easier to understand young women like her. When you possess enough wealth, you might even feel inclined to assist them. After all, which man could resist a young woman who is both alluring and vivacious? Hisisi first dropped off Qin Yuru and her family at the Hilton Garden Inn, leaving only herself and Yang Hao in the car. Without the presence of the main girlfriend, Hisisi was in high spirits, already contemplating what to do after dropping Yang Hao home. He was slightly tipsy, making it the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, back in the hotel room, Li Yafeng was consumed with worry. Aigua, don't you think there is something off about Cici? Something off? What do you mean? Qin Aigua, slightly inebriated, rubbed his forehead in confusion. I just feel her gaze towards Yang Isnt quite right. Li Yafeng turned to her daughter, Ruru, how is your relationship with Cici? She wouldn't do anything to betray you, would she? We're just ordinary colleagues. Qin Yuru responded, handing a warm towel to her father. As for what her mother implied, Qin Yuru was well aware of Hisisi's true intentions. She knew Cici had long desired a wealthy man like Yang Hao. However, while Qin Yuru recognized Hisisi's interest in Yang Hao, their relationship was merely contractual. According to the terms of their boyfriend rental agreement, they were not to interfere with each other's private lives. Therefore, even if Yang Hao and Hisisi were to become involved, she had no right to intervene. Knowing this made Qin Yuru feel inexplicably restless. Although Yang Hao wasn't her genuine boyfriend, he was still her nominal partner, and the thought of him being wooed away by Hisisi unsettled her greatly. Ordinary colleagues? Ruru, you should be cautious. She doesn't seem harmless. Li Yafeng stated with a serious expression. It's not as serious as you're making it out to be. You're overreacting. Qin Aigua, wiping his forehead with the towel, remarked, I think Cici is quite nice. She knows Yang is Ruru's boyfriend. How could she harbor ill intentions? Upon hearing her husband's words, Li Yafeng was left speechless. This is why men lack foresight. Fortunately, you don't have money. If you did, young women would be all over you. Qin Aigua could not tolerate such slander, sitting up from the bed to retort. Am I that kind of person? When I was younger, women pursued me, and I turned them all down. Turn them down? Then what about Fong Fong? That was just a client. The couple soon found themselves in a light-hearted argument, and after several exchanges, Qin Aigua finally relented. Ruru, listen to me. You should go visit Yang's house now. Li Yafeng declared victoriously. Is that really necessary? Yes, very much so. Li Yafeng insisted, pushing her daughter towards the door. I'm telling you, young girls are cunning. A catch like Yang is too desirable. Fine, I'll come back later. In truth, Qin Yuru also had a desire to witness the unfolding events. Given that her mother had already broached the topic, she felt no further inclination to refuse. Once her daughter departed, Li Yafeng slammed the hotel room door shut, promptly locking it from the inside. The sound of the lock jolted Qin Aigua from his stupor. He sat up in bed, his voice trembling as he inquired, Why are you locking the door? Little Ro has booked us such a splendid hotel. We shouldn't let it go to waste. I shall take a shower first. Even at the age of 70, Grandma Qing was still enjoying a sweet romance. Thus, it was entirely natural for the 49-year-old Li Yafeng to have her own needs during her prime years. Chapter 67. A Gamble Worth Billions. In the renowned Minglu community, the chauffeur parked Zheng Jichao's Porsche in the designated space. Boss, your Porsche is parked. If it's not too much trouble, please leave a good review. Thank you. The short chauffeur, anxious not to provoke Zheng Jichao's ire, emphasized the Porsche. However, as the saying goes, belated affection is less valuable than grass. Having stripped someone bare in the underground parking lot, what good does it do to think of putting the pants back on now? Zheng Jichao's lips twitched. If the chauffeur had not been summoned by Yang Hao, he would have certainly retaliated with a poor review. Boss, I'm off now. Noticing Zheng Jichao's grim expression, the short chauffeur hastily mounted his electric scooter and fled the scene. Jichao, what is going on between you and Hisisi? Li Yakin had long wished to interrogate the nature of their relationship. With no one else around, she seized the moment to ask, Didn't you say you were just ordinary friends? Zheng Jichao sighed in frustration. Did you pursue her without her agreeing? Li Yakin karia blunli. Sort of. Zheng Jichao nodded, then added, Actually, we haven't discussed being together. We're just taking it slow as friends. That means you're a backup. Li Yakin glared at her son in frustration. She's using you as a spare. Cut ties with her. Don't contact her again. Cc is not suitable for you. Why isn't she suitable? Zhang Jichao retorted. I think she is quite a match. Despite today's setback, he was not ready to give up, especially since he had just received good news. The goddess Cc was actually a university classmate and colleague of his cousin, Qin Yuru. He could easily adopt a familiar approach to invite her out in the future. Do you see her as someone who is living a mundane life? Besides, do you really think you can support her with your current income? Li Yakin scolded, her face darkening. Cc clearly has her eyes on that wealthy young guy. Don't indulge in wishful thinking. Cc is not the kind of person you think she is, Zhang Jichao retorted through gritted teeth. Though he felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was indeed a proud individual, but he was not naive. He could discern certain truth from Cc's words and actions. Nevertheless, Zhang Jichao was unwilling to accept it. Many infatuated admirers were adept at self-deception, preferring to dwell in their fantasies rather than confront reality. Your mind is clouded from all that studying, Li Yakin exclaimed in exasperation. Understanding her son well, she realized that reasoning with him was futile at this moment. She swiftly changed the subject. Let us set aside the matter of Cc for now. From now on, you must maintain a good relationship with Yang. It could lead you to success. Once you gain his support, you could have women like Cc flocking to you. Undeniably, Li Yakin, though somewhat materialistic, possessed a sharper understanding of social dynamics than Zhang Jichao. Yet, he remained unappreciative, scoffing, you want me to fawn over him? It's about forging connections, establishing rapport. Li Yakin clarifia. That is just another way of saying fawning. Zhang Jichao responded with disdain. Seeing his attitude, Li Yakin became incensed. Yes, I want you to fawn over Yang. How can you not understand this? Opportunities like this are rare. You should cherish it. Zhang Jichao remained obstinate. It's just a couple of measly coins. What is so impressive about that? If you want to fawn, go ahead. I want to stoop to that level. With that, he strode toward the staircase. Li Yakin, frustrated, stamped her foot. Just like your father, too proud for your own good. At Jiangzhou Garden, Cc drove into the underground garage. Under the influence of alcohol, Yang Hao, seated in the passenger seat, had already fallen asleep. Without his guidance, Cc was unsure where to park the car, yet she refrained from waking him. After all, how could she disturb someone who was sleeping so soundly? Being a considerate sister, she parked the car in a non-intrusive spot and patiently waited for her brother to wake up. Understanding the routine well, Cc did just that. After parking, she settled into the driver's seat, engrossed in her phone, occasionally snapping a few selfies. The seat cushion bore the Bentley emblem, which she inadvertently displayed in her photos, later editing and posting them to her social media with the caption, "Today has been another delightful day." Naturally, she ensured that Qin Yuru and Zhang Jichao were blocked from seeing this post. However, Cc inadvertently overlooked her acquaintance, CSCU, who lay in her WeChat friend list. Consequently, the freshly graduated coach, having just finished a class, spotted Cc's selfie and instantly recognized it as being taken in Yang Hao's Bentley, which she had just ridden earlier that day. CSCU quickly captured a screenshot of Cc's post and sent it to Qin Yuru. "Xiaoro, you've been cheated on again." On the road, Qin Yuru, upon seeing the screenshot sent by CSCU, felt no surprise. It was precisely the kind of thing Cc would do. Yet, even with this anticipation, her emotions were stirred by the image. The thought of her boyfriend being pursued by a vixen, even if only nominally, left her feeling unsettled. In the underground garage, Cc was in high spirits. After posting her selfie, her like-minded friends flooded in with envious comments. Gorgeous and driving a fancy car. "Sister Cc, take me along. Congratulations on your success. Take your sister with you. Wow, you're really living the dream with a Bentley." The comment section was filled with admiration and praise. After replying to a few comments, Cc's gaze returned to the still sleeping Yang Hao. The glory she enjoyed at that moment was all thanks to this man. She must hold on to this opportunity tightly. However, given that he had a girlfriend, she would need to employ unconventional methods. With a determined bite of her lip, Cc resolved to embark on a gamble worth billions. If this young brother granted her the opportunity to seize all the chips, then securing his support would be assured. With this thought in mind, She swept her long hair over her shoulder and buried her head down. Chapter 68. Just say you're hungry, Ding. A potential aid for the target has been identified. Name, he's CC. Age, 25 years. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Occupation, flight attendant. Current demand, a substantial intake of protein. Task reward, 1 intermediate blind box. Yang Hao, still lost in slumber, was jolted awake by a voice calling for him. As he groggily opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of his CC's elegantly tied hair, her body leaning over from the cockpit. What on earth is happening? Yang Hao was taken aback. However, he quickly recalled the task details relayed to him. Could it be that he was to exchange his own protein for an intermediate blind box? A choice to make, although the reward was enticing. It came with the price of enduring the advances of such a beautiful flight attendant. In other words, to claim the reward, a sacrifice was necessary. What a difficult decision. In defiance of the dilemma, Yang Hao closed his eyes again, feigning sleep. I'm merely a passive participant. A man must protect himself in such situations. The professionalism of flight attendants is truly remarkable. Their service awareness and skill are unparalleled, especially in such a unique environment. Yang Hao found himself unlocking a new life experience. Approximately 10 minutes later, ding, the task of assisting a lady has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have earned an intermediate blind box. Yes. No, open it now. The familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Yang Hao, still in a contemplative state, felt a surge of anticipation. This reward seemed to possess the highest value among those he had received thus far. He had never imagined that one day he would partake in such fortune. The previous intermediate blind box had yielded a Bentley Bentayga. Without hesitation, he chose to open the blind box. Ding! The intermediate blind box has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a villa in Wangjiang Garden. What? A villa? Yang Hao was utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that such a small amount of protein could be so valuable. Just a few milliliters in exchange for an entire villa. While Wangjiang Garden was located on the outskirts of the city, a villa there still commanded a price of around 10 million. Reflecting on the years wasted on trivialities, Yang Hao felt a pang of regret. My apologies, Brother Yang. I did not intend for it to be this way. I was merely unable to control my emotions. At that moment, CC, with a hint of distress, spoke up. Yang Hao glanced at the petite beauty who had inadvertently helped him acquire a villa. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her lips bore a trace of a shimmering liquid, resembling a mischievous cat caught in the act. But what a poor excuse. Not intentional? How could such a thing ever be unintentional? Yang Hao chuckled, playfully patting her fair thigh. Next time, just say you're hungry. For a man like Yang Hao, concepts of pure love were non-existent, especially after having endured the tribulations of marriage. He had no intention of subjecting himself to such trials again. With the assistance of a system, he had come to embrace a philosophy of living freely and savoring life. We are all adults and all single. As long as we remain within legal and moral boundaries, we should pursue happiness as we see fit. However, Yang Hao had his own guiding principles. He would not venture into uncharted territory with someone as likely experienced as CC without proper safety assurances. Safety first. Brother Yang, rest assured, I will not inform Xiaoro. I only wish to quietly accompany you. CC expressed earnestly. Yang Hao nodded slightly, internally marveling at her professionalism. Skilled and charming. How could any man resist? He suddenly understood the allure that ancient emperors must have felt. If he were in such a position, he might indulge even more than they did. Indeed, the saying that wealth corrupts men is not without merit. Once one acquires wealth, various desires inevitably follow. Even if one can maintain self-control, the mere presence of money will attract others who seek to indulge and lead one astray. Yang Hao did not elaborate further, instead directing CC to park in his designated space. The alluring landlord, Guan Sui, had granted him 2 parking spots, both of which were now occupied by a Bentley and a Wanjiam 9. Now, Yang Hao understood why luxury residences often came with ample parking. 1 or 2 spots simply weren't sufficient. Brother Yang, let me assist you upstairs. You seem to still be feeling the effects of the alcohol. After parking, Cece offered her support. Just then, Yang Hao's phone rang. It was Qin Yuru calling. Brother Yang, please take the call. I will remain silent, Cece said, immediately grasping the situation upon seeing the caller ID. You're acting as a chauffeur, so it's entirely reasonable. Yang Hao shrugged nonchalantly before answering the call. Have you arrived home? Qin Yuru inquired with concern from the other end. Yes, just downstairs. Is Cece still with you? Qin Yuru immediately thought of Cece, knowing she was serving as a designated driver. She's here. I fell asleep during the ride, and Cece wasn't sure where to park. So she had to wait for me to wake up, Yang Hao explained casually. Oh, I see. My mother noticed that you had quite a bit to drink and asked me to bring you some hangover soup. I'm almost at your community now, Qin Yuru replied. Understanding that she needed a plausible reason for her visit, Qin Yuru had purchased hangover soup at a nearby restaurant. All right, I will notify the property management to let you in. Although Yang Hao was somewhat surprised by her arrival, he refrained from expressing too much. After all, there was still the enticing third phase of his task to consider. He needed to explore the potential for advancing his relationship with Qin Yuru. While he wasn't yet aware of the system's evaluation criteria, he was certain that if Qin Yuru could perform similar actions as Cece, the rewards would surely follow. However, Qin Yuru was not Cece, and it would likely require considerable effort to achieve that. Brother Yang, Xiao Ro is here to check on you, isn't she? I should take my leave, Cece remarked perceptively, gauging Yang Hao's response. Yet, Yang Hao merely waved dismissively. Be safe on the road. Clearly, he had no intention of keeping her. Cece felt a twinge of disappointment, but masked it with a bright smile, teasingly saying, Brother Yang, take care of your health. Leave the nutritious bits for me. Chapter 69. This lawsuit is a sure win. After bidding farewell to Cece, the insatiable money gobbler, Yang Hao did not ascend directly to his apartment, but chose to wait outside his unit for Qin Yuru, adopting an ostensibly considerate boyfriend demeanor. The third phase of his mission was to elevate the relationship between the two, and for the sake of the reward, Yang Hao felt compelled to take the initiative. After all, he could not expect Qin Yuru to act like Cece. While Yang Hao lingered at the foot of his building, he received a call from a sales center of Wangjiang Garden, inquiring when he would come to collect the keys to his new home. They settled on the following morning. Yang Hao was genuinely eager about this villa. Although Wangjiang Garden was located on the outskirts of the city, it was nonetheless a standalone residence valued at around 10 million. This intermediate blind box was indeed a top-tier reward, and this villa marked Yang Hao's very first property. After concluding his conversation with the sales representative, Qin Yuru approached, carrying a thermos. Having taken the initiative to visit, she felt a hint of awkwardness, given the agreement to be mere friends, yet an unspoken bond had formed between them. Has Cece left? Qin Yuru asked, surprised to find Yang Hao alone downstairs. Yes, she just departed a short while ago. Let's head upstairs, Yang Hao replied, gentlemanly opening the unit door for her. They took the elevator together. Once they reached the upper floor, Qin Yuru opened the thermos and presented it to Yang Hao. This hangover soup is said to be quite effective. Thank you. I appreciate you going out of your way, Yang Hao said with a smile, and he eagerly drank the soup, feeling parched due to consuming a fair amount of alcohol. After finishing most of the soup, Yang Hao wiped his mouth and asked, Are you satisfied with my performance today, Qin boss? Yes, Qin Yuru nodded. My parents took it seriously, so they won't be pushing me to go on blind dates anymore. That's wonderful. My mission can be considered a success then, Yang Hao joked. With this, I won't feel embarrassed receiving a salary from Qin boss in the future. Qin Yuru shot him a playful glare, silently thinking, as if you genuinely care about that 3,000 yuan salary. Although they won't press me about blind dates anymore. They might start urging me to marry. What a headache. With a soft sigh, she recalled her mother, Li Yafeng, advising her to hold onto a man like Yang Hao. So, why not just marry him? Yang Hao chuckled, but the salary for marriage isn't just 3,000 a month. It needs to be more. Qin Yuru fluttered her long eyelashes and rolled her eyes at him. Isn't that a bit outrageous to even suggest? Well, it could be feasible if you're agreeable. Yang Hao shrugged lightly. Qin Yuru found herself at a loss for words, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Had it been Cece, she would have either readily agreed or turned the tables on him. However, Qin Yuru's conservative nature prevented her from engaging in such banter. Just kidding. If it were a real marriage, it wouldn't be profitable. It would only incur expenses. Too much of a loss. Realizing that Qin Yuru might have taken his words seriously, Yang Hao quickly clarified his stance, assuring her that he was merely teasing. A good marriage undoubtedly exists, yet Yang Hao lamented that he had yet to encounter it. Consequently, he had resigned himself to the notion that remaining single was preferable. Freedom was a luxury, especially for a man of his wealth, where marriage often felt like a constraint. Moreover, Yang Hao was not lacking in any resources that marriage might offer. Not to mention, the number of women pursuing him was only increasing. And even if he desired children, illegitimate offspring now enjoyed the same legal rights as legitimate ones, a fact enshrined in law. Given the declining birth rate in the country, second only to the neighboring nation, the significance of marriage for affluent individuals like Yang Hao was minimal. Unless, perhaps, one day he encountered a woman who made his heart race and possessed a profound desire to share his life, he might reconsider the institution of marriage. Yet, he understood that the likelihood of such a scenario was nearly non-existent. There were many attractive faces, such as Qin Yuru's, which could easily outshine those of television actresses. However, for Yang Hao, his interest was primarily physical. A woman of Qin Yuru's caliber was desirable to almost any man. Yet, beyond her external allure, Yang Hao realized he did not know her well, as their interactions had been limited. Thus, his current feelings towards her were largely superficial. Engaging in casual activities like playing cards or intimate encounters with her was certainly appealing, but marriage was an entirely different matter. Cece seems quite interested in you. Have you considered her? Qin Yuru shifted the topic, gazing into Yang Hao's eyes. She is merely interested in my wealth, Yang Hao replied nonchalantly, inwardly deriding. She just took over 10 billion from me. What a greedy woman. Qin Yuru was taken aback by Yang Hao's insight. She had assumed most men lacked discernment. In reality, many men possess the ability to discern but choose not to. Charming and understanding, they can provide emotional and even sexual value. Are you telling me this is a green tea? This is clearly a good sister. Their demands were simple, just a little financial support. Yet, for true, wealthy individuals, money is not a scarce resource. So, does it matter if she's a green tea? As long as it brings happiness. Seeing Yang Hao's enlightened demeanor, Qin Yuru chose not to press further. You aren't here to check up on me, are you? Yang Hao teased with a grin. Qin Yuru was startled. Not adept at lying, she blinked her beautiful eyes and stammered, no, not at all. It's just that. See you. Despite her desire to deny it, she instinctively mentioned CSCU's name, as she had received screenshots of Cece's social media posts from her. What about CU? Yang Hao inquired immediately curious. She showed me Cece's posts. As the conversation progressed, Qin Yuru decided to be forthright. She glanced at Yang Hao, a hint of helplessness in her voice. CU is unaware of our agreement and has warned me to be cautious of Cece. I see. CU's warning is valid. Yang Hao nodded with a smile, internally adding, unfortunately, the warning came a bit too late. At the new phone law firm, in the office of Chief Lawyer Tong Leeson, Sun Jejia elaborated on her situation and inquired, Lawyer Tong, do you believe my chances of winning are substantial? Quite significant, Tong Leeson, a middle-aged woman in her 40s with a robust build, short hair, and black-rimmed glasses, replied. Upon hearing Sun Jejia's account, her eyes sparkled with suppressed excitement. In her view, this was undoubtedly a lucrative case. The client was somewhat naive, and the defendant was a wealthy tycoon, driving a Bentley and living in luxury. It was hard to believe they weren't concealing and transferring assets during the marriage. The likelihood of victory is exceedingly high. However, the crux of this case lies in uncovering the source of your ex-husband's assets and the related evidence of asset transfer. Such a substantial amount cannot possibly be without trace. Analysis confidently posited by Tong Leeson. Attorney Tong, how do you charge for your services? For cases like this, we generally base our fees on the amount involved. There are two options. One is a fixed retainer fee, while the other is a 15 fee based on the recovered amount. The latter option incurs no upfront costs. You would only share in the proceeds after we secure compensation from the opposing party, explained Attorney Tong. After carefully considering Attorney Tong's explanation, Sun Jiejia ultimately opted for the second collaboration model. The advantage of this arrangement is that she and Attorney Tong are aligned in their interests. If the funds cannot be retrieved, then Attorney Tong earns nothing, thus motivating her to exert every effort. Upon understanding the circumstances, Attorney Tong also preferred the second collaboration model. Living in the affluent Jiangzhou garden and driving a Bentley, the assets must amount to at least tens of millions. Even if she could recover just 10 million, her share would be a considerable one. 5 million in fees, far more exhilarating than a fixed retainer. Thus, the two reached a mutual agreement and promptly signed the litigation agency contract. Jiejia, rest assured, we will undoubtedly win this case. After signing the agreement, Tong Lisin confidently shook hands with Sun Jiejia. A hopeful smile graced Sun Jiejia's face as she replied, Sister Tong, you know how challenging this has been for me. Yang Hao, that scoundrel, must pay the price. Chapter 70, Not a Penny Less. Sun Jiejia did not arrive at the law firm alone. Her close friend Wang Ying was also present, and together they witnessed Yang Hao driving his Bentley once again, an event that left them both deeply affected. Sun Jiejia was resolute in her decision to pursue legal action, hoping to reclaim her rightful share of the assets. Meanwhile, Wang Ying reflected on her own worth, believing it to be greater than she had previously imagined. If Yang Hao had achieved such success, surely her close friendship with Sun Jiejia would also enhance her value. With these thoughts in mind, after leaving the law firm, she discreetly sent a message to Yang Hao. On the other side, after bidding farewell to Qin Yuru, Yang Hao indulged in a relaxing bath and then took a brief nap. When he awoke, it was already past 10 in the evening, and he noticed over 20 unread messages. Half of them were from He Cece, the insatiable woman, filled with flirtatious banter. Comments like, brother, I'm so hungry, I want to eat the nutritious meal you provide, flooded his inbox. Many women perceive flirtation as derogatory, yet in the eyes of men, it often serves as a point of attraction. Those who appear dignified and upright in public life often engage in far more scandalous behavior than one might expect. Otherwise, one might wonder whom the upscale gatherings and private clubs cater to. Thus, Yang Hao found himself rather entertained by He Cece's messages, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he silently chastised her for her boldness. The sheer thought of her pretentious demeanor in front of Zheng Jichao only heightened his amusement. The so-called goddess, merely a goddess to the impoverished. In the presence of the wealthy, she was as humble as a dog. While not all women fit this mold, in today's society, many women like He Cece exist. They speak of modesty and propriety with the less affluent, claiming to be slow to warm up and not frivolous. Yet, with men of wealth, their conversations delve into risque territory, desperately striving not to be outdone by other women. Such is the power of money. Aside from He Cece's messages, Yang Hao was unexpectedly intrigued to find a message from the beautiful young woman, Su Yuxiue. She sent him a picture from the hospital, informing him that Lu Songlin was hospitalized. To quietly transfer marital assets, Su Yuxiue was playing the role of the devoted wife, caring for him at the hospital. However, it was evident that this beautiful young woman could not bear solitude, as she sent Yang Hao a message inquiring whether he had ever experienced anything in a hospital setting. A simple question that ignited Yang Hao's interest. Lu Songlin lay in his hospital bed, while Su Yuxiue played cards outside the ward. A provocative thought indeed. Noticing that the message had been sent 40 minutes prior, Yang Hao promptly replied to inquire if she was still there. Su Yuxiue responded instantly, yes. Moments later, she added, I'll be at the hospital all night. Clearly, in her quest to portray the devoted wife, this beautiful young woman was quite committed. However, viewed from another angle, she was also astutely calculating, willing to bide her time and lay plans for retaliation against Lu Songlin. Had she been any other woman, it could have already escalated into chaos. Yang Hao then glanced at the other messages and noticed one from Wang Ying sent 2 hours earlier. The close friend of his ex-wife Sun Jiejia had actually requested to meet, claiming there was a matter of great importance to discuss, which surprised Yang Hao greatly. After a brief moment of hesitation, he called Wang Ying. Due to his past acquaintance with Sun Jiejia, their conversation was answered almost immediately. How go? I thought you were ignoring me. Wang Ying's voice was sweet, tinged with playful reproach. I had a bit to drink this afternoon and fell asleep. What do you need? Let us meet to talk. It's not something we can resolve over the phone, Yang Hao replied. All right. You remember the second hospital isn't far from where you live, right? Let us meet at the East Gate. I was just going to visit a patient there. Yang Hao, intending to see Su Yushue, decided to set their meeting at the hospital entrance. Visiting a patient this late? Wang Ying had initially hoped to lure Yang Hao to a hotel or her home, where she could better manage the situation. However, now that he had chosen the hospital, her plans were thwarted. A friend has a high fever and is waiting for me. Yang Hao casually remarqued. Oh, then that's fine. See you soon. Though the meeting place was unusual, Wang Ying aimed to present her value, confident that their relationship could develop over time, bolstered by the influence of her connection to Sun Jejia. After concluding the call, Yang Hao changed his clothes and drove his Bentley away from Jiangzhou Garden. 10 hours had passed since their midday meal, and after having a hangover remedy in a bath, he felt completely sober, with no trace of intoxication to impede his driving. As he waited at a traffic light, Yang Hao recalled that he had yet to access the information from the reward he received during lunch. He promptly sent a command to activate the information pouch. Ding! The information pouch has been successfully activated. Relevant information has been sent to the host's mailbox. Upon hearing the notification, Yang Hao quickly opened his email. The message contained an 18-minute audio recording. Curious, he played the recording, which turned out to be a conversation between him and Sun Jejia during their trip to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce. This recording had been captured by the car's dashcam. Earlier, when Yang Hao visited his lawyer, the attractive female attorney had inquired whether he possessed any recordings to prove that his divorce with Sun Jejia was a sham. At the time, Yang Hao had thought of the dashcam as recording, but since Sun Jejia had sold the car, retrieving that audio seemed virtually impossible. Yet, the system had managed to extract it. Now, it appeared that Sun Jejia's scheme to maliciously transfer marital assets could be substantiated. Well, I can certainly sue her now. Time for her to return the money she wrongfully took. Although Yang Hao was not in dire need of the funds, it was not merely about the money. It was about asserting his dignity. The house, the car, the savings, all earned through his hard work, should not be relinquished to that malicious woman. It's mine, not a penny less. Chapter 71. Is it possible to encounter a bug? There is evidence. Yang Hao's mind immediately turned to the enchanting and stunningly beautiful female lawyer. What was her name again? Lin Yun, if memory serves. He recalled adding her as a friend on WeChat and promptly searched his contacts, sending her a message inquiring about her availability the following day. However, he did not receive an immediate response. Yang Hao remained unperturbed. After all, lawyers are typically quite busy. Just as he arrived at the east gate of Jiangcheng's Second People's Hospital, Lin Yun responded, stating that she had a court hearing the next day but would be available at noon. Yang Hao agreed without hesitation, confirming a meeting for the next day at noon. Just after finalizing the arrangement with Lin Yun, Wang Ying arrived, dressed in a form-fitting red dress with a plunging neckline, accentuating her figure, and perched atop black high heels. In the chilly night breeze, her attire certainly exuded a striking yet somewhat frigid allure. Yang Hao lowered the car window, gesturing for Wang Ying to enter. Brother Hao, it hasn't been long since we last met, has it? You've upgraded to a Bentley. You've really made it big. Wang Ying remarked cheerfully as she settled into the passenger seat. Just fortunate, that's all. Yang Hao shrugged. What brings you here? Brother Hao, we've known each other for many years. Can't I come to you for no reason at all? Wang Ying teased, leaning slightly towards him, due to her revealing dress. Her bare skin below the collarbone was strikingly visible, drawing Yang Hao's attention. He couldn't help but notice her unexpected assets. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Ying had padded her dress significantly, creating a rather eye-catching effect. However, despite her efforts, her natural appearance remained average, both in physique and beauty. Previously, Yang Hao might have considered giving her a chance, but now, with the likes of Qin Euro and his CC, exquisite flight attendants with fair skin and long legs, by his side, he found himself utterly uninterested in Wang Ying. I presume you're aware of my situation with Sun Jejia. Let's get down to business, Yang Hao said, rolling down his window and lighting a cigarette. Very well. Sun Jejia intends to sue you and has gathered substantial evidence. Earlier today, she signed a retainer agreement with lawyer Tong Lisin from the Xinfeng law firm. Wang Ying explained, fully aware that her allure might not be enough to captivate Yang Hao. Thus, she shifted her focus to the matter at hand. She intends to sue me? Yang Hao exhaled a plume of smoke, taken aback by Wang Ying's revelation. He anticipated that Sun Jiejie would dare to take such action against him. She has learned about your newfound wealth and has quietly collected ample evidence, suspecting that you have concealed or transferred marital assets. Hence, she is suing for a redivision of marital property. Wang Ying continued candidly. Redividing marital property? Yang Hao was momentarily stunned before a grin of suppressed delight spread across his face. The prospect of redistributing marital assets felt akin to an unexpected windfall. In the divorce agreement that Sun Jiejie had coerced him into signing, he had forfeited all rights to property, leaving him empty-handed. Now, if a redivision were to occur, marriage laws dictated that he would at least be entitled to half of the assets. This meant Sun Jiejie would have to relinquish half of what she had previously taken. Originally, Yang Hao's intention in suing Sun Jiejie was to have the earlier divorce agreement declared invalid and to seek a fair division of their assets. Now, it seemed that Sun Jiejie was unwittingly presenting him with an opportunity. Brother Hao, how can you still be smiling? Look at you, driving a Bentley and living in a mansion. If Sun Jiejie wins the lawsuit, your assets could be halved. Wang Ying expressed her confusion at his apparent amusement. Coughing lightly, Yang Hao quelled his smile. Indeed, he realized that laughing at such a moment was inappropriate, especially considering Wang Ying was a close friend of his ex-wife Sun Jiejie. Wait a moment. You are Sun Jiejie's friend. Why are you divulging so much information to me? Yang Hao's expression shifted to one of skepticism. Although I am friends with Sun Jiejie, I find her actions utterly disgraceful and refuse to be complicit in her schemes. We've known each other for years, and I firmly stand by your side regarding your divorce from her. I'm here to tell you that if you need me to testify in court, I will do so without hesitation, Wang Ying declared, adopting a serious demeanor. Yang Hao was taken aback by her unexpected allegiance, never imagining that Sun Jiejie's close friend would side with him. Is this a ruse? Are you attempting to gain my trust only to act as a mole? He pondered, scrutinizing Wang Ying closely. Brother Hao, I genuinely disapprove of Sun Jiejie's actions. I simply wish to stand on the side of justice. Today, while she was discussing matters with that lawyer, I secretly recorded the conversation and can share the evidence she possesses with you. This will undoubtedly aid you in your defense. Wang Ying continued earnestly. Ding. Detection of potential assistance. Name, Wang Ying. Age, 28. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Current requests. Phase 1. Exchange known information for monetary gain. Phase 2. Engage in deeper communication with the host. Task rewards. Phase 1. Small red envelope. Phase 2. Medium red envelope. Wait a minute. Yang Hao was left speechless upon hearing the notification chime. The first phase seemed straightforward, merely an exchange of interests. However, the second phase suggested a rather dubious form of engagement. If the transaction involved ECC, he might have considered it, as she possessed both beauty and allure. For a man who occasionally preferred not to overthink, such an arrangement could have been acceptable. But with Wang Ying, whose attributes fell short in comparison, he wondered if it was worth compromising himself for a mere monetary gain. Could there be a loophole? Yang Hao's mind raced, recalling that the task merely stipulated deeper communication, without specifying the nature of that communication. This left ample room for interpretation. His gaze drifted toward a nearby adult store, contemplating the possibilities. Perhaps it is worth a try. A medium red envelope could yield anywhere from 1 million to 10 million ARC coins. Chapter 72. I always listen to Brother Hao. Brother Hao, is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me? Wang Ying felt increasingly uncomfortable as Yang Hao remained silent, merely gazing at her. If I were to go to court against Sun Jiejie, would you really be willing to testify for me? Yang Hao finally inquired. Yes, absolutely. Wang Ying nodded fervently, then added softly, if you have any doubts, I could, well, express my sincerity. As she spoke, she subtly adjusted her strapless top. Yang Hao was taken aback by her directness. After years of acquaintance, he had perceived Wang Ying as rather serious. It seemed he understood her as well as he thought. Her seriousness appeared to be a mere facade. Or perhaps she only maintained it in front of those less fortunate than herself. Currently, with Yang Hao driving a Bentley and residing in a luxurious mansion. She swiftly discarded her hypocritical mask. Not necessary. Yang Hao waved his hand. The bustling scene outside the hospital, combined with the conspicuousness of his Bentley, made him reluctant to have his new car featured on some short video platform. I know you disapprove of Sun Judge's actions. It's out of a sense of justice. However, this could offend some people and carry certain risks. How about this? If you're facing any financial difficulties, feel free to mention them. We can help each other out. Yang Hao was straightforward about his intentions. This. Wang Ying was indeed motivated by financial gain, but she had anticipated a more intimate approach with Yang Hao to establish trust before discussing money. His directness caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily at a loss. She had only thought of clinging to Yang Hao's support, believing that doing so would yield substantial benefits. Brother Hao, I don't mean to imply I want money. I just can't stand Sun Jie's behavior and want to help you vent your frustrations. Look at the things she has done. Not a single one is remotely decent. As a friend, I was utterly astonished to learn of her actions. Wang Ying, not lacking in intelligence, refrained from following Yang Hao's line of conversation about money, recognizing its sensitivity. Yes, I know you and Sun Jie are not cut from the same cloth. Yang Hao nodded in agreement, internally thinking, Sister, can we skip the pretense and just discuss the financial aspect? There must be a price for betraying a friend, after all. Xiaoying, I'm aware you're different from Sun Jie. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sought me out today. As he spoke, Yang Hao placed his hand gently on Wang Ying's chest. Given her assertiveness, he felt it appropriate to reciprocate, indicating his acceptance of her intentions. Xiaoying, I never shortchange my friends. You've helped me, and I acknowledge that. So, please, don't hesitate to ask for assistance. After all, we are in this kind of relationship now, right? Brother Hao, I'm completely on your side. Wang Ying playfully protested, swaying her body as she continued. I have to squeeze into the subway and bus for work. If only I had a vehicle for commuting, just something around 100,000 yuan would suffice. She feared Yang Hao might think her request was exorbitant and quickly added, It doesn't need to be fancy, just a means of transportation. 100,000. Yang Hao withdrew his hand, glancing at Wang Ying with amusement, realizing that in her eyes, Sun Jie was only worth that amount. Consider it a small matter. Just add me as a friend on Alipay. Regardless of whether this transaction included a small reward, Yang Hao was more than willing to part with that sum, as he was not lacking in funds at the moment. Moreover, this expenditure would serve a purpose far beyond monetary value. He was eager to witness Sun Jie's reaction upon discovering her friend had betrayed her. After adding Wang Ying on Alipay, Yang Hao promptly transferred 100,000 yuan. Upon seeing her Alipay balance, Wang Ying beamed with joy, wrapping her arms around Yang Hao's neck and planting a grateful kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Brother Hao. You're so kind. With a monthly salary of approximately 5,000 yuan, this sum nearly equated to 2 years of her earnings. The distinction between having 100,000 yuan in savings and earning that much was profound. For someone like Wang Ying, whose salary barely covered living expenses in a major city like Jiangsheng, accumulating 100,000 yuan could take years. Thus, to her, 100,000 yuan was indeed a substantial amount. When she had suggested a vehicle, she had been anxious, fearing Yang Hao might deem the request excessive. Yet, his prompt agreement left her astonished. Within 2 minutes, the funds were transferred. Truly, a wealthy individual driving a Bentley was generous. That foolish woman, Sun Jie, has a husband like this and still suggests divorce. How could she be so foolish? Brother Hao, I will send you all the video and audio evidence I have gathered. Wang Ying, straightforward in her intentions, sent Yang Hao the recordings and videos she had secretly captured. As she transmitted the materials, Yang Hao's phone suddenly chimed. Wang Ying's mouth fell slightly open in astonishment as she glanced at him. 77,000. Just like that. It transferred to Alipay. Just company funds, Yang Hao casually explained, while inwardly reflecting, I made a modest profit of 67,000. The first phase of the task is complete. The second phase involves a substantial reward. If luck is on my side, it could amount to several million. Who would turn down money? However, having indulged in luxurious meals lately, he found Wang Ying's simple home-cooked fare less appealing. Perhaps I could seize the opportunity to exploit a loophole. Brother Hao, do you have any other matters to attend to after seeing the patient? Would you like me to book a hotel for you? Wang Ying inquired sweetly after sending the materials. Yang Hao hesitated, then tentatively suggested. I've been experiencing some minor health issues lately. Would you mind if we explored other options? Huh? What other options? Wang Ying looked bewildered. Although she was quite materialistic, her personal life had been rather conventional. Her past boyfriends had been respectable. Yang Hao pointed toward a nearby adult shop. Wang Ying was initially stunned, but then shyly nodded, murmuring, I'll do whatever Brother Hao says. Chapter 73. My affection. Yang Hao nodded. All right, find a hotel and wait for me. Just don't choose one that's too far. After speaking, he transferred 1,888 yuan to Wang Ying's Alipay, instructing her to find a decent hotel. Wang Ying nodded repeatedly, initially not intending to let Yang Hao cover the hotel expenses, especially after he had just transferred 100,000 yuan to her. However, how to handle matters with such care, even sending a generous red envelope for a hotel stay. How delightful it was to be associated with someone like him. How go? I'll head to the hotel and wait for you. She flirtatiously winked before getting out of the car. Yang Hao waved goodbye and then drove to a nearby adult store. Seeing this, Wang Ying couldn't help but silently scoff. Do wealthy individuals really have such peculiar interests? Upon entering the store, Yang Hao emerged with a large black plastic bag in hand. It was his first time visiting such a place. Previously, he had purchased anything he needed online. This time, however, faced with time constraints, he had no choice but to visit a physical store. The store manager, a plump woman in her 40s, even suggested she could assist him in testing out some of the products. Truly, one must protect oneself from all kinds of advances in this world, as predators come in all forms. Returning to the car, Yang Hao discreetly pocketed a small, easily concealable toy and proceeded to a nearby fruit market to buy a fruit basket. He then drove into the hospital's parking lot, carrying the basket upstairs. Lu Songlin was in a single room with decent conditions, complete with a private bed for companions and an independent bathroom. However, when Yang Hao knocked and entered, both Lu Songlin, lying in bed, and Su Yuxue, who was playing on her phone, were startled. Lu Songlin never expected Yang Hao would come to visit him after their fallout with Wei Peng, who had publicly accused Lu Songlin of orchestrating his dismissal. There was also the lingering uncertainty about whether the details of his relationship with Sun Jejia had reached Yang Hao. Regardless, Yang Hao should harbor resentment against him solely based on the dismissal issue, yet here he was, bringing a fruit basket. Su Yuxue was equally taken aback, not anticipating Yang Hao would boldly enter the hospital room. She had planned to find an excuse to step out after Yang Hao's arrival to facilitate a private meeting. Yet, Yang Hao defied her expectations. President Lu, I've just wrapped up some work and thought I would come by to see you. Yang Hao cheerfully placed the fruit basket on the bedside table. Lu Songlin, a seasoned player in the corporate arena, quickly regained his composure despite his initial shock. With so much work in the sales department, my injury is nothing serious. He politely gestured to the companion bed. Please sit down and chat. Yuxue, this is Manager Yang from our sales department. I believe you've met before. Hello, sister-in-law. Yang Hao greeted with a smile, playfully winking at the beautiful Su Yuxue while his back was turned to Lu Songlin. Su Yuxue felt her heart race. She didn't share Yang Hao's boldness and forced herself to respond calmly. Hello, Manager Yang. Yang, your visit indicates that you haven't taken Wei Peng's words to heart. Let me tell you, he's just talking nonsense. You are our sales champion, and your performance is linked to mine. I can't afford to lose you, can I? If I were to dismiss you, it would be like cutting off my own arm. Do you think I'm that foolish? Lu Songlin began to clear his name. Yang Hao nodded in agreement. I don't know Wei Peng well, but I do know President Lu. You have always been tolerant with us subordinates. There's no way you would commit such an atrocious act as Wei Peng claims. I trust you completely, President Lu. Lu Songlin's lips twitched slightly. He suspected Yang Hao was subtly criticizing him, but had no evidence to confront him with, so he simply went along with it. Yes. That Wei Peng is a mad dog. Given the current economic climate, the company is downsizing, and he aims to take you down. If someone is accomplished, as you can be dismissed, it would be much easier for him to target others in the sales department. Yang Hao continued to engage Lu Songlin in small talk for a while before preparing to take his leave. However, as he stood up, a small toy slipped from his pocket and fell to the floor. He quickly bent down to retrieve it. Lu Songlin, observing this, silently mocked him in his mind. This kid certainly has a variety of tricks up his sleeve. I wonder which little vixen he is meeting. Yushue, please accompany manager Yang out. Lu Songlin feigned ignorance while signaling Su Yushue with his eyes. Oh sure, she replied. I'll also grab something to eat outside. Is there anything you want? Lu Songlin gently shook his head. Not hungry, just some leafy greens would suffice. All right, Su Yushue responded, following Yang Hao as they exited the ward. How dare you? You actually came directly to the ward. Su Yushue whispered in the elevator. After all, he is my superior. It's only right to check on him. Yang Hao shrugged lightly. You wanted to see his post-beating state, didn't you? Su Yushue pouted slightly. You've caught me. Yang Hao admitted, indeed curious to see how badly Lu Songlin had been injured. Nasal fracture, mild concussion, and bruises on both thighs and calves. Su Yushue promptly informed him about Lu Songlin's condition. Looks like he got off lightly, Yang Hao remarked. At that moment, the elevator arrived and the crowd surged in, compressing Yang Hao and Su Yushue into a corner, their bodies nearly touching. It's impressive how crowded it is even at this late hour at Jiangxing Second Hospital. Yang Hao said quietly. Su Yushue looked up at him, rolling her eyes, then leaned in closer to whisper in his ear. So, is it your excuse for holding a gun to my head? Yang Hao merely smiled in response. Su Yushue continued. I find it quite appealing. A spark ignited within him. At that moment, Yang Hao wished he possessed the time-stopping ability featured in films. Otherwise, this cramped elevator would serve as the perfect setting. Once outside the inpatient building, Yang Hao ushered Su Yushue into a Bentley. Is this your car? Su Yushue was astonished. To her, Yang Hao was merely an ordinary worker, yet here he was, driving a Bentley. Yang Hao smiled. Whether the car is mine is inconsequential. What truly matters is that the back seat offers ample space. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 74. Hello. Brother Hao, you were so naughty. In the pediatric ward of the hospital, a little girl leaned against the windowsill, gazing at the stars outside. After a while, she suddenly exclaimed, Mommy, Mommy, come quickly. What is it, Nyonyo? A woman in her 30s walked over to the window, puzzled. Look at that car. It's moving on its own. Is it super wings? The little girl was brimming with excitement. However, her mother wore a look of dismay. What in the world? A super wings? People today have no shame, engaging in such antics in a hospital. She instinctively turned her head to glance at her husband, who was sound asleep on the accompanying bed. Day in and day out, all he does is sleep and, well, when it comes time to be serious, he just plays dead. What good are you? Look at others. They can still find time to, I should really be chastising them for their lack of decency. Daddy, come and see the super wings. As the car's movements grew more pronounced, the little girl excitedly called for her father. The sleeping man was startled awake, rubbing his eyes in confusion. What is it, Nyonyo? Daddy, come and see the super wings. The little girl pointed eagerly outside. Super wings? The man was bewildered but still yawned as he approached the window. Upon seeing what his daughter was referring to, his expression changed dramatically. He swiftly picked her up and carried her back to the hospital bed. That is not a super wings. That car is broken. Huh? It's not a super wings. The little girl was visibly disappointed. Just then, her mother approached. Where did you park the car? Just down in the parking lot. The man replied casually. Come on, let's go get something from the car. The woman shot him a knowing glance. Huh? What are we getting? Tang Sing S stuff? The man exclaimed in surprise, receiving a pointed look from his wife. He shrank back, lifting his daughter from the bed. Nyonyo, how about Daddy takes you to see the super wings? But Daddy, you said it's not a super wings. No, it is. The man insisted, believing that watching the super wings was far better than being one. Shangri-La Hotel. Wang Ying stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, taking a few selfies, which she edited and posted on her social media. It was her first time staying in such a luxurious hotel, costing 1,688 yuan per night. Her previous boyfriends lacked the financial means, or even if they could afford it, they wouldn't be willing to spend such an amount. Just moments ago, Yang Hao had casually transferred 1,888 yuan for the room, leaving her feeling fortunate for having allied herself with someone like him. Being her first day in such an opulent hotel, Wang Ying naturally felt the urge to showcase it, resulting in several likes from friends on her post. Just as she reveled in her moment of pride, Sun Jieja suddenly called her with a voice message. Startled, Wang Ying hesitated for a moment, but after gathering her composure, she answered, Xiao Ying, is it convenient to talk? Sun Jieja's voice came through the receiver. Convenient, go ahead, Wang Ying replied, simultaneously activating the recording feature on her phone. I saw your post. Have you found a new boyfriend? I didn't know you were going to Shangri-La to stay. Sounds pretty good. Sun Jieja teased, her tone revealing that she was merely indulging in a bit of gossip about her friend, as she was alone in the hotel and quite bored. Well, it's not really a boyfriend. It's more like a mutual attraction, Wang Ying deflected casually. Mutual attraction? Haha, Xiao Ying, you're getting bolder. Upon hearing that Wang Ying had not found a wealthy boyfriend, Sun Jieja felt a sense of relief. As friends, we can live well, but not better than me. Both women held a similar sentiment, and knowing Wang Ying had merely found a decent partner put Sun Jieja at ease. Xiao Ying, I just spoke with Lawyer Tong again. She said the lawsuit materials are all ready, and we can file it in court tomorrow. According to her assessment, Yang Hao has concealed marital assets worth at least several million. Once the case is settled, we could become millionaires. Sun Jieja eagerly shared her exciting news. Upon hearing they would be going to court the next day, Wang Ying quickly inquired about the details and offered to accompany Sun Jieja. Just as they were in conversation, the doorbell of the hotel room rang. Jieja, I have to go, he is here. Go. Remember to share your experience afterward. Haha, Sun Jieja teased before hanging up. Wang Ying then tidied her hair in front of the mirror before rushing to open the door. To please Yang Hao, she had put in considerable effort, purchasing a delicate black silk nightgown paired with an alluring red silk robe. When Yang Hao saw his ex-wife's friend again, he was pleasantly surprised. The saying that clothes make the man certainly held true, especially for women. When they dressed to impress, it undoubtedly added to their allure. However, Wang Ying had timed her appearance poorly. Yang Hao had just finished playing cards with a beautiful woman, Su Yushua, at the hospital and was feeling quite satisfied. Not the slightest bit hungry. If it weren't for the promise of a reward from his father, he wouldn't have even shown up. Brother Hao, come in quickly, I've been waiting for you. Wow, Brother Hao, why did you bring so many things? Wang Ying pulled Yang Hao into the room, noticing a bulging black plastic bag in his hand, curious about its contents. Clink! Just as she spoke, a pair of silver bracelets tumbled out of the plastic bag. She was momentarily taken aback, then playfully punched Yang Hao's chest. Brother Hao, you were so naughty. 2 hours later, Yang Hao exited the lobby of the Shangri-La Hotel. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the second stage of the task. Reward, medium red packet. Yes, no, open immediately. In the hotel room, Yang Hao had almost given up. He had utilized all the toys he bought from the hefty lady boss, and since there was no response from his father, he decided to let it go. Unexpectedly, however, his father proved to be quite loyal. His efforts had not been in vain. Yes, Yang Hao promptly replied. Ding, medium red packet opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 66 million R coins. With a notification from his father, Yang Hao also received a bank deposit alert. Nice. Yang Hao joyfully snapped his fingers to bring joy to others while earning a generous reward. At that moment, he began to understand those hardware softening engineers at the foot massage parlor. They simply brought happiness to others while earning a modest living. Chapter 75. Morning exercise with a beautiful landlady in the hotel room. Wang Ying took quite some time before finally heading to the bathroom for a shower. The peculiar whims of the affluent were indeed overwhelming for her, especially since she had never encountered such experiences before. However, it seemed that this peculiar indulgence possessed a certain allure, as she found herself gradually appreciating the sensation of humiliation. Could it be that she harbored an innate submissive trait? Perhaps she had merely been unaware of it until today, when it was awakened by Hao Ge. Was Sun Jieja's resolute decision to divorce also related to Hao Ji's unique preferences? Well, she could simply ask to find out. After all, there was nothing off limits to discuss. Thus, after her shower, Wang Ying sent a voice message to Sun Jieja, although it was already the early hours of the morning. She knew that Sun Jejia would likely be awake, probably scrolling through Douyin. Sure enough, the call was answered almost immediately. He left? He isn't staying the night? Sun Jejia had intended to inquire about Wang Ying's evening activities the following day, but was surprised by the latter's proactive voice message. Oh, he's on a business trip and has already gone to the airport. Wang Ying casually fabricated a reason. Wow, looks like he has quite the business elite. Sun Jejia remarked. I suppose so. How old is he? In his 30s. He should have decent stamina then, right? Jejia, I was just thinking, if a man appears quite robust, but relies on external means, is there something wrong with him? The two plastic friends began discussing intimate matters of their friendship. After a while, Wang Ying steered the conversation towards Yang Hao. Jejia, tell me honestly, was there any discord in your marriage with Yang Hao? Well, not really. Sun Jejia replied candidly, explaining that her main reason for divorcing Yang Hao was her disdain for his low income, which could not provide her with a life of luxury. However, after the divorce, she realized that Yang Hao was merely pretending to be poor. What a scoundrel! So cunning. The following day, in the early morning, Yang Hao was abruptly awakened by the sound of the doorbell. Groggy, he stumbled to the door and was surprised to find the attractive landlady, Guan Sui, standing outside. Sister Guan, is there something you need this early? He asked, quickly opening the door. Did you not say you would join me for morning exercise? Guan Sui queried with an expression of disbelief. Oh, how could I forget? Yang Hao lamented, smacking his forehead. Just give me a moment. I need to get ready for our morning workout. Completing 30 days earns a skill card reward. Based on Yang Hao's current understanding of the system, skill cards were rare rewards. To date, he had encountered this reward 3 times. First during the second phase of the gluttonous task involving CSCU, then during Guan Sui's morning exercise card, and lastly during the third phase of Qin Yuru's boyfriend agreement task. None of these tasks had been completed yet, which made him value the skill card even more. Yang Hao quickly changed into his sportswear and left the house with Guan Sui. Today, the elegant landlady donned a set of pastel yellow athletic attire, her long hair tied in a high ponytail. From behind, one might mistake her for a youthful girl of 17 or 18, though her figure was undeniably alluring, with a remarkable waist-to-hip ratio. The fitted sportswear accentuated her curves. Le afin Yang Hao momentarily entranget. If you think we're waking up too early, we can push it back by half an hour, Guan Sui suggested. Noticing Yang Hao es sleepy de mianor. That sounds good. 5:30 is a bit early, he agreed without pretense, appreciating her kindness. You young folks are doing well just to get up by 6, Guan Sui chuckled. Sister Guan, don't sell yourself short. You're still young. Yang Hao flattered her. Haha, you're quite the charmer, Yang. Guan Sui laughed heartily, her graceful figure creating a mesmerizing spectacle that made Yang Hao gulp involuntarily. I rushed out and forgot my milk. A glass of pure milk in the morning is both nutritious and healthy. At 7 o'clock a.m., the two concluded their morning exercise. Yang Hao felt invigorated, his steps light and buoyant. For the first time, he grasped the essence of life is in movement. Previously, mornings had been a rush of catching buses or driving to work, devoid of the relaxing experience of early exercise and communion with nature. It was true that wealth and leisure were essential for enjoyment in life. Yang, what are your plans for that shop you rented? It seems rather quiet these days. Guan Sui inquired on their way back. I'm thinking of opening a tea house or a CAF, but I haven't settled on anything yet. This question had crossed Yang Hao's mind as well. His preliminary plan was to establish a tea house, not with the expectation of profit, but simply to enjoy some tea during his leisure time. As a man benefiting from a supportive system, he had no intentions of truly embarking on a business venture to amass wealth. He had a clear self-assessment and believed he was not suited for business, especially given the current economic climate. There's a saying online. In recent years, anyone with a bit of ambition who ventures into entrepreneurship has likely ended up on the credit blacklist. While maybe a joke, there is a kernel of truth within. Entrepreneurship is exceedingly challenging, particularly for inexperienced newcomers without substantial financial backing. It's wiser to remain a diligent worker or to take it easy. Of course, this doesn't apply to those who can afford to gamble with their wealth. For them, losing hundreds of thousands is no big deal, but for an average person risking their entire fortune on a venture, losing that much could lead to a lifetime of debt. With a clear understanding of himself, Yang Hao had decided against pursuing entrepreneurship, choosing instead to await the support of his benefactor. Hence, he had no intention of relying on the rented shop for a business venture. He merely wanted to invest a little in a tea house or CAF for his own amusement. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Long-term support subject, Sun Tingting, requires assistance. Current need, a job that can sustain her. Task reward, small red packet 1, beginner blind box 1. Just as Yang Hao was about to head upstairs, the voice of his benefactor echoed in his mind. Is this what makes long-term assistance unique? Regardless of the distance between them, the benefactor will notify him of any needs immediately. Yang Hao was puzzled. Didn't Sun Tingting already have a job as a sales assistant at a Huawei experience store? Although the income was high, it should suffice for her living expenses. Why did she suddenly need another job? Had something happened? Yang Hao, bewildered, decided to visit the Huawei experience store where Sun Tingting worked to investigate further. Chapter 76. Listen to me today. Yang Hao's schedule was initially set until noon. He had planned to inspect a property at Wangjiang Garden in the morning and had a lunch appointment with the beautiful lawyer, Lin Yun. However, a sudden issue arose with his ex-sister-in-law, Sun Tingting, prompting him to postpone the property inspection until the afternoon. Meanwhile, at the Huawei experience store in Starry Sky City, the mall opened at 9:30 on weekends, while Sun Tingting and her colleagues were required to be at work by 9 o'clock. Upon arriving at the office, Tingting was immediately summoned by her supervisor, Feng Yu. Tingting, the assessment results from last month are out. You ranked last among the 5 stores. According to the rule of last in, first out, you will be terminated, Feng Yu stated with a grave expression. What? That can't be right. My performance last month was decent. Sister Feng, there must be some mistake. Sun Tingting exclaimed, bewildered. Although she was not among the top performers, she was certain her results were not the worst. This is the data I have. Perhaps you should consult Manager Zhao? Feng Yu suggested with a knowing glance. Sun Tingting, being astute, quickly grasped the implication of Feng Yu's words. Manager Zhao was responsible for overseeing the offline sales channels in Jiangxing. During a previous store visit, he had taken an interest in Sun Tingting, added her on WeChat, and had privately hinted that cultivating a good relationship with him could lead to her promotion. This was a clear indication of the unspoken rules of the workplace. Sun Tingting had no interest in Manager Zhao. Not only was he over 40 and rather unappealing, but the fact that he was married made the proposition even more distasteful. The prospect of sharing a bed with him was far less appealing than resigning from her position. Such abuses of power were not uncommon in the workplace. There were always greasy male leaders who would target female subordinates. Some women would refuse, while others, unable to resist the lure of benefits, would choose the easy path. What's wrong? You look troubled, her friend Zhu Ying inquired softly, noticing Sun Tingting's distress. I need to find a new job. Sister Feng said my performance last month was last place, and according to the elimination rule, I will be fired. Sun Tingting replied, feeling dejected. That can't be true. Your performance was quite good last month. Zhu Ying echoed her disbelief. It's that Manager Zhao's doing. Sister Feng wants me to ask him, and it's obvious what he wants. Sun Tingting fumed. Zhu Ying joined in her disdain. That greasy old man is truly despicable. I knew he was no good. I've heard colleagues speak of his sordid affairs before. Zhu Ying then suggested, why not confront him and record the conversation? If you have evidence of his threats, he wouldn't dare to retaliate. Sun Tingting shook her head. What's the point? Even if I had evidence, he could always find other ways to get back at me. I'll just switch jobs. I refuse to work under such a disgusting man. Determined to follow through, Sun Tingting resolved to leave. Zhu Ying sighed, then suddenly had a bright idea. Tingting, why not call Yang Hao? He is wealthy. Helping you find a job should be easy for him. You mean my brother-in-law? Sun Tingting pondered for a moment before gently shaking her head. I don't want to bother him. Good jobs are hard to come by, but sales positions like a counter clerk are fairly easy to find. Zhu Ying disagreed. You're being foolish. Why struggle to find a job when you have such great resources in Yang Hao? If I had that kind of connection, I wouldn't be stuck at a counter. As they spoke, a familiar figure entered the store. Zhu Ying nudged Sun Tingting excitedly. Tingting, look, Yang Hao is here. Sun Tingting, preoccupied with her thoughts and preparations to resign, lifted her head and saw Yang Hao striding towards her. Brother-in-law, what brings you here? She asked, her expression tinged with suspicion. Is it not permissible for me to come see you? Yang Hao replied with a smile, leaving Sun Tingting momentarily speechless. Yang Ge, we were just talking about you. Zhu Ying chimed in. What were you saying? Yang Hao casually inquired. We were discussing you helping Tingting find a job. Zhu Ying grinned. It'd be even better if I could join in. Is Tingting quitting this job? Yang Hao asked, intrigued. Absolutely. I can't continue. You don't know. We have a manager Zhao who is hideously unattractive and lecherous. Zhu Ying, ever the outspoken friend, relayed Sun Tingting's predicament. After hearing her recount, Yang Hao felt exasperated. Having navigated the complexities of the workplace for many years, he was all too familiar with such unspoken rules. However, it was rare to see it manifest in a role like Sun Tingting's, which was neither scarce nor particularly lucrative. Tingting, you're right. You should stand up against such behavior and not give him any opportunity. Don't worry about finding a job. I will handle it. Yang Hao reassured her, giving her shoulder an encouraging pat. Brother-in-law, that's really not necessary. I can find a job on my own. Sun Tingting mumbled, still feeling hesitant due to her sister. Sun Jiejia's presence. Listen to me. Go and complete your resignation procedures immediately. Yang Hao commanded with a tone of authority. I want to take no for an answer. And you too, Ying, you should resign as well and come help Tingting with me. Chapter 77. The brother-in-law becomes a boyfriend. Yang, you truly resolved my work dilemma. I adore you. Zhu Ying exclaimed with joy, for she had long grown weary of her job at the counter. Aside from the meager pay and lack of dignity, it offered little promise for advancement. At most, she could aspire to be a store supervisor. From Feng Yu, she could almost envision herself at 40, reflecting a mundane future. However, mingling with a wealthy individual like Yang Hao promised a radically different outcome, even if she currently found herself merely acting as his caregiver or doing menial tasks. The potential for future growth far surpassed her present situation. Choices outweigh mere effort. This is not mere rhetoric. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Those who associate with virtuous individuals elevate themselves. Aligning with a wealthy figure like Yang Hao was undoubtedly a 100-fold improvement over her current predicament. Zhu Ying, what are you doing? It's working hours, and there are customers present. Zhu Ying's exuberance had drawn the ire of Supervisor Feng Yu, who reprimanded her with a stern expression. Feng Supervisor, I quit. I want to process my resignation immediately. Feng Yu was typically quite strict, and although Zhu Ying had never openly clashed with her, she had long harbored disdain for her. Now, liberated from the constraints of working under her, Zhu Ying spoke with unwavering conviction. What? You're quitting too? Feng Yu was taken aback. The departure of Sun Tingting alone was manageable, but losing 2 salespeople at once would disrupt the store's operations. Yes, I'm quitting, Zhu Ying declared decisively, removing her name badge and tossing it onto the counter. You need to submit a resignation request in advance. You can't just leave. Feng Yu frowned, approaching Zhu Ying and Sun Tingting with a cold demeanor. Tingting's departure was unavoidable. Zhu Ying, don't stir the pot. Zhao is not targeting you. At this, Zhu Ying scoffed, her voice resolute. I rise and fall with Tingting. If she leaves, I shall follow suit. It was evident that Zhu Ying possessed a flair for the dramatic. Can camaraderie be consumed as a meal? Feng Yu shot Zhu Ying a glare. Just focus on your work and pretend you didn't say that. Supervisor Feng, I appreciate your concern. However, I must resign, and I won't mind if you deduct my wages. Zhu Ying shrugged with nonchalance. You. Feng Yu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Zhu Ying had stated she wouldn't mind a wage deduction, leaving Feng Yu with no leverage. Let us go, Tingting. Zhu Ying was eager to disengage from any further confrontation with Feng Yu, her thoughts solely on what lay ahead with Yang Ge. Feng Jia, we are leaving. Sun Tingting nodded at Feng Yu, gathering her belongings alongside Zhu Ying as they exited the Huawei Experience store where they had toiled. Once the two departed, Feng Yu hurriedly dialed Zhao Zhao. It's Feng Yu. Sun Tingting has resigned, and now Zhu Ying is leaving too, claiming she will stand by Tingting. What? Tingting resigned? She didn't even ask me for help? Zhao expressed his surprise, having made a special trip to their parking lot. Yes, they are both gone. Feng Yu lamented. Zhao, we are short-staffed at the store now. Could you send someone over immediately? All right, let me sort this out. Zhao hastily hung up, emerging from his Audi A4. As a B-class vehicle, the Audi A4 offered decent space, but at over 200 pounds and standing under 170 centimeters, Zhao appeared somewhat awkward as he exited the car. As he prepared to head toward the elevator, he noticed a brand-new Bentley Bentayga parked nearby, the highest specification model. For men, especially those of a certain age, the allure of such a vehicle was irresistible. Zhao couldn't help but steal a few glances, even pulling out his phone to snap a couple of pictures to share with his car-loving friends. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Zhao, what are you doing? Who gave you permission to take pictures?" The unexpected reprimand startled Zhao, causing his hefty frame to tremble, nearly dropping his phone. However, upon recognizing Zhu Ying as the source of the outburst, his face flushed with anger. With Sun Tingting present, Zhao felt humiliated and scolded. "Zhu Ying, why are you yelling? Do you think you're something special?" "Zhao, it's clear you were secretly photographing someone's car," Zhu Ying retorted, never one to back down. Zhao huffed. "I was taking pictures of your car. Why do you have to meddle?" Zhu Ying shot back. "And I suppose you think it's acceptable to invade someone's privacy?" Zhao glared at Zhu Ying, dismissing her with a scoff, then turned to Sun Tingting. Adopting a friendly tone, "Tingting, I heard from Feng that you're resigning. I don't think that's necessary. It's just about performance, right? If you talk to Zhao, I can still help you." "Bah," Zhu Ying interrupted. "Zhao, you're just a toad wishing to eat swan meat. You think you can covet Tingting? Do you even know your own worth? Don't know who he is?" Zhao shot back, glancing at Yang Hao with disdain. "Remember this. He is Tingting's boyfriend," Zhu Ying declared emphatically. "What?" Zhao was taken aback. He had inquired and learned that Sun Tingting had no boyfriend. In fact, both Yang Hao and Sun Tingting were equally bewildered by Zhu Ying's pronouncement. Sun Tingting's large eyes widened in surprise, her face turning crimson. Yang Hao, however, reacted with less astonishment, merely pausing momentarily before grasping Zhu Ying's intent. "Indeed, he is not only Tingting's boyfriend, but also the owner of that Bentley. Your unauthorized photography of his car constitutes an invasion of privacy." Zhu Ying continued. "What? You mean that Bentley belongs to him?" Initially surprised by the revelation of Sun Tingting's boyfriend, Zhao now scoffed. "So you're saying Tingting is dating a Bentley owner? You must be joking." "Absolutely. What's wrong with that?" Zhu Ying shrugged. "Umph." Zhao chuckled derisively, pointing at Yang Hao. "If he is the owner of that Bentley, I'll eat the wheels." Chapter 78. The dreams of my sister-in-law. Upon hearing Zhao Gang's words, Yang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you joking, my friend? What kind of jest is this? Are we even acquainted?" Zhao Gang shot Yang Hao a disdainful glance. He despised those pretty boys who, relying on their height and looks, deceived innocent young women. Unlike him, who relied solely on hard-earned money. "Are you certain this isn't a joke?" Yang Hao inquired, unperturbed with a smile. "Of course not. I never jest with strangers." Zhao Gang replied with a serious demeanor. "Then you will honor your word?" Yang Hao pressed on. "A man's word, once spoken, is as hard to retract as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Shou Gong asserted gravely. "Very well. I see you are not want to go back on your word," Yang Hao said, pulling out the keys to his Bentley. In the next moment, the car's lights illuminated, accompanied by the sound of unlocking. This sight left Zhao Gang utterly dumbfounded. After 2 decades of navigating the professional world, he prided himself on his ability to read people. Yet this young man, Yang Hao, did not appear to be the type to own a Bentley Bentayga. However, today he realized he had misjudged the situation. "All right, dear brother, let the performance commence," Yang Hao said with a grin. "Aye." Zhao Gang opened his mouth, unsure how to retort. It was his own fault for speaking so confidently, leaving him no room for retreat. "Zhao, you said it yourself. A man's word, once spoken, is as hard to retract as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. If you fail to keep your word, I shall promptly address you as Zhao Jia in our company's sales group." Zhu Ying seized the opportunity to deliver a sharp jab. At her words, Zhao Gang's face turned a shade of deep crimson. He could not afford to lose face, especially with 2 female sales associates in the group who had close ties to him. If Zhu Ying mentioned this incident in the group, he would be utterly humiliated. "Dear brother, if the tire is too heavy to bear, why not consider this? Ying and Tingting have yet to receive their wages from last month. Perhaps you could settle that for them?" Yang Hao suggested thoughtfully. offering Zhao Gang an alternative. Ah, all right, I will inform the finance department at once. Zhao Gang hesitated for only a brief moment before nodding decisively. Settling the accounts for departing employees would not cost him anything and would resolve the current predicament. Truly a win-win situation. Zhao Gang even felt a twinge of gratitude towards Yang Hao for providing him with an out. A person with such rich societal experience would be wise enough not to insist on a confrontation at this juncture. Zhao Gang acted with remarkable efficiency. Although it was not yet payday, he assured the finance department that he would cover the costs. Thus, Sun Tingting and Zhu Ying successfully received their overdue wages. Had it not been for this unexpected encounter with Zhao Gang, given his usual working style, he likely would have found a way to postpone their payment. Ah, what a magnanimous brother. Clearly a person of wealth. After resolving the payment issue, Zhao Gang approached Yang Hao with a beaming smile, respectfully offering his business card. I am Zhao Gang, Tingting's former superior. There must be some misunderstanding regarding her departure. I assure you that if she wishes to return, such incidents will not recur. Zhao Gang's earnest declaration was not mere flattery. He aimed to establish a connection with this wealthy individual through Sun Tingting. After years of experience, Zhao Gang understood the significance of a Bentley Bentayga. A vehicle of such caliber was worth around 5 million yuan. Such a prominent figure was not someone he could afford to offend. Thank you for your kindness, Zhao. Tingting has other arrangements for work. Until we meet again. Yang Hao replied politely, then opened the car door to enter. Goodbye, Zhao. Zhu Ying cheerfully gestured to Zhao Gang before joining Sun Tingting in the back seat of the Bentley. Seeing this, Zhao Gang refrained from further pursuit, bowing slightly to wave goodbye to Yang Hao, resembling a loyal subordinate. How the mighty have fallen. Zhu Ying could not resist making a sarcastic remark once inside the car. Sun Tingting, seated beside her, felt a surge of emotions. If not for Yang Hao, she would never have witnessed this side of Zhao Gang. He had always exuded an air of arrogance before those of their lower ranks, strutting around as if he were above them. In this moment, however, he resembled nothing more than a defeated dog. All of this transformation stemmed from the very Bentley they were riding in. Such is the power of wealth. Sun Tingting instinctively glanced at Yang Hao, who remained unfazed in the face of Zhao Gang, treating him as if he were inconsequential. The outcome mirrored his demeanor. He effortlessly resolved the issue with the greasy man who had previously seemed so troublesome. As Zhao Gang watched the Bentley drive away, he sighed softly, muttering, I hope this gentleman will not seek vengeance. I pray there will be no retribution. At this moment, Zhao Gang felt no desire for revenge, only a sense of trepidation. Inside the car, Zhu Ying, thrilled to be riding in a Bentley for the first time, snapped several selfies before eagerly asking Yang, what do you plan for Tingting and me? That depends on what you both wish to do. Yang Hao replied, smiling. We can choose. Zhu Ying was taken aback, musing to herself, the wealthy truly are different. They can choose their jobs at will. Tingting, remember when you mentioned wanting to open a bubble tea shop after graduating? Yang Hao turned to Sun Tingting at a red light. I was too young then, dreaming naively. I thought the low cost of bubble tea meant it would be easy to make a profit. Now I realize how challenging it is to keep a bubble tea shop afloat, Sun Tingting said with a wry smile, shaking her head. Many young women have similar aspirations, believing that running a bubble tea shop would be both profitable and easy, unaware that the industry has long surpassed its entrepreneurial golden age, facing severe competition as established brands close down. What about now? Any dreams? Yang Hao asked with a grin. Dreams? Sun Tingting's gaze drifted to the window. Lost in thought, during her final year in college, she was filled with ambition, envisioning herself as a corporate elite, entering upscale offices and earning a handsome salary. However, over the past year since graduation, she had faced numerous setbacks, the harsh realities of life eroding her fervor. Before taking her current job selling phones, she merely desired a stable office position. Yet, such roles were scarce, often relegated to entry-level positions like receptionists. Thus, discussing dreams felt somewhat extravagant. If possible, I would love to open a cat CAF. Spending my days surrounded by cats would be sheer bliss, Sun Tingting confessed. Having long desired to adopt a cat, but unable to do so due to her circumstances, as she struggled even to care for herself. During her leisure time, she often visits a cat CAF, spending entire afternoons indulging in the company of cats. Each visit ignites a dream within her. Should fortune smile upon her, she would aspire to open her own cat CAF. Akat guff. Splendid. Yang Hao nodded in agreement. Then let us indeed open one. Chapter 79. A startlingly high salary. What? Really? Sun Tingting was initially taken aback, but soon her eyes sparkled with excitement. Opening a cat CAF had become her most cherished dream after her lofty ambitions had faded away. However, at this stage of her life, that dream seemed rather distant. Yet, now Yang Hao was saying they could actually open a cat CAF, which filled her with elation. Indeed, the storefront has already been rented. Yang Hao had been wavering between establishing a tea house or a coffee shop. After hearing Sun Tingting's aspirations, he suddenly realized that a cat CAF would be an excellent choice. Given that a tea house or a typical coffee shop would likely incur losses, though Yang Hao had no intention of making a profit, running a cat CAF could potentially yield some earnings or at least minimize losses. The area around the storefront was surrounded by numerous office buildings and a high school, making the prospect of a cat CAF quite promising, as office ladies and young girls were its primary clientele. Brother Yang, you are helping Tingting realize her dream. How incredibly charming. I would be envious if a man could fulfill my dreams. I would certainly marry him. Zhu Ying chimed in, eager for Sun Tingting, her good friend, to swiftly win over Yang Hao. After all, having a wealthy friend would ensure a worry-free life ahead. All she needed was to cling to her friend's coattails. Upon hearing Zhu Ying's teasing, Sun Tingting's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Sitting in the back row with Zhu Ying, she quickly nudged her friend, signaling her to be quiet. I was merely sharing my thoughts, Zhu Ying retorted playfully. Yang Hao merely smiled in silence as he continued to drive. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yang Hao's Bentley came to a stop in front of an empty storefront. This is the place. Should a cat CAF suffice? He inquired as he stepped out of the car. Absolutely. It's more than enough. Combined, it must be over 200 square meters. Sun Tingting exclaimed, her bright eyes brimming with excitement. Let us go inside and take a look, Yang Hao said as he unlocked the door. This used to be a coffee shop, so converting it into a cat CAF should be relatively straightforward. It should be operational in about half a month. Indeed, the original decor is quite new, and much of it is usable, Zhu Ying agreed. Sun Tingting, unable to contain her enthusiasm, began exploring both the upstairs and downstairs, silently envisioning the design of her dream cat CAF. There could be an enormous transparent cat room, with a clear tube connecting the first and second floors, and a feeding area inside. After Sun Tingting had taken her time exploring, Yang Hao finally asked, how do you feel? Do you have confidence in managing this cat CAF? Me? Manage it myself? Sun Tingting asked uncertainly. And Zhu Ying too. This shop will be entrusted to both of you. Yang Hao replied, shrewdly, but we both lack any experience. I'm worried we one team manage it well. Sun Tingting said, frowning softly. While she desperately wanted to run the cat CAF, the lack of experience was a daunting reality. Being handed such a large establishment made her feel uneasy. Tingting, you must have confidence in yourself. I believe we can manage it excellently. Zhu Ying quickly encouraged, sensing Sun Tingting wavering. Yang Hao nodded, affirming Zhu Ying is right. Confidence is key. The lack of experience is not an issue. You can hire an experienced employee. Given the size of the shop, you 2-1T be able to handle everything alone. Well, let us discuss salary matters. At this juncture, Yang Hao instinctively cleared his throat. His mission was to assist Sun Tingting in arranging employment, and given the circumstances, it was clear that specific salary details needed to be addressed promptly. Ding! The system detected that the host is embarking on an entrepreneurial venture. Having one's own business allows for aiding more individuals in need. This system will provide random subsidies for the host's entrepreneurial project. Ding! The entrepreneurial subsidy blind box has been issued. Yes, no, open. Yang Hao hadn't even finished a sentence when the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Darn it, there's actually an entrepreneurial subsidy? Why was TI informed earlier? Yang Hao was momentarily stunned, then silently grumbled before quickly responding. Yes. Open. Ding. The entrepreneurial subsidy blind box opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving a renovation subsidy of $2 million. Congratulations to the host for receiving a double employee salary subsidy for 3 years. Note 1. Renovation subsidy can only be used for store decoration. Note 2. Employee salary must be within a reasonable range for the double subsidy to take effect. The reasonable range refers to not exceeding 3 times the current city's average salary. One word, 6. This is not a mere entrepreneurial subsidy. It's simply an opportunity for Yang Hao to reap benefits. If he understood correctly, for example, if he offered a salary of $10,000 a month, the system would supplement an additional $20,000. If he disbursed $100,000 in salaries, the subsidy would reach $200,000. Although this salary subsidy might only be a small amount for Yang Hao at the moment, no one would ever complain about extra money. Moreover, offering Sun Tingting a high salary would certainly enhance his favorability. Brother Yang, as long as the salary isn't lower than what we had before, it'll be fine. After all, working under you will be much more comfortable than before. Seeing Yang Hao pause for an extended time without speaking about salary, Zhu Ying assumed he was hesitating over how much to offer and expressed her expectations. What is the average salary in Jiangxing? Yang Hao asked, coming back to reality. It seems to be around 10,000, Zhu Ying recalled, having seen on the news. However, after this average salary was published, many workers complained about being averaged out, especially those like Zhu Ying and Sun Tingting, who had only graduated 1 or 2 years prior and could hardly attain a monthly average salary of 10,000. Upon hearing Yang Hao's question, Zhu Ying mistakenly thought that Boss Yang was about to offer her a salary of 10,000 a month, and she immediately felt exhilarated. Earning 10,000 a month was Zhu Ying's most significant goal lately. Previously, while working as a sales associate at Huawei, she had occasionally surpassed 10,000 in a month. But that was rare. Most of the time, her salary ranged from 4,000 to 8,000, averaging around 6,000, which was still quite distant from the monthly target of 10,000. I'll check it out. Yang Hao, concerned about offering too high a salary and missing out on the subsidy, decided to look for authoritative data. He immediately took out his phone to search for last year's average salary for urban residents in Jiangxing. Ultimately, he found a figure to be 10,800 yuan. All right, let us do this. Yang Hao cleared his throat and solemnly announced, Ting, you are the store manager, with a monthly salary of 30,000. Zhu Ying, you are the deputy manager, with a monthly salary of 28,000. Chapter 80. This amount includes other services, right? Huh, how much? Upon hearing the salaries Yang Hao proposed for the 2 young ladies, they were utterly astonished, their mouths agape with disbelief. Yang Hao was quite pleased with their reaction. Such a generous salary deserved an equally impressive response. At that moment, he also felt a hidden thrill in being able to influence the destinies of others. Until today, Sun Tingting and Zhu Ying were merely ordinary salespeople, just 2 among countless others. Now, they had suddenly ascended to the level of an annual salary of 300,000, categorizing them among the high-income earners in any city. Before the assistance of his father, Yang Hao's annual income ranged between 150,000 and 250,000, which was already considered a substantial income among average workers, but it was the result of many years of effort. In contrast, Sun Tingting and Zhu Ying had only graduated less than 2 years ago, yet they were now offered salaries exceeding 300,000. Their excitement was palpable. Was this really so surprising? Yang Hao chuckled, shrugging his shoulders as he reiterated their salaries. Ting, as the store manager, your monthly salary is 30,000. Ying, as the deputy manager, you will receive 28,000 monthly. Is that clear now? Brother-in-law, this is just too much. Sun Tingting finally managed to voice her thoughts after a long moment of silence, genuinely taken aback by the staggering monthly salary. A monthly income of 30,000 was nearly equivalent to what she had earned in half a year. It was excessively high. She had never imagined she could receive such a salary. You are the store manager. The responsibilities you bear are significant. 30,000 is not excessive, is it? Yang Hao replied with a smile. Brato Yang, are you certain that our only task is to manage this cat CAF without any additional responsibilities? Zhu Ying inquired softly, quickly adding, I don't mean to imply that it's unacceptable. Other services could be acceptable. I just need to understand. After speaking, Zhu Ying lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Despite her usual bold demeanor, she felt a bit embarrassed in this moment. She had once fantasized about encountering a warm benefactor who would support her financially without demanding arduous labor in return. Yet, she knew such a dream was merely a fantasy, given her self-awareness regarding her own circumstances. However, today, she had unexpectedly encountered such a figure. A monthly income of 28,000 that amounted to 336,000 a year. But her role was simply that of a CAF employee. This was indistinguishable from the life she had envisioned. Naturally, Zhu Ying found herself pondering the implications. Yet, she had no grounds to refuse, for Yang Hao appeared to her as an exceedingly charming man. Even if she were merely his kept woman, she felt content. However, her words left Yang Hao momentarily speechless. He simply wished to take advantage of a favorable situation, devoid of any ulterior motives. The average salary in Jiangsheng was just over 10,000, according to his father's rules, offering the two of them a salary around 30,000 would allow him to receive a subsidy of 60,000, resulting in a monthly total of 120,000, or an annual sum of 440,000. Moreover, the CAT CAF would not employ only these two. Yang Hao planned to hire 3 more individuals. Therefore, having 5 employees for the CAF seemed reasonable, allowing him to further capitalize on the opportunity. However, Zhu Ying clearly misunderstood the situation. Sun Tingting, who had not initially considered this angle, widened her beautiful eyes upon hearing her friend's words, as if a revelation had struck her. The unspoken implications seemed to suggest such a high salary must have ulterior motives. Is brother-in-law intending to support us? Sun Tingting instinctively turned to Zhu Ying, who appeared to grasp her thoughts and nodded affirmatively. Sun Tingting was left speechless. Girls, after all, often harbor a touch of vanity. Yet, unlike her sister, Sun Tingting was not materialistic. She believed she could not engage in such a relationship where money was exchanged for affection. Moreover, she had not anticipated that her former brother-in-law harbored such intentions. Is he planning to pamper himself after achieving success? Is this a form of humiliation? Just as Sun Tingting was about to refuse, Yang Hao interjected, Ying, where are your thoughts wandering? I am hiring you to manage the CAT CAF. There are no additional conditions attached. Can you please think rationally? The reason for offering such high salaries is to motivate you. Some employers expect their horses to run fast while feeding them little, which is simply unrealistic. I believe that if we provide ample sustenance, the horses will surely gallop forward with vigor. Don't you agree? Yang Hao asserted with righteousness, justifying his stance. Absolutely. Brother Yang is spot on. If only all employers were like him. Zhu Ying nodded vigorously. Sun Tingting, who had been on the verge of protest, found herself at a loss for words. Her former brother-in-law had no intentions as she had imagined. It was merely Zhu Ying's misguided thoughts. Furthermore, there is one more matter. For the initial renovations of the CAT CAF, I am prepared to allocate 2 million. You two could discuss how to spend it. But one condition. This money must be spent on the CAF's renovations. Yang Hao dropped another bombshell. What? 2 million? The two were once again taken aback. Their mouths agape as they stared blankly at Yang Hao. Since the previous establishment had been a coffee shop, much of the existing decor could still be utilized, leading Sun Tingting and Zhu Ying to believe they could open without significant investment. Yet, under such circumstances, Yang Hao was willing to invest 2 million for renovations. It was simply extravagant. Brother-in-law, we won't need that much money. I believe a few 100,000 would suffice. Sun Tingting suggested, feeling it unnecessary to be so lavish. Yang Hao, however, waved his hand dismissively. If we are to do this, let's do it right. At the very least, aesthetically, we must surpass other CAT CAFs to enhance our competitiveness. Moreover, I am offering you elite salaries. And I hope you will devote all your energy to managing this CAF, ensuring it stands out and innovates. Yang Hao subtly applied pressure on them, instilling a sense of responsibility. Ting Ting, I think Brother Yang is right. If we're to do this, we should aim for the best. Otherwise, a run-of-the-mill cat CAF would be pointless. Zhu Ying immediately echoed, recognizing the importance of adhering to the boss's vision. Do you two have any other questions? If not, you may start your duties now. Yang Hao inquired once more. No questions. They both affirmed. Okay, from this moment on, this cat CAF belongs to both of you. Shortly, I will provide you with a bank card containing the 2 million renovation budget. From now on, all responsibilities lie with you. Good luck. Chapter 81. Farewell to the beautiful lawyer Ding. The task of assisting women for pleasure has been completed. Reward: small red envelope X1, beginner blind box X1. After Yang Hao assigned work to Sun Tingting, the voice of the overseer echoed once more. Yang Hao skillfully opened the small red envelope and the beginner blind box. Ding! Small red envelope opened successfully. Congratulations, the host has received 990,000 R coins. The small red envelope yielded a substantial sum, setting a promising tone. Ding! Beginner blind box opened successfully. Congratulations, the host has received a Tesla Model Y, long-range version. The small red envelope was generous. Yet the beginner blind box was merely average. After all, the long-range Tesla Model Y is priced just above 300,000, and Yang Hao already possessed 2 vehicles, rendering this one unnecessary. However, a vehicle could indeed be useful for the store. During the upcoming renovation, Sun Tingting would need to travel extensively, and having a car would certainly be more convenient. Subsequently, Yang Hao visited a nearby bank to obtain a platinum card, transferring the 2 million renovation funds from the overseer into it. He also upgraded his own bank card, activating a super online banking service. Upon exiting the bank, the Tesla Model Y rewarded by the overseer had also arrived. He drove the Tesla back to the store, where Sun Tingting and Zhu Ying were discussing how to renovate the cat CAF. Yang Hao had previously stated that he would not interfere with the renovations, entrusting all responsibilities to the 2 women. This was a sign of trust, which also placed considerable pressure on them. Tingting, come here for a moment. Yang Hao called out to Sun Tingting from the store entrance. Upon seeing Yang Hao return, Sun Tingting hurriedly ran to the door, followed closely by Zhu Ying. Tingting, this car is for you. From now on, you can use it for procurement and renovation-related tasks. Yang Hao handed the keys of the Tesla Model Y directly to Sun Tingting. Huh? A car too? Sun Tingting's mouth fell open in astonishment. You are the store manager. After all, it's only fitting to have a vehicle. Besides, it would be inconvenient without one, Yang Hao said with a relaxed shrug, noting that it was a reward from the overseer, requiring no expenditure on his part. Oh, thank you, brother-in-law. Sun Tingting quickly expressed her gratitude, her gaze instinctively drifting toward the Tesla, its white paint gleaming under the sunlight, unmistakably a brand-new vehicle. Although she lacked extensive knowledge about cars, she was aware of the Tesla brand, especially as its owner, Xiaoma, was renowned globally. And here is this bank card for you. It contains 2 million, and the password is my birthday. All expenses for the renovation should be covered from this card. If there are any large expenditures requiring verification, just give me a call. Yang Hao handed Sun Tingting the newly acquired bank card. The figure of 2 million left Sun Tingting utterly shocked. Although Yang Hao had mentioned earlier that the renovation of the cat CAF would require 2 million, hearing the amount in her possession was an entirely different matter. This was 2 million. How many workers would take a lifetime to earn such a sum? After a moment of processing, Sun Tingting nodded somewhat numbly. Okay, understood. All right, continue with your work. I have matters to attend to. If there are any problems, just call me. Yang Hao waved nonchalantly before stepping into his Bentley, quickly disappearing from Sun Tingting's sight. Wow, a Tesla Model Y. Just like that. Zhu Ying exclaimed, moving closer to the vehicle, admiring its pristine paint. Tingting, I think Yang Ge definitely has feelings for you. Once Yang Hao had completely left, Zhu Ying approached the Tesla Model Y, her fingers brushing against the immaculate surface as she expressed her amazement. At that moment, Sun Tingting felt a whirlwind of emotions. The experiences of that morning had been astonishingly surreal. Just this morning, she had been a struggling worker, earning a meager salary, subject to the whims of customers and superiors. And now, she was the manager of a CAT-CAF with over $2 million invested, a monthly salary of $30,000, and a Tesla at her disposal. It was as though she had taken a monumental leap into her dream life, all in a single morning, thanks to Yang Hao. At that moment, she truly understood what it meant to possess the power of wealth. Those with such capabilities could effortlessly alter another's fate, like hers and also Zhu Ying's. Ting Ting, why not take the car for a spin? We can visit the CAT-CAFS we discussed earlier to draw inspiration for our renovation style and consult with professional design companies. Zhu Ying suggested, already opening the passenger door, eager to hop inside. All right, let me lock up the store first. Sun Ting Ting, being just an ordinary young woman, naturally harbored a sense of vanity and a fondness for beautiful cars. She too was curious about what it felt like to drive the new vehicle. After securing the store, she climbed into the car. Ting Ting, why not just go for Yang Hao? Wouldn't it be delightful to be a wealthy wife? Zhu Ying remarked. Could you stop thinking in that direction? My brother-in-law hasn't said anything at all. Sun Ting Ting shot Zhu Ying a glance. Do I even need to say it? Helping you realize your dreams, offering you a salary of $30,000 and gifting you a car. Yang Hao is a man of action, unlike those who merely talk big. If a man were willing to do all this for me, I wouldn't hesitate to become his lover. Zhu Ying lamented sincerely. Sun Ting Ting chose not to respond, primarily because she had no valid counterargument. If a man were to perform such acts without any ulterior motives, she would find it hard to believe. Yet the issue remained that Yang Hao had said nothing and imposed no conditions. She had no reason to refuse, nor the courage to do so. What worker wouldn't want to live such a life? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Zhanghe District Court, Yang Hao finally found a parking space. After securing his vehicle, he sent a message via WeChat to lawyer Lin Yun, informing her of his arrival. Lin Yun replied, asking him to wait a moment. About 15 minutes later, the beautiful lawyer he had encountered previously appeared before him. She wore a white silk blouse, tailored to accentuate her alluring figure, paired with a black body-hugging skirt that reached mid-thigh, perfectly outlining her curves. Her black high heels complemented the sheer black stockings encasing her legs. With her striking appearance, she drew the attention of numerous passers-by as she approached the court. However, Lin Yun appeared somewhat troubled, her brow furrowed as she walked, glancing through the case files in her hands, likely indicating that her earlier court session had not gone smoothly. Accompanying her was a middle-aged woman, seemingly in her 40s, presumably Lin Yun's client, whose expression mirrored Lin Yun's concern, suggesting they had lost their case. Upon reaching the roadside, the two exchanged a few words before the middle-aged woman entered taxi. Observing this, Yang Hao pulled his car out from the parking space and parked beside Lin Yun, who was engaged in a phone call. Noticing a Bentley beside her, Lin Yun frowned slightly. She had encountered too many men trying to strike up conversations while driving luxury cars. Although it is rare to see someone driving a Bentley, the underlying purpose remains the same, and Lin Yun harbors a profound aversion to such advances. Does one truly believe that possessing a modicum of wealth entitles them to have every woman in the world orbit around them? Lin Yun averted her gaze, focusing intently on the phone's ringtone, yet the other party remained unresponsive. Was it not said they had already arrived? What was going on? Lin Yun silently criticized in her mind, when suddenly she heard someone call out, "Lawyer Lin, get in the car." Instinctively, she turned her head to see that the passenger window of the Bentley had been rolled down and the man in the driver's seat was fervently waving at her. Is it you?" Lin Yun stared in astonishment at Yang Hao, feeling utterly disconcerted. If memory serves, had not this man been severely deceived by his ex-wife? Could it be an act? Chapter 82. Turning the ex-wife into a debtor. Lin Yun still vividly recalls the despondent expression etched on the man's face that fateful day in the office. Consequently, she took the liberty to discuss with her partner whether it would be possible to recover some of the lost funds in such a situation, only to conclude that it was rather implausible, which left her quite perturbed for a considerable while. Yet after a few days of absence, the man astonishingly appeared driving a Bentley. How absurd that she had felt concern for him. "Are you Mr. Yang?" Lin Yun inquired, refraining from immediately entering the vehicle, instead posing her question through the car window. Yes, that's me, Yang Hao replied, brandishing his phone. We arranged this through WeChat. Hop in. Let us find a place to eat and chat. After confirming Yang Hao's identity, Lin Yun finally opened the passenger door and settled inside the car. I recall you mentioned that all your assets were deceitfully taken by your ex-wife. What is the story behind this vehicle? Once inside, Lin Yun furrowed her brow and questioned. I've been rather fortunate. I inherited a substantial estate. Yang Hao responded, feigning modesty. I owe a debt of gratitude to you, Lawyer Lin. Remember that day when you assured me that fortune would smile upon me? Miraculously, the very next day, my circumstances improved. Yang Hao had meticulously crafted a narrative regarding the origins of his newfound wealth, reminiscent of the cinematic character Wang Duiyu, who inherited a vast fortune. Though it sounded somewhat implausible, it was nevertheless a relatively plausible explanation. Is that so? You are indeed fortunate, Lin Yun acknowledged, nodding. But what brings you to seek my counsel today? Let us eat while we talk. I'm a bit hungry myself. How about some Western cuisine? Yang Hao inquired as he maneuvered the car away from the courthouse. No need for such extravagance. I have a hearing this afternoon. There's a noodle shop nearby. A bowl of noodles will suffice. Lin Yun gestured toward a small alley, demonstrating her familiarity with the area as a lawyer. Yang Hao acquiesced, following her directions until they soon arrived at the modest noodle shop. After parking, they both exited the vehicle. The establishment was small, with perhaps 10 tables, nearly all occupied, save for one at the entrance. Please take a seat. Let me know what you wish to order. Lin Yun signaled for Yang Hao to claim a table, while she proceeded to place their orders. Knife-cut noodles will do. Yang Hao replied casually, glancing at the large menu above the counter. Lin Yun nodded slightly and moved to the counter to order. At that moment, Yang Hao received a WeChat message from his informant, Wang Ying, indicating that she was accompanying Sun Jejia to the law firm and then to the courthouse with Lawyer Tong. The advantage of having an informant became evident. He was privy to the enemy's every move. Let us get to the point. What is it that you want? Lin Yun inquired, taking a seat opposite Yang Hao while wiping the table with a napkin. Yang Hao sensed a hint of class resentment emanating from Lin Yun, as her demeanor had noticeably cooled since she spotted him in the Bentley. This shift perplexed him, but now was not the time for such reflections. Clearing his throat, he continued, Do you remember the situation I previously described? Yes, I do, Lin Yun nodded. A sham divorce turned into a real one, with your ex-wife absconding with all your assets, correct? Precisely, Yang Hao affirmed. The current predicament is that my ex-wife has been evading me. But upon learning of my sudden wealth, she suspects I have hidden or transferred marital assets. Now she intends to sue me for a reallocation of those assets. She wishes to reallocate the marital property. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with amusement. That could be advantageous for you, provided, of course, that you have neither hidden nor transferred any marital assets. I assure you, I have not. Yang Hao asserted confidently. All my current assets were acquired post-divorce. Are you certain? Lin Yun scrutinized Yang Hao's eyes, probing further. As a seasoned lawyer, she had encountered countless clients who embellished the truth. Yet the law demands veracity, relying on evidence. Even if a client deceived her, it was they who ultimately bore the consequences, as exemplified by a recent case involving a middle-aged woman who concealed her infidelity, only to be caught in court by irrefutable evidence. I am certain all my assets were acquired after the divorce. During our marriage, I neither concealed nor transferred a single penny. Yang Hao responded with unwavering conviction. If that is indeed the case, then your ex-wife's lawsuit may inadvertently be a windfall for you. Simply await the court's decision, Lin Yun observed, studying Yang Hao intently and sensing no deceit in his demeanor. I have also uncovered new evidence, she continued. It's an audio recording from the dashcam of our car at the time. I will send you the audio file. Yang Hao promptly transmitted the relevant recording to Lin Yun. Upon receiving the file, Lin Yun retrieved her Bluetooth headset from her bag and attentively began to listen. As she did, the server brought forth the 2 bowls of noodles and side dishes Lin Yun had ordered. Yang Hao, taking advantage of her distraction, began to enjoy his own bowl of knife-cut noodles. This recording could serve as evidence, demonstrating that your divorce was merely a fade. Thus, The asset division agreement would be rendered void, Lin Yun concluded after listening. Are you saying I could reclaim half of my assets? Yang Hao inquired. Theoretically, yes. Lin Yun nodded, softly analyzing the implications. If everything aligns with your account, the court is likely to rule in favor of a 50-50 asset split. Your ex-wife would be required to return half of the assets. However, whether this can be enforced is another matter. If she has already squandered the money or transferred it, enforcing the judgment may prove challenging. Just tell me the worst-case scenario. Yang Hao interjected. The worst outcome would be the court ruling in your favor, ordering your ex-wife to return the assets, yet she possesses no enforceable assets under her name, leaving you potentially empty-handed. However, in such a case, she will be listed as a dishonest debtor, Lin Yun explained. The irony of winning a court case, yet failing to recover funds, was not lost on Lin Yun. She had witnessed numerous such instances. Hence, the adage the debtor is the master had gained traction in society. Yet, upon hearing Lin Yun's explanation, Yang Hao chuckled. To him, the prospect of reclaiming money had become inconsequential. He was not lacking in funds. In contrast, the idea of placing Sun Jiejie on the dishonest debtor list, restricting her access to high-speed trains and flights, and limiting her high consumption would bring him far greater satisfaction, an exquisite form of revenge. Chapter 83. Suing ex-wife Sun Jiejie. Lawyer Lin, may I invite you to be my attorney? Yang Hao extended the invitation with earnestness. Of course, came the prompt reply from Lin Yun. Based on the information we have, this case is nearly guaranteed to win. There is no reason for me to decline. Thank you, Lawyer Lin. Let us embark on this journey together. May our collaboration be fruitful. With that, Yang Hao lifted his bowl of noodles and, without waiting for Lin Yun's reaction, gently tapped his bowl against hers. He then tilted his head back and savored a hearty sip of the broth. If you wish to drink the soup, you need not hesitate, Lin Yun remarked with a roll of her eyes. However, she found his unpretentious demeanor quite admirable. She had expected him to behave like most affluent individuals after acquiring a Bentley, yet he proved to be unexpectedly down-to-earth. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the car to sign a power of attorney agreement. My suggestion is to take the initiative in this matter. Do not merely respond defensively. You should actively sue Sun Jiejie, demanding a re-evaluation of the marital assets. This will allow you to apply for asset preservation, effectively freezing all her properties. Lin Yun advised after the agreement was finalized. Of course, I must reiterate, this course of action hinges on the fact that you have not concealed or transferred any marital assets. Otherwise, you would be ensnaring yourself, she added. Understood. Let's proceed with the lawsuit. What materials do I need to prepare? Yang Hao asked, confident that his assets were all legitimately acquired through his father. I shall draft the complaint. The recording you sent me can serve as evidence. Additionally, I will need your identity information and that of your ex-wife. If you're set on filing the suit, I can accompany you to the courthouse, Lin Yun noted, mentioning her own court appearance scheduled for 1:50 p.m. that day. Excellent, Yang Hao replied decisively, and together they made their way to the court. What followed was the submission of materials and procedural formalities. But in a bid to expedite the process, Yang Hao employed a generous monetary incentive. After distributing 2 substantial red envelopes, the case was promptly registered, and he was informed that the court summons would soon be mailed to Sun Jiejie. However, Yang Hao was unaware of Sun Jiejie's current address, so the summons would be sent to the address listed on her identification, her hometown, which also happened to be the residence of his former in-laws. Furthermore, Yang Hao applied for asset preservation, resulting in the freezing of all of Sun Jiejie's bank accounts and digital wallets. While this process typically required about a week, Yang Hao's monetary influence ensured that everything was completed swiftly. For him, this lawsuit was a means of vindication. He was determined to make Sun Jiejie's experience as uncomfortable as possible. After fulfilling these tasks, Lin Yun proceeded to attend the court hearing. While Yang Hao drove away from the courthouse to a villa he was set to acquire in the suburban area of Wangjiang Garden. At 2:30 p.m., Sun Jiejie and her attorney, Tong Li-sin, arrived at the Jianghe District People's Court. Accompanying them was Yang Hao's undercover informant, Wang Ying, who, having fully aligned with Yang Hao, carried a recording device during her meeting with Sun Jiejie, recording the entire conversation. Unbeknownst to Sun Jejia and Tong Lisin, they were scheming ways to reclaim assets. Upon reaching the filing office, Tong Lisin submitted the lawsuit and relevant documents. However, the staff were momentarily taken aback upon reviewing the materials. Due to the previous monetary exchange, they had a vivid recollection of Yang Hao's submission, and now, seeing this lawsuit from the opposite perspective, confusion ensued. "What is the matter?" Tong Lisin inquired, her brow furrowed. "Is your ex-husband present?" the staff member asked. "Yes, I am here." Sun Jejia quickly stepped forward. "Your ex-husband has already filed a lawsuit against you. Your claims are identical, so you simply need to prepare for your defense. Of course, you may file a separate suit, but the current complaint must be amended since your claims are the same." The staff member explained earnestly. "What? He sued me?" Sun Jejia's shock was palpable. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "On what grounds does he have to sue me? How shameless!" she exclaimed, unaware of the underlying circumstances, her indignation masking her vulnerability. Tong Lisin, seasoned in legal matters, maintained her composure and turned to the staff member. "Has the summons been dispatched?" "Yes, it has been sent," came the reply. Due to Yang Hao's expedited approach, the case had entered a fast lane. "What should I do now?" Sun Jejia asked Tong Lisin, clearly unsettled by the unexpected turn of events. Her initial intention had been to land a decisive blow against Yang Hao. Yet now, she found herself on the defensive. "Prepare for your defense. Did I not mention that your claims are aligned?" Tong Lisin said, her brow knitted in concern. She had always believed they held an advantageous position in this case. But the current developments suggested otherwise. If Yang Hao were indeed concealing marital assets, he would not have initiated a lawsuit against Sun Jejia. His willingness to sue indicated confidence. Either he had not concealed anything or he was convinced his actions left no trace. Regardless of the scenario, the complexity of the case had escalated significantly. Tong Lisin had a contingency agreement with Sun Jejia, meaning if they failed to recover any funds, her efforts would be in vain. Thus, this revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue. Must we simply wait for the court date? Sun Jejia was bewildered. She had believed herself to be the one in control, only to find herself in a reactive position. For now, it must be so, unless we file a separate suit, which will be challenging given the current evidence. Tong Lisin replied, her voice low as she pondered. Is it truly impossible that Yang Hao's newfound wealth was acquired post-divorce? Absolutely impossible. We divorced merely a month ago. How could he possibly amass millions in such a short time? Sun Jejia vehemently shook her head, refusing to believe her ex-husband could have earned such a fortune in just 30 days. Jejia, if you are so certain, then let us wait for the court date. In the meantime, we can gather more evidence. After all, falsehoods cannot become truth, Wang Ying interjected, attempting to provide reassurance. Indeed, let us return for now, Tong Lisin concurred. As an experienced attorney, she feared her efforts might be in vain unless Sun Jejia could present compelling evidence. Upon exiting the courthouse, Tong Lisin excused herself, citing other obligations, and departed in her vehicle. Sun Jejia took a taxi back to the hotel with Wang Ying. However, when the time came to pay the fare, Sun Jejia discovered that her WeChat payment was not functioning. Switching to Alipay yielded the same result. Upon further investigation, she realized that both her WeChat and Alipay accounts had been frozen by the court. This Sun Jejia clenched her teeth, quickly realizing that this was due to Yang Hao's application for the preservation of her assets. Originally, she had intended to initiate such proceedings herself. Yet, now her own accounts were frozen. "You Yang, just wait. Half of that money is mine." Enraged and humiliated, Sun Jejia erupted in a tirade. "Excuse me, could you please settle the fare?" The driver, looking helpless, reminded her. "Allow me," Wang Ying kindly offered, promptly paying the fare and swiftly ushering Sun Jejia out of the vehicle. Chapter 84. Sun Jejia in despair. "Hello, Lawyer Tong, what should I do? My bank card, WeChat, and Alipay have all been frozen." Upon returning to her hotel room, Sun Jejia immediately dialed Tong Lisin's number. Must the lawsuit conclude before they can be unfrozen? What am I to do during this time? Oh, very well then. She hung up the phone, feeling dejected as she collapsed onto the sofa. What did Lawyer Tong say? Wang Ying quickly inquired. My assets will remain frozen until the lawsuit concludes. Sun Jejia exclaimed, her face devoid of hope. She furiously added, I truly misjudged him. I never anticipated that Yang would be so ruthless. Suing me is one thing, but freezing my assets as well. What sort of person does that? Disregarding any semblance of marital affection? Sun Jiejia cursed under her breath, while Wang Ying silently scoffed. How Go merely followed your path. Wasn't that your intention before you went to court? What hypocrisy. Xiaoying, could you lend me some money? I promise to repay you once the lawsuit is settled. After venting her frustrations, Sun Jiejia turned to Wang Ying with a sorrowful expression. Jiejia, it's not that I don't want to help you. You know I've taken a long leave to assist you with this lawsuit, and I want to receive my salary until next month. I can barely cover my rent. Wang Ying lamented internally. You brought this upon yourself by plotting against Hao Ge. Sun Jiejia was aware of Wang Ying's financial situation. The latter was part of the Moonlight tribe, living paycheck to paycheck. Asking her for money was indeed a tall order. Just then, the hotel room phone rang. Sun Jiejia picked it up. It was the front desk. Ms. Sun, your room is due to expire tomorrow. Would you like to extend your stay? What? It's due tomorrow? Sun Jiejia was taken aback. This was the last straw. Her assets were frozen, and now she was on the brink of losing her place to stay. Please hold on. I'll get back to you shortly. After hanging up, she quickly dialed Lu Songlin's number. He had booked this hotel for her to stay temporarily. However, the call rang for quite some time without an answer. What is going on? Is the whole world conspiring against me? Sun Jiejia felt overwhelmed. She had been preoccupied with strategizing with Tong Lisin on how to recover her assets, and had neglected to keep in touch with Lu Songlin. Now, she realized he hadn't reached out either, and he was completely unreachable. What's going on? Is Mr. Lu not answering his phone? Wang Ying asked from his side. No one is picking up. Who knows where he is? Sun Jiejia fumed. Why don't you stay at Tingting's place for a few days? I recently met a man who occasionally visits me. It's not a problem if you come over. Wang Ying suggested. Forget it. I don't want anything to mock me. She made remarks when I divorced. Sun Jiejia shook her head and dialed Lu Songlin again. This time, after a prolonged wait, he finally answered the call. But his tone was exceedingly formal. Hello, who is this? Sun Jiejia, not one to be easily fooled, discerned that he was in a difficult situation. Is this Mr. Lu? I have some business to discuss with you in person. What would be a convenient time? Apologies, but I'm in the hospital these days. Let us talk once I'm discharged. Mr. Lu, are you unwell? Sun Jiejia asked, astonished. Yes, we can talk once I'm discharged. Lu Songlin hung up abruptly. Sun Jiejia was left dumbfounded. She had hoped Lu Songlin could assist her, only to discover he was hospitalized. Is Mr. Lu actually in the hospital? Wang Ying probed curiously. Seems like it. I could hear a nurse in the background. Sun Jiejia lamented. Why is my luck so dreadful? Just when I need him, he is in the hospital. Xiaoying, do you truly have no money at all? I'm about to be homeless. Sun Jiejia looked at Wang Ying with pleading eyes. Let me show you my WeChat balance. Wang Ying thrust her WeChat wallet screen towards Sun Jiejia, revealing a little over 1,000. Jiejia, I have an idea. You could sell your gold bracelet. After the lawsuit, you can buy it back. Gold prices are quite high at the moment. Wang Ying pointed to the gold bracelet adorning Sun Jiejia's wrist. This. Sun Jiejia glanced at the bracelet, a gift from Yang Hao's family during their wedding. In her culture, it was customary to present gold jewelry during weddings, so she possessed quite a collection. It seems I have no other choice. Although the money for the bracelet came from Yang Hao's family, she had personally chosen it, and she had cherished it since their wedding. The bracelet weighed 40 grams. At current gold prices, it should fetch over 20,000 yuan. Sun Jiejia removed the bracelet, weighing it in her palm as she spoke. Let us head to a gold recycling store and inquire. Wang Ying suggested. Reluctantly, Sun Jiejia agreed, and they made their way to a nearby mall. After inquiring at several gold shops, one offered the highest buyback price of 624 yuan per gram. Sun Jiejia's bracelet sold for approximately 25,000 yuan. After receiving the money, she cast a lingering glance at the bracelet she had just sold, silently promising herself to buy it back once the lawsuit was resolved. Xiaoying, do you think I should find a job? Living off my dwindling resources isn't sustainable, especially with the trial still some time away. A job would occupy my time and allow me to earn some money. Sun Jiejia remarked glumly as they exited the mall. Previously, She had fantasized about Lu Songlin marrying her soon and living a life of luxury. Now, it seemed that such dreams were slipping further away. Reliance on Lu was proving unwise. That could work, but if the salary is too low, it wouldn't be worth it, as it wouldn't match your worth. Wang Ying teased, fully aware that given Sun Judge's qualifications, finding a high-paying job would be challenging. Exactly. I refuse to settle for a low salary. Sun Judge nodded emphatically. While waiting for a taxi, she casually opened a lifestyle service app and browsed the job listings. A recently posted advertisement caught her eye. New Cat CAF hiring staff. Salary starting at $20,000 per month. Chapter 85. Do you mind having multiple female friends? Xiaoying, take a look at this. A Cat CAF is hiring staff with a starting salary of $20,000 per month. Sun Jejia quickly clicked on the recruitment information. This Cat CAF had no educational requirements. They were looking for individuals aged 18 to 30, with a height of at least 160 centimeters, a slim figure, good posture, and attractive appearance. A fondness for animals was essential. In essence, the CAF's recruitment criteria focused heavily on looks and age. However, Sun Jejia felt she met all the requirements, being only slightly older. At 28, she still fell within the age range, thereby fully satisfying their conditions. That's ridiculous. How could a Cat CAF possibly offer a monthly salary of $20,000? Wang Ying's immediate reaction to the job posting was skepticism. What is the average salary in Jiangxing? For a Cat CAF to offer such a salary is utterly implausible. Not necessarily, Sun Jejia countered. They are indeed selective about looks and age. Perhaps they are pursuing a high-end market. I think it's worth a shot. The alluring prospect of a $20,000 monthly salary tempted Sun Jejia, who, despite her high self-esteem, recognized the current economic climate made job hunting challenging, especially for positions with such lucrative pay. Why not give it a try? Wang Ying, seasoned in social experiences, still found the job listing dubious. Yet, since Sun Jejia was eager to apply, she refrained from dissuading her. After all, if it turned out to be a scam, it wouldn't cost her anything. I'll call them now. Sun Jejia used the app's calling feature to reach out. Meanwhile, Sun Tingting and Zhu Ying had just finished browsing a decoration market and were enjoying noodles at a small eatery. Zhu Ying had sent out the job advertisement. Having consulted the owner, Yang Hao, who simply replied with 4 words, young and beautiful. Zhu Ying felt a bit resentful, complaining to Sun Tingting. Does Yang Hao want to hire staff or build a harem? However, Sun Tingting understood that having attractive CAF staff could positively influence business. Moreover, offering a salary exceeding $20,000 surely required high standards. Zhu Ying sent out the recruitment notice based on Yang Hao's criteria. Within minutes of posting, her phone began to ring incessantly, interrupting their meal. Yes, we are hiring staff. No deposit required. No tricks involved. Here's the address. A unified interview will be held tomorrow at 10 a.m. Zhu Ying replied numbly, struggling to hear over the din of the CF. Already the 9th call. The allure of a high salary is evidently substantial, Zhu Ying remarked, setting her phone down. Of course, if I saw such a job posting, I would want to try as well. The salary is quite generous. I checked other Cat CAFs, and their staff earn around $5,000. Yanggu is just too wealthy. From what he said, the staff could earn $25,000. I'd be tempted to do 2 people's work if only Yanggu would agree. Zhu Ying pouted, then quietly added, Ting Ting, I think we should have our own hiring strategy. They can be attractive, but they must not be more beautiful than you. Huh? Why not? Sun Tingting asked, puzzled. Are you really that oblivious? If the staff are more beautiful than you, what if Yanggu takes a liking to them? Your position could become precarious. Zhu Ying admonished. Ting Ting, please have a sense of urgency. Yanggu is a millionaire, and those little vixens out there are quite aggressive. Zhu Ying's expression showed her frustration at what she perceived as complacency. Sun Tingting felt somewhat perplexed. She had not considered these implications. Yet, upon reflection, Zhu Ying's concerns were not entirely unfounded. The relationship between her and Yang Hao was delicate. He still called her sister-in-law and had not shown any genuine romantic interest. On the other side, after hanging up, Sun Jejia was exhilarated. Xiaoying, They confirmed there's no deposit and no tricks involved. The interview is tomorrow at 10 a.m. I believe this job suits me well. Wang Ying, having overheard the call, felt a flicker of excitement as well. 20,000 a month? That's more than triple what I earn now. Jejia, why don't I accompany you? I can help you assess the situation. And if it turns out to be a scam, we can handle it together. Sure, let us go together tomorrow. Why don't you try interviewing as well? They mentioned hiring 3 people. With a 20,000 salary, it's far better than your current job. If we both get hired, we could work together. Sun Jejia was untroubled by the prospect of Wang Ying as a competitor, confident in her superiority in both height and appearance. The job listing clearly prioritized looks, so she felt no threat from Wang Ying and welcomed her companionship. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Although the 20,000 salary is tempting, I suspect there's something amiss. So I want to see the place in person first, Wang Ying replied, still harboring doubts. In a suburban area of Wangjiang Garden, a saleswoman named Su Jiaojiao warmly welcomed Yang Hao. They strolled through the estate, with Su Jiaojiao enthusiastically explaining the facilities and scenery. Yang Hao nodded frequently, clearly satisfied with the environment. Despite being somewhat distant from the city center, the estate had no apparent drawbacks. The landscaping was exquisite, giving the impression of homes nestled within a park. Yang, this is the one, Su Jiaojiao said, halting in front of a villa enclosed by a wooden fence. This courtyard is all yours. You can change the wooden fence to any style you prefer during renovations. The house has a registered area of 468 square meters. However, the basement and 3rd floor are complementary, bringing the total usable area to over 700 square meters. May I ask how many people live in your household? Such a large house might feel empty with too few residents. Su Jiaojiao inquired as she led Yang Hao into the courtyard. I live alone. Yang Hao discerned her probing nature, aware she was trying to ascertain his relationship status. Upon hearing his response, Su Jiaojiao's eyes lit up, and she feigned astonishment. What? Yang, someone as exceptional as you is still single? Not quite single. I have female friends, Yang Hao replied candidly. Female friends? Su Jiaojiao seized upon this detail, quickly grasping its implications. Wealthy individuals often had such arrangements. Yang, would you mind having another female friend? Su Jiaojiao asked with a radiant smile. Chapter 86. The path of the feet is also a path. Yang Hao cast a glance at the female sales representative attending to him. Her looks and figure were certainly above average, as one would expect from a high-end property like Wangjiang Garden, which demands a certain standard of appearance from sales staff. However, having recently indulged in a more lavish lifestyle, he found that someone like Su Jiaojiao, who could only be deemed as merely attractive, fell slightly short of his expectations. Indeed, for the affluent, beauty is not a scarce resource. While he had previously only heard such sentiments expressed, they were now manifesting in his own experience. The number of women pursuing him had notably increased of late. Nonetheless, he bore no objections. It was a privilege to befriend a beauty like Miss Su. Although he had no intentions of pursuing anything further with Su Jiaojiao, he maintained a courteous demeanor, as any seasoned salesperson would. Brother Yang, do you have time tonight? Perhaps we could share a meal? Su Jiaojiao extended an invitation. Not today. I have plans with friends, Yang Hao replied dismissively. Perhaps another time then, she said, a hint of disappointment in her tone. As an experienced salesperson herself, she could discern the subtext of his words. Despite Yang's apparent politeness, it was clear he had no interest in her. This outcome did not particularly shock Su Jiaojiao. After all, he drove a Bentley and resided in a standalone villa. What would he see in an ordinary real estate agent like her? Thus, when Yang Hao mentioned having several female friends, she paid little heed, merely hoping to become one among them. She had set her expectations low, yet even so, he still seemed indifferent. It was evident that around such wealthy individuals, women were in no short supply. However, now that they were acquainted, Su Jiaojiao was unwilling to give up easily. She contemplated finding opportunities to engage Yang Hao further, hoping to win him over. After completing his business, Yang Hao drove back to the city. En route, he received a call from his friend Wang Jichao. Brother Hao, I have something to tell you. Your sister-in-law, no, your ex-sister-in-law, is at our store. It seems she is looking to rent a place. Yang Hao answered via the car's Bluetooth, Wang Jichao's voice resonating through the speakers. Are you saying that Sun Jiejia is looking to rent? In truth, Yang Hao had little desire to hear about Sun Jiejia. The term ex-wife only reminded him of his grievances. Yeah, she didn't see me. She doesn't know this is where I work. She's with another woman. Wang Jichao continued. Brother Hao, is it true that you two are completely divorced? Any chance for reconciliation? Divorced is divorced. What is there to reconcile? Yang Hao retorted. Since you've spotted her, keep an eye on where she is renting. Sure. Wang Jichao answered promptly before his tone turned slightly lascivious. Brother Hao, do you have time tonight? How about we go for foot massage? A new foot bath establishment has opened nearby, and I hear there are many female university students. A foot massage? Sound good. I'll come find you later. Foot massages were indeed a favored leisure activity among men. After all, the path of the feet is a path in itself, and the techniques employed are an art form. Moreover, the young women working in such establishments often come from difficult backgrounds, gambling fathers, ill mothers, schooling siblings, and fractured families. They bear such burdens. Attending to them could almost be seen as a charitable act. Upon returning to the city, Yang Hao first stopped by Xin Yuan Group to handle some work matters. The role of a vice president in sales largely revolved around social engagements. Yet his mind was elsewhere, prioritizing other matters over socializing. He sought to quietly gather evidence of Liu Songlin's criminal activities, as he still had unfinished business with the alluring Su Yuxue. At 7 p.m., Yang Hao arrived at the entrance of the real estate agency where Wang Jichao worked. He parked the car and sent a message to notify him of his arrival. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jichao emerged, clad in the quintessential attire of a real estate agent. A black suit and a brown messenger bag. His slender frame and glasses lending him a somewhat dubious appearance, reminiscent of a character from a niche film, particularly the sort found on trains or buses. Wang Jichao scanned the street, but did not see his friend, reaching for his phone to call. Just then, the Bentley parked at the curb honked. Upon noticing the luxurious vehicle, Wang Jichao had been cursing the wealth of the owner, unaware that it was his friend Yang Hao behind the wheel. Wow, Brother Hao, you got a Bentley now? Wang Jichao exclaimed in astonishment as he hurriedly opened the passenger door and climbed in. Brother, what is going on? Did you inherit a fortune like Wang Duoyu? He asked wide-eyed. Indeed, you guessed right. Yang Hao chuckled, nodding. I had intended to relate to you as an ordinary person, but all I received in return was mockery and misunderstanding. Wait a moment, Brother Hao. That line doesn't quite fit the context here. Wang Jichao interrupted, his excitement palpable. What is really going on? You're not a hidden, rich second generation, are you? Yang Hao had playfully mentioned inheritance, but Wang Jichao took it lightly, never imagining it could be true. After all, the dramatics of movies rarely translate to reality. Weren't you just guessing? It's indeed from an inheritance. Yang Hao shrugged. In a short span, his newfound wealth could only be explained by inheritance or winning the lottery. Anything else seemed implausible. However, winning the lottery often left traces, such as the absence of major jackpots in Jiangshang's recent draws. Besides, the extent of Yang Hao's current wealth far surpassed what a mere lottery win would entail. Therefore, inheritance became the only plausible explanation. Wow, you really did inherit something, though still hard to believe. I trust you wouldn't deceive me after all these years as brothers, Wang Jichao remarked. Brother Hao, just how much did you inherit? You're driving a Bentley. He pressed curiously. It's a secret, but rest assured, tonight I'll ensure you have a memorable experience. Yang Hao said, gesturing towards Wang Jichao with a knowing glance. Wang Jichao, now thoroughly excited, pointed to a nearby pharmacy. Brother Hao, just wait a moment. I need to buy something. Chapter 87. Off to my brother's room, with his understanding of this good brother. Yang Hao knew he must be off to procure some little blue pills. There was no other way. When the pain was insufficient, one could only resort to medication. As anticipated, when Wang Jichao returned, he mysteriously handed Yang Hao one, saying, How good, have a pill. It's potent. You might as well keep it for yourself. I'm in good health. Yang Hao shruged it. Although he had reached the age of 30, his physique remained quite robust, primarily due to a solid foundation that did not necessitate reliance on drugs. All right, just call me when you need it. Wang Jichao did not press further and happily consumed a pill. What is the name of the foot massage establishment? Let me navigate to it. Yang Hao inquired, activating the car's navigation system. By Yue Guang. Wang Jichao replied. By Yue Guang. Upon hearing this name, Yang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Foot massage places are truly audacious these days, naming themselves by Yue Guang. Aspirations are always beautiful, aren't they? Wang Jichao grinned and recounted. I visited on the opening day with some colleagues. The technicians were all dressed in sailor outfits, truly evoking a Bai Yue Guang ambience. Yang Hao laughed and shook his head. Whose Bai Yue Guang is working in a foot massage parlor. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. Though they had taken this path, they could very well have been someone else by Yue Guang during their school years. This Bai Yue Guang foot massage establishment was conveniently located near Wang Jichao South Real Estate Agency, and they arrived within 10 minutes. The security guard at the entrance, noticing Yang Hao's Bentley, greeted them with exceptional warmth. After parking, they followed the usher into the grand lobby. The establishment was expansive, adorned with opulent decor that far surpassed the typical street-side shops, exuding an air of extravagance. Would you prefer one room or two? The welcoming manager, clad in a pink qipao with a curvaceous figure, inquired. Although she appeared to be around 40. Had she been younger, she likely wouldn't have been in this role. 2. Wang Jichao interjected before Yang Hao could respond. The decision on the number of rooms held significance. Ideally, they would share a room for casual conversation during a standard foot massage. However, it was evident that Wang Jichao had other intentions today, necessitating separation for his plans to unfold. Let us go with that. Yang Hao agreed with a smile. The manager understood immediately and led them to separate rooms. Sir, would you like something to drink? We have coffee, milk, black tea, and green tea available. Just green tea, please. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The technician will arrive shortly. Bring a few more in, Yang Hao requested proactively. In such establishments, technicians were typically dispatched based on availability. If one did not find a technician to their liking, they could request a change, though not in the manner of a club where one could choose from a lineup. Yang Hao's current request leaned towards the latter experience. The manager hesitated slightly. Ordinary customers typically did not receive such privileges. However, recalling the security guard's words about the guest arriving in a Bentley, she quickly donned a smile and nodded, of course. Sir, please wait a moment. After a few minutes, as Yang Hao reclined on the massage bed, a server brought tea and a fruit platter. Moments latte. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from the hallway. Those accustomed to foot massages understood the thrill that accompanied this moment, akin to the unveiling of a blind box. Yang Hao cast an eager glance toward the door. In the next instant, the door to the room swung open, revealing 5 female technicians clad in sailor outfits, led by the welcoming manager. Sir, which one do you fancy? Yang Hao's gaze swept over the 5. Just as Wang Jichao had mentioned, the quality of technicians at this establishment was indeed impressive. The 5 women appeared to be under 30, all possessing slender figures. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the last technician entering the room, he was momentarily taken aback. It was not only Yang Hao who was stunned. The technician was equally surprised. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence ensued. Suddenly, Yang Hao recalled the name of the establishment. Bai Yue Guang. Strictly speaking, the technician before him could not be considered a Bai Yue Guang. However, they shared a childhood bond. The girl's name was Chun Xiaoming, 3 years his junior. They lived in the same neighborhood, and their parents were acquainted. Having played together since childhood, Yang Hao remembered her harboring a secret affection for him. Yet, the 3-year age gap had created a significant divide. While Yang Hao was in middle school, she was in elementary school. While he was in high school, she was in middle school. And when he was in college, she was in high school. This resulted in a misconnection, as Yang Hao's romantic interests were always with contemporaries. Since his marriage, Yang Hao and Chun Xiaoming had lost contact, seeing each other only occasionally during the New Year festivities. He had learned from his parents that she was developing her career in the capital. How had she suddenly appeared in Jiangcheng, and in a foot massage parlor, no less? Ahem, you stay here. Room 49. Despite the awkwardness, Yang Hao ultimately chose Chun Xiaoming. Sir, room 49 is a first aid technician. No extra time is included. Would you like to select another? The welcoming manager hesitated. In theory, foot massage establishments were legitimate businesses, which was why they proliferated. Not all technicians offered what might be considered special services. Yang Hao had opted for a private room, and the manager understood his intent. Hence, she would not recommend room 49, which did not include extra time. No need, just her. Yang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Seeing Yang Hao's insistence, the manager refrained from further comment. She exchanged glances with the other 4 technicians, and they promptly gathered their belongings and exited the room, their high heels clicking on the floor, silently expressing their discontent. Why summon so many when none would receive extra time? The manager shared similar thoughts. He arrived in a Bentley, exuding a sense of grandeur, yet he was quite frugal. Wait a moment, Yang Hao spoke again. Sir, is there anything else? The manager maintained her smile despite her internal musings. Send them to my brother's room, each for 2 hours. Before arriving, Yang Hao had promised Wang Jichao that he would indulge him today. This lad was likely too shy to be so extravagant himself, so Yang Hao decided to assist him, especially since he had already taken the little blue pill. Weren't they supposed to be potent? All of them? The manager was both surprised and delighted, though uncertain. Yes, let them all go. Yang Hao waved his hand casually. He was in a generous mood, and this expenditure was trivial in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 88. The deceptive trap in another private room. Wang Jichao felt somewhat dissatisfied with the technician who had entered. He had intended to request a different one, but the young woman appeared so pitiable that it stirred his protective instincts. Consequently, he decided to keep her. Nevertheless, he still felt a twinge of regret, as he had already taken a medicine. Moreover, his good friend Yang Hao had promised him unfettered enjoyment. Yet, the girl who remained did not quite meet his expectations. Just as he was contemplating whether to summon another technician, a series of rapid footsteps echoed from outside the room. Following that, the cheerful hostess pushed open the door, accompanied by 4 female technicians. Boss, these 4 were arranged by your friends, each for 2 hours. Enjoy your time, the hostess said with a smile before retreating from the room. Boss, I can massage your legs. Boss, I can massage your head. Ailing, which head are you massaging? Leave one for me. As the door closed, a flurry of lively women immediately surrounded Wang Jichao. The earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by a broad smile. As he silently mused, Hao understands me. Although Wang Jichao felt his abilities were limited, ancient wisdom proclaimed, to die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost. Today he would challenge his limits. At worst, he would emerge as a strong man once again in 18 years. After all, there was little to cherish about this life of servitude. In stark contrast to Wang Jichao's exuberance, Yang Hao found himself in a rather awkward situation. Xiaoming, tell me what happened. How did you end up working here? Yang Hao gestured for Chen Xiaoming to sit beside him. They had been quite familiar in their childhood. Yet the last time they had met was during the new year 2 years prior. The unexpected reunion at a foot bath establishment felt both strange and awkward. Obediently, Chen Xiaoming settled beside Yang Hao, her large eyes glistening with tears before she even spoke. What had transpired? Her parents had not mentioned anything. If something significant had occurred in her family, it was likely that Chen Hao's parents would have informed him. Yet he had heard nothing, leaving him perplexed. It's about Xiao Jun. He is currently detained in a holding cell. Approximately 2 months earlier, he had met a woman at a bar. After drinking together several times, one night they ended up at a hotel, and the next day, she reported him for assault. Subsequently, Xiao Jun was arrested, and the lawyer indicated that the evidence against him was substantial. The woman was intoxicated, and there were marks on her body, which would likely lead to a prison sentence for Xiao Jun. As Chen Xiaoming recounted her story, Yang Hao's unease grew. This was undoubtedly a classic case of a deceptive trap, albeit an upgraded version. He had heard that such upgraded traps were nearly impossible to resolve. Given the woman's inebriated state, the court would likely conclude that she lacked the capacity to resist, and the presence of marks could be interpreted as resulting from violence. How much does she want? 500,000. Chen Xiaoming sighed softly. How good? You know my family situation. We simply cannot gather that much money. Even after pooling resources, we barely managed to scrape together 300,000. The remaining 200,000 is impossible. I have no choice but to borrow from online lending platforms. Borrowing is easy, but repaying with my income will be exceedingly difficult. A friend here mentioned that one could earn 20 to 30,000 a month. So I thought I'd give it a try. Ding. A notification of a potential beneficiary appeared. Name: Chun Xiaoming. Age: 27. Height: 166 centimeters. Weight: 49 kilograms. Current request: repay debts, resolve brother's legal issues. Rewards: Phase 1, small red envelope 1. Information package 1, Phase 2. Skill card 1, just as Chun Xiaoming was sharing her past experiences. Yang Hao heard the voice of his father echoing in his mind once more. He glanced at Chun Xiaoming and inquired, "Have you already given the 500,000 to her?" "Not yet. We are scheduled to meet with her lawyer tomorrow to sign an agreement." The lawyer said as long as the other party provides a letter of understanding, Xiao Jun could receive a suspended sentence. Yang Hao nodded and asked, "Did you borrow 200,000 from online lending?" "Yes." Chun Xiaoming nodded, tears welling in her eyes. "My family simply could not gather the funds, and they refused to relent. I cannot just watch Xiao Jun go to prison. I will lend you 200,000. Pay off the online loan immediately. Those loans are akin to usury, and the debt will only compound." Yang Hao started earnestly. "Huh? How good, you?" Chun Xiaoming was taken aback by Yang Hao's generosity, feeling both astonished and touched as tears began to stream down her cheeks. In her desperate bid to save her brother, she had indeed borrowed money from friends, but had only managed to secure 30,000 in total. A suitor who had pursued her for quite some time had vanished after she asked for financial assistance. At that moment, she realized the truth in the online anecdotes. To reject a suitor's advances, simply ask him for money. Yet here was Yang Hao, who had not seen her for nearly 2 years, offering her 200,000, particularly since he was the older brother she had secretly admired for years. In that instant, Chun Xiaoming nearly broke down, throwing herself into Yang Hao's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Yang Hao understood that in such moments, words were futile. It was best to allow her to release her emotions. As her cries gradually subsided to soft sobs, he gently patted her back. "Can I transfer the money to your Alipay?" Chun Xiaoming nodded while sniffling. Yang Hao located Chun Xiaoming in his Alipay contacts. Their last interaction on the platform had been when she sent him a dedicated work blessing. He promptly transferred 200,000 and advised, "Since phones aren't allowed during work hours, hurry back to the break room and repay the loan." "Okay. Tian Xiaoming nu did obediently. Haye. I will work hard to repay you as soon as possible. We can discuss repayment later. This job is not suitable for you. You should quit," Yang Hao declared with utmost seriousness. Chun Xiaoming nodded repeatedly. Today was her first official day at work. The training had been manageable, without the need for direct customer interaction. However, once she began working, she felt increasingly anxious, especially upon overhearing other technicians discussing unsavory topics in the break room. With the pressure of the loan lifted, she certainly did not wish to remain there. "Go quickly. Remember to repay the loan immediately," Yang Hao urged, eager for Chun Xiaoming to resolve her financial obligations and claim her rewards. Chapter 89. Redemption in a Lounge. Over 20 heavily made-up technicians were chattering animatedly. Suddenly, a voice emanated from a locker. 20,000 yuan received via Alipay. The previously boisterous atmosphere in the lounge fell silent as all eyes turned towards the source of the sound. 200,000? Who could it be? Which young lady has charmed a wealthy benefactor? Is there a chance such a generous patron could introduce me to someone? My goodness, a direct transfer of 200,000. What a tycoon. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the lounge erupted with excitement. Although the establishment had explicit rules against private transactions with clients, such occurrences were practically impossible to regulate, especially when it came to significant transfers that could not be definitively classified as earnings. Most of the technicians working here harbored the ultimate aspiration of securing a wealthy patron to elevate their circumstances. However, such instances were exceedingly rare. As affluent individuals were rarely naive, they typically engaged in these affairs for mere amusement, particularly in such environments. Yet exceptions did exist, and there were a few fortunate souls who encountered their so-called benevolent saviors. These rare success stories instilled a glimmer of hope among them. Upon hearing the notification sound from her phone, Their immediate reaction was that one of their own had struck gold. They felt an overwhelming envy. A transfer of 200,000. Such a benefactor is truly a rarity. Amidst the discussions, Chun Xiaoming hurried back to the lounge and, under the gaze of everyone, opened her locker. Was it hers? Today was her first day at work. What extraordinary luck to encounter such a wealthy benefactor on her very first day. Although she was quite attractive, she was significantly older than me. Why hasn't a benefactor bestowed 200,000 upon me at just 20 years old? As the chatter continued, it became apparent that few recognized Chun Xiaoming since it was her first official day. The friend who had introduced her to this establishment was still occupied with her clients. Upon opening Alipay and seeing her balance, she felt a wave of gratitude and quickly followed Yang Hao's instructions to repay her online loans. After settling those debts, she exhaled in relief. She was well aware of the dangers of online loans. If she hadn't been in dire straits, she would never have resorted to borrowing from such sources. Hey, let's be friends. I'm so envious of you. As Chun Xiaoming prepared to return to her private room, a young woman, seemingly in her early 20s, approached with a smile, phone in hand. What do you envy me for? Chun Xiaoming was puzzled. It was her first day at work, and she had no experience. Her phone hadn't been silenced, so she was oblivious to the news of the 200,000 transfer that all the other technicians were aware of. 200,000. How can I not be envious? Big brother must be too busy for just one sister. Let me help you. Don't worry, I want to compete for his affection. The young woman spoke candidly. In their line of work, strong camaraderie often allowed them to assist one another. They understood that expecting a wealthy man to be solely devoted to one woman was unrealistic. Since they could not retain his affection alone, it was better to find a companion to share the benefits. Chun Xiaoming, quick-witted, realized that her phone's unmuted status had revealed the news of her 200,000 transfer to everyone. Sister, it's not what you think. I can add you on WeChat. But I really don't have a big brother. She shrugged. Just then, Yang Hao's call came through. Seeing it was Yang Hao, she hurried to a quieter spot to answer. Xiaoming, have you repaid the online loans? Yes, all settled. Do you have any other debts? Yang Hao had called because he hadn't yet received the reward he was expecting. Upon hearing that Chun Xiaoming had repaid her loans, he considered the possibility that she might have other debts, as the first phase of her task was to clear all her financial obligations, not just the online loans. Chun Xiaoming hesitated, but chose to be honest. To help Xiao Jun, I borrowed 30,000 yuan from a friend and also overdrawn my credit card by 30,000. Okay, I'll transfer you another 70,000. Just clear all your debts and owe me only. After saying this, Yang Hao hung up. The next moment, a familiar voice echoed from her phone. 7,000 yuan received via Alipay. My goodness, another 70,000. That makes 270,000. This is truly a generous benefactor. What kind of fate is this? Grant me a benefactor like this. Sister, you haven't added me on WeChat. Sister, let me add you too. Add me. Suddenly, Chun Xiaoming found herself surrounded by a group of female technicians. At that moment, the matriarch, responsible for overseeing the technicians, entered the lounge. Seeing the commotion, she frowned. What is going on? It's time for work. Who is up next? Hurry. Oh, Xiaoming, why are you back here? Noticing that Chun Xiaoming, who should have been in a private room, was in the lounge, the matriarch's brow furrowed. It was a grave offense to abandon clients during service. It severely compromised their experience, especially since clients were paying for their time. Red sister, she's got a rich benefactor. Yes, a benefactor transferred her 270,000. Red sister, isn't this a blatant private transaction? Shouldn't the establishment intervene? A few envious technicians immediately reported her. What? How much did you receive? The matriarch was taken aback, her expression shifting as she looked at Chun Xiaoming. She often turned a blind eye to private transactions between technicians and clients, as it was impossible to monitor everything. If the establishment's accounts were in order, she typically would not interfere. However, a private transfer of 270,000 was exceedingly rare. While wealthy patrons were plentiful, Those willing to lavish such sums on a foot massage technician were few. Red sister, it's not what you think. The money is a loan from Hao Ge. We knew each other before. Shun Xiaoming quickly clarified. 270,000, just as a loan? What kind of relationship is that? Why borrow now of all times? The other technicians remarked sarcastically. The matriarch gestured for Qin Xiaoming to follow her outside. Did you really receive 270,000 from a client? Once in the corridor, away from prying eyes, the matriarch whispered. The money is indeed a loan. We're neighbors. We just happen to meet here. He learned of my predicament and lent me the money. You can ask Hao Ge if you don't believe me. Qin Xiaoming explained, feeling somewhat helpless. She anticipated that borrowing money from Yang Hao would lead to such complications. So, are you going to continue this job? Based on her experience, the matriarch knew that such situations often led to technicians quitting. I want to continue. I'm sorry, Red Sister. Thank you for your care these past few days. Qin Xiaoming bowed politely, acknowledging the matriarch's kindness during her training. The matriarch nodded. All right, let us part amicably. Please settle the training fees before you leave. It was previously agreed that if one does not complete a month of service, the training would incur a fee. Thank you, Sister Hong. Qin Xiaoming expressed her gratitude once more, acknowledging that the matter of training expenses had indeed been stipulated prior to her employment, and she had no intention of evading her obligations. Sister Hong, may I serve Brother Hao before I leave? Qin Xiaoming inquired again. Certainly, Sister Hong nodded, waving her hand with generosity. Go ahead, and I hope this will be the last time you utilize the skills you have acquired. Chapter 90. The Neighboring Sister. Soft and obedient Ding. The first phase of the mission has been completed. Reward. Red envelope. Small. 1. Information pouch 1. Yes. No. Open the red envelope. Inside the private room, the voice of the father figure finally resonated. Evidently, Qin Xiaoming had settled all her debts. Yang Hao immediately opened the red envelope, and this time, it contained 680,000. After deducting the 270,000 he lent Qin Xiaoming, he still made a considerable profit. Subsequently, he opened the information pouch. Beep. Information has been sent to the host's mailbox. This was not the first time Yang Hao had opened such a pouch. He quickly accessed his email. The information provided by the father figure included a video, an audio recording, and several screenshots of WeChat conversations. In the video, a man and a woman were seated on a sofa in an apartment, conspiring about how to set up Qin Xiaojun. The audio recording appeared to be from a dashcam, where they discussed which bar to lure Qin Xiaojun to before arranging a hotel stay. The subsequent chat screenshots revealed their negotiations after reporting to the police, discussing how much they would demand for a letter of understanding and how they would split the 500,000 once it was secured. According to the chat records, the woman would take 350,000, while the man would take 150,000. With this evidence, it could be established that Qin Xiaojun's alleged crime was fabricated, proving he was framed. Moreover, the chat screenshots mentioned that they had previously used the same method to obtain 400,000, with the woman taking 300,000 and the man 100,000. This indicated that they were habitual offenders. Thus, there was every reason to believe that Qin Xiaojun's case could be overturned. With this thought, Yang Hao felt a surge of excitement. The reward for the second phase of the mission was a skill card. This was something he had only seen as a reward for missions, never having obtained one before. The cash and material rewards he had received previously were tangible elements of reality. However, the skill card was different. It was akin to an item in a game that did not exist in the real world. Thus, Yang Hao eagerly anticipated what skills he might exchange for. Could he perhaps transform into a formidable figure endowed with supernatural abilities? The mere thought of it thrilled him immensely. After all, such a thing was priceless. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels striking the floor echoed from outside the door. Qin Xiaoming had returned. Upon entering the private room, she promptly closed the door, then silently crouched by the bed, pulling out a foot bath basin. As she filled it with water, she lowered her head and said, "Boss, please check the water temperature." Yang Hao was momentarily stunned and managed a wry smile. "Xiaoming, what are you doing?" "Boss, didn't you come for a foot bath?" "Now, technician, no. 49 is at your service." Chen Xiaoming replied softly as she gently placed Yang Hao's feet into the basin. Although he hesitated, his body betrayed him, allowing her to immerse both feet in the warm water. Truthfully, the sensation was quite remarkable. Growing up together, his childhood neighbor transformed into a foot bath technician. Washing his feet, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. Fortunately, the dim lighting in the room provided some cover. With Chen Xiaoming keeping her head down, and Yang Hao reclining on the massage bed, their eyes did not meet, thus avoiding any awkwardness. "Boss, is the water temperature all right?" It's fine," Yang Hao replied softly. Eyes closed. Chen Xiaoming then focused on massaging his feet, utilizing the techniques she had learned during her week of training. Her instructor had informed her that while technique was important for earning money, the true skill lay in pleasing the customers. In this regard, Chen Xiaoming was inexperienced. Due to her beauty, she had always been pursued by admirers, with men striving to please her. Now, however, the roles were reversed, leaving her feeling somewhat out of her depth. Yet the current situation was distinct. The man reclining on the massage bed was Yang Hao, the one she had secretly adored for many years. He had just rescued her from a dire predicament, intertwining her feelings of admiration and gratitude, compelling her to willingly serve him. After completing the foot bath, she proceeded to apply the techniques she had learned, starting with the soles of his feet, moving on to his shoulders, back, and then his legs. However, while massaging his thighs, Yang Hao executed a move that made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Chen Xiaoming bit her lip and, in a whisper akin to a fly's buzz, asked, "Boss, would you like to extend the time?" The impact of this question was staggering. Yang Hao trembled slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, nodded, "All right." The following day, as dawn broke, Yang Hao exited the Baiyuwang Foot Bath Center. Wang Jichao leaned against the wall, trailing behind him, murmuring softly, "Truly, age takes its toll. I'm no longer the valiant warrior of my youth. Hao Ye, how come you appear so invigorated?" Wang Jichao instinctively assumed that Yang Hao's condition mirrored his own. Yet their states of mind were worlds apart. A good night's sleep naturally leads to rejuvenation. Last night, Yang Hao had shared a bed with Chen Xiaoming, the soft and affectionate neighbor girl, ensuring a restful slumber. Upon waking, Chen Xiaoming mentioned she was returning to her dormitory to pack her belongings and resign. Yang Hao planned to head back to Jiangzhong Garden for a morning workout with the charming Guanzi, and then meet Chen Xiaoming downstairs of the dormitory. "I barely slept at all. Those girls were truly enticing," Wang Jichao mused, smacking his lips in reminiscence. Yang Hao gave him a thumbs up, impressive. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoming returned to the dormitory shared by a dozen female technicians. Due to the nocturnal nature of their work, the mornings were surprisingly lively, with many just returning from their shifts. As Chen Xiaoming entered, her friend Lu Yinyan, who had introduced her to the job, immediately approached her. "Xiaoming, I heard you're quitting?" Lu Yinyan had already caught wind of the news the previous night, learning that her friend had secured a wealthy benefactor who had transferred 270,000 on the spot. Hearing this, Lu Yinyan felt a mix of shock and envy. She and Chen Xiaoming had met while working in the capital, and while they were not particularly close, there was a financial incentive involved in referring a technician. If Chen Xiaoming worked for a month, Lu Yinyan would earn 2,000. However, with Chen Xiaoming having secured a benefactor on her very first day, Lu Yinyan felt both astonished and somewhat frustrated. That 2,000 would be lost. "Yes, I've already informed Hong Jia. I'll pack up and leave," Chen Xiaoming replied candidly. "Is it true that the benefactor transferred you 270,000? Lu Yinyan pressed further. "The transfer of 270,000 is true, but it was a loan," Chen Xiaoming clarified. She had never considered not repaying the money. It was merely that with Yang Hao as her creditor, the burden felt lighter, devoid of exorbitant interest and pressure to repay. Chapter 91. The ugly nature of humanity. The news was confirmed, and Lu Yinyan naturally felt even more envious. The so-called borrowing was merely a euphemism. With a radiant smile, she said, "Xiaoming, remember not to forget your roots when you reach wealth. Your fortune is truly remarkable. On your very first day at work, you encountered such a generous elder brother. Yesterday, Everyone spoke of you with great envy. However, as a sister, I must caution you. These men are full of tricks nowadays. Some men will initially shower you with kindness to gain your trust before executing their fraudulent schemes. Some may lead you to take out loans, while others might even sell you off to regions like northern Myanmar. Thus, one must remain vigilant. Chen Xiaoming nodded. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Yin Yin. She refrained from elaborating on her relationship with Yang Hao, as she wished to keep that information private. Moreover, she likely sensed that a portion of Lu Yinyin's words stemmed from jealousy. They were not particularly close friends, and it was uncertain whether the other genuinely wished her well. Xiaoming, don't dismiss this. At that moment, another technician from the dormitory approached. There are far too many bad men nowadays, and their schemes run deep. I once had a sister who met a particularly generous elder brother. He spent lavishly on her, showering her with luxury gifts. She was smitten, and later, he claimed his company faced financial difficulties and needed her to cover some expenses, promising to repay her soon. In the end, she drained her savings and took out a loan of 300,000, all for that elder brother. And guess what? He used the same tactic to deceive several other sisters at different foot massage parlors before disappearing with their money. That sister ended up with a 300,000 loan, returning to the foot massage parlor to work off her debt. So, I advise you, don't quit your job just yet. Observe for a while before making any decisions. The female technician winked at Lu Yinyin, having been entrusted to deliver this counsel. After all, if Chen Xiaoming left, Lu Yinyin's 2,000 yuan referral bonus would vanish. Indeed, Xiaoming, society is far too complicated. One must stay alert. Lu Yinyin immediately chimed in. Thank you for your advice. I will be cautious, Chen Xiaoming politely replied, then walked directly to her bunk to begin packing her belongings. Seeing her indifferent demeanor, Lu Yinyin sighed in frustration, clearly resigned to losing her 2,000 yuan referral fee. It seemed that the elder brother had provided even more promises. The supportive technician leaned in and whispered, "It appears he has made even greater commitments." Lu Yinyin nodded, donning a cheerful facade as she approached Chen Xiaoming again. "Xiaoming, let me assist you with your packing. Although we may not be working together anymore, let's stay in touch. If you need any help, just let me know." "Yes, I will," Chen Xiaoming responded politely. "Yin Yin, I truly appreciate your care during this time. Once I resolve my brother's matters, I shall treat you to a meal. We are sisters. There is no need for such formality." Lu Yinyin waved her hand dismissively, then cleared her throat, feigning difficulty. "Xiaoming, I find myself in a bit of a predicament. My brother is getting married, and I'm short on the bride price. I was planning to contribute 50,000, but I only have 45,000 at the moment. Could you lend me 5,000? I promise to repay you once my salary comes in next month." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoming instinctively furrowed her brow. This was not borrowing money. It was clearly asking for a handout. If she lent the money, Lu Yinyin would undoubtedly not repay it. Yang Hao had transferred an extra 10,000 yuan to her, and after settling all her debts, she still had over 8,000 remaining. Thus, while she could technically spare 5,000, she had no intention of doing so. Why would she give away 5,000 yuan for no reason? Did she have an excess of money? "Yin Yin, I'm truly sorry. You know my brother's situation. He needs money right now, and I genuinely cannot afford it." Chen Xiaoming tactfully declined. Seeing her refusal, Lu Yinyin's smile abruptly vanished. "Xiaoming, didn't the elder brother just transfer you 270,000 yuan yesterday? I'm only asking for 5,000. It's not like I want to repay you. Is it really that unreasonable? Moreover, if it weren't for me, how would you have met the elder brother? We must be grateful and acknowledge our benefactors." Lu Yinyin raised her voice, ensuring the entire dormitory could hear, drawing the attention of everyone present. The technician who had previously supported her chimed in, "Xiaoming, Yinyin has indeed helped you a lot. Everyone sees that. The elder brother gave you 270,000. It's not unreasonable for Yinyin to ask for that 5,000, even if it's a favor. In our line of work, there is always a concept of a referral fee. You've earned 270,000, so giving 5,000 as a fee is already quite generous. Exactly. 5,000 is really not much. You've made a fortune. Don't forget your sisters. The chorus of voices continued, engaging in a form of moral coercion. In truth, these individuals were not particularly close to Lu Yinyan. Rather, they were envious of Chen Xiaoming. They all worked in the same field and shared a cramped dormitory. Yet here was Chen Xiaoming, who had barely arrived and already secured a wealthy benefactor, earning 270,000 in a single night. It was only natural for them to feel resentment. The ugly side of human nature was laid bare in that moment. Faced with the collective outcry, Chen Xiaoming remained composed. She was not a Navi newcomer to society. She understood their motivations. Just jealousy. Let them be envious. As she packed her belongings, she calmly said, "You've all worked alongside Yin Yin for so long, and you're all good sisters. Now that Yin Yin is in difficulty, shouldn't everyone lend a helping hand? How about this? If each of us contributes 500 with the number of people in this dormitory, that would amount to exactly 5,000. Well, I can't spare 5,000 myself. I can manage 500. What do you all think of this proposal?" With that, Chen Xiaoming cast a questioning glance at the crowd. As previously mentioned, these individuals were not particularly close to Lu Yinyan. Their jealousy of Chen Xiaoming was the driving force behind their actions. At this point, asking them to contribute money, let alone 500, would be met with resistance. Even 50 yuan could buy some snacks. As expected, the previously vocal crowd fell silent, retreating into their own affairs. Seeing this, Lu Yinyan no longer pretended. She glared at Chen Xiaoming and said, "Chen Xiaoming, you're quite something. You've earned so much money, yet you want to part with 5,000. Don't think you've truly secured a rich benefactor. There may be even greater pitfalls awaiting you. You could end up being sold and counting someone else's money." Chen Xiaoming smiled and shook her head, choosing to ignore Lu Yinyan. This was a classic case of envy turning to hatred. As the drama reached its conclusion, the dormitory soon returned to its usual clamor, with technicians chatting in groups about their clients from the previous night, laced with risky jokes. Chen Xiaoming, having come from the capital, had quite a bit of luggage. She spent over an hour packing 2 suitcases and a large woven bag. Just as she finished, Hong Jie entered the dormitory, holding Chen Xiaoming's identification card. "Xiaoming, here is your ID. Please transfer the 2,000 yuan training fee." Hong Jie held her identification card in her right hand and a cigarette in her left. Though she had endured a sleepless night, she appeared to have grown accustomed to such a routine, exuding an air of resilience rather than weariness. Indeed, Hong Jie commanded a presence reminiscent of the formidable female leads in Hong Kong cinema, and Chen Xiaoming held her in high regard. Hong Jie had always shown her kindness, and when Chen Xiaoming announced her intention to resign the previous evening, Hong Jie did not press her. Consequently, Chen Xiaoming promptly transferred the training fee of 2,000 yuan, mindful that relying solely on others could be precarious. "Stay vigilant," Hong Jie advised as she handed the identification card to Chen Xiaoming. "Thank you, Hong Jie," Chen Xiaoming acknowledged, recognizing the sincerity behind her words. Just then, her phone buzzed, an incoming call from Yang Hao. She quickly answered, "Brother Hao, I'll be at your dorm in about 5 minutes," he replied, having just finished his morning exercise and hurrying towards a residence. "All right, I'll head downstairs to wait for you." After ending the call, Chen Xiaoming rushed to gather her belongings. However, with 2 suitcases and a large woven bag, it was clear that she could not manage them alone, particularly as her dorm was located on the 5th floor with no elevator. Although her former friend, Lu Yinyan, noticed Chen Xiaoming's struggle, she merely scoffed, offering no assistance. "I'll help you. I need to go downstairs anyway," Hong Jie declared, tossing aside her cigarette and effortlessly lifting the large woven bag. "Thank you so much, Hong Jie." Chen Xiaoming expressed her gratitude once more. "Not a big deal. You can handle the suitcases, right?" "I can," Chen Xiaoming replied, lifting one suitcase despite the effort required. Thus, they descended the stairs, with Hong Jie leading the way. Observing this, Lu Yinyan sneered at the technician who had previously defended her, saying, "Come on, Let us go to the balcony and see which unfortunate soul transferred her 270,000 yuan. Chapter 92. I won't tell sister-in-law downstairs. Chun Xiaoming, panting, placed her suitcase by the roadside and wiped the sweat from her forehead with a tissue. Moving 2 large suitcases from the 5th floor to the 1st was indeed a considerable challenge for her. Hongjie carried a large woven bag filled with bedding, which was relatively easier to manage. She set the bag down, lit a cigarette, and asked, "Is your neighbor reliable?" "He should be. We grew up together." Chun Xiaoming expressed her trust in Yang Hao. Hongjie nodded slightly, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Xiaoming, I'll say this again. Always be cautious. If you ever encounter difficulties or wish to return, just give me a call." Hongjie had seen many like Chun Xiaoming before, and she had experienced it herself years ago. Most of the sisters who left the industry with high hopes often returned, disheartened. She pondered the reasons behind this phenomenon and concluded 2 points. Firstly, most men are unreliable and fickle. Secondly, women in this profession often possess only superficial charm, come from less privileged backgrounds, and lack education or specialized skills. Hence, men generally only play with them. When it comes time to choose a wife, it is improbable they would select a woman from such a background. "Thank you, Hongjie." Chun Xiaoming expressed her gratitude once more. At that moment, a black Bentley Bentayga slowly approached from a distance. Last night at the foot spa, Hongjie had already heard from the security guard that Yang Hao drove a Bentley. But hearing about it was one thing, seeing it was another, especially since there are those who flaunt old Bentleys for show. Yang Hao's Bentley was evidently the latest model. However, Chun Xiaoming was unaware of Yang Hao's wealth until the car stopped beside her and she recognized him behind the wheel. He had a considerable amount of luggage. Before exiting, Yang Hao pressed the trunk button. Once out, he promptly loaded the large woven bag and 2 suitcases into the trunk without a second thought, showing no concern that the somewhat dirty items might soil his luxury vehicle. Chun Xiaoming felt a wave of gratitude. After all, this was a Bentley. Though she didn't know its exact value, she had heard from friends that it must be worth millions. Yet here was Yang Hao using it as a mere luggage carrier. "Thank you for taking care of Xiaoming these days." Yang Hao greeted Hongjie. They were all in the same line of work and should look out for one another. Hongjie replied with a sense of dignity, "Of course." "All right then, see you." Yang Hao nodded to Hongjie and waved to Chun Xiaoming. "Let us go, Xiaoming." "Goodbye, Hongjie." Before getting into the car, Chun Xiaoming waved goodbye to Hongjie. "Goodbye." Hongjie waved back, feeling somewhat nostalgic. Having been in the foot spa industry for over 20 years, she had seen countless faces and was quite knowledgeable. Yang Hao struck her as a dependable person, and perhaps Chun Xiaoming truly wouldn't need to return to this line of work. She felt genuinely happy for her sister. Hongjie treated her technicians well because she understood that most who entered this field were unfortunate souls. She sincerely hoped her sisters could escape their hardships. Of course, the industry also had its share of vain women who sought quick money, thinking that while a regular job might earn a few thousand a month, this line of work could yield 20 to 30,000 easily, with exceptional performers making 50, 80, or even 100,000. On the balcony of the dormitory, Lu Yinyan witnessed Chun Xiaoming getting into the Bentley, and naturally, she also noticed Yang Hao assisting with the luggage. The man was tall and robust. Although she couldn't see his face clearly from a distance, he likely wasn't unattractive. More importantly, he drove such a luxurious car. Finding a wealthy man like that was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. What luck Chun Xiaoming had to be with someone who owned a Bentley. Why can't I meet such a man? Lu Yinyan thought, envious and resentful. A technician who had previously defended Lu Yinyan couldn't help but exclaim, "Yinyan, you got a narrow perspective. You and Xiaoming were on good terms. If you hadn't mentioned borrowing money earlier and had helped her with her luggage, you might have connected with that rich brother. Men are all fickle. Xiaoming may be slightly more attractive than you, but you have your own charm. If you maintain a good relationship with Xiaoming, you'll surely have a chance to win him over." Upon hearing this, Lu Yinyan's eyes lit up. "You're right. As long as I maintain a good relationship with Xiaoming, I'll have a chance to get close to this wealthy man. I'll send Xiaoming a message to apologize. I know her well enough that she wouldn't hold a grudge." Lu Yinyan exclaimed excitedly, quickly taking out her phone and drafting an apology message to Chun Xiaoming. explaining that she had been in a bad mood due to pressure from her parents, which led her to act as she did in the morning. After sending the message, she was met with an ominous red exclamation mark. She had been blocked. Chen Xiaoming actually blocked me. Lu Yinyin felt her resolve shatter, unable to contain her frustration. Ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for me, you'd never have met such a wealthy man. Damn it. Inside the Bentley, Chen Xiaoming sat nervously in the passenger seat. It was her first time in such a luxury car, especially with Yang Hao driving. Xiaoming, why do I feel like you've forgotten me after pulling up your pants? Yang Hao joked, trying to lighten the mood. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoming's cheeks flushed crimson, and she glanced at Yang Hao, whispering, Brother Hao, I want to tell sister-in-law. Ah, sister-in-law? Yang Hao was taken aback by her words, but quickly realized that since he had disclosed his divorce to his parents, the neighbors back home were certainly unaware as well. Thus, Chen Xiaoming must think she was a mistress. Chapter 93. The boisterous recruitment scene. I have divorced. Yang Hao stated proactively. Ah, divorced? Chen Xiaoming was initially taken aback, but soon felt a twinge of delight. She had always considered herself merely as the mistress. Little did she expect that her brother Yang Hao had already divorced. However, he now had a girlfriend. Yang Hao noticed the subtle shift in Chen Xiaoming's emotions and quickly added, but I do have a girlfriend. This neighborly younger sister had quite a few thoughts. He needed to extinguish any budding ideas at their inception. Oh, indeed, Chen Xiaoming's expression turned slightly conflicted, but she soon found solace. In truth, she had made her decision the previous night in a private room. She had harbored a secret crush on Yang Hao for many years, and now he had aided her. So she might as well surrender herself to him. However, hearing Yang Hao mention his divorce rekindled a flicker of relief within her. But since he had a girlfriend, she could simply retreat to her original position. Brother Hao, when did you get divorced? I had no idea. After calming her emotions, Chen Xiaoming inquired. About a month ago. I haven't told my parents yet. I fear it would cause them worry. Oh, what was the reason? Was it infidelity on your part? At present, Yang Hao, driving a Bentley and casually transferring 270,000 to himself, clearly seemed to be doing quite well. From a woman's perspective, it appeared that Yang Hao had abandoned his humble wife after attaining success, an all too familiar narrative. However, Yang Hao found himself somewhat speechless. Do I truly seem like an unfaithful man? Chen Xiaoming glanced at Yang Hao, reflecting briefly on the events of the previous night. Coupled with his recent revelation about having a girlfriend, could this not be construed as infidelity? Coughing lightly, Yang Hao became aware of the flaw in his words. Before the divorce, I wasn't like this. Never mind, I'll share a recording with you. Unlike others, Chen Xiaoming had grown up alongside him. It was necessary to prove his character to her. Therefore, Yang Hao played her the recording of his discussion with son Jiejier regarding their sham divorce. A sham divorce? So you and your sister-in-law are still together? Oh, the girlfriend you mentioned earlier is your sister-in-law, right? Chen Xiaoming articulated her understanding after listening to the recording. Yang Hao chuckled and shook his head. It's not as you think. Initially a sham divorce, it turned into a real one when son Jiejier absconded with all the assets. Chen Xiaoming was astonished, but her expression quickly morphed into confusion. Then, Brother Hao, shouldn't you be left with nothing? Where did the money for this car come from? Good fortune. I inherited a substantial estate. Yang Hao Surugit, rest assured, the money I borrowed from you is all from legitimate sources. Brother Hao, I believe you. Chen Xiaoming nodded earnestly, then couldn't help but comment, but your sister-in-law is rather ruthless, deceiving you into divorce and absconding with the wealth. Had you not inherited, wouldn't you be homeless? Indeed, Yang Hao nodded. That's why I filed a lawsuit against her to reclaim what belongs to me. By the way, have you informed Uncle Chen about Xiao Jun? Don't give him any money yet. There is something fishy about this. I'm having someone investigate. Yang Hao couldn't reveal all the evidence immediately, as that would appear too contrived. It would be more reasonable to present the evidence in a few days. Xiao Jun's incident occurred in Jiangcheng, and the other party was also based there. We were supposed to meet today to sign a reconciliation agreement. The money is all on my card. After our conversation last night, I informed my lawyer this morning that today's meeting is canceled. With their parents back in their hometown and quite elderly, Chun Xiaoming had been solely managing her brother's affairs. Let us hold off for now. I know a brilliant lawyer. I'll discuss Xiao Jun's case with her. Yang Hao intended to provide evidence to Lin Yun and let her handle the case. All right, Brother Hao. I'll follow your lead. Chun Xiaoming nodded obediently. Yang Hao's presence made her feel as though she had found a pillar of support. Her parents had only come to Jiangsheng after her brother's troubles arose, then returned home to raise funds. They were elderly and had suffered due to her brother's situation, which affected their health. During this time, Chun Xiaoming had borne the burden alone, making Yang Hao's arrival all the more significant to her. Brother Hao, where are we headed now? Chun Xiaoming asked again. First, I'll help you secure a job, then we'll find you a place to stay. By the way, I remember you have cats at home, right? Yang Hao intended to arrange for Chun Xiaoming to work at a cat CAF, with her salary benefiting from a double subsidy. High salaries should certainly be reserved for those close to him. Yes, Dahu is getting old. I had a cat while in Beijing, but I couldn't bring it to Jiangsheng, so I gave it to a friend. Chun Xiaoming felt a pang of regret when reminiscing about her cat in Beijing. In a few days, you can have your cat transported back from Beijing, assuming your friend is willing to return it. Yang Hao replied tearfully. However, they needed to handle Xiao Jun's situation first. Chun Xiaoming sighed softly. Her brother's troubles weighed heavily on her heart. So, Brother Hao, what exactly will my job be? I've opened a cat CAF and am looking for staff. I want you to work there. I got guff. Chun Xiaoming was quite surprised at Yang Hao's intention to open such a place, as she believed he was not particularly fond of small animals. You're fond of cats, so it suits you perfectly, Yang Hao replied as he drove. Indeed, interacting with cats is far simpler than dealing with people, Chun Xiaoming mused quietly. However, she was already plotting how to manage a side gig alongside her job, as her debt of 270,000 would be challenging to repay solely with her salary from the CAF. Although she had entrusted herself to Yang Hao, she had no intention of repaying her debt with her body. That was not her style. Chun Xiaoming was determined to repay her debts, which would allow her to maintain her dignity in their interactions. Yet relying solely on the income of a CAF employee to clear a debt of 270,000 was evidently unrealistic. Although she had never worked in a CAF, similar positions typically paid around 4,000 to 5,000 a month, equating to an annual salary of approximately 50,000. To repay 270,000, she would have to forego all expenses for over 5 years. Clearly, abstaining from all spending was not feasible. So the reality was that with a salary of 50,000, it would take her at least a decade to repay the debt, even with extreme frugality. As they spoke, Yang Hao had already parked the car along the main road, next to the cat CAF. However, when he attempted to drive in front of the CAF, he was taken aback. A long line had formed outside, and all the people waiting appeared to be young and beautiful girls. Brother Hao, what is happening over there? Chun Xiaoming noticed the queue and curiously asked. I'm not sure, but I could call to find out. Yang Hao parked the car and directly called Sun Tingting. After a while, the call was answered. Brother-in-law, Ying and I are recruiting as per your instructions, and a lot of people have shown up. Before Yang Hao could inquire further, Sun Tingting continued. It seems like Yang Hao glanced at the long queue at the entrance and remarked, I have recruited one person. You and Ying should find 2 more, and that will suffice. Oh, very well, came the reply. Now, go ahead and attend to your tasks. After conveying his instructions, Yang Hao promptly ended the call. Brother Hao, surely they can't all be here to apply for positions at the cat CAF. As Yang Hao conversed over the car's Bluetooth, Chun Xiaoming immediately deduced that the young women in line were all there for the same purpose. Yes, they're indeed here for interviews, Yang Hao confirmed with a nod. So many of them. Why is that? Chun Xiaoming was perplexed by the high demand for a position as a CAF attendant. Moreover, her casual glance revealed that most of the young women in the crowd were quite attractive, their overall beauty rivaling that of the esteemed technician team. Chapter 94. Does the owner of this shop hold a grudge against me? Is it because the salary is high? Yang Hao chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. How high? Chun Xiaoming inquired with curiosity. 25,000. Yang Hao replied. 25,000 a month? Chun Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. For a clerk at a cat CAF to earn 25,000 in monthly salary, is that reasonable? Having experienced life in Beijing, she knew that the salary levels in the capital are among the highest in the country. Nevertheless, even so, a CAT-CAF clerk typically earns just a few thousand. A monthly salary of 25,000 translates to an annual income of 300,000. Many ordinary employees in large corporations earn approximately this amount. However, it is not easy to secure a position in such companies, and Chen Xiaoming, a graduate from an ordinary 211 university, had not succeeded. Yet, here was a clerk at a common CAT-CAF in Jiangcheng, astonishingly offered a salary of 25,000. It was no wonder there was a long queue. Wait, does this mean I am exempt from the interview for this 25,000 monthly salary job? Chen Xiaoming gazed at Yang Hao in disbelief, her mind racing with thoughts that perhaps this generous salary was intended for her to be kept. Brother Hao, do other clerks earn such high wages as well? She asked quietly. Yes, what's wrong with that? Yang Hao replied casually, not contemplating too deeply. Oh, no wonder there's so many people in line. Upon hearing that she was not being treated differently, Chen Xiaoming felt somewhat reassured. Otherwise, her sensitive nature would have left her feeling uncomfortable. Due to the overwhelming number of interviewees, Yang Hao decided not to linger at the CAF and instead planned to rent an apartment through Wang Jichao's agency to resolve Chen Xiaoming's accommodation issue. Just then, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures in a queue of interviewees. One was his long-lost ex-wife, Sun Jiajia, and the other was his undercover associate, Wang Ying. Were they here for interviews as well? Yang Hao was taken aback to see them, but then thought it reasonable. When he sued Sun Jiajia, he preserved her assets, meaning all her properties were currently frozen. Naturally, without money, she would need to seek employment. Given that his CAT-CAF offered salaries significantly above the average in Jiangxing, it was only natural that both women would be attracted to it. However, Sun Jiajia likely had no idea that the person responsible for the interviews inside was her own sister. Yang Hao couldn't help but smile slightly, a playful expression crossing his face. He was rather looking forward to the encounter between Sun Jiajia and her sister, Sun Tingting, later on. Brother Hao, is there something joyful happening? Chen Xiaoming asked curiously, noticing the smile on Yang Hao's face. Nothing much. Let's focus on securing a place to stay. Yang Hao pressed the accelerator and drove away from the scene. In the queue, Sun Jiajia was complaining to Wang Ying. There are just too many people. The recruitment notice stated they were hiring only 3 individuals. I thought there wouldn't be much competition for a CAT-CAF clerk, but I never expected this many applicants. Wang Ying was also surprised by the number of competitors, but considering the high salary of over 20,000, it seemed understandable. It's really the salary that's drawing them in. However, I'm starting to suspect that this CAT-CAF might be a scam, offering such high pay. And all the applicants are young and attractive women. Wang Ying thought, genuinely having doubts, as a salary of 25,000 for a CAT-CAF clerk was exceedingly high. Plus, with so many people queuing for interviews, even if each one deceived a few dozen in fees for materials, it would amount to a substantial income. Sister, if you think it's a scam, why not just leave? You're wasting your time. A young girl behind Sun Jiajia and Wang Ying interjected. Clearly, she intended to drive away the 2 competitors to shorten her own wait. Sun Jiajia glanced at the girl, who had dyed her hair a light green and adorned her ears with a row of dazzling earrings. Although her features were quite delicate, her attire screamed of a vibrant youth. We'll find out if it's a scam during the interview. Sun Jiajia dismissed the spirited girl with a casual reply, choosing not to engage further. The line for interviews stretched from the 2nd floor of the CAF to the outside. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, Sun Jiajia and Wang Ying finally reached the door of the interview room. Next, a previous interviewee called out as they exited the room. With so many applicants, they could only let one out at a time. As it was finally her turn, Sun Jiajia hurriedly entered the interview room with a resume. Inside, Sun Tingting was reading the resume of the previous candidate, astonished to discover they were a graduate student from Jiangxing University. It was worth noting that Jiangxing University is a prestigious 985 and 211 double first-class university. The fact that a graduate student from such an institution was applying for a clerk position at a CAT-CAF spoke volumes about the current harsh employment climate. Tingting, why are you here? Despite Sun Tingting having her head down, Sun Jiajia recognized her sister at once. Sun Tingting looked up in surprise upon hearing her sister's voice. Sister, what are you doing here? I'm here for an interview. Aren't you working at the Huawei Experience store? What brings you here? Sun Jiejie asked, her expression filled with suspicion. Something happened in the past few days, and I can't explain it all right now. Sister, just go home for now, and I'll explain later. Sun Tingting said hesitantly. Wait a moment. Sun Jiejie wouldn't leave just like that and asked curiously, are you in charge of recruitment here? Yes, Sun Tingting nodded. This job doesn't have any tricks, does it? Sun Jiejie inquired further. No, it's just a job. How could there be tricks? Sun Tingting shook her head in denial. Then please hire me. You know I've divorced Yang Hao and currently have no income. I believe this job suits me perfectly. Although she was uncertain about how her sister secured the recruitment position, Sun Jiejie was determined not to let go of such a lucrative opportunity. A salary of 25,000? Finding a job like this in Jiangsheng was nearly impossible. However, after she finished speaking, she noticed a troubled expression on her sister's face. Tingting, aren't you the interviewer? Surely you can make this decision, right? Sun Jiejie frowned. It's not that I can't make the decision. It's just, Sun Tingting hesitated for a moment before finally telling the truth. The owner of this shop won't hire you. Why? Does the owner of this shop hold a grudge against me? Sun Jiejie asked, her expression filled with confusion. Chapter 95. This cat CAF has a part of me. The owner of this establishment is my brother-in-law, Yang Hao. Sun Tingting candidly admitted. What? Are you saying this cat CAF is run by Yang Hao? Sun Jiejie exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief, her entire demeanor frozen in shock. After enduring a grueling 2-hour wait to interview at the CF, she discovered it was owned by her ex-husband, Yang Hao. It felt as if the sky had fallen, both humiliating and absurd. Yes, this shop is indeed run by Brother Yang. Sun Tingting replied softly, nodding gently. Sister, you should just go back. I refuse to go back. Why should I? After a fleeting moment of stunned silence, Sun Jiejie pointed an accusatory finger at her sister. So, you're working for the Yangs now. Sun Tingting, are you still my sister? I divorced Yang Hao, and not only do you maintain contact with him, but you're also working for him. Have you lost your mind? Faced with her sister's furious tirade, Sun Tingting found herself at a loss for words. In truth, she felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Yang Hao was her former brother-in-law, and he had been exceptionally kind to her. Their relationship was rather delicate, which made her feel somewhat disloyal to her sister. Although Sun Tingting disagreed with Sun Jiejie's stance, they were still sisters. And the ambiguity of her connection with her former brother-in-law left her feeling uneasy in the confrontation. However, at that moment, Zhu Ying, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. She pulled Sun Tingting behind her and fixed her gaze on Sun Jiejie. Sister Jiejie, your divorce from Brother Yang is a matter between you two. You cannot take your anger out on Tingting. When Tingting was harassed at work, where were you? When she lost her job, where were you? If it weren't for Brother Yang stepping in, both Tingting and I would be unemployed right now. He opened this cat CAF and offered Tingting a high salary. He is clearly helping her out of goodwill. How can you twist that into her being out of her mind? Zhu Ying was familiar with Sun Jiejie and had a fair understanding of her character, although she was unaware of the reasons behind the divorce. The generous salary Yang Hao offered was enough for her to side with him. I'm talking to my sister. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Sun Jiejie retorted angrily, cursing at the younger Zhu Ying. The argument in the room escalated, and it was evident that those waiting outside for their interviews could hear the commotion. A group of individuals couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. What is happening? What's with this sister-sister drama? Can the interviews even continue? As the crowd speculated, Wang Ying hurriedly pushed open the door and stepped inside. The perky girl behind her, curious about the situation, blocked the door from closing automatically with her leg, standing at the entrance with several other interviewees, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Wang Ying recognized Sun Tingting and, having overheard fragments of the previous conversation, quickly pieced together the situation. Tingting, did you say this cat CAF is owned by Yang Hao? Yes, Sun Tingting affirmed with a slight nod. Little Ying, you heard that too. She's actually working for Yang Hao, and she is my biological sister. Just because he offered her a little favor, she sold out her own sister. Sun Jiejie exclaimed. Tingting, tell me, How much is Yang Hao paying you? Ting Ting is the manager of the CAF, earning a monthly salary of 30,000. Zhu Ying interjected, immediately answering for Sun Ting Ting. Then, with a smirk, she challenged, so what? If you don't want it to work here, are you willing to pay her 30,000 a month? Zhu Ying was unyielding, knowing she had no obligation to be polite to Sun Jiejia, especially given her selfish and unreasonable behavior. Sun Jiejia was left speechless. 30,000 a month. That amounted to 360,000 a year. How could she afford such a high salary? The onlookers, led by the spirited girl, couldn't suppress their chatter. 30,000 a month. That's an outrageous salary for a manager. It seems this cat CAF's owner is quite wealthy. If we could work here, would we have a chance to win over the owner? Wang Ying was equally taken aback by Yang Hao's generous offer. She thought to herself, following Brother Hao indeed seems promising. Thankfully, I switched sides in time. Perhaps he will arrange a high-paying job for me in the future. Yes, surely he will. If even the regular employees earn 25,000 a month. With Yang Hao's arrangements for Sun Ting Ting, Wang Ying glimpsed her own future and became even more resolute in her decision to secure a connection with Yang Hao. Jiejia, let us leave for now. At least we've gained something from this. Opening such a large cat CAF and offering such high salaries indicates that Yang Hao is truly wealthy. We should consult Lawyer Tong about this. Wang Ying whispered to Sun Jiejia, hoping to persuade her to leave and avoid disrupting Yang Hao's recruitment efforts. Initially resistant, Sun Jiejia found Wang Ying's reasoning compelling. A CAF of this magnitude would indeed require substantial investment. This visit had not been in vain. She had discovered another asset belonging to Yang Hao. Sister, if they don't want you, just leave. Don't waste everyone's time. There are many others waiting in line. The impatient, spirited girl remarked as the crowd began to disperse. Exactly. What are you lingering for? The hiring age is capped at 30, and you're well over 30, aren't you? Others chimed in, their comments dripping with sarcasm. Who's over 30? Em. Sun Jiejia shot back furiously, glaring at the spirited girl and her cohorts before bellowing, clear the way. Who would want to work as a mere server in this cat CAF? The spirited girl was unfazed, retorting, if you don't want the job, why did you stand in line for over 2 hours? The crowd, having waited for so long, felt a surge of irritation, and with Sun Jiejia as the target, they began to mock her. Outnumbered, she hastily quickened her pace, eager to escape the scene. Once she reached the first floor and stepped outside the cat CAF, Sun Jiejia exhaled deeply, casting a glance at the original sign of the establishment. Fuming, she muttered, Yang, just you wait. This cat CAF has a part of me in it too. Chapter 96. Mother and daughter, birds of a feather in the coastal city of Binhai. Within the Hanyang community, He Hongxia was seated on a bench beside the entrance with 2 middle-aged women, engaged in casual conversation. In older residential complexes, it is common to find benches or discarded sofas placed outside the units, where neighbors gather to chat and enjoy the breeze, occasionally playing cards together. At that moment, a postal courier arrived, parking his electric tricycle at the building's entrance. Excuse me, ladies, does anyone know Sun Jiejia? The courier inquired, glancing at He Hongxia and her companions. Sun Jiejia? That is my daughter, He Hongxia exclaimed, standing up and approaching the courier. Has she ordered something to be delivered to our home? No. This is a subpoena from the court, the courier replied, handing an EMS envelope to He Hongxia. What? A court subpoena? He Hongxia gasped, her hands trembling slightly as she held the envelope. How could the court send a subpoena to my Jiejia? How would I know? I'm just the delivery guy. He shrugged, shaking his head before riding away on his tricycle. Hongxia, what is going on? Why has a subpoena arrived from court? The 2 nosy women immediately surrounded her, sensing the gossip potential. I have no idea. I need to ask Jiejia, He Hongxia said, rushing upstairs with the envelope. Just call Jiejia from here. We can help you figure it out, the women urged, unwilling to let the matter go. He Hongxia was well aware of their intentions. She preferred to go home and make the call to avoid sharing any details with them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the entire community would be aware of her family's predicament. Once inside her apartment, He Hongxia swiftly tore open the envelope and discovered the court subpoena inside. However, upon reading its contents, her anxiety began to dissipate. She was aware of her daughter's son Jiajia's divorce from Yang Hao and knew that Jiajia had taken all their assets. Thus, it was not surprising that her ex-son-in-law was suing her daughter to reclaim his property. After pondering for a moment, she called her husband, Sun Tsai, who was a worker at the Binhai steel factory and currently at work. "What is up, Busu?" he answered after a while, the background noise indicating he was in the workshop. "Yang Hao has sued our Jiajia, demanding the return of the assets she took." Hongxia stated bluntly. "I told you, Jiajia's actions were not right. Even in a divorce, you can't leave Yang with nothing. It's only natural for him to sue her now," Sun Tsai replied, showing no bias toward their daughter. However, Hongxia was displeased by his response. "This is Yang Hao trying to seize your daughter's property. How can you say it's normal? Jiajia was married to him for several years. What is wrong with her taking some of the assets as compensation for lost youth? Now that she is divorced, she is practically starting over. He should handle the mess he created himself. I'm busy right now. Let us talk later after work," Sun Tsai said, not wanting to argue further, and hung up. "What a muddle," Hongxia muttered, regretting making the call. She then dialed her daughter's son, Jiajia's number. "Mom, what is going on?" Jiajia answered quickly, her tone sharp. "You seem upset. What happened?" Hongxia asked. "Yang Hao. Who else could it be? And then there's Tingting. Mom, you wouldn't believe it, but now Tingting is siding with Yang Hao," Jiajia exclaimed angrily. "What? Tingting is with Yang Hao now?" Hongxia was taken aback. "Yang Hao got her a job, and now she has turned against me. I think he is up to no good." Jiajia fumed. "What job? Doesn't Tingting already have one?" Hongxia questioned. "That is a long story. Mom, let us focus on your issue first." Jiajia deflected, not wanting to discuss her own embarrassing situation of having to seek employment at her ex-husband's establishment. "I just received the court subpoena addressed to you, stating that Yang Hao is suing you. Is he trying to reclaim his assets?" Hongxia inquired. "Yes. He wants everything back, and now all my bank accounts are frozen, including WeChat and Alipay," Jiajia replied. "What? He can freeze your funds? Has he pulled some strings? It seems like the court is biased in his favor," Hongxia exclaimed, not understanding the concept of asset preservation. "No, it's just a temporary freeze until the case is resolved. It's a standard protective measure," Jiajia clarified. "Mom, I need to tell you more about Yang Hao. He has been hiding and transferring at least tens of millions in assets. Even if he didn't sue me, I would still take him to court to reclaim my share. My lawyer said that if all goes well, I could get at least 10 to 20 million. "How much?" Hongxia gasped. 10 to 20 million? That is a figure I've only heard of. The case hasn't gone to trial yet, so who knows if I'll actually get the money. But Yang Hao is definitely doing well for himself. He lives in a mansion worth millions and drives a $5 million Bentley. Now he even owns a cat CAF. And the investment must be at least a couple of 100,000. Jiajia detailed Yang Hao's financial situation. Hongxia was left speechless. $1 million mansion. A $5 million luxury car. "Jiajia, you've been married for years, and didn't he notice he was making so much money? If I had known earlier, things wouldn't have escalated to this point." Jiajia lamented, regretting her decision to divorce. She realized that had she known about Yang Hao's wealth, she would never have left him. He has clearly hidden marital assets. We must get that money back. Hire the best lawyer. Your father and I have some savings, and we will cover the costs. Hongxia asserted, determined, while secretly calculating that if they were to reclaim 10 to 20 million, her daughter's son Jiajia would not forget to take care of her mother. Chapter 97. A hidden beauty, Mom. It would be best if you could come to Jiangsheng. Son Jiajia said, "While you're here, please bring some money and talk to Tingting. She's been bought off by Yang Hao. You need to have a serious conversation with her." Hearing her mother's support, son Jiajia felt emboldened. "All right, I'll come over tomorrow. We can discuss Tingting's situation then." Hongxia readily agreed. After all, this was a matter involving tens of millions, and she had no reason to refuse. Moreover, Hongxia did not have a stable job. Her factory had closed years ago, buying out her years of service. Over the years, she had only engaged in sporadic odd jobs, and she happened to be out of work recently. After ending the call with her mother, son Jiajia quickly dialed lawyer Tong Lisin to inform her about her ex-husband Yang Hao opening a cat CAF. Tong Lisin expressed great interest in this new revelation, despite her pessimistic outlook on the case due to Yang Hao's proactive lawsuit against Sun Jejia. Nonetheless, given the divorce case involved assets worth tens of millions, she could not afford to abandon it. If she won the case, her commission would be substantial enough to purchase a property in Jiangxing. Consequently, Tong Lisin scheduled a meeting with Sun Jejia at her law firm to discuss gathering evidence. Meanwhile, Yang Hao, with the assistance of Wang Jichao, had rented a 90-square-meter two-bedroom apartment. The residence was elegantly furnished, located near the Jiangzhong Garden in the Guanjing Yeyuan community. When this complex was first constructed 2 decades ago, it was considered high-end. However, over the years, with rapid economic development and the emergence of new buildings nearby, Guanjing Yeyuan had lost its former glory. Nevertheless, due to its prime location and high-quality surroundings, the rent remained steep, 500 per month. While this price was quite ordinary in first-tier cities, it was considerably high for Jiangcheng, where many earned around 5,000 a month. Chen Xiaoming was quite pleased with the apartment, the only downside being its expense. She had initially planned to rent a smaller apartment for under 2,000. However, Yang Hao insisted on securing a better place since he would occasionally stay there, and he paid a year's rent up front. Chen Xiaoming understood his intentions. He was creating a hidden retreat for their clandestine encounters. Having resolved to surrender herself to Yang Hao, she no longer voiced any objections. As the landlord departed, Chen Xiaoming began to tidy the bedroom. Kneeling on the bed, she bent over, her fitted jeans accentuating her alluring curves. Yang Hao, initially just an observer, found her posture irresistibly seductive. He approached the bedside and pressed the automatic curtain button, muttering to himself, "I forgot to check this earlier. I wonder if the curtains work well." As Chen Xiaoming focused on arranging the sheets, she noticed the light dimming until the room was engulfed in darkness. "How go?" She began to speak, but a large hand suddenly covered her mouth. "Don't move. This is a robbery." With the robber's threat, she felt a gun pressed against her. In that instant, she realized the robber was after something far more sinister. After the robbery, the bed was left in disarray. Chen Xiaoming lay against Yang Hao's arm, her cheeks flushed with satisfaction. At that moment, her phone on the bedside began to ring. She picked it up, glanced at the screen, and frowned. "It's that girl." "Huh? Which girl?" Yang Hao was momentarily confused. "The one who accused Xiao Jun of assault." Chen Xiaoming's brow furrowed with concern. After Yang Hao's words, she had canceled their planned transaction for the day. The call likely meant trouble. "I'll answer," Yang Hao said, snatching the phone and pressing the answer button. "Hello. Is this Chen Xiaojun's sister? What do you mean by this? Are you playing games with me? You promised to provide the money and the settlement today, yet you left me hanging." As expected, the moment the call connected, the woman's accusatory voice filled the line. "Hello. I am Chen Xiaojun's brother-in-law. May I ask who I'm speaking with?" Once the woman vented her frustrations, Yang Hao calmly responded, "Brother-in-law? What a surprise. My name is Wang Jingjing. Your brother-in-law, Chen Xiaojun, assaulted me. What is your intention? Are we still negotiating a settlement? If not, I will be heading to the capital tomorrow, and I won't care what happens to Chen Xiaojun." Evidently, Wang Jingjing was applying pressure with this phone call. "We do wish to settle. It's just that we haven't gathered enough money. 500,000 is rather steep. Could you consider lowering it?" Yang Hao feigned difficulty in negociation. "I made it clear before. 500,000 is non-negotiable. Besides, I never intended to settle. It was you who insisted. You must understand how humiliating this situation is for a girl. Agreeing to settle was a concession on my part, and yet you left me in the lurch. It seems you want Chen Xiaojun to serve time in prison." Wang Jingjing's tone brimmed with anger, though it was likely a performance to convey her indignation. "Jingjing, it seems you are misunderstanding. We have no intention of letting Xiaojun go to jail. We simply haven't managed to gather the funds yet. 500,000 is no small amount." Yang Hao continued to play the impoverished card. "I've already stated clearly that 500,000 is the minimum, and if you're unwilling to negotiate, I will be heading to the capital tomorrow. I have work waiting for me there." Wang Jingjing's stance was resolute. Yang Hao sighed lightly. "We too wish to help Xiaojun, but we are simply powerless. Jingjing, since you have work in the capital, You should go ahead. Once we have the money, we will reach out. Wang Jingjing found herself momentarily bewildered by Yang Hao's response. Previously, when she communicated with Chun Xiaoming, she held a position of power, receiving compliance and courtesy. During their last in-person discussion regarding the settlement, they nearly begged her. But now, with this brother-in-law on the line, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. The other party remained calm, even imbued with a hint of sarcasm, as if to say, "Go to the capital if you wish. Who are you trying to intimidate?" But where did he find such audacity? Surely, she was overthinking it. Regaining her composure, Wang Jingjing threatened angrily, "Fine, I will go to the capital tomorrow. Just wait for Chun Xiaojun to be locked up." Chapter 98, A New Opportunity. Brother Hao, if she truly does not provide the letter of understanding, Xiaojun might really end up in prison. Chun Xiaoming furrowed her brows and remarked after Yang Hao hung up the phone. She possessed the attributes of a devoted sister. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to online loans or chosen to work in a foot massage parlor just to raise funds for her brother. Such a significant sacrifice is not something every sister is capable of. To put more seriously, she has nearly sacrificed her own lifelong happiness for her brother. After all, it is easy to plunge into vice, but challenging to return to the surface. Working in a foot massage establishment for an extended period can easily lead to assimilation into that environment. Even if one initially only does massages and refrains from engaging in more significant activities, over time, witnessing colleagues earning several times more can be hard to resist. Gradually, one becomes one of them. Once one has tasted such quick money, it becomes exceedingly difficult to step back. Rest assured, I will handle Xiao Jun's matter. This case undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. Xiao Jun has been set up. As long as we find the evidence, not only will he avoid imprisonment, but those who deceive him will find themselves in dire straits. Yang Hao declared with unwavering confidence. "All right, Brother Hao, I trust you," Chun Xiaoming replied, reassured by Yang Hao's self-assurance. After all, she had witnessed Yang Hao's capabilities, and the current Yang Hao was far removed from the neighbor boy she once knew. He was now affluent and influential. Perhaps he could indeed resolve her brother's predicament. Meanwhile, in a temporarily rented apartment, Wang Jingjing threw her phone onto the sofa after ending her call. Sitting on the couch was a tattooed man, casually smoking while watching a female streamer dance. "Stop watching that. Something feels off," Wang Jingjing said, taking a seat beside him with a frown. "What's off? It's just that we haven't gathered enough money. 500,000 is no small sum. It's quite normal if we can't reach that amount," Lu Dagong, the tattooed man and Wang Jingjing's partner, replied dismissively. "2 days ago, we said the money was ready, and now we claim we can't gather it? I sensed something amiss. Moreover, you heard me threaten them about going to the capital. Yet they told me to go ahead." Wang Jingjing insisted. Clearly, they no longer wish to provide the letter of understanding. Do they think 500,000 is too much and are unwilling to pay? Wang Jingjing's intuition proved sharper than Lu Dagong's, as she sensed a change in the air. Those fools look like honest people. Seeing how anxious they are, they would probably sell a house for 500,000, let alone 1 million, Lu Dagong remarked, finally putting down his phone. "That seems unlikely. Why not have him call again and ask for a lower amount?" Wang Jingjing, feeling agitated, took out a cigarette and replied, "I can't just sleep with him for nothing. Sending him to face consequences will yield no benefit for me." "Then how much do you propose?" Lu Dagong asked, his brow furrowed. 400,000. I'll take 300,000, and you take 100,000, Wang Jingjing suggested, exhaling smoke. "That means each of us loses 50,000, Lu Dagong grimaced, clearly reluctant. "What do you propose then?" Wang Jingjing shrugged. "We are in this for money. The longer we delay, the worse it will be for us. Let's wait 3 more days. If they still can't gather 500,000 by then, we can discuss it again." "All right, let's wait 3 days." Wang Jingjing was also hesitant to lower the price, as successfully executing such a scheme is not easy. At Jianyan Law Firm, Yang Hao once again sought out Lin Yun and shared the evidence he had gathered. "Lawyer Lin, can this evidence lead to a reversal of the case?" Yang Hao inquired. Lin Yun nodded, "Absolutely it can. In fact, with this evidence, you could go directly to the police. They have committed fraud and extortion, and then the police will release the person? Yang Hao asked. Once the evidence is verified and the testimonies of the two suspects are confirmed, they can be released. Lin Yun provided a professional interpretation. Thank you, Lawyer Lin. Yang Hao expressed his gratitude. It's a small matter. If necessary, I can accompany the victim's family to file the report, Lin Yun offered. That would be splendid. With you there, we will feel more at ease, Yang Hao replied cheerfully. Let's go shortly and invite the victim's family. Lin Yun had time available. Shortly? Yang Hao hesitated, having just come from Chen Xiaoming's side. Gathering evidence so quickly felt somewhat implausible. Is the victim's family unable to come? Then let's do it tomorrow evening. I have court during the day, Lin Yun suggested upon noticing Yang Hao's troubled expression. All right, let us proceed shortly, Yang Hao decided, wanting to resolve the matter swiftly to complete his task. He added, however, I need your help with something, Lawyer Lin. Please don't mention that I provided you with the evidence. Just say you helped gather it. Lin Yun paused momentarily before nodding. All right, okay, I'll call someone. Yang Hao promptly called Chen Xiaoming to meet at the law firm. Is she your girlfriend? Lin Yun asked curiously after Yang Hao hung up. No, Yang Hao firmly denied, just a neighbor's sister. Really? You seem quite attentive to this neighborly sister. You've gathered evidence and haven't even sought credit for it. Lin Yun teased with a smile. She tends to overthink. I don't want her to feel indebted to me. Yang Hao casually fabricated a reason. That's considerate of you. It shows you care about this sister, Lin Yun remarked with a gentle shrug. Just then, someone knocked at her office door. Come in, Lin Yun responded promptly. The door opened, revealing a bouquet of red roses followed by a man in a well-tailored navy suit. White striped shirt and a dark gray tie, exuding an air of professionalism. However, upon seeing him, Lin Yun instinctively frowned, and the smile that had previously graced her face dissipated. Ding! Detected a target in need of assistance. Name, Lin Yun. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Occupation, lawyer. Current demand, requires a shield. Task reward, beginner blind box X1. Small red envelope X10. A new opportunity has arisen. Yang Hao mused, observing the man entering the office. Yet, he was perplexed by the term shield. In what capacity was he to serve as one? A boyfriend, perhaps? Despite the excitement of a new opportunity, Yang Hao was left with a head full of questions, struggling to comprehend the true implication of shield. However, from the rewards, it can be inferred that this task is likely quite effortless, especially with the increased workload. Yang Hao has already learned to discern the difficulty of tasks from the rewards. The man holding the roses was evidently unaware of Yang Hao's presence in the office. Judging by his initial act of presenting the roses, it seemed he intended to orchestrate a small gesture, perhaps kneeling on one knee. However, the presence of Yang Hao, an outsider, compelled him to abandon that idea. Yin Yun, your favorite red roses. The man placed the bouquet on Lin Yun's desk with a beaming smile. They were air freighted from Spring City this noon, exceptionally fresh. I told you before, there's no need to buy me flowers, Lin Yun retorted coldly. Whether to accept them is your concern, while the purchase is mine. I believe it's essential to maintain a sense of ceremony during our meetings. The man shrugged and then turned his attention to Yang Hao. Yin Yun, is this gentleman a client? Before Lin Yun could speak, Yang Hao proactively introduced himself, mimicking the man's address for Lin Yun. A client? What sort of friend is he? I've never seen you before. The man became immediately defensive, his tone sharp upon hearing Yang Hao refer to Lin Yun in the same manner. Well, now you've seen me, Yang Hao replied with a smile, extending his right hand. Hello, I'm Yang Hao. Guang Wei. The man announced his name, adding, Yin Yun and I grew up together, just like childhood sweethearts. Yang Hao jested. That could be one way to describe it. Guang Wei nodded, clearly pleased with the characterization. Childhood sweethearts? It's merely that our parents knew each other, Lin Yun interjected, her impatience palpable. Guang Wei, I've already told you, we're not suited for each other. Please do not waste my time. She voiced her discontent without even glancing at Yang Hao, clearly expressing her disdain for Guang Wei. I have mentioned that feelings can develop over time, and our parents are in agreement, right? Uncle Lin even urged me to visit you whenever possible. How about we have dinner together later? Guang Wei seemed unfazed by Lin Yun's coldness, instead extending an invitation for dinner. Wait a moment, Mr. Guang. I sincerely apologize. Yang Hao quickly interjected. Yun and I have already made plans to dine out. You made plans? Guang Wei scrutinized Yang Hao and then Lin Yun, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Yes, we have, Lin Yun confirmed, pointing at Yang Hao. Moreover, I have decided to accept him as my boyfriend. So please, do not interfere with us any longer. What? You wish to be his girlfriend? Guang Wei's composure shattered upon hearing Lin Yun's declaration. He pointed at Yang Hao, incredulously demanding, what makes him better than me? And have Uncle Lin and Aunt Tian agreed to this? Yun, do not act impulsively. Even if you reject me, you shouldn't just choose anyone. Lin Yun scoffed and retorted, firstly, my decision to date is solely mine and does not require parental approval. Secondly, my choice is not made on a whim, but is a well-considered decision. Besides, he surpasses you in every aspect. After saying this, Lin Yun shot Yang Hao a meaningful glance and stepped forward, linking her arm with his. Shall we go? We still have a movie to catch after dinner. Yes. We should leave, Yang Hao agreed, nodding earnestly. The restaurant I booked has become quite popular and requires reservations a week in advance. Is that so? I must experience it and see what makes it unique. Lin Yun responded, following Yang Hao's lead. As the two of them strolled out of the office, oblivious to their surroundings, with Lin Yun still linked to Yang Hao's arm, Guang Wei's frustration boiled over. He hurriedly chased after them, shouting, Yun, don't be rash. I can give you time, but you shouldn't just settle for anyone as your boyfriend. Tell me, what makes him superior to me? Is it his job or his background? In Guang Wei's eyes, he, as an elite man, undoubtedly overshadowed Yang Hao in every regard. Without delving into specifics, even in terms of attire, he was meticulous and refined, while Yang Hao merely donned casual wear, his hair somewhat disheveled, appearing slightly older. As they pursued each other, the trio arrived at the law firm's entrance. Guang Wei stepped ahead, blocking Lin Yun and Yang Hao's path. He pointed toward Mercedes E300 parked by the roadside. Yun, I just received the commission for the last case, and I've upgraded to a new Mercedes. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I can transfer ownership of this car to you, or we can arrange for a notarization. From Guang Wei's words, it became evident that he and Lin Yun were colleagues in the legal profession. Lin Yun glanced at Guang Wei with a hint of exasperation, ready to decline. When Yang Hao interjected, Mr. Guang, may I say something? Do you truly believe that Yun is worth merely a Mercedes? This is merely a way for me to express my affection. It doesn't imply that Yun is only worth a Mercedes. Moreover, why do you have to judge me? Can you even afford a Mercedes? Guang Wei retorted dismissively, to which Yang Hao responded with a gentle smile. Indeed, I cannot afford a Mercedes. However, I can gift her a Bentley. Yun, that Bentley will be transferred to your name tomorrow. As he spoke, Yang Hao produced the keys to a Bentley from his pocket and pressed a button, causing a nearby Bentley Bentayga to respond with a beep and flash its lights. Chapter 99. Blame it on my wealth. Combined, in disbelief, Guan Wei was momentarily stunned. As he parked, he caught sight of the luxurious Bentley Bentayga and thought to himself, which affluent individual could own such a vehicle? To his astonishment, it turned out to be his romantic rival. Judging by his attire, Yang Hao hardly seemed like someone capable of affording a Bentley. However, reality delivered a harsh slap to the face. One truly cannot judge a book by its cover. Some tycoons prefer to remain low-key. Yun, didn't you say you weren't fond of wealthy men? How is it that you've suddenly taken a ride in a Bentley? Guan Wei questioned, a look of despair etched on his face. You've misunderstood. It's not that I dislike wealthy individuals. My preference for someone is entirely unrelated to their financial status. They may be affluent or not. It just so happens that Yang Hao is wealthy. Lin Yun replied before gracefully taking her seat in the passenger side of the Bentley. Until we meet again, Yang Hao said politely, waving to Guan Wei before settling into the driver's seat. Shall we head to the police station now? Yes, let us go directly. We'll have a victim's family meet us there, Lin Yun responded. Understood. Yang Hao revved the engine and sped away. Ding. Task of providing assistance to a lady successfully completed. Reward. 1 small red envelope. Reward. 1 basic blind box. As Guan Wei faded from the rearview mirror, the rewards materialized. Excellent. Truly simple, Yang Hao thought, feeling elated. He silently expressed gratitude towards Guan Wei. Without his interference, this task might not have been triggered. He promptly opened the small red envelope. Ding! Small red envelope opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 770,000 our coins. Having learned from past experiences, Yang Hao had disabled the payment notification on Alipay, ensuring that he would not appear ostentatious this time. However, he contemplated that if an occasion arose where he needed to flaunt, he could activate the notification prior to opening another small red envelope, allowing for a delightful display of wealth. Afterward, Yang Hao opened the blind box. Ding! Basic blind box opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an apartment in the Galaxy Plaza building. Area: 80 square meters. Wow. This blind box is remarkable. I've just won an entire apartment. Yang Hao exclaimed. He was aware that Galaxy Plaza was not far from his residence at Jiangzhou Garden, approximately 3 kilometers away. The apartment awarded by the system was conveniently located adjacent to Galaxy Plaza, designed for both commercial and residential use. Although it primarily housed many social media influencers and individuals from unique professions. Such a reputation had led to Galaxy Plaza being colloquially referred to as the ancient city of Jingjue among men, with tales circulating that delivery personnel might need to leave behind 800 yuan just to exit. Wang Jichao had frequented the place and previously invited Yang Hao, but he had declined each time. Truthfully, before his divorce, Yang Hao had been a commendable man, despite his sales job involving numerous social engagements. He had never crossed any lines. Such indiscretions had never occurred. For one, Yang Hao was a law-abiding citizen. Secondly, he believed in the health risks involved. Contracting an illness over such trivial matters would be a grave miscalculation. Due to the mixed-use nature of the Galaxy Plaza apartments, prices were relatively affordable. Yang Hao recalled the current rate being around 10,000 yuan per square meter. Thus, an 80 square meter apartment would roughly cost 800,000 yuan. The basic blind box could